across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Hello, good morning. It's 5 o'clock, Monday the 16th of August. I'm James Nish, sitting in for Callum MacDonald. Welcome to your early breakfast. The headlines: British troops are racing against the clock to get remaining UK nationals and their local allies out of Afghanistan following the dramatic fall of the country's Western-backed government to the Taliban. Also in the news, police will be required to check the social media profiles of firearm licence applicants under new rules. It follows the shooting in Plymouth. And as Premier League football returns, we'll have all the weekend's action in a full sports bulletin at 5:30. And early Breakfast Club members, please stand by. I'm trusting you to provide some help this morning.
This is Times Radio.
First, with the very latest news, Alex Dibble.
James, thank you. Good morning. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has said it's vital that Afghanistan doesn't become a breeding ground for terror. It's after the Taliban entered the Afghan capital Kabul after President Ashraf Ghani fled the country. The militants are claiming victory and have been filmed inside the presidential palace. The Times chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, says no one in the United States or the UK is sure what the future holds for Afghanistan.
They certainly weren't thinking it was going to happen this quickly. I mean, just a few days ago, there were sort of dark warnings out of America that the Taliban might be able to take over Afghanistan within 90 days. Clearly, things have moved very, very rapidly from there. And so I think most people, would confess to not really being sure how things are going to play out diplomatically from here.
Many Afghan people are fleeing the country for fear of Taliban violence and suppression of human rights. Pakistan, Turkey, Uzbekistan and India have all seen refugees attempting to seek asylum. As well as Afghan citizens, political figures and lawmakers have also fled the nation as the Taliban takes control. This woman, who fled and arrived in New Delhi, says she fears for those left behind.
I can't believe the world abandoned Afghanistan. Our friends are going to get killed. They're going to kill us. Our women are not going to have any more rights. And that's all. I can talk another day.
The government's announced a review of firearm application processes in the wake of the Plymouth shootings. All police forces in England and Wales are being asked to assess whether they need to revisit any existing licences. Times Radio's head of news, David Spencer, has more.
The shooting dead of 5 people by Jake Davison has raised serious questions about his firearms licence. Devon and Cornwall Police returned his permit last month after it was removed following an allegation of assault in September last year. An investigation is underway by the Independent Office for Police Conduct. The government says it's preparing statutory guidance to help ensure higher standards of decision-making for licensing applications. The Home Office says this will cover social media checks of those applying for permission to own a firearm or shotgun.
The number of people known to have died after an earthquake in Haiti has increased to 1,297. Officials say more than 5,700 people are injured. Forecasters are warning that the situation could get worse, with Tropical Storm Grace expected to hit Haiti tonight. People in England who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. It's the same for anyone aged under 18, regardless of whether they've been vaccinated or not. They'll be advised to take a PCR test. Epidemiologist Professor Mike Tilsley says people who've received both vaccine doses should still be cautious.
We do need to remember, even if you're double vaccinated, you're not 100% safe from infection and the ability to pass it on. And that's the really key thing, that we need to think not just about ourselves, but of course the risk of infecting others. And the vaccines are very, very good at giving us high levels of protection. But the only way we truly get protection is to have very high levels of vaccination across the population.
And the government's planning to review electricity tariffs that claim to be green. There are concerns some energy firms could be exaggerating their environmental benefits. Energy Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan says 9 million households are on tariffs branded 100% renewable or green, but industry leaders are warning the claims may be misleading and are calling for changes to labelling rules. A few showers in the east at first, then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later on. Our top sports stories this hour. Premier League champions Manchester City have lost their opening fixture of the new campaign 1-0 to a Tottenham Hotspur side without want-away captain Harry Kane. And the second test between England and India is finally poised heading into the final day at Lord's. India will resume on 181 for 6. A lead of 154. We'll have a full sports roundup in half an hour.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Early breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Invest your way. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
Good morning, 5 minutes past 5. Alex is back at 5:30 with the latest headlines. Well, early breakfast club people, the members, you know what it's like to get up this early, so I'm looking at you for you to give me your top tips this morning. What's part of your routine? What are your tips for me this morning? Lots of coffee? Do I go and have a nap after I finish the show? How do you manage with the early mornings? Get in touch. Text 87222. You can tweet us on @TimesRadio, or you can email studio@times.radio. And remember, as always, you can get in touch with any of the stories we're covering this morning. And Afghanistan is dominating all the front pages of the UK newspapers this morning. Triumphant Taliban take Kabul as president flees is the top story in the Times. Well, let's analyse that story in more detail this morning. Afghanistan is braced for a full-scale return to Taliban rule as the government in Kabul has collapsed. The Western-backed president fled and fighters entered his palace, claiming victory for their Islamic emirate. Senior Taliban leaders have told the Times they would accept nothing less than absolute power, dismissing calls to accept a transitional government to oversee a peaceful transfer of control. Well, Boris Johnson has conceded the Taliban would be Afghanistan's next rulers. Speaking after an emergency Cobra meeting yesterday to discuss the crisis, the Prime Minister called for a united position from the West.
I think it's very important that the West collectively should work together to get over to that new government, be it by the Taliban or anybody else, that nobody wants Afghanistan once again to be a breeding ground for terror.
Parliament is being recalled on Wednesday to discuss the crisis. But what does Boris Johnson mean by a united position? Here's Henry Sefman, the Times chief political correspondent.
That was a little bit unclear because at one point he was talking about the United Nations and then a slightly smaller group, NATO. But at another point in his interview this evening, he talked about a united position among the like-minded. So I think what he's really trying to do there is keep NATO pretty much of one mind on this. What the government really doesn't want to happen is for one or two countries to start peeling off and recognising the Taliban as the new legitimate government of Afghanistan before the group is all willing to do that together. Now, clearly, eventually, there is going to have to be a recognition that the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan. That's very unlikely to change anytime soon. But I think Boris Johnson is just trying to sort of slam the diplomatic brakes on a little bit. And given how dizzyingly quickly things have changed in Afghanistan, just make sure that none of the UK's allies, let alone less friendly countries, do anything they would see as a bit hasty.
And Henry Sefman has also been speaking about how the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab had been noticeably absent on the crisis, but is now returning from holiday.
Tom Tugendhat, who's a Conservative MP, foreign affairs specialist, said this morning, we haven't heard from the Foreign Secretary in about a week, despite this being the single biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez, so I don't know what the Foreign Office is thinking. Early in the afternoon, Dominic Raab put out a tweet saying that he'd spoken to the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, another country that's very crucial in all of this. And pretty soon afterwards, the Foreign Office announced that Dominic Raab was in fact on holiday abroad, but was on his way back.
As you can imagine, plenty of reactions to that story. Former US President Donald Trump has called for Joe Biden to resign. A full statement from Donald Trump reads, It's time for Joe Biden to resign in disgrace for what he's allowed to happen to Afghanistan, along with a tremendous surge in COVID, the border catastrophe, the destruction of energy independence, and our crippled economy. It shouldn't be a big deal because he wasn't elected legitimately in the first place. That's from Donald Trump, a statement last night. Well, also last night on Times Radio, Henry Bonsu, sitting in for Kate Borsay, asked Alistair Dorber, Washington correspondent for The Times, if the situation in Afghanistan was a disaster for the White House.
Time will tell, and if that sounds like I'm trying to evade the question, I am slightly, because in a foreign policy, from a foreign policy perspective, it's of course a disaster. It's a 20-year war, and the group that were in power and were kicked out when the Americans and the Brits went in 20 years ago is precisely the same group that's swept back into the presidential palace in Kabul today. Several thousand US soldiers have been killed. It's cost, the whole campaign has cost almost $1 trillion. And so you look and think, well, how does Joe Biden spin this? How does the White House say that this is a success? Well, it's a success, they can say, if it brings to an end the longest war that America's ever been fighting in. Yes, American soldiers have been killed, but there won't be any more American soldiers killed in Afghanistan. It's Biden saying, you know, my three predecessors, Trump, Obama, and the second, George Bush, couldn't end the war in Afghanistan, but I've done it. It shows he has a ruthless streak. It shows that he's putting America first. And I think if you look at some of the opinion polls that we've seen in recent months since he announced that the US troops are coming home, there's a huge amount of support for that decision.
Yeah, I saw that figure, 73%, wasn't it?
That's right. Now, that's before, of course, we've seen what's happened over the last 24 hours or so with the Taliban taking control in Kabul again. But the end of the war, not having American troops in the line of fire overseas, is popular.
And Aisha Khurram, former Afghanistan youth representative to the United Nations, has been giving her reaction.
I feel I'm like my generation is betrayed. During this time, since the peace process started in 2019, as a youth representative, I reached out to international community, to our leaders, to everybody. I tried to mobilize young people, tried to advocate for the preservation of our rights, our achievements. I tried to do everything. I worked from the sunrise till the sunset to ensure that my generation's future will be protected and safeguarded. But now I feel naive. I feel wasted, and I think this is the cruelest form of betrayal that United States could do to my generation and also my government.
12 minutes past 5 on Times Radio this Monday morning. Let's stay with that story. And we can speak to political and military analyst Tim Foxley. He's a former analyst on Afghanistan for the Ministry of Defence and Foreign Office and has been to the country on operational deployments. He's now based in Sweden, from where he joins us now this morning. Mr. Foxley, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us. In a nutshell, first of all, plenty of information coming in from Afghanistan yesterday, overnight. Where are we with Afghanistan this morning? What's the situation on the ground?
Well, I mean, I should emphasise that I'm not on the ground as such. I'm working off the same kind of Twitter and news feeds. But it seems to be, from a Taliban point of view, more or less a done deal. You know, they've moved in, they've taken power. The president, the former president, I guess we should start describing him as Ashraf Ghani, reportedly left the country yesterday. Dr. Abdullah, the CEO, essentially the vice president, remains, and he seems to be in a state of shock at Ghani's leaving as well. The airport is both reportedly controlled by the American military to evacuate their people and other people that they've decided need to go. But it also seems that the airport is in a state of chaos, with people rushing in, trying to get out, trying to get lifts, which probably won't arrive.
Plenty to get through. Can I just ask you about the Taliban? Because they say they want a peaceful transition of power. You've written various books. You've studied Afghanistan for about 20 years. Can they be trusted? And I ask you this because I imagine from a Taliban perspective, is convincing people of that it can be peaceful the biggest challenge?
It's the most crucial thing. I mean, the Taliban will be pulling out pulling out the stops to project, this image of we were the government in waiting. They will be trying to bring calm to the capital, in the immediate short term. They've made it clear that they're not brooking any concept of transitional administration. I think that's right. It's far too late for that. They've made it absolutely clear they want to take power. But now, in this kind of arena of stunned silence, everyone's going to look at what the Taliban do. Who they appoint in power, and crucially, I think whether they can control their own sort of fighters and the local groups of Taliban that have surged into the regional provinces. Everyone is just watching at their next steps, and for me, the spread of options are very bad. We slip, into this sort of rolling civil war, or extremely poor. The Taliban's approach to human rights is well documented.
And there are also concerns that that Al-Qaeda might rebuild. I just wanted to listen to an interview, just a short clip of an interview we had on Times Radio yesterday with Defence Select Committee Chair Tobias Ellwood. This is what he said to Times Radio yesterday.
The humanitarian disaster that's about to unfold will be catastrophic. The migration challenges will be huge. And of course, don't forget that we will see further terrorist attacks. I would not be surprised if we see another attack on the scale of 9/11, almost to bookend what happened 20 years ago.
Tim, do you agree with him?
I mean, I have a lot of sympathy with that. Yeah, I mean that is a significant risk. What Islamic State and Al Qaeda do in Afghanistan? I mean, they have a presence there. The Taliban are fighting Islamic State. They haven't renounced Al Qaeda. It's a very volatile mix, and I can see this sort of thing happening. But again, it depends what the Taliban do and how they bed themselves in, and what their approach is to these sort of groups, Al Qaeda and Islamic State. It's definitely a risk.
And lots of comments that we're going to be dealing with the consequences of all this for years and years. What sort of consequences can we be talking about?
Well, I mean, I think the immediate challenge is the security situation in Kabul and around the country. I mean, there are reports of looting. It's really whether the Taliban can control their own fighters. But in the longer term, I mean, if we have something that resembles a ceasefire, for the moment the fighting stops, what do we do with all these armed groups? How do we disarm? Presumably there isn't a need for Taliban fighters. What do you do with all these young, fired-up gunmen? What's going to happen to them? In the longer term, the Taliban's relationship with the international community is going to be absolutely vital. If some of the major powers recognise them, maybe they can start sort of moving things forward. But it will almost entirely depend on what they do in terms of human rights.
Yeah, but is it fair to say that international powers really are going to be limited? For example, we have Boris Johnson recalling Parliament for Wednesday, but can there realistically be diplomatic solutions?
Well, it depends what you mean by a diplomatic solution. But I mean, countries like Russia and China would be watching this carefully. The Taliban's legitimacy, they've taken the country by force, is something that the Taliban will, I suspect they'll be quickly trying to address. They will be trying to establish some kind of loya jirga, some kind of gathering of elders to demonstrate that this is, inverted commas, the will of the people. And that might be the fig leaf that Russia, China, maybe even some European countries will be able to take forward and say, well, this is a fait accompli. We have to have some kind of diplomatic representation, if only to represent the interests, the humanitarian interests of the population.
A lot of talk that work over the past 20 years has been wasted. In your professional opinion, where are we going to be when it comes to the 20th anniversary of 9/11?
Well, I mean, in many ways, we're back where we were 20 years ago. I mean, I don't think we're going to see any massive developments on the ground between now and September. I think everyone's watching what's going to happen. It's kind of a stunned silence. I'm sure the Taliban will enjoy poking the West. I don't think we're going to see a sort of surge of terrorist attacks or anything like that. But thoroughly miserable for the majority of the population. And I expect migration flows, asylum seeking to be a major problem around that sort of time.
Tim Foxley, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for talking to Times Radio this morning.
Thanks a lot.
That's political and military analyst Tim Foxley. Well, this is Early Breakfast with James Nish in for Callum MacDonald on Times Breakfast in association with Nutmeg. Invest your way. Visit nutmeg.com. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
The biggest stories and the biggest guests from politics, business and the arts.
Without a doubt, it's going to make things worse. It so undermines all that we've done with the Modern Slavery Act. It's horrifying.
Making sense of a changing world.
Everybody gets a sense that something really disturbing is already happening. And I'm hopeful evidence like this is actually going to galvanise action.
The perfect percolation of news, lifestyle, business and culture.
It's kind of like cramming for an exam. It's like, really, you should have been doing the work throughout the year, but you've left it to the night before. So
get it done.
Get on with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pull an all-nighter.
Pull an all-nighter. The world is pulling an all-nighter.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. This morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Early Breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg, bringing you closer to your life goals with simple, transparent investment portfolios. Visit nutmeg.com. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
A reminder, you can get in touch. Text 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio or email studio@times.radio. Gary has been in touch. Thanks for messaging in. Good morning, James, from a very hot Murcia in Spain, or Murcia, where I was proudly wearing my early breakfast club last evening to watch a local cup football match. That's Gary, Breakfast Club member 191. You too can get in touch, either to say hello, comment on the top stories, or also your tips. You're used to the early mornings. How do you cope with them? Well, somebody who's also very used to coping with early mornings is the broadcaster and comedian Steve N. Allen, who joins us now to go through the morning paper. Steve, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Coffee in hand?
Yes, that's part of the strategy. Definitely an enjoyable coffee, and then just the love of life that gets me through it.
Well, thank you very much for being up early with us this morning. Let's just take a quick look at the morning headlines on the front pages first of all. And the Times leads with triumphant Taliban take Kabul as president flees. The fall of Kabul is the top story in The Guardian. The Daily Mail goes for what the hell did they all die for? A picture on the front page of honouring the fallen, the funeral of Sergeant Michael Lockett, who was killed in Helmand. The Sun goes with escape from Kabul, thousands of Brits fleeing Afghan hell. Also in the Daily Telegraph, it goes with the West flees as Kabul falls to Taliban. Daily Express, Britons flee as Afghanistan falls. And in the Daily Mirror, Paris in to save 6,000 Brits. Steve, it's no surprise that Afghanistan is dominating all the front pages this morning.
Yes, I mean, I think everyone seems to have been surprised at how quickly this happened. Very few people seem surprised that it happened eventually. And the problem is, it tells us retrospectively what was managed to be achieved in Afghanistan. If this could be the speed with which there was regime change, then repeating the same steps, doing the same for longer, would simply just defer the loss that seems to be inevitable. So something else needs to be done, and this is when it's very easy to be the commentator to say something else needs to be done, and then I don't need to think of what that is. But simply having military action again, all it can do is put us back in the same situation. All it can do is delay what we're going through now again until it happens once more in the future.
Which, of course, brings up the question of Boris Johnson recalling Parliament on Wednesday. What can the UK realistically do now?
Yeah, I mean, so to try and do the same steps again, to try and do this purely with military force, this is the thing with Afghanistan. No one's ever managed to particularly win a war there. You know, the Russians tried decades ago, and maybe even America and Britain knew that this was going to be a long game with no end, because when it started, it wasn't about successfully winning a war. It was about showing force in retaliation. And from that point of view, America, as long as they knew that it was going to be so long that whichever president started it didn't have to see how it finished. I mean, this has really landed in Biden's lap, unfortunately, never in favour of it. And now following through on Donald Trump's plan to withdraw, but the blame seems to be arriving at his desk. This is almost a genius plan from Donald Trump by making sure that if he would have still been in power, he would have. It's easier to be a Republican than a Democrat when you're talking about power, because and force. Because Donald Trump could have then gone back in, as people would say militarily, and gained points from it. But Biden can't. His supporters aren't going to be the ones to back more military action.
And of course, Donald Trump now calling for his resignation. That came last night, as probably I would imagine you would expect.
Yes, I mean, that is part of the social media war, I imagine, the platforms of social media that Donald Trump still allowed on. But it's almost like the perfect setup, that because then if Donald Trump knew that either he would be in power, and then if he could then claim the success if the withdrawal worked, and if not, he could use force, use power, which would satisfy his base to correct the situation. But by leaving this with Biden, who didn't really have a choice other than to withdraw, and from what we're hearing, the experts saying this was always going to be a problem, even if we are surprised at how quickly this happened. This was just a case of delaying the inevitable, and that inevitable has landed in Biden's desk. I think I'm probably seeing too much conspiracy. But there's a whiff of it in there.
Let's move to some of the other stories, and also the front page of the Times this morning, the story that police are being asked to review their current firearm application process in the wake of last week's Plymouth shooting. But also now we want to get social media involved. Just tell us what this story is about.
So this is the fact that they didn't check the social media of the shooter in Plymouth. And I agree with those people who don't particularly like using his name, because I think we have a problem with glorifying, in quote marks, the people who, for some reason, think that their problems are solved by heinous acts. So I agree with that, not particularly using the name. We know what we're talking about, the Plymouth shooter. And by not checking the social media, I understand this is one of those that, with hindsight, it looks really easy. Right? Something clearly went wrong when you have someone owning a shotgun that had a YouTube channel that had hate on it. And retrospectively, you'd think, well, why was he given his gun back? And there was an accusation of, I think it was assault. The gun was taken back, but then returned. And I understand it's difficult to police these licenses, but we managed to do it with the DVLA and driving, because cars can be dangerous. Well, I'll tell you what else can be dangerous. It's guns. And maybe we do need a system that includes vetting social media. And yes, that will mean that anyone who has particularly vile views won't put them on a social media account that's got their name on it. But at least it makes it harder to be a person who owns a gun and openly spouts hate.
But it's almost, I find it quite difficult to understand. I don't want to simplify the issue, but I imagine that some police forces will Google a number of suspects, will Google people. The important thing is they also have to be on their radar, right? Because, I mean, look, the reality is if you and I get an email from somebody we don't know, we Google them. I mean, it's what we do nowadays.
Yes. Yeah. The search ability is easy. The manpower is the problem, I imagine. The police have so much to do that it almost feels like, given that guns are so dangerous, more money might be needed to employ. We have the DVLA. It's not as if the police have to be in charge of cars. So maybe we need more funding for the police or a separate body to look at this. I know we're not a gun nation, and it's over 1 million people with gun licenses. No, it's over 1 million guns, isn't it? It's around 500,000 gun licenses that are going to be looked at. Well, that's not impossible. You know what I mean? We could get around that. It's not about waiting for these people to get on the radar. They're applying for licenses, or they hold a license. They're on a database, and maybe we could start looking through that, which hopefully they will now.
Let's look at one of the other world stories in the papers this morning. The search for survivors in Haiti continues. Another really tragic story.
Yes, what a time. We're seeing a lot of this news that is depressing. Whenever there's a story where we see the force of nature, it's terrifying as a human to realise how little control we have at times. And this is one of those stories where you have to think about what we can do and where people live. I mean, there are always going to be situations when nature does one of its things, an earthquake and a volcano, when more needs to be done to build buildings that can cope with this. And I'm not sure that even we, supposedly great humans with our ability to send people into space, still haven't managed to work out how to keep people safe in areas of the world where the world turns against us.
Well, a variety of stories in the morning papers. I was going to say let's go for something lighter. Are you a Strictly Come Dancing fan, Steve?
I've not been watching recent series, although I used to. I really used to be into it.
Okay, but you know what it's about, because I was going to say lighter, but then I go to The Sun, page 7, Return of Strictly Curse. So it's all about who partners who, right?
It is. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know why people are surprised that the Strictly Curse is a thing. And for those who don't know what the Strictly Curse is, it tends to end relationships because spending months dancing, sweating, up close, grabbing, holding, being borderline intimate with someone who is a professional dancer and therefore absolutely stunning, it tends to end a relationship or two. Who would have thought that there is something in the human mind that is distracted by spending lots of time with someone who is stunningly attractive, getting up close? Who would have thought?
Fantastic analysis of the morning papers. Steve, now that I have you, I do have to ask you, you've gone back to gigging as a comedian. How does it feel to be back on stage?
I was thinking this on stage on Saturday night, how much I've missed it. It's one of the most enjoyable things to do for a living. I've done various things for a living, but the stand-up part of my career, it is pure joy. There is nothing like that moment of connection where you say something and then that audience laugh. And it's also, of course, the flip side is true. If you say something you think is going to be funny and they don't laugh, it's the most instant and brutal feedback that anyone can get in their job.
I was just going to say, just hope they do laugh, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of fingers crossed. Yeah.
And of course, I am a little bit late to the party, but congratulations. I hear the MASH report is coming back.
Yes, the new version of it's going to be called Late Night MASH, and we've moved to Dave. So it's been an interesting thing. I don't know if there's been a TV show that this has ever happened to. I mean, there are a thing that obviously Bake Off went from the BBC to Channel 4, but not with the same cloud over it, I suppose. There are many questions about why the BBC cancelled it, which we've never had answered. I know some New York papers were actually trying to do a freedom of information request on the BBC as to why the MASH report was cancelled, because there's a question of whether it was political or not. But the side of it I'm more impressed with is that another channel have got us.
Well, look forward to seeing you back on the box. Broadcaster and comedian Stephen Allen, thank you for joining us this morning on Times Radio.
Thank you.
It's 29 minutes to 6. Coming up the news, but first let me take a look at some of the things coming up today. Competition and Markets Authority will publish a full report with the recommendations to tighten up on ticket resale. And a minute's silence is due to take place to remember the victims of the Plymouth shooting incident later this morning at 11. The silence is one of a number of tributes being made in Plymouth as the city unites to mourn and reflect on the devastating events. Asma Mir and Stig Abel have breakfast on Times Radio from 6. Amongst their guests, former Foreign Office Minister Alistair Burt and Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor, also Shadow Defence Secretary John Healey on the programme. Luke Jones in for Match Chorley between 10 and 1. And also today, former Scottish Conservative leader Ruth Davidson takes over the afternoon show here on Times Radio. Ruth will be sitting in for Mariella Frostrup from 1 o'clock every day from Monday to Thursday. She'll have big-name guests plus informed political conversation through the afternoon. You can join Ruth Davidson here on Times Radio from 1 o'clock. Let's get the latest news now. Here's Alex Dibble.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. Citizens of Afghanistan and foreign nationals are attempting to flee the country in numbers after the Taliban took the capital Kabul and declared victory. Its fighters have been pictured inside the presidential palace that was abandoned by President Ashraf Ghani. A spokesman for the Taliban has told news network Al Jazeera that the war is over. Chair of the Commons Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat, says the ripple effects will be felt across the world.
We'll have to see what the implications are, not just, of course, for Afghanistan, but for the region and, in due course, for the wider world, because the Taliban is still fighting alongside Al-Qaeda, ISIS, East Turkmenistan Islamic Movement, and many other affiliated terrorist organisations.
The UN Security Council is meeting later. Police are to be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences. It's among guidance being issued by the government following last week's shooting in Plymouth. People who are fully vaccinated against coronavirus no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive. As of this morning, people in England and Northern Ireland will be asked to take tests instead. And Rail Minister Chris Heaton-Harris has predicted demand for trains will return to pre-pandemic levels, but he believes people will choose to travel at different times of day. The number of journeys being made is around 57% of what it was before the coronavirus crisis. Mostly dry with sunny spells, a few showers though for eastern and northwestern parts of the country, breezy too and feeling relatively cool.
Early breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Whatever your goals, Nutmeg can support you on your investment journey. Visit nutmeg.com. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
Early breakfast on Times Radio. I'm James Niche, sitting in for Callum MacDonald. It's 5:34. Alex, I did promise myself I was going to go to you bang on at 5:30, and there we went late to the headlines.
Day one,
and we're already late. But you see, because when I sit on that side and I'm waiting patiently, and it's always about 5:32, 5:33. So you cover for Callum as well. How do you keep everything in time? we don't.
I don't. It's difficult because every morning, sometimes you come in, you think, there's not much news around. And then it gets to 5:32 or 5:33 and you haven't gone to the news yet. And you think, how's that happened? There seems to always be enough to talk about. And you know, the guys who come on, the guys and the gals to review our news are fantastically interesting. So it just seems to sort of tick along. And
there's loads and more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know the answer to it.
Alex, thanks very much. You're getting in touch with your messages. Thank you very much. So kind. Text 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio or email studio@times.radio. Terry, Breakfast Club member number 11, has been in touch. Thanks, Terry, for your message. Welcome, James, and good luck filling Callum's shoes. Sorry I'm not much help with early morning advice as I listen in bed through earplugs, hoping to get some more sleep, which would not be a good look for you. Well, Terry, perhaps it is a good look for me. Thanks very much for listening, and thank you very much for getting in touch. Keeps those messages coming in. Right, so let's do the sport. Jake Robson from TalkSport. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jake, let's start with cricket. England and India's cricketers go into the final day of the second test. Tell me, are all results still possible?
I would say absolutely all results are still possible, mainly due to what happened yesterday on day 4. It was a sort of cagey affair, really, at Lord's. England's cricketers bowling quite tightly, England's batsmen not really wanting to let loose too much. So the state of play is this, that currently India lead by 154 runs ahead of day 5, which is today. They've got 4 wickets left in hand, so basically any total that they can set, England will have to try and chase. Now, of course, the longer that India bat, the more runs they'll get, and the less time England will have to actually get that total. So it's all quite finely balanced, really, if you see what I'm saying. The key to the whole match, I'd say at this point, is the Indian wicketkeeper batsman Rishabh Pant, because he likes to give the ball a whack. So if he gets out pretty quickly, then England will really fancy their chances. But if he scores runs really quickly, then, you know, perhaps he'll take the game away from England winning it, going more towards the draw and possibly less likely for India to win.
Well, Premier League football is back. Tottenham began their Premier League campaign with a 1-0 win over champions Manchester City. And Jake, without a big star.
Well, of course, yes, Harry Kane. He didn't play in the end for Tottenham. Of course, he's been very heavily linked with a move to Manchester City, the team that Tottenham beat yesterday, as you said, on the opening day of the season. And quite frankly, without Harry Kane playing for Tottenham, and just matching up the two sides against each other, I don't think anyone really gave Tottenham a hope or a prayer of winning that match yesterday. They did manage to 1-0, a shock result, really, even on day 1 of the Premier League season. Manchester City, of course, the champions from last season, and Tottenham seemingly in a little bit of disarray. The first game with their new manager, Portuguese Nuno Espirito Santo. No Kane, no problem, I guess you'd say.
And tennis legend Roger Federer is in the news again this morning. Another operation?
Yeah, sad times, really, for Roger Federer. I mean, you know, obviously the most decorated tennis player of all time. He is now 40, but he said that he's going to have another knee surgery. You may remember, of course, he missed the Tokyo Olympics. He had a knee injury. He's now having surgery on the problem. He lost in the quarterfinals to Wimbledon. So he's basically said that because of the amount of time he's going to have outs, he's not going to make it to the US Open, which starts later this month. I mean, he hasn't actually said that specifically, but he said, I'm going to be out for many months. Well, the inference is that he's going to miss the US Open. And, you know, he is 40. And, of course, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that old. In sport, it's, you know, he's no spring chicken. And you just wonder how much longer does he want to go on for, sort of battling his body. Do you see what I'm saying? It's sort of having had the career that he's had, it's a bit sad to see him sort of go out like this, really.
And you may have heard me just ruffling through some of the morning papers. I was looking for the sports page in the Times this morning. Just a quick story I want to get your thoughts on. An interview with Dan Powell, and he's quoted in the sports pages of the Times this morning saying that speaking to a psychiatrist saved my judo career and probably my life. Just tell us more about this, because there's been a whole sort of following on from the Olympics. You know, many athletes speaking about their state of mind, their mental health, lots of that coming to the fore on the sort of sporting agenda as well.
Well, yes, absolutely. And of course, this is all as the Paralympics are set to get underway. A Paralympic judo star for Team GB, he could end up being, as the games are set to get underway. Yeah, I mean, just to sort of bring you up to date on his situation. He is visually impaired. He suffers from something called congenital cone rod dystrophy, and that basically has enabled him to be able to compete in the Paralympics. And yeah, he said that basically the psychologist probably saved not only his career but probably his life as well. You know, he's found things very tough going. But he was able to turn his life around. His father, in fact, was a judo, I guess you say, athlete or judo person. I'm not really sure what judo star. And yeah, he managed to turn his life around basically in the last couple of years. I mean, he now says that he's all 100% for competing in Tokyo, but it's just incredible, really. But before that, the sort of difficult life that he's had and the sort of depths that he went to in terms of mental health. And it just shows you really what the power of sport, but of course, you know, how people can turn their lives around and what really can be out there, even if you are suffering at the worst of times.
Jake Robson from TalkSport, thank you very much for the update this morning. Thank you for joining us on Times Radio.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at the stories making the front of today's newspapers. And the fall of Kabul, that's a headline in Metro, which pictures helicopters taking staff from the US Embassy in Kabul away to safety as the Taliban arrives in the city. The Telegraph shows the evacuation from the ground with the headline, "The West flees as Kabul falls to Taliban." The fall of Kabul reads the front of The Guardian, while escape from Kabul is the Sun's headline. The Times focuses on President Ashraf Ghani's escape from the country with the headline, "Triumphant Taliban take Kabul as president flees." The Financial Times says Islamist fighters faced little resistance as they entered the capital. And the front of the Daily Express has the headline, "Britain's flee as Afghanistan falls." Paris in to save 6,000 Brits reads the front of the Mirror. The Mail reflects on the number of UK forces killed during the Afghan conflict and poses the question, what the hell did they all die for? While the Star looks elsewhere and leaves with an impending heat wave on its way to the UK from Spain. That's what the front pages of the UK morning stories are saying this morning. You're listening to Times Radio 5:42. It's early breakfast. Text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio and email studio@times.radio. Well, we've been taking a look at our top story this morning, which is Afghanistan. But let's take a look at some of the other headlines in more detail now. And police will be required to check the social media profiles of firearm license applicants under new rules following the Plymouth mass shooting. Officers will trawl the online posts of would-be gun owners to see if they could pose a threat after the use of a legal shotgun to murder 5 people, including a toddler, last week. Well, here's Fiona Hamilton, crime and security security editor for The Times.
I'm told that some police forces already do conduct social media checks for applicants, but it's done on an ad hoc basis at the moment. So some police forces will have a look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc., but others won't. So I wouldn't be surprised if the government perhaps includes social media in whatever announcement they're going to make later this evening. And there will be statutory guidance on statutory new guidance on the issuing of firearms licenses that was already due to be published next month, which was the response to this consultation from 2019. And I think that the issues that the Plymouth shooting has raised will certainly be addressed in that.
And from today, people in England who've had both coronavirus jabs won't have to self-isolate if they are pinged by the NHS app. The guidance also applies to under 18s. Instead, they're being encouraged to take a PCR test. Well, it's after a record number of pings, you may remember, caused uncertainty for businesses, with many facing staff shortages. Well, one of those hit was the hospitality industry. Nick Sherry is a pub manager in London.
We got hit quite badly. I think I got pinged as well, so my flatmate ended up getting coronavirus and then I had to isolate, and then one of my other flatmates also works here, so then I had to isolate, then he had to isolate, and then a few other staff got pinged as well, so there was quite a lot of us that went down. I think we were down about 5 staff that week, and that was during the Euros when the football was on, so it was pretty full on. I think that was the busiest 2 months we've ever had in history. It was just pretty hectic, and obviously we didn't have any staff, so we had to get friends of friends to come in and help, and then people who've never worked in hospitality before to come in and just like clean glasses and stuff like that.
That's Nick Sherry, a pub manager in London, speaking about the changes to self-isolation rules. A reminder is from today, people in England who've had both coronavirus jabs won't have to self-isolate if they are pinged by the NHS app. This is Early Breakfast on Times Radio with James Nation for Callum MacDonald in association with Nutmeg.com.
John Pienaar at Drive returns this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Join John Pienaar for the Drive Time show dedicated to the news that matters.
So many stories, so much to be won and lost.
And the views that need to be heard.
As an oncologist, a cancer specialist, I want to see things get back to normal in healthcare as well as in society.
Quality journalism, analysis and opinion that speaks for itself.
George Osborne, when he was Chancellor, got into a bit of grief because he'd never had a Greggs pasty. Do you remember that? Nobody can accuse us of just doing the big important stuff.
John Pienaar at Drive returns this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio Early Breakfast.
Right, Monday morning, 5:46. Time for us to take a look at the business stories of the day. And Kat Mann is savings and investment specialist at Nutmeg. Kat, good morning.
Good morning, James. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Day one, I think so far I haven't broken anything. I know that Andrew, the tech op, keeps looking at me, absolutely petrified, more than me. And he's just told me, do not touch anything, just read from the screen. So far, Kat, I think it's working. But anyway, you might have heard just in the last few minutes, I was talking about the self-isolation rules, which changed today. Kat, just tell me something. Does it mean an end to problems for places like theatres and bars and restaurants? They've had to deal with staff shortages because looking at the business pages, it seems that perhaps not in the short term because we're going to have to be paying more if we eat out.
Yeah, and there's a couple of pieces around the sort of employment data and where we are coming expected this week. And I think there's a few things to bear in mind. One of them is exactly that we have seen the jobs market be remarkably resilient during the pandemic, with unemployment only rising around 1%. But actually, some of the biggest restaurant chains in the UK have warned that they're still seeing, really considerable posts unfilled. You had a guest just now speaking around some of the shortages that hospitality in particular has had. And I think that we're going to continue to see that for a little while, whether that is people with hospitality experience or those who are sort of starting out. These are jobs that are difficult to fill. There's a little bit of speculation as to why that might be, and reasons obviously vary. Some of it is the sort of increased contact you come into with different customers. And it's also just a case of what that means for employment, and are we going to see it? Knock-on impact might be that staff shortages could result in higher prices for customers.
We're talking of employment. Let's talk unemployment. We're going to get a picture of the latest situation across the UK. Unemployment figures out this week?
Yes. So figures released tomorrow are likely to show that the recovery in the sort of jobs market continued in June, with the number of people in employment rising and the number of people registered as what the ONS refers to as economically inactive is falling. Although it is really important to say that some of those people who are in that economically inactive group may have just started looking for a job. So technically they will still be unemployed. So the result is there's sometimes a bit of a mismatch between the unemployment figure and the rise in employment and where that suggests. Some analysts are suggesting that unemployment will fall by around 20,000, with the jobless rate in the UK holding steady at around 4.8%. I think one of the other things that everyone will be keeping an eye on is the number of people who are still on furlough. So it's been gradually sort of tapering down, with the sort of requirement among businesses and what businesses contribute increasing, with eventually furlough due to come to an end at the end of September. So where those figures are is also going to have a little bit of an impact.
And just remind us, are companies happy with that furlough scheme coming to an end at the end of September? Are they now sort of back on their feet, or are they still calling for more help from the government?
So there's definitely sectors where there is still a lot of help that is required. I think one of the ones that is particularly noticeable is probably travel and the sort of tourism sector, where there's still a nervousness, despite the kind of constant easing of the restrictions. There's just a nervousness around people who want to travel. The changing of the amber, green, red lists mean that a lot of people aren't travelling. So those industries are going to be particularly or could be particularly hard hit, where there's no revenue coming in, and the tapering of the support and the end of the furlough support means it could be challenging to keep staff on.
I will have to say, I was flying last week, and airport departures and arrivals just seemed to be very, very quiet, perhaps quieter than we would expect, because I thought that travel was sort of reopening with more countries on the green list. Is it sort of the testing that's keeping people back?
And it's really interesting, because you would think that all quiet departures and arrivals is a dream if you're going on a holiday and not having to do the queuing. But actually, as you say, what it does to show is
some of the cafes were closed.
You can't get that pre-flight breakfast in. I think there's a couple of things at play here. Some of it is the price of testing, but also it's a nervousness around, if you're going to a country that's on a green list, is it still going to be on a green list whilst you're there? Is it going to be on a green list when you come home? For some people, I'm very fortunate. I'm able to completely work remotely. So if there was a change and I had to be isolating at home, then that would be fine. But other people, not everyone works in those sort of sectors. Some people have to be able to go to a job. So potentially we might see more travel with the changes to those self-isolation rules coming in from today and onwards. But I do think there's elements around travelling that still make people a little bit nervous and uncomfortable. Aeroplanes don't obviously have open windows, so there's not a sort of fresh air and ventilation supply.
Kat, let's talk about one of the other stories in the business sections this morning, still coronavirus related, because now some companies are offering incentives to customers who get vaccinated. This is not something new, but it's just more companies coming forward.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we've seen. I remember a few months ago hearing about incentives in other parts of the world, in America in particular. We're now seeing a few more of these. So the incentives are including free taxi rides, clothes and holiday vouchers, are on offer as part of a government-led push to persuade more young people to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Companies including Asda, the taxi booking service Free Now, and lastminute.com have all joined the sort of latest round and will offer promotions and discounts to anyone who receives a jab in the coming weeks. I think it's really important to kind of note, some people might be thinking, I've already had mine and I've missed out on the offers being around. But I think it's to tie in with the fact that NHS data in England shows that the take-up between 18 to 29-year-olds is around 70%, which sounds great. But actually, when you compare that to all adults, where the take-up is 90% of the COVID vaccine, there is still a sort of gap that they're trying to make up. Some analysts have said that the gap is in terms of the sort of complacency almost over the danger of COVID. We've heard a lot in the last 18 months about the fact that it's relatively softer, if you like, in terms of the sort of impact on younger people compared to those who are older. But also there's a sort of worry around the safety for the vaccine for younger people. So I do think there's a little bit of a balancing act there.
And can I ask you, because interestingly, we're talking about it's part of a drive to push up the uptake in numbers, but is it also about, from a business perspective, I imagine, about giving people the confidence to get back out there, a little bit like the Eat Out to Eat Out scheme, which we can discuss merits of at a different time. But just imagine whether all these sort of companies coming forward, it's just about getting more people, I don't know, back onto the high street, back eating out, is about confidence in getting back out there. Is there something in that?
I think you're absolutely right. I also thought it was particularly interesting to see that lastminute.com, obviously, like a holiday company, we've talked already about the travel and tourism. I also think as well it's important to remember that, we talked earlier about those industries, hospitality in particular, who are struggling to recruit staff. There is an element of wanting the people who are using your stores, using your restaurants, to be vaccinated, because it helps to protect your staff. So there are a lot of different things here that all link together. If your customers who are coming in have had a vaccine, then it potentially is easier to allay fears among staff of the sort of risks of being in a higher contact environment. Equally, if you're in a sector which has struggled with a bit of a recovery, then incentivising people to get back out and reboost that kind of confidence is very important.
And Kat, very briefly, talking about recovery post-COVID, the World Economic Forum meet this week.
Yes, so we're looking at the sort of World Economic Forum was due to meet this week in Singapore. It was going to be one of their first face-to-face meetings. This has now sort of moved again amid the sort of rising number of cases in Singapore. But the discussion is still very much ongoing around what the sort of basis of a more inclusive and sustainable world is going to be post-COVID. I definitely think for a lot of people there's been a bit of a reset on how do we look at what's important and what the future looks like.
Kat Mann, Savings and Investment Specialist at Nutmeg. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Early Breakfast Business Bulletin on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Invest your way. Visit nutmeg.com. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
Now, finally, before we give way to the fantastic Asma and Stig, a statue used in a groundbreaking Beatles performance in 1967 is being sold at auction. It's of Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love, and featured in our world performance. It was the first live global satellite broadcast where the Beatles were chosen to represent the UK, as John Lennon wrote the song for it just days before to reflect the event's Summer of Love and Flower Power theme. It was this.
All you need is love.
Well, the statue is expected to sell for around £15,000 to £20,000, and I knew playing a little bit of music would get Asma and Stig a little bit dancing in the studio this morning.
We can't help ourselves, can we? What's wrong with us?
No. Do you know what? I'm so glad you did it, because we need some cheering up.
It's grim.
It's been an unremitting news weekend, hasn't it? How have you found it, James?
Well, the early start is quite interesting, because I normally get up about 3:30, and this morning I was absolutely petrified. So I went to bed. I went to bed early. I got up at 2:30, and you know what? I went to bed last night thinking, "Oh my God, I'm not going to sleep a wink. I'm so nervous. I'm going to oversleep. The alarm's not going to go."
Yeah.
You know what? I have a confession. I didn't even press the snooze button once this morning.
No, it's dangerous.
I think it was more excitement. I just jumped out of bed. But let me tell you, I slept.
That won't last forever. whatever.
I slept like a log. Well, if they have me back tomorrow, that might not work the same way. What's coming up on the show, guys?
Well, it's going to be Afghanistan, isn't it? I mean, it's a hell of a story, and we've been all looking at images all morning. We're spoken to 2 or 3 people already, haven't we? Including Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, who is Donald Trump's national security advisor, served in Afghanistan and is now surveying the wreckage of it. And we're going to be asking how it came to this and why it came to this and how bleak it all is. But it's a horrible news story. I feel this one really strong. I don't know you guys, but it just feels like it's sort of kick in the gut, this story.
I think also I don't know, maybe because if you're working in news in 2001 and you've kind of, I know that the Afghanistan story is centuries old, and there've been so many, invasions and coups and all the rest of it. But I don't know, it just feels like you kind of our generation have bookended both ends of this. So you feel like you have more of a stake in it than perhaps you do other foreign news stories, because you were kind of there at the beginning, there throughout, and now you see what's happening and you have this context of what happened in 2001, and that's why you just feel more involved in it.
Yeah, and that's interesting because from a context perspective, I was talking to one of my nieces this week. She's 15. So, of course, she wasn't born in 9/11. For her, it's something in a history book. So are younger audiences in tune with everything that's happening in Afghanistan? Do they understand the history as we go back sort of 20 years?
I'm sure they probably... Well, maybe they do.
I don't know.
But we certainly do. That's exactly right. And this notion that we should have seen this coming, and all of the talk that went on for years and years and years, and it's led to this. And even Boris Johnson was saying in July, there's no path for the Taliban to take Afghanistan, and the Taliban have taken Afghanistan. So what was the last 20 years worth?
And now we just have to wait and see actually what is going to happen, because if you listen to that interview that the Taliban spokesperson did with the BBC, he was very keen to put on his PR best face, and we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, but it's what's actually happening on the streets.
Yeah, full analysis on that story coming up with Asma Mir and Stig Abel, the professionals on Times Radio Breakfast from 6. James Niche back tomorrow morning. Have a good Monday.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock. This is Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
The headlines this morning: the Taliban have declared victory in Afghanistan as people try to flee the capital Kabul, and police will be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences.
Ahead, we'll be live in Kabul as people wake up to a new world under Taliban rule. And is that green energy tariff you're on as green as it seems?
It's Monday the 16th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First with the news, Alex Dibble.
Asma, thank you. Good morning. People are fleeing Afghanistan in fear of the Taliban after its militants took the capital, Kabul, and declared victory in their war against the government. The Taliban have been filmed inside the presidential palace, which was abandoned by President Ashraf Ghani. As people run to the borders, Boris Johnson has said the UK is trying to help British nationals escape.
The ambassador is working round the clock, has been there at the airport to help process the applications. 2,000 Afghans have already left and come to this country under our resettlement scheme. We're going to get as many as we can out in the next few days.
Donald Trump has called for President Biden to resign, claiming he's allowed the situation in Afghanistan to unfold by withdrawing troops. In an interview with Times Radio, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, says he's right.
The psychological blows that we delivered by saying we're not going to support you, we're leaving, you're on your own, and by the way, release all these heinous Taliban terrorists who went right back to the battlefield and right back to terrorist activities. I think that made it very difficult for the Afghans to sustain the will themselves, and that should come as no surprise.
The UN Security Council is meeting later to discuss its response to the crisis. Police are to be required to check the social media profiles of people who apply for firearms licences following the mass shooting in Plymouth on Thursday. Jake Davison killed 5 people in Kiam, including his mother and a 3-year-old girl, after having his licence returned. The Times crime and security editor Fiona Hamilton says the government is updating guidance amid concerns it's not rigorous enough.
I'm told that some police forces already do conduct social media checks for applicants, but it's done on an ad hoc basis at the moment. So some police forces will have a look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc., but others won't.
The number of people known to have died after an earthquake in Haiti has increased to 1,297. Officials say more than 5,700 are injured. Forecasters are warning that the situation could get worse, with Tropical Storm Grace expected to hit Haiti tonight. People in England who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. It's the same for anyone aged under 18, regardless of whether they've been vaccinated or not. They'll be advised to take a PCR test. Epidemiologist Professor Mike Tilsley says people who've received both vaccine doses should still be cautious.
We do need to remember, even if you're double vaccinated, you're not 100% safe from infection and the ability to pass it on. And that's the really key thing, that we need to think not just about ourselves, but of course the risk of infecting others. And the vaccines are very, very good at giving us high levels of protection. But the only way we truly get protection is to have very high levels of vaccination across the population.
Japan is preparing to extend a state of emergency in Tokyo until the middle of September because of high numbers of coronavirus cases. Several other regions will be under soft lockdown measures. The current state of emergency is due to expire on the 31st of August. Tokyo is hosting the Paralympics, which get underway a week tomorrow. And the government is planning to review electricity tariffs that claim to be green. There are concerns some energy firms could be exaggerating their environmental benefits. Energy Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan says 9 million households are on tariffs branded 100% renewable or green, but industry leaders are warning that the claims may be misleading and are calling for changes to labelling rules. A few showers in the east at first and then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Premier League champions Manchester City have lost their opening fixture of the new campaign 1-0 to a Tottenham Hotspur side without want-away captain Harry Kane. And the second test between England and India is finally poised heading into the final day at Lord's. India will resume on 181 for 6, leading by 154 runs. We'll have a full sports roundup at 5:30.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on the app. Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
Good morning. Unless you're in Afghanistan, where many civilians are trying to leave the country after the Taliban gained power. The former president has left the country and here Parliament is to be recalled on Wednesday. Was this inevitable? Should the decision have been made in the first place, and what happens now? Sadly, we can't ask the government those questions this morning as no one is available, but we will hear from, among others, Donald Trump's former national security advisor and our own correspondent in Kabul.
Here, ironically, it's another Freedom Day, the end of the so-called pingdemic. If you've been double vaccinated or you're under 18 and come into close contact with a COVID case, you won't have to isolate, but can take a PCR test instead. We'll examine what this will mean for hospitality and retail.
We'll also look at the cost of green boilers and why some of us who think we're pretty good at recycling aren't. And is that you?
I don't even think I'm very good at recycling. I think I have quite good, poor recycling self-knowledge.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
That's good to hear. And in the first in a series, we give a theoretical £1 billion to someone to fix something. Today, how would they sort the huge NHS backlog?
And you can get in touch with us today, as we were saying just before the programme there, that, you know, for a lot of people who've been following the news since 2001, what's going on in Afghanistan has this sort of 20-year narrative arc. And I wonder what you make of it this morning. Do you feel that this is a place we never should have been in, therefore it's right to get out as quickly as possible? Or is the manner in which the West has left going to create a problem for the future? Your feelings this morning, 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio or email our producer Emily on studio@times.radio. It is 6 minutes past 6, just after 9:30 actually in Afghanistan, where people have woken up to life under Taliban rule. The group claimed victory in the early hours of this morning, with a spokesperson saying the war is over. There have been chaotic scenes at the airport as foreign nationals and residents attempted to escape. Footage on social media showed people scrambling to get on planes. Former Afghan President Ashraf Ghani has said he's left the country in order to avoid bloodshed. Charlie Faulkner is a journalist in Kabul who's written for The Times today. Good morning to you, Charlie.
Good morning.
How does it feel? What's it like there this morning?
It's very strange, actually, because no one really knows what's going on, and that's, creating fear in and of itself. When I think certainly the Taliban entering Kabul has come much quicker than what anybody anticipated. But I think there was also an expectation that if the fighters came into the city, that we would see conflict. And obviously that hasn't happened. And so it's almost just as bad, because people are now sort of sitting in their houses just waiting to see what this means and what's going to happen. And yes, people are on the streets. The streets are a lot quieter than normal. I have seen women walking around without having to wear, or at least they're not wearing burqas at the moment. But I've spoke to other friends. I mean, one lady, she doesn't have any, there are no men in her household. And she's too scared to even go out for bread, because under Taliban rule in some of the provinces, and certainly when they were in power previously, you'd need to have a male companion as a woman if you want to leave the house. So she's too terrified, because she hasn't got a male companion, to even go out and buy bread at the moment. So yeah, people are just really uncertain and pretty scared still.
There's some reports at the airport there'd been firefights at the airport, and the airport has been the focus of this, obviously, because of people trying to get out of the country. Do you know what's going on there? Any latest news from there?
It's absolute chaos. The staff all fled the airport, so there's no sort of security infrastructure in place. And I've got friends who've been there since last night. I mean, apparently it was pretty scary. The thousands of Afghans sort of pouring into the airport, trying to get onto a flight, people getting injured on the tarmac. There's another friend said that belongings have been, there's been robberies and things happening. The sort of food shops there have been looted, and there's just sort of there are not really much law and order, essentially, and no one knows what's going on. And also, the commercial flights have been grounded at the moment. So it's also a really stressful time for anybody who's there, because the airport obviously is a vulnerable target as well, should there be any sort of kind of violence. The other thing is, I was told that the US military was firing shots to try and as a way of sort of crowd control, because of the chaos that was unfolding with people trying to get into the airport.
And you talk about this uncertainty. I mean, it slightly feels that Kabul has fallen without a shot really being fired. Like you said, there was expectation there'd be conflict, and there hasn't been. Do you have any sense of when a government comes in place, when what the Taliban is going to do becomes apparent? When life under the Taliban will actually formally begin, if you like?
No, we haven't got any idea at the moment. And I mean, as foreign journalists, so there's a few of us here, we are also sort of taking steps to understand the new administration and what's required of us in order for us to be able to operate here. Colleagues have already been sort of travelling around the city this morning and having a sort of conversations with what appear to be Taliban guards, which have now been set up outside the UNAMA compound and among other places. I mean, we're all sort of, it's unclear to everybody at the moment exactly what life in Kabul is going to look like for the long term.
And how do you feel as a woman, as a foreign journalist? How concerned are you for your own safety?
I mean, as a foreigner, I'm certainly in an extremely privileged position compared to any Afghan. We have received assurances from the Taliban that foreign journalists won't be targeted, which obviously is reassuring, but nothing's ever guaranteed. And I mean, yeah, we're trying to figure out now how we can operate and what requirements are needed of us. But yes, certainly, as a foreign journalist, I'm in a far different position than that of an Afghan.
And just finally, as you say, it's difficult. Is the mood just one of uncertainty then? That's if you had to characterise how it feels today, there's no real definition around what's going on.
I'd say it's very tense. I mean, you've still got people hiding out, absolutely terrified, trying to find ways to get to the airport. No one really understands what's going on. I mean, it's just. It's weird. Taxi companies are still operating. I mean, I just spoke to a taxi driver now, and he said, everything is fine in the city. I mean, there was looting and things happening last night, and the Taliban said that they had actually brought in some of their fighters to implement law and order and prevent that from happening. A friend of mine had 2 of his houses ransacked. But there hasn't been a great deal of that because it's seems as though the Taliban is sort of preventing that, but it's this whole thing of not knowing, and that is a huge fear, like in itself. And so at the moment, it's just uncertainty, and people still sort of really desperately trying to get out of the country, and it's just chaotic. I mean, even the international evacuation efforts are just have been executed horrendously, far too late, and now it's also impacting the commercial flights. I mean, the US, the commercial flights have been grounded since last night because the US took priority over the runway to get the evacuation flights out. So I mean, it's just this whole thing of just not knowing what's going on.
Well, listen, we better let you go. Charlie, thank you for talking to us. We might come back to you later on in the programme if we might to see if anything clarifies. But thank you for joining us this morning. Charlie Faulkner, a journalist in Kabul, written for The Times today. And it must be an extraordinary experience being there where taxi companies are working. There's a certain amount of normality, and yet you have an airport which is under siege as people try and get out the country, and no one really knows what's happening, sort of the tense uncertainty she was talking about.
It is. It's just waiting, really, for someone to spell out what is going to happen, and how soon is that going to become clear? Is it going to be days, or is it going to be weeks? Right. It is now 6:15. Let's have a look at what's happening in the papers and online. And the front pages are dominated by the Taliban's victory in Afghanistan. Senior leaders of the Islamist group have told The Times they would accept nothing less than absolute power, dismissing calls to accept a transitional government to oversee a peaceful transfer of control. We did not fight to share power with anyone, one said. The Mail asks, what the hell did they all die for, with a picture of soldiers carrying the coffin of Sergeant Michael Lockett, who was killed in Helmand province.
That argument also that they were negotiating with the Taliban anyway, weren't they? But now they're negotiating with the Taliban from a position of the Taliban being in total strength. So why would the Taliban want to share power? Because they've already won. It seems extraordinary position to have got into. There are, however, other stories this morning. Gun owners face having their licences reviewed in the wake of the Plymouth mass shooting, reports The Telegraph. Police will check with GPs whether a prospective owner has mental health issues, and their social media will also be reviewed. The changes come after it emerged that police failed to trawl through Jake Davidson's online activity before giving him back the gun he used to murder 5 people in Plymouth on Thursday.
From today, fully vaccinated people in England and Northern Ireland will no longer have to isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. It's hoped this will help resolve the so-called pingdemic, which at its peak in July forced 700,000 people in a week to stay at home. That feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It really does. The ping, and has that crisis just sort of dwindled, or we just stopped talking about it? Maybe just fewer people accepted they were being pinged. They were denied an ordinary Olympics, but Team GB athletes have been given an official homecoming and a chance to show off their medals with a star-studded concert at Wembley last night.
Cause we got something natural. It's a part of us, darling. When they put you down like that, yeah, you
I probably wanted to kill this a bit earlier, actually.
I think it's the "We Are Beautiful" line that was killing you.
Yeah, the maudlin ramblings there of Anne-Marie.
Oh, I do quite like Anne-Marie, but anyway.
It's going to stun you, so I've not heard of Anne-Marie. At least it's an easy name to pronounce. That's the... Whenever we do a pop item, if I've got the name
NMEK.
right... Yeah, NMEK, I'm never going to forget.
We'll never, ever forget.
NMEK.
Both of us. No, both of us. We did not cover ourselves in glory that day.
Anne-Marie is among the many artists, including Youngblood and Rag and Bone Man, to perform at the event.
So there you go. Right. Shall we have a look in the Times? The front page, of course, triumphant Taliban take Kabul as president flees. There's a picture of Taliban fighters patrolling the streets in Laghman province in eastern Afghanistan. Afghanistan braced for full-scale return to Taliban rule last night. The government at Kabul collapsed. This is kind of old news now, isn't it? The Western-backed president fled. Fighters entered the palace claiming victory for their Islamic emirate. Boris Johnson conceding the Taliban would be Afghanistan's next rulers, saying they must be persuaded not to allow the country to become once again a breeding ground for terrorists. He also called on allies not to recognise the Taliban. I'm not sure. Can you have one without the other? Anyway, he has. There's going to be Parliament's being recalled on Wednesday to discuss the crisis, and there's a bit of a stink about Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary's racing back from holiday abroad last night, having defied advice not to go.
But I mean, it's no more than just showing that we don't have any power anyway. Like, what Dominic Raab do in the country? What's Parliament going to achieve on Wednesday apart from grants? I mean, people are going to be raising concerns, which is fair enough and everything. But is that going to alter a single thing on the ground in Afghanistan? Parliament returning on Wednesday. Wednesday. It's like the crisis we're talking about is over on Wednesday, isn't it? Because the Taliban are in, and that's just. There's no. I mean, it's the question we all have to ask ourselves: what role did we have anywhere in the UK? Because did we agree with this policy, or if there was, since America said they're going out, we have to say, well, we can't stand here on our own anyways.
I mean, I don't know whether. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's about how they're going to deal with the Taliban government, and also perhaps the acceptance, the number of Afghan refugees that. I mean, I know that's not necessarily just his brief, but who knows what they're going to discuss? Go around the circles a bit.
Well, they will have to, and we have to accept that in the end. And there's a piece by I think Tom Tugendhat in the paper. Is this since Suez, 6 days after Suez, we remain impotent in the face of US policy. We have to just accept we were there because of the US. And we left because of the US, and therefore we have no real agency whatsoever. So Parliament can debate all it wants to. At 6:20 this morning, a digital subscription to the Times and Sunday Times gives you full access to all the articles on our website and app, plus other benefits such as email newsletters and exclusive offers. Right now, we're offering the first month of a digital subscription for free. To take advantage of this and sign up, just head to thetimes.co.uk and follow the links to subscribe. It is now indeed 6:20. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times. One agenda-setting story told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Stories of Our Times.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Morning. That green energy tariff that makes you feel good about using wind to power your home might not be as green as it seems, so the government has announced a review. Nick Butler is an energy commentator and former policy advisor to the government. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
If a company sells you an energy tariff that claims to be 100% renewable or green, what does that actually mean?
It's a very good question, and it's not yet been defined. I think your story this morning is exactly right. People have been just bending the rules a bit, and I think it's quite right that those rules are tightened up so that it should mean that the energy comes from green sources rather than just being traded as instruments on the market.
But why aren't there rules on this? I mean, there's a regulator. Doesn't it seem a bit odd?
I think the regulator in this industry, which is moving so fast, is just catching up with the reality. And people often play the rule. They find that there are rules and then they play them, and then the regulator has to come in and intervene again. But what's interesting about this story is that to me, it reads as if the government is now really concerned about the way energy bills are going. And if you look at their green policies, which are all targeted towards net zero by 2030, 2040, 2050 in different industries, that is going to cost quite a lot of money. And you've been running stories on this for the last few weeks. I think they're right. But that's going to come on, someone is going to have to pay. And I think now that people are going to look very carefully at their bills. And this is the first step in what I would see as an opening up and a transparency of the bills. And that's very good, because each step in getting to net zero is going to cost something. And we need to know it's justified and that it's real.
When you say someone has to pay, I mean, that is the kind of constant question, isn't it? Who do you think is going to end up paying?
Well, in the end, there are only two groups that can pay for all the steps that are going to have to be made. One is the consumer, the electricity bill payer, the householder, your listeners, or it's going to be the taxpayer, who are pretty much the same people. What I think is very disappointing for the government is that they haven't defined yet what they're going to do to meet these grand targets. They've got to come down to the detail, and then they've got to explain to people that this is not free. There are real costs. It's worth doing, but is this the right way to do it? I think in some cases it's not the right way, and that we would do better to spend the money elsewhere to achieve the same end.
Oh, where spend it elsewhere? Where?
Well, around the world, because I think you can cut emissions. This is a global problem, and I think you can use whatever money you're spending here, whatever money we're asking for from consumers, could be used much better to reduce more emissions in India, in Africa, where the real problem, the real growth in emissions is now taking place.
That makes perfect sense. But how would we do that? How would the government do that?
Well, what you need to do, for instance, is just to look at India, which is very dependent on coal, which produces most of the emissions. I think you need to help them to move away from coal. That needs an investment. Still a relatively poor country. You could do a lot with the sort of money that we're going to spend here, reducing the last few percent of emissions that we produce. We're only 1.5% of all the emissions in the world. We can spend a lot getting that down to a tenth of that, which is what seems to be the objective now. I think you could use that money better elsewhere.
Very interesting. Nick, thank you very much for talking to us this morning. That's Nick Butler, who is an energy commentator and former policy advisor to the government. Maybe you agree with him. Should we stop obsessing about our 1.5% and worry about the other, as she said quickly, 98.5% in the world? 87222 is the text number. Start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us at Times Radio.
I've not actually heard that argument. Unless I'm wrong, I've not heard that argument made before, that spend that, it's going to cost X billion, spend the billion elsewhere. It's a bit like the thing we're doing with the NHS and all these other problems. What would you do if you had $1 billion to spend? And spending it in India or spending it in Africa rather than in the UK. I can kind of see the argument there, can't you? It seems to make sense.
Can't imagine it would be received that well, though, because this is all the stuff that we've done, and now we're telling everyone else not to do it.
Yeah, this sort of economic colonialism comes back. It's a very fair point. 6:26, Hong Kong is experiencing its largest exodus since records began as Beijing's crackdown on freedoms forces thousands into exile. Today's Stories of Our Times podcast looks back on the introduction of those draconian new security laws and explains how Hong Kong got to this point. Manveen Rana takes up the story.
Prime Minister, on Wednesday you signed an agreement with China promising to deliver over 5 million people into the hands of a communist dictatorship.
It's 1984. The grainy video that survives from that time shows a press conference with the British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, sitting stiffly behind a desk, fielding questions from the press.
So I was sent to cover that press conference.
Emily Lau is now a veteran of the Hong Kong pro-democracy movement and a former chairperson of the Hong Kong Democratic Party.
And then I asked her a question.
Is this morally defensible, or is it really true that in international politics, the highest form of morality is one's own national interest?
At that time, Hong Kong was still a British colony. Not democratic, but with some rights and freedoms, including freedom of speech, that is still absent in mainland China. And Mrs. Thatcher had just signed an agreement setting out what would happen when the UK transferred sovereignty over Hong Kong to China.
And she said, let me tell you this.
Can I just say this to you? What do you think would have happened if we had not attempted to get an agreement?
She was so condescending and very, very arrogant.
1997, 92% of the territory would automatically have returned to China.
It's classic Thatcher. And then in the end, she said, everyone is happy with the agreement, and I may be a solitary exception.
And I believe that most of the people, indeed the overwhelming number of people in Hong Kong, think the same. You may be a solitary exception.
That's classic Maggie, isn't it? Oh dear. So, in order to prove the Iron Lady wrong, I got myself elected in 1991 with a whopping majority.
To prove that you weren't a solitary exception.
Exactly. But this question I put to her in 1984 has come back to haunt us.
China's national parliament has approved a controversial national security law for Hong Kong, which criminalises acts of sedition and terrorism.
Members of the Chinese legislature, the National People's Congress, have overwhelmingly endorsed sweeping and controversial new security laws for Hong Kong.
From China's perspective, is meant to protect what Chinese officials have been describing as a defenseless city. The new
Pro-democracy activists say they fear the end of Hong Kong after China announced plans to enforce new national security laws in the semi-autonomous region.
The Chinese government has decided to foist a national security law on Hong Kong without consulting us. And the people fear that we're going to lose our freedoms, personal safety, the rule of law and all that, and become just another Chinese city. Well, Maggie's no longer around, but Emily Lau is. And I'm still fighting.
That was Hong Kong pro-democracy campaigner Emily Lau speaking to Manveen Rana. You can hear more on today's Stories of Our Times podcast, one story told in depth each day. It's available for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. A reminder that the only foreign news story around is not just Afghanistan, although there is a bit of a theme perhaps developing that these countries where terrible things happen, ultimately the West turns away from it and allows it to happen. That's the question that we'll be, I suppose, wrestling with over the next few years. It is now 6:30. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Let's get the news and sport from Alex Dibble.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. Citizens of Afghanistan and foreign nationals are attempting to flee the country in numbers after the Taliban took the capital, Kabul, and declared victory. Its fighters have been pictured inside the presidential palace that was abandoned by President Ashraf Ghani. A spokesman for the Taliban has told Al Jazeera that the war is over. Pakistan's President Arif Alvi says his government will do all it can to help those running to the border.
Our countries and our people have big hearts. They ensure the fact that people in misery will be accommodated at a great cost to our economy. But we have shown the world, which is shrinking its borders, raising walls against refugees, we have shown to the world that morality is with us.
The UN Security Council is to meet later to discuss the crisis. Police are to be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences. It's among guidance being issued by the government following last week's shooting in Plymouth. People who are fully vaccinated against coronavirus no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive. As of this morning, people in England and Northern Ireland will be asked to take tests instead. And the Rail Minister, Chris Heaton-Harris, has predicted demand for trains will return to pre-pandemic levels. But he believes people will choose to travel at different times of day. The number of journeys being made is around 57% of what it was before the coronavirus crisis. Mostly dry with sunny spells, a few showers though for eastern and northwestern parts of the country. Breezy too and feeling relatively cool. Kane Reeves has the sport.
Nuno Espirito Santo insists Harry Kane was left out of Tottenham's win over Manchester City because of a lack of preparation time, not because of the transfer speculation surrounding the England captain. After the 1-0 win for Spurs over the defending champions, Nuno said Kane will be available for his side soon.
It's not the decision it was made yesterday, the day that we prepared the match, and we had to make decisions. That is our work. Every visit does, he worked today. He's getting ready to help the team.
Well, the transfer window closes on the 31st of August. Not long to get a deal done. But does Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola want a striker? Here's his response when asked.
I'm so delighted. We are the same guys, like we score a lot of goals and we play brilliantly. This is what I'm more than delighted.
Elsewhere yesterday, the return of 50,000 fans at St James's Park wasn't enough to inspire Newcastle to victory over West Ham, going down 4-2 in their opening fixture. England striker Tammy Abraham is expected to complete his £34 million move to Roma today. The Chelsea forward was in Rome yesterday for a medical ahead of linking back up with Jose Mourinho. The final day of the second test between England and India is set to be a tight one, with the tourists leading by 154 runs. India will resume this morning on 181 for 6 at Lord's. Roger Federer says he expects to be out for many months as he requires surgery on his knee. The 20-time Grand Slam champion had a procedure in June last year. And American Kevin Kisner won golf's Wyndham Championship after finishing in a 6-way tie at the top of the leaderboard, eventually coming out on top in a playoff. Justin Rose finished as the highest placed British player on 13 under par. Justin Rose finished as the highest placed British player on 13 under par. And football returns to the TalkSport network on Tuesday night with Championship leaders Fulham taking on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
This is Times Radio.
And this is Times Radio Breakfast. Coming up on the programme, we're going to be speaking to many people about Afghanistan, including Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, also speaking to the former Foreign Office Minister Alistair Burt and the Shadow Defence Secretary John Healey. That's all coming up before 10 o'clock. Mariella Frostrup is not here, and sitting in for her is Ruth Davidson. Yes, that Ruth Davidson, former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Baroness Ruth Davidson, of course. She'll be here at 1 o'clock. And two of our guests, just to flag up, the broadcaster Claire Balding on the Paralympic Games, and the writer and journalist Leila Slimani on her new novel, The Country of Others. It's the first volume of a new trilogy telling the saga of one French family. If you like Leila Slimani's books, then I would suggest that you tune in to Ruth Davidson sitting in for Mariella Frostrup at 1 o'clock here on Times Radio.
It is now 6:35. In the end, the Taliban's victory in Afghanistan was swift after Western forces left the country earlier this year. Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he had little choice but to bring forces home.
I think it's fair to say that the US decision to pull out has accelerated things, but this has been in many ways something that has been a chronicle of an event foretold. We've known for a long time that this was the way things were going, and as I said before, this is a mission whose military component really ended for the UK in 2014.
Boris Johnson did in fact say in July in the British Parliament that there is no military path for the Taliban to have victory. So I don't know how foretold the Chronicle was by his own advisers. Charlotte Ivers is Times Radio's political correspondent. Morning, Charlotte.
Morning, Stig.
I mean, in many ways, is the government doing anything other than saying, well, we can't do anything because the US have made the decision and it's all the US's fault?
Well, it seems to be the case that the British government is pushing a soft power method this morning, essentially. Boris Johnson has called on our allies to get the message over to the Taliban that nobody wants Afghanistan to be a breeding ground for terror, and also he has said that we don't want anybody bilaterally recognising this new government. So really all that the UK seems to be able to do at this stage is to step back and call on our allies to do what we're doing, which is not recognise this government.
In those circumstances, how much grief is there on Dominic Raab for being on holiday when he could be dealing with this? Because, if Dominic Raab was sitting in Whitehall or Dominic Raab sitting on the beach, they're going to make zero difference to what happens in Afghanistan.
I think that's probably true, although, of course, the UK does have an operational response to this. We have to get our own citizens, including some of Dominic Raab's staff, to safety. So there is that element. And then as well, there is the question about whether Raab could have had more to do in terms of the conversations he was having with ministers in the region. Now, his own people, they do say that he has been working throughout, that he's been personally leading the response. He hadn't spoken publicly about Afghanistan for over a week until yesterday, and that has meant that he's come under significant criticism, including from some of his own MPs.
And so some of that criticism will no doubt be voiced on Wednesday when Parliament is recalled. Is there anything that can be done parliamentarily speaking, or is that just going to be a chance for people to air the issues in a public forum?
There's not a huge amount that can be done in Parliament on Wednesday, certainly not currently. I suppose to avoid being too cynical about it and saying it's just a talking shop, we should probably also note that this will be an opportunity for MPs to hold the government to account and to scrutinise their response and check that no stone has been left unturned. So there probably is a purpose to it. It won't just be completely a talking shop.
Away from Afghanistan, the self-isolation rules are changing for double-vaccinated people in England and Northern Ireland. This was the response to the pingdemic. It felt like a very urgent response was needed, but as we get to August the 16th, it feels that the pressure was slightly relieved anyway because of all the exemptions by the government. Is that fair? Are we expecting any big changes today?
Well, we did, of course, have the exemptions that you mentioned for critical industries such as energy, such as food supply chains. But there are an awful lot of industries who weren't on that list, and they were very worried about the fact that they were having to close businesses, for example, because of staff having to isolate. Thinking of hospitality in particular, been hugely impacted by that. So for people working in those industries, running businesses in those industries, this day will be very welcome. For some, it's causing nerves. Some of the government's political opponents, the Lib Dems, for example, have said that it's goes too far and too fast. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see and look at how the data goes, really.
You could have said that at any point over the last 16 months, Charlotte, but as ever, you're totally right. Charlotte Ivers is Times Radio's political correspondent. Just a question of what's the point of Parliament. Jane Griffiths has tweeted at us, and she's in Tajikistan, and she says President Ghani from Afghanistan was first reported to have come here, but he seems he is in Uzbekistan. What future for countries like this that have always opposed the Taliban? People here need help. And she makes the point, though, that there are still ways for the UK, through NGOs, etc., to support women and girls in Afghanistan. MPs are being lobbied for this as we speak ahead of Wednesday's return. So talking about how you can help, how people can be helped in Afghanistan is still a very live issue, and that's an argument, I suppose, for why Wednesday might not just simply be a talking shop.
Let's have a look at what is happening in the rest of the news. This morning, officials in Haiti have confirmed at least 1,297 people have died after a powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit the Caribbean nation on Saturday. Homes, churches and schools were among buildings flattened in the quake. There are an unknown number of people still missing.
Working from home has fueled an epidemic of overtime, says the Mirror. According to research from the think tank Autonomy, the pandemic has blurred the boundaries between work and home life.
Time could be up for a statue of a black boy that strikes the 240-year-old clock in a Cotswold town. According to The Times, the black boy figure in Stroud has been described as an offensive racist relic, and anti-racism campaigners want it removed. A study commissioned by the local council found that John Miles, a watchmaker, built the statue in the 18th century when the transatlantic slave trade was flourishing. The report concluded that the figure was associated with slavery and colonialism.
Andrew Lloyd Webber has said he'll have to sell his musical Cinderella to a US investor if the West End show isn't able to open. Last month, the world premiere was postponed due to company members needing to self-isolate. Lord Lloyd Webber said the production can't go ahead with this stop-start approach.
And it's the Queen of Pop's birthday today. Oh, what a song. And what a relief, actually, just for a couple of seconds, just to have a little bit of light relief. Madonna turns 63 today. That just sounds wrong. The superstar shared a glimpse of her celebrations on Instagram yesterday while showing fans her haul of birthday gifts, including a personalised leather bag and a Louis Vuitton sun hat. see you in a Louis Vuitton sun hat.
I'll give it a go. Try anything once.
What about a personalised leather bag? The thing is, Madonna, what do you give Madonna?
Yeah, God knows. Well, Louis Vuitton sun hat.
No, but she literally has everything.
Oh, we forget.
Everything materialistic.
Yeah,
because she is a material girl after all.
Well done.
That was such an obvious thing to say.
It was obvious, so therefore I was ready to say it. I never like to eschew the obvious. Have we forgiven Madonna for lockdown?
Yes, people did crazy things. I don't even remember what it was. She was in a bath or something. Yeah. You were very exercised by it. I remember you ranting about it. I'd only just met you. You were ranting about Madonna. I remember thinking, not sure about this one.
Yeah, this is
not diss the Madonna.
This is never going to last. Anyway, happy birthday to Madonna at 63. We're trying to work out our favourite songs. What did you settle on in the end?
There's too many. I mean, just because I know so many of them. We both like Borderline.
Borderline's
don't we?
Good. I like a Prayer, but you don't like the gospel.
No, I don't like the gospel bit in it. It just annoys me. It just doesn't feel poppy enough. I really hated True Blue. That was terrible. Oh, yeah, that was so bad.
Did you like the middle period Madonna in the 90s late 90s when Frozen and all that
Frozen
stuff?
is an amazing song. It is an amazing song, but it was a bit drippy, but it was better than the kind of disco. The disco Madonna was not good.
That was after that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was the sort of the trip hoppy thing, exactly. Yeah. Ridiculous. Shall we look at what else is in the Times today? Here's a quick one from. Terrible news. So it really has been an awful weekend for news, but we should probably mention the shooting because I think the shooting in Plymouth would have been an extremely large story this morning, but it isn't because of Afghanistan, understandably. The front page of the Times today says social media vetting for gun licence applicants. Police will be required to check the social media profiles of firearm licence applicants under new rules. So you can really tell, because this guy, Jake Davison, this appalling man who murdered 5 people, including a toddler, and the toddler just breaks your heart every time you think about this. But he was hiding in plain sight. This was not a guy who was the quiet man in the corner who does nothing for 15 years and then suddenly cracks, one of the cliches around this. He was ranting on social media, spoke about mass shootings, lamented his virginity and said women had low IQs and expressed hatred for single mothers. And we know, don't we, that there is a subgroup of these incels who are often turned violent. It's not a surprise that this has happened in that sense. And he was given, the guns were taken away from him and given back, weren't they? After he attended anger management lessons. And you've got to imagine, if you have to have anger management lessons, should that not just rule you out permanently for ever having a gun again?
The thing is, obviously, you are right, but we only ever hear, don't we, about when the system goes wrong because it goes so awfully wrong. And I wonder, it must be the case that there must be people who are obviously obvious risks and who are not given licenses in the first place or given them back. One would hope. We just don't hear of them. But this just shows the authorities where, I don't know, are they just like too old-fashioned, not nimble enough? It's like it's 2021. There are ways that you can get into people's minds now, the way that you were not able to, and actually that can be a useful thing.
And I wonder if it had been a traditional terrorist, whether that process would have worked a lot more quickly. I mean, he gets his gun taken away from him. According to the Sun on Sunday yesterday, the police released CCTV footage to identify Davidson, who's said to have screamed, "I effing hate women." He punched a 16-year-old boy at a skate park and spat at a girl. And because there's no necessarily joined-up thinking that person might be what amounts to an incel terrorist, someone who is motivated by this malign ideology, the connections weren't drawn, but they should be drawn, shouldn't they? Because I mean, as you say, it's wrong to sort of blame the whole system, but police face questions over Plymouth's another headline in the Times, and I'm sure that's true.
There are many stories in the Times today, actually, I want to bring to your attention, but one, just kind of slightly off-piste, which is George Osborne showing off his new baby at the weekend, pictured for the first time with his son, Beau, who was born last month. He's 50. He is engaged to Thea Rogers, his fiancée. I think she was a former advisor. The piece in the Times, I mean, it's just a photo, so I don't know what the actual footage was like, but the piece in the Times says that he looks a bit awkward. His hunched shoulders and awkward hold suggested nerves. Beau, on the other hand, spent much of the outing asleep. And he doesn't look that comfortable, but maybe it's just because, I don't know if you were holding a baby, he's holding a baby with one hand actually, which is quite risky. But anyway, if you're holding a baby and then you're having to have your photograph taken by the press, I can imagine you would get quite nervous. Wouldn't you?
You wouldn't want to drop it. You never want to drop it, though. That's a film. It is 6:47. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
I'll be looking ahead to tomorrow's big stories, as well as discussing all the latest news tonight.
Join Carol Walker alongside a world-class lineup of guests, experts and contributors.
Find out what's trending on social media, and from 11 o'clock, we'll go across the Atlantic to hear what's happening not just in Washington, but right across the United States.
Unrivaled opinion, debate and insight.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Now, the Premier League is back, and so is former England player Trevor Sinclair from TalkSport. Morning to you, Trevor.
Good morning, Asma. Good morning, Stig.
Morning.
Now, Spurs beat defending champions Man City. They didn't need Harry Kane. Man City lost despite their, despite £100 million man Jack Grealish. So what does that all mean? Put us into context for us.
Well, listen, I thought Tottenham were excellent. They were underdogs. I think Manchester City were obviously favourites going into the game, although Manchester City had quite a few of their England contingent out of the game, resting still because they didn't return from the Euros until after the rest of the squad. But I think the story is all about Nuno Espirito Santo doing an excellent job since he took the reins at Tottenham Hotspur as manager, having to deal with the shenanigans and the absolute circus that's surrounding Harry Kane, who's the England captain and obviously the talisman for Spurs. And he's just steadied the ship. They've obviously prepared them very well. They look really fit. They looked like they had a great team spirit, and that's what got them over the line, and a bit of quality from Heung-min Son with the only goal of the game, and a full stadium at Tottenham Hotspur. It's really, really entertaining game. I think there was a lot of jeopardy in there for Spurs taking the lead, but Manchester City just didn't have the tools, and it kind of made it obvious and crystal clear that Manchester City are desperate for a striker after losing Kun Aguero in the summer, who went to Barcelona to play with Messi, who then left and went to PSG. So we feel a little bit sorry for Kun Aguero. Yeah. If you can feel sorry for somebody on 500 grand a week.
No. Well, I'll think about it. Chelsea and Liverpool had impressive victories in their opening games, didn't they?
Yeah, Chelsea, excellent. I was really impressed with them. I do fear a little bit for Crystal Palace. Obviously, Roy Hodgson retired in the summer. Been a fantastic servant, not only to Crystal Palace but to football over many, many decades. But he's hung his boots up. Patrick Vieira, the ex-Arsenal captain, very successful at Arsenal, took the reins. And he's got a lot of work to do. I think there was 12, 13 senior pros left in the summer. So he's had a rebuilding job to do, as well as getting used to being a manager in the Premier League, which is tough. But Chelsea were excellent. What you'd expect, Champions League champions, great form under Thomas Tuchel at the end of last season, and they've just recruited one of the best strikers in the world in Romelu Lukaku. So yeah, they'll probably be quite strong this year.
I'm very interested in the whole Brentford-Arsenal thing. A new stadium for them. What that? And also just Brentford. It's just slightly amazing, isn't it?
I know, yeah. I'm really pleased for the club, for the loyal fans. The scenes on Friday night, it was a curtain raiser for the Premier League. Friday night, full house at the new Brentford Community Stadium. The first time they've ever hosted a Premier League game. It's Brentford's first ever time in the Premier League. They're playing Arsenal. It's a London derby. The fans were allowed back, the atmosphere, under the lights. I think everyone who wasn't there, who supports football, was watching it on TV, and it was a brilliant story. Arsenal were poor. I think there's been rumours between Lacazette and Aubameyang, both linked, who are the strikers at Arsenal, both linked with moves to Barcelona. Were feeling a bit unwell, so they weren't available for selection, which I thought was pathetic. Mikel Arteta's under pressure already, but Brentford won the game 2-0. Canos and Norgard scored 2 goals, and it was men against boys. Arsenal didn't turn up. The atmosphere was great, the desire, the intensity from the Brentford players was excellent, and Brentford had a player playing for him. He wasn't man of the match, he didn't do anything special, but his name was Pinnock, and he was playing non-league football 6 years ago. So it was a fantastic, fantastic evening, and a great way to start and kick off the Premier League season.
And just so nice to have some fresh blood, and like you say, not just someone who's kind of catapulted, pinballed up and down, in and out of the Premier League, but someone who's never been there. Now, a new approach to VAR. What's changed? this season?
Well, they're not getting involved as much, basically. You know, at times last season I think they overused it. Their interpretation wasn't correct, and it kind of spoilt the spectacle for the fans. So this season, it's only going to be on really, really important decisions, goal line clearances, incidents inside the box, and they're not really going to get involved. But also the referees, we've seen the Euros, the officiating and the refereeing in the Euros was excellent. Free flowing, if there was a little bit of simulation, referees weren't blowing the whistle, they were letting the game continue, and that's how the Premier League is now being refereed and officiated, and it was miles better from a spectacle. I think even from a player's point of view, you've got players that maybe a little bit flaky, and when they feel a tiny bit of contact would go down under that pressure. Now, when they do go down, the referee is playing on. So what will happen from that, the reaction from that will be, as this continues, and hopefully the referees continue to have this stance, players will stay on their feet, and it will become better duels on the pitch and 100% better spectacle for the fans.
Okay, Trevor, thank you very much. Lovely to speak to you on a Monday morning. That's Trevor Sinclair. He is here every Monday morning at this time, and he's from TalkSport.
I've tried doing fantasy football again for the first time in 20 years, and I realise I don't know any players at all.
Yes.
I'm just slightly reliant on what Trevor says on a Monday morning.
Oh, you're making notes.
And I'm trying to make notes. I need him to test my team out a bit, give me some advice. It's 6:53. Every day the Times remembers moments in history that happened on this day, and we do the same on Times Radio Breakfast. So let's look at what happened on the 16th of August. On this day in 1896, the discovery of gold in Rabbit Creek, Yukon, sparked what was known as the Klondike Gold Rush.
On the 16th of August 1960, Cyprus gained its independence from the UK.
But we're going to 2018 because on this day, the Queen of Soul died at the age of 76. There we go. They were all bangers, weren't they?
Amazing.
Aretha Franklin became the first female artist to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Paul Sexton is a music journalist and broadcaster, can tell us more. Morning, Paul.
Morning, Stig.
When you hear the songs, it's no surprise she was regarded as fantastic as she was. But was she always destined for greatness? Was this a career that was always going to happen?
Well, certainly not in the early days, no. I mean, she emerged early on and people noticed her talent early for sure, but she didn't really begin to make that sort of crossover into the sort of pop and soul world until 1967 when she signed to Atlantic Records. But by then she'd been making albums for about 6 years. You know, she started out at the age of 18 on Columbia Records, who kind of didn't really know what they had. You know, they had this amazing talent, but they didn't really know what to do with it. She made a whole series of albums that didn't really achieve what they should have done. And they had her down as a kind of like a sort of, cabaret type artist in some ways, or certainly not the soulful talent that we came to know later on. So it's, I suppose you could argue that served her well later, that she had all those years of apprenticeship. But so it's recording from 18, but not really, the talent that we came to know until about the age of 24.
And she didn't have a really happy life necessarily. Lots of tragedy in her life, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, she grew up in a time when obviously there was enormous segregation going on. And you could say that maybe still happens today, but not in the way that Aretha and her family and people would have suffered in those times. And she came through an awful lot as a young woman, and battled against adversity and to win credibility as well, both as a performer and a songwriter. If you look at her early records, I think the first couple of albums, she doesn't have any songwriting credits on there at all. Later we came to realize that this was somebody who could do everything. She could sing, she could play the piano, she could write, she could cover other people's material. I mean, Respect was an Otis Redding song, of course. So she came to prove that she could do everything.
Did she have a relationship with Whitney Houston? That's another, obviously, great star who came after her.
Yeah, they knew each other well. I think Aretha would have recognised that Whitney was one of those people, one of the many who, was regarded as sort of inheriting her crown, or somebody hugely influenced by her. Yes, they had a good relationship in that later period. Yeah.
And talking of another singer who's now has a relationship with Aretha Franklin, Jennifer Hudson stars in an upcoming film about her life called Respect. We mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. Are you hopeful for that?
Hopeful's a good word. Yeah, I should reserve judgment until I've seen it. The reviews have been somewhat mixed. I think it comes out in the UK in September. The reviews are really saying, of course, the music is fantastic. Most people like Jennifer's performance in it. There are those I've seen who said that it's a rather a Hollywood treatment, in the way that Hollywood often does, and the way that Broadway sometimes does, of course, and did with the Motown story. That it perhaps is a little bit too simplistic, but if it introduces more people to the music of Aretha, then it can't be a bad thing, can it?
No, we'll just do that finally then. Give us one song that maybe an overlooked song that we should listen to.
Oh boy, now you're asking. One out of about 1,000. I think I would probably go for something nice and uplifting going out of this from her relatively early period, or sort of going into the early 70s. What about a song called Rock Steady, which is one of hers that was a huge hit, but you don't necessarily hear it quite as often as the ones you were playing just now.
Oh, great stuff. Asma's nodding her head, so Rock Steady. Paul, great to speak to you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Paul Sexton, music journalist and broadcaster. We might try and play a bit of Rock Steady later on in the programme.
16th of August, actually, I've just something in the back of my mind. Madonna was born on the 16th of August. Aretha Franklin died. Also, Elvis Presley died on the 16th of August in 1977. Really? Yeah, because I remember Madonna talking about it and saying that she felt special because she was born on that day.
I think Madonna should really just have stuck to singing. If there's one lesson over the last 10 years, do you not think?
But this was she said this a long time ago, like in her 20s. Yeah. My knowledge of Madonna, let me tell you.
So listen,
Mastermind, if you're interested in a rematch,
that
will be my specialist subject.
And here's Asma Mir on Madonna. I think we'd all watch that, wouldn't we? I'm sure we would.
I don't know.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock. This is Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
The headlines this morning: the Taliban have declared victory in Afghanistan as people try to flee the capital, Kabul, and police will be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences.
Ahead, a woman who grew up under Taliban rule gives us her reaction to their return to power. And are you a wish cycler? We'll tell you what it means before 8 o'clock.
It's Monday the 16th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First the news, Alex Dibble.
Asma, thank you. Good morning. Thousands of Afghanis are fleeing their country in fear of the Taliban after the militant group took the capital, Kabul, and declared victory.
I can't believe the world abandoned Afghanistan. Our friends are going to get killed. They're going to kill us. Our women are not going to have any more rights. And that's all. I can talk another day.
That woman had made it to India, whilst others have run to Pakistan, Turkey and Uzbekistan. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says the UK ambassador to Afghanistan is working around the clock to help British nationals escape. The UN Security Council is meeting later to discuss its response to the crisis.
Nobody wants Afghanistan once again to be a breeding ground for terror, and we don't think that it's in the interests of the people of Afghanistan that it should lapse back into that pre-2001 state.
As the humanitarian situation worsens, criticism of US President Joe Biden is increasing. Afghanistan's president has blamed the United States' withdrawal of troops and the manner of it for the Taliban's rapid advancement. Former US National Security Advisor, Lieutenant General McMaster, served in Afghanistan. In an interview with Times Radio, he suggested the decision was inexcusable.
The way that some people began to regard the Taliban, to talk to these jackasses and sit across the table from them, it's a really strange reversal of morality. And I think the only explanation is the psychological phenomenon in which the victim begins to identify with the abuser. It's astounding that we didn't recognize that the Taliban would behave in this way.
The government's announced a review of firearm application processes in the wake of the Plymouth shootings. All police forces in England and Wales are being asked to assess whether they need to revisit any existing licences, as questions continue to be asked about how Jake Davison was able to kill 5 people. Times Radio's head of news, David Spencer, has more.
Devon and Cornwall Police returned his permit last month after it was removed following an allegation of assault in September last year. The government says it's preparing statutory guidance to help ensure higher standards of decision-making for licensing applications. The Home Office says this will cover social media checks of those applying for permission to own a firearm or shotgun.
The number of people known to have died in a major earthquake in Haiti has increased to 1,297. Officials say more than 5,700 are injured. Forecasters are warning the situation could get worse, with Tropical Storm Grace expected to hit Haiti tonight. The government set to review electricity tariffs that claim to be green over concerns that some energy companies could be exaggerating their environmental benefits. 9 million households are on tariffs branded 100% renewable or green, but there's a warning the claims are misleading. Energy commentator Nick Butler says it's about time this was looked into.
People have been just bending the rules a bit, and I think it's quite right that those rules are tightened up so that it should mean that the energy comes from green sources rather than just being traded as instruments on the market.
And people in England who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. Meanwhile, more of the country's best-known businesses are to offer rewards to customers who are vaccinated. Asda, lastminute.com and National Express are among those providing incentives to encourage younger people to get their jabs. Uber, Bolt and Deliveroo have already said they will offer discounted rides and meals for customers who are vaccinated. A few showers in the east at first, then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Premier League champions Manchester City have lost their opening fixture of the new campaign 1-0 to a Tottenham Hotspur side without one-away captain Harry Kane. And the second test between England and India is finally poised heading into the final day at Lord's. India will resume on 181 for 6, leading by 154 runs. We'll have a full sports roundup at 5:30.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on the app. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Good morning, unless you're in Afghanistan, of course, where many civilians are trying to leave the country after the Taliban regained power. The former president has left the country, and here Parliament is to be recalled on Wednesday. Was this all inevitable? Should the decision have been made in the first place? Should the process have been slower? What happens now? Sadly, we can't ask the government this morning as no one is available to speak to us, but we will hear from, among others, Donald Trump's former national security advisor.
Here, ironically, it's Freedom Day again, the end of the so-called pingdemic. If you've been double vaccinated or you're under 18 and come into close contact with a COVID case, you won't have to isolate but can take a PCR test instead. We'll examine what this will mean for hospitality and retail.
In the programme, we'll also look at the cost of green boilers and why some of us who think we're pretty good at recycling, we've been doing it for years, but actually we're not that good. And in the first in a series, we give a theoretical £1 billion to someone to fix something. Today, how would they sort the huge NHS backlog?
You can text us with your thoughts this morning. I mean, one of the political decisions that have been made in America and in the UK is that they don't think, the governments evidently don't think there'll be a political cost in these countries for giving up on Afghanistan. And I wonder if that's the case. Do you wake up this morning feeling sick to your stomach about what's going on in Afghanistan? 20 years and you still end up with the Taliban in control? Or do you think this is a foreign war we should never have got involved with, and getting out is the only thing you can do? The political equation seems to be that those in this country are not concerned about it, and certainly that's true in America as well. What do you make of it? 87222, start your message with the word Times. Tweet us at Times Radio or email our producer Emily on studio@times.radio. It is now 6 minutes past 7. In a new video released by the Taliban, its deputy leader says now is the time to provide for the people of Afghanistan and improve their lives. Speaking while surrounded by a group of other fighters, Mullah Baradar Akhund says the militant group will bring serenity to the whole nation. Dr. Weeda Mehran is a lecturer in international relations at Exeter University and grew up under Taliban rule in Afghanistan. She told me what it was like there as a child.
Life under the Taliban in 1990s, it was terrible. It was living in hopelessness, and sometimes I describe it as living at the bottom of a well in an abyss that seems to be deepening most of the time, because what we encountered as girls and women in Afghanistan under the Taliban is feeling of imprisonment inside our own houses, having absolutely no mobility, without being not being able to go outside, without being accompanied by male members of the family. And a lot of Afghan women did not have actually male family members available to accompany them outside. So they were essentially locked up inside their own houses. And on top of that, the Taliban, as we all know, would not allow for any music, any education for girls, any entertainment, obviously. And restrictions were imposed on women and men. Originally, when the Taliban took over many cities in Afghanistan in 1990s, they did impose a certain number of rules and regulations and their interpretation of Sharia law. But as time passed by, gradually they introduced much more restrictions, not only on women but also on men. Some of these restrictions appeared quite arbitrary to a lot of us then, because every now and then there would be a certain rule about how long men's beards should be, or what women or men could wear and couldn't wear, and they would change it, and the population had to abide by that.
And are they the same? Is this sort of world that you're describing? Presumably little has changed in the intervening years. The Taliban now in control of Afghanistan is the same philosophically as the Taliban that you lived under.
It appears to be like that. Philosophically, they haven't changed much, and this was nothing hidden. In all fairness, that nothing hidden from the international scene, nothing hidden from the U.S. Officials when they were negotiating with the Taliban and trying to reach a peace deal with the Taliban. Apologies. Sorry, I'm coughing.
Don't worry.
A minute. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry.
So as I was saying, philosophically, they have not changed much, and they haven't shown any signs that they have changed. Although even in their narratives, they have not promised, they have not signaled any changes. And in practice, they have showed it loud and clear that they are going to rule Afghanistan in the same manner that they were ruling Afghanistan back in the 90s.
So could you explain to us, because with the idea of there's a sort of delusional aspect to the dealings the West have had with them in the last couple of years, that somehow they can be brought to the peace table and change. Explain to us, how do you get this relatively small group of people able to dominate an entire country? Who funds them? How are they structured? How does it work? How have they gone from being, on the outside back to the centre of Afghanistan?
It's a complex group, and the situation is quite nuanced in terms of the Taliban, the Taliban were funded from multiple sources. The Taliban were funded from Local sources at times, they had supporters amongst the regional countries, there were reports that they were being funded from Gulf states. There are warranted reports and documents showing that especially intelligence reports showing that they were being funded by Pakistan's ISI. They do have also a strong connection and ties with other terrorist organizations in the region. Taliban also has been engaged in illicit economic activities in the country. They have been involved in drug trade. They have been involved in imposing tax on the local population. So all of these sources contributed to Taliban's pile of funds that they could capitalize on and strengthen the group. But they also had, in addition to this economic means, they did have some political support from all the regional countries that I mentioned as well. The presence of other terrorist organizations also helped the Taliban. Recently, in their most recent victories in the country, groups such as Al-Qaeda affiliates were working alongside the Taliban fighters against the Afghan government.
Just finally, I just wonder if you might reflect on what will it be like being I suppose particularly a woman or a girl waking up in various cities of Afghanistan today, particularly Kabul, which as we know is fallen to the Taliban, facing life under the Taliban again?
It is going to be extremely difficult for them. It is just, I can relate to that totally because I went through the same experience that when the Taliban took over the country the first time in 90s. They closed down the schools. Next day, we wanted to go to school. They returned us home, and this has happened in cities under control of the Taliban already. They returned schoolgirls back to home. They returned women who went to the office. They returned them back home. The female officials, they did not allow them to enter their offices. It is a lot of family and friends in Afghanistan are extremely disappointed. They're sad. They're frightened, I had cousins calling and crying that their dreams have been shattered. And I absolutely relate to that, the feeling of your dreams being shattered and all that you've worked for in the last 20 years are essentially lost.
That was Dr. Weeda Mehran, a very gloomy prognosis there. A lecturer in internal relations at Exeter University, spent 20 years studying the Taliban, but actually grew up under Taliban rule in Afghanistan. And her view is that it's going to be a very difficult life for women in the country from now on.
It's 7:14. The UN Security Council will meet later to discuss the situation in Afghanistan. Let's speak to Colonel Simon Diggins, who's a former British Defence Attaché in Kabul. Morning to you.
Good morning.
The speed at which the Taliban progressed across the country and basically assumed power, does it matter that it happened so fast? We heard people saying this is going to take up to 90 days, or is it just the result that matters?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, because that gives you some of the circumstances upon which it happened. I think the speed took everybody by surprise. Their hope was very much that somehow that the Afghan forces themselves would be able to hold the Taliban back to a point whereby there could be some kind of intra-Afghan conversation about a future. But the inability of the Afghan forces to hold, to keep their supplies going and to defend meant that the Taliban have come into power as quickly as they have done. It's pretty tragic.
The Afghan forces, did you, as someone who knows what happens there, how different sides are equipped, did their inability to hold back the Taliban surprise you or not?
No, they're at an individual level, they're extraordinarily brave, and indeed at a sort of low level, they were brave. Where they seem to have had a difficulty was all to do with the withdrawal of the American forces. The thing that killed them was the logistics. They had isolated outposts which hadn't been supplied for months on end. They weren't being paid. They weren't getting their arms. They weren't getting their ammunition. And they just felt completely isolated. And then they could just be overtaken by the Taliban and cut off. At that point, I think the morale of their forces collapsed. And you always have to think, when you're looking at forces, it's not just the numbers or even their weapons, it's their psychological position they're in. The withdrawal of the Americans was a massive, massive psychological blow. And took us all by surprise. And I think it was that as much as anything else, as well as the logistic difficulties, which destroyed their will to fight and led to this catastrophe.
So there's no point casting around for blame, I suppose, but the fact that the Afghans were, poorly supplied and coordinated and taken by surprise, that presumably lies at the feet of the former Afghan government and the president.
No, I don't agree. You're right. We don't want to start over speculating, but what the NATO forces were doing was providing the necessary infrastructure, the necessary support, the necessary sort of backbone to help the Afghan forces to do most of the fighting. And they were doing most of the fighting. The total number of Allied troops that were in the country then, when the Americans made the decision, was less than 7,500. This is not the 100,000 that were there before. And the overwhelming majority of the forces in the field were Afghan national security forces. But they were providing an essential element to hold the whole thing together. And the withdrawal of their technical support, their air support, and then also the kind of psychological blow of having them removed, I think has led to this collapse.
I don't know if you've seen the front page of the Daily Mail this morning. What the hell did they all die for? Referencing, obviously, UK veterans and their families, people who died out there. What is the answer to that?
It's an almost impossible question. And I think that and particularly for the families of those who've lost loved ones there, that's exactly the kind of question they're going to be going through in their minds. And that's why the decision that they made is so awful, because it does put at risk everything that's happened. The only kind of positive light that I can hope for is, and your previous speaker, very, very, very moving testimony. But it's 20 years since the Taliban were last in power. There's a whole generation has grown up with a different attitude, a different approach, and I'm hoping that somehow that the lessons they've learned, the way in which they're now thinking about the world, may still have an opportunity, a future in Afghanistan.
Thank you for talking to us this morning. That's Colonel Simon Diggins, who's a former British Defence Attaché in Kabul.
We'll be talking to Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster after 8 o'clock. And one of the points Hill made, echoing that, is that it was relatively cheap to keep the level of forces that were there in Afghanistan. It wasn't a full-blown war. People weren't dying all the time. It was relatively cost-effective, and now that's gone. Because they weren't willing to keep it up, and the consequences for that, for not just the people of Afghanistan but the rest of the world, are still to be measured. We're talking a lot about, obviously, the fall of Kabul to date to the Taliban. Crowds of desperate Afghans and foreign nationals have descended on Kabul's airport after the Taliban took over the city. Yeah, and the footage, and there's all sorts of footage from the airport emerging this morning. There's been reports of Americans having to fire into the air in order to control crowds. You just see the runways and there's no security. There's no system anymore. It's just people running around while planes are on the ground. I know some parts of the airport are still secure, but parts of it clearly are not. Lynn O'Donnell is a journalist who's reported for us from Afghanistan over the past few months, been our regular voice on the country. She managed to get a flight out of Kabul and is now in the Netherlands. We can speak to her now. Good morning, Lynn.
Hi, Steve.
We'll get to how you're feeling about the state of the country and the city in a moment, but how easy was it for you to get out?
Well, I booked my ticket some time ago, about 10 days ago, and I came out with the photographer, a friend and colleague I work closely with, Masood Hosseini. We were very lucky, to be honest with you. We drove through the city between 5 and 6 yesterday morning, and there was no security at all to be seen. Masood has his home in the eastern part of the city, and he was awake all night listening to gunfire, probably 25 miles away. So we knew as we were driving through an empty, quiet, insecure town that we were getting out at the right time, and we did. We were wheels up just after 9, and it wasn't long after that the airport was closed. And as you mentioned, we're seeing terrible, terrible scenes there today. And I'm in touch with a lot of my friends, people I know, who are, they're not just devastated by what's happened, they're terrified of what's going to happen to them. And one message that I got from a journalist has said that he's hiding at home, and he said, this is a life like a living body in a grave. And I think a lot of people are feeling like that.
And we've been speaking over the weeks, Lynn, about the inexorable rise of the Taliban. But even however gloomy we were in that conversation, we probably didn't account for Kabul effectively falling almost without shots being fired in its defence. How did it happen in the end that Taliban just assumed control everywhere?
Well, as you said, they just wandered in. The government started melting away around about Thursday. So we're talking 3 or 4 days ago. I was getting messages, and people I know were telling me, people from both inside and outside of the palace where the government is centred, and they were telling me that people were leaving. Senior people were cleaning out their offices. They were talking about their tickets out. And so this filtered down to an enormous panic. We also had word on Friday or Saturday, I think, a voicemail started circulating around town saying that there was going to be a breakout at the Pulichaki prison in Kabul, and this would have followed a pattern that's happened in cities elsewhere where the Taliban go in, they break out the prison because most of the people in there are going to be their people, and this gives them added firepower for a takeover. I think it was pretty clear when Herat, the big city in the west, fell, that Kabul was probably going to go the same way. But it's really an ice block melt. Suddenly it gets to the last bit and it's water in no time at all. And that's what happened with Kabul. And it was pretty clear, I think, Saturday that it was all over.
Well, Lynn, we're glad you're safe, and thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you for all your reporting you've done over the period of the last few weeks. Was Lynn O'Donnell there, who got out, wheels up. What a feeling that must have been. On a plane at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. She drove through a city without security. She says you can hear the shots being fired in the distance, and the Taliban, what was the phrase she used? Just sort of wandered in.
Yeah. It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. 20 years, trillions of dollars, certainly multiple billions of dollars spent, and the Taliban wanders into Kabul.
But if the government were already wandering off,
yeah, exactly.
And I mean, maybe you can't blame them. Maybe they were worried about their own safety.
Yeah, I think
that them being there would mean that it would become a bloodier handover, if that's what it is.
And actually, you were talking to Colonel Simon Diggins, and really, he placed the blame full square on the way the Americans left. It's really the Biden decision to get out then, because you left troops who weren't adequately supported. They couldn't hold themselves, and therefore it was inevitable what followed.
We are going to be talking a lot more about Afghanistan throughout the programme. Of course, several other guests with areas of expertise, especially as far as American policy is concerned, to come between now and 10 o'clock. But it's now at 7:24. Let's turn our attention to matters in this country. From today, double vaccinated people in England and Northern Ireland who come into close contact with a COVID case will not have to isolate. Instead, they will be asked to take a PCR test, wear a mask and socially distance as a precaution. Now, industries like hospitality have been particularly hard hit because of staff having to self-isolate. This is the so-called pingdemic, of course. Kate Nichols is Chief Executive of UK Hospitality. Morning to you.
Good morning.
You must be very relieved.
Well, we are pleased with today's news. There's two big changes that are happening. First of all, the app will only look at 2 days' worth of contacts rather than 5, so that will reduce the numbers of people who were caught, and also the news about the double vaccinated. However, for industries like hospitality, about 60% of our workforce will be under 30, and so through no fault of their own, they can't be double vaccinated yet. So for us today is a helpful step forward, but it's by no means the end of the pingdemic.
When then for you do you project the end of the pingdemic as far as your sector is concerned?
Well, unless we have further changes in the self-isolation policy that allow for daily contact testing for hospitality workers or those who are not fully vaccinated to remain in work, then we won't be through the pingdemic until we get to sort of mid-September, and that point at which the over-18s will have been offered their first jab. So we've got many weeks to go for hospitality, where we will be struggling to manage staff absences and the impact that is having on businesses that have been struggling for 16 months.
And Are businesses struggling right now when it comes to bookings, to people, breaking the habit of the last 16 months and actually going out? I went out for the first time in many years on Friday night, and the person who was booking the table said that actually they found it quite difficult to book a table. So this was in London, obviously. I don't know whether your members have been telling you about the situation elsewhere in the UK, but I mean, are the customers coming back and booking up?
Well, we are seeing customers coming back. We're seeing reassuring levels of customers engaging with hospitality again. So about 70% of UK consumers have come back since hospitality reopened. A large proportion of that will be after the 19th of July when restrictions lifted. However, the pandemic and staff absences associated with it mean that many are not operating at full capacity. A quarter of our members have had to reduce their hours or reduce the number of tables they've got available in a restaurant to be able to manage with the level of staff absences that they are having. So it's not surprising that people are finding that places are fully booked. They're fully booked, but then by no means full because they can't cope with the level of service. So this is having a very real impact. But it is good that we are seeing businesses. We've now got over 95% of businesses open. They're trading at relatively strong levels, and consumer demand remains positive throughout the summer.
Well, that's good to hear. Kate, thank you very much for talking to us. That's Kate Nichols, who is Chief Executive of UK Hospitality. It's 7:27.
Now, from Monday to Thursday this week, the former Scottish Conservative leader Ruth Davidson is sitting in for Mariella Frostrup from 1 o'clock till 4 o'clock, and we can speak to her now. Good morning, Ruth.
Morning to you. How are you?
Very good. Welcome to Times Radio. We're very excited to have you. Looking forward to your show.
I am. I'm a little bit nervous, actually. It's been a while since I've done this. So, yeah, it should be fun. But we've got lots on the show.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a minute. But, I mean, it's a big news day, isn't it? And I'm just to get your reflections on that. I know you'll be talking about a lot on your show as well, because the Afghanistan story will still be progressing for days and weeks to come, you have to imagine. What do you make? How do you feel this morning? The front page of the Mail today says, why the hell did we go there for? There's a sense of futility. It's a very gloomy morning from when you look at Afghanistan, isn't it?
It is. I was lucky enough to be out there back in 2018, and I went over with a charity to see some of the progress in the work on the ground, and even then it was a case of you had to be an armed Land Rover convoy, you had to have a flat jacket and a helmet on. So it was clear that this idea that we're going to transition the country to a Western democracy, unstable, wasn't there, no matter how much money and treasure and blood had been poured into it. But, and this is the key point, it wasn't a failed state either. There was progress being made. There was economic progress. I met female politicians that were working there. I met with people who were operating on the ground, both in the NGO sector and and helping people there. And there was a real sense from the Afghans that I met that they wanted their countries to get better. They wanted their daughters to get an education. And I think, as well as the newsline from today in terms of how fast the Taliban has taken Kabul, the fact that the government has collapsed, all of that, there's that part. But then there's also the longer questions as well of what was it all for? What were the 454 British lives for? What was the £1 trillion worth of effort for if we were going to leave in this chaotic fashion? And I think that's the bigger kind of question we've got today.
Yeah, it's a question that Biden is going to have to answer at some point today, whether he speaks or not, we'll find out. But what else are you going to do? Because the great thing about this show, Ruth, and you're going to be so good at it, is you get the news and all that's going on, but there'll be other stuff to talk about as well. It's a broad church, your show, isn't it?
Well, it is. And also we give people room to breathe, to talk a bit more expansively about some of the things that they've got on. So I'm quite excited. We're doing a bit of a throw forward to the Paralympics today as well. We're going to have the biggest coverage of that in the UK that we've ever seen. I've got Claire Balding on to talk us through not just who the next superstars are, but also a bit about some of the context of the games, how difficult it is post-Tokyo, without people there, but also a bit of a look back at the Olympics we've just had. And I'm quite excited about one of my guests as well. We've got Laila Slimani on, who's the first Moroccan woman to win France's most prestigious literary prize. And her first two novels were such a sensation that Emmanuel Macron asked her to be the culture minister, and she told him no. So she's just done this amazing epic book that's got massive suite that she's never done before, exploring really difficult themes of sort of a woman's place and feeling trapped and what love is, even if you're married to a brute, and all these sorts of things. So I think that's going to be quite an interesting conversation. And it's just, voices you don't often hear, and I'm really excited for it.
Well, listen, Ruth, we're very pleased to have you. Have a great show. We'll all be listening from 1 o'clock today. That's Ruth Davidson sitting in for Mariella Frostrup.
And remember, you can get in touch with us. 28722 is the text number. Start your message with the word Times, or tweet us at Times Radio, or you can send us an email. If you're trying to gather your thoughts really on what's happening in Afghanistan, studio@times.radio is the email address. It is now 7:31. Let's get the news and sport with Alex Dibble.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. There have been chaotic scenes at Kabul airport as people try to flee Afghanistan following the Taliban's takeover. The militant group was able to take control of the city with little resistance. As people run to the border, Boris Johnson has said the UK is trying to help British nationals escape.
The ambassador is working round the clock, has been there at the airport to help process the applications. 2,000 Afghans have already left and come to this country under our resettlement scheme. We're going to get as many as we can out in the next few days.
Police are to be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences. It's among guidance being issued by the government following last week's shooting in Plymouth. People who are fully vaccinated against coronavirus no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive. As of this morning, people in England and Northern Ireland will be asked to take tests instead. And the Competition and Markets Authority is calling for stricter rules for ticket resale websites to avoid customers being overcharged. They include a ban on resellers selling more tickets for an event than they can legally buy from the primary market. Mostly dry with sunny spells. A few showers though for eastern and northwestern parts of the country. Breezy too and feeling relatively cool. Jake Robson has the sport.
The Tottenham manager Nuno Espirito Santo insists that Harry Kane was left out of their side's win over Manchester City yesterday because of a lack of preparation time, not because of the transfer speculation surrounding the England captain. He's been heavily linked with a move to the defending champions this summer. But after yesterday's 1-0 victory for Spurs, Nuno says Kane will be available for his side soon.
It's not the decision was made yesterday, the day that we prepared the match, and we had to make decisions. That's our work. Every visit does. He worked today. He's getting ready to help the team.
England striker Tammy Abraham is expected to complete his £34 million move to Roma today. The Chelsea forward was in Italy yesterday for a medical ahead of linking back up with Jose Mourinho. England's cricketers will be pushing for victory on day 5 of the second test against India later. They trail the tourists by 154 runs, with Virat Kohli's side on 181 for 6 in their second innings. All-rounder Moeen Ali was recalled to the side for the match at Lord's after not featuring a great deal of late in the longer form. He says he's just glad to be involved.
That was my aim, really. It wasn't the runs or the wickets so much, although they help. It was more about just enjoying myself and trying to enjoy the challenge as much as I could. But I just wanted to be part of this series and do well.
Roger Federer has all but ruled himself out of this month's US Open tennis after revealing he faces many months out of the game as he prepares to undergo further knee surgery. The 40-year-old missed the Tokyo Olympics with a knee injury after losing in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. Finally, American Kevin Kisner won golf's Wyndham Championship after finishing in a 6-way tie at the top of the leaderboard, eventually coming out on top in a playoff. Justin Rose finished as the highest-placed British player on 13 under par, 2 shots off the pace setters. Remember, football returns to the TalkSport network tomorrow night as Championship leaders Fulham take on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
This is Times Radio.
Yes, welcome to This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. It is 7:34. Coming up on Times Radio on our programme at just after 8 o'clock, we've been talking to Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, who was, he's been in Afghanistan as well as Iraq. In fact, he was responsible for liaising with Afghani forces, and he's absolutely disgusted with what has gone on. The decisions over the last couple of years to refuse to recognise the Taliban for what they are, to start the peace process in the first place, and also the manner in which the removal of US troops has happened. It's really worth listening to us after 8 o'clock today. And then later on, we're talking to the Chief Executive of NHS Providers, Chris Hobson, who we're giving him a theoretical £1 billion and saying, how would you cure the backlog in the NHS? I'm sure £1 billion wouldn't even touch the size, but if he gets £1 billion, what could make a difference? I'm going to try and do that all week, find these problems that are talked about and say, could £1 billion make any difference? Later on, Callum MacDonald is here sitting in for Phil Williams. The great Callum MacDonald from Early Breakfast is sitting in for Phil Williams the next couple of weeks from 7 o'clock. Among other people, he'll be talking to Harry Redknapp about the beginning of the Premier League, and keeping things sporty, he'll be speaking to Eliud Kipchoge about his new documentary, The Last Milestone, and his attempts to break the 2-hour marathon barrier. Doing a marathon in 2 hours is just
mad.
It just doesn't compute, does it, at all? But Callum will try and compute with him from 7 o'clock today on Times Radio.
This is Times Radio Breakfast at 7:36. So the Taliban have claimed victory in Afghanistan after taking control of the capital, Kabul. Fighters have been pictured in the presidential palace. Last night, in a statement, Boris Johnson said, "We've known for a long time this was the way things were going." He also called on like-minded powers to not recognise any new government in the country without international agreement. Alistair Burt is a former Conservative MP who served as Minister for the Middle East and Afghanistan, and we can speak to him now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I wonder, I presume you've seen the pictures this morning. I think they were from last night of Afghans scrambling on air bridges and ladders, steps, desperately trying to get onto planes out of Afghanistan. And if you have seen them, what kind of goes through your mind when you see those pictures?
Well, several things really. I mean, the pictures themselves, the most telling thing is the degree of human misery that it must reveal from those who are frantic to leave, desperate because of what they fear, and just the human misery of such uncertainty and people looking after their families and trying to flee. I mean, I think that's the most important thing. The symbolism, for a second view of what it represents in terms of the failure of foreign policy of others, the failure of the Afghan government, is huge, and I think will have great repercussions. All in all, it is absolutely not what anyone wanted to see for the future of Afghanistan, and I think it's a highly symbolic moment, and I think it has many repercussions.
The decision that was made by America, I know that this is a decision that has roots in previous administrations, but the decision that Joe Biden ultimately made, was it the right one? And if it was it delivered on the right kind of timescale?
Well, I don't think so, but you have to take one or two things into account. I mean, firstly, the American desire to bring the boys home is clearly very strong. And I'm not sure it's possible for all of us in the UK to appreciate that. And therefore to go against that decision would have been a very big political call. But the original decision by Donald Trump to enter into negotiations and to conclude negotiations on a whim and a promise that the Taliban would be good if they got control, and that allowed international troops to leave, was clearly misplaced. It meant that the Biden administration was faced with an impossible situation because the timescale had already been agreed. And in these situations, once someone knows you're going, I mean, everyone knew what the implications of that would be. The second issue for the Biden administration is, perhaps the failure of intelligence to appreciate how swift the collapse would be, and therefore what the implications would be. As far as the UK was concerned, the scale of the United States presence is so huge, no one state can stay on its own. But between the decision of the Trump administration and the decision of Biden to continue the policy, something has gone badly wrong with an appreciation of what was to entail and what would follow. And perhaps it was a lack of understanding of the inability of the Afghan government to have secured its position with the Afghan people.
Something's gone badly wrong, but we're caught up in this. And
oh, yes.
How much responsibility do we bear?
It's difficult to say. I mean, I do not know to what extent Trump involved any of his allies in the decisions about Doha. I suspect very little. He knew nothing about the world beyond the United States and cared probably even less. whether there was consulted action with the international community about those negotiations and the timescale for leaving, genuinely, I wouldn't know. But the United Kingdom's experience, as Ben Wallace has rightly expressed, might have said, we can't do this, this is not going to be right, the time isn't right. And that would have required a huge decision about how long we stay, and all sorts of things needed to be considered at that time. I have no sense that that was considered. Once the decision had been made, I don't think there was anything other that the UK could do. Ben Wallace described yesterday how he sought to involve partners and get something else put together. But the telling phrase he uses in his Telegraph article yesterday is to say that parliaments and governments were just weary and there was no appetite for it. And that's a big question now. What appetite does the liberal West and liberal democracies, and indeed liberal people everywhere, have to defend their values under attack from those who fundamentally disagree with them and will physically close them down for those with whom they disagree? That now is a big question, because authoritarian regimes all over the world are watching what's happening, and they've drawn the conclusion, all you have to do is sit out the West, but there are things now it will not fight for.
Yes. Is there a difference in how an authoritarian regime conducts itself in 2021 that differs from how it would have conducted itself in 2001? I'm thinking of the very PR-heavy interview that the Taliban spokesman did with the BBC yesterday. Do you believe what they were saying?
I don't know, must be the honest answer, because we will only find out from experience. What we detect from news reports coming out of Afghanistan now is whatever the leadership may say, whatever those speaking on behalf of the Taliban regime may say, there are individual actions demonstrating revenge and retribution happening in different parts of the country. There's reports, and credible reports, of summary executions of those who have fought against the Taliban. And clearly from the reactions of women, and women who the United Kingdom government know well because of our engagement with the past, who are absolutely terrified. Now, I think it's best to gauge from them what they think might happen under a Taliban regime. But genuinely, we do not know. But again, all our experience tells us that the Taliban is not a uniform body, in that there are different views of the interpretation of Sharia and justice and the like to come. So we will have to find out what the Taliban regime mean in practice over time.
But in the worst case scenario, if we see terrible things like we used to see in stadiums, sports stadiums back in the 90s.
Yeah.
If we were to see stuff like that, I just wonder how much of that can we bear, as a country that has been in there and tried to help, I know that's a subjective thing, but who has had a presence in the country. Do you think that's going to be an easy thing to do, just to sit back and watch?
No, but that now is the world in which we are moving. The Taliban would not be the only regime, either in the region or throughout the world, that conducts authoritarian policies, that kills people without regard, and imposes a strict regime. We are not fighting all over the world, are we? So this is the challenge now. What are those who believe that the fundamental course of the world should be one in which people make their own decisions about how they live, how they're educated, the sort of country they want to live in, their choices about that country, their ability to change governments? Those of us who believe that the world should progress in that way are now being challenged by those fundamentally who do not believe that. There is a question then of to what extent do you firstly protect yourselves, and secondly, what you can do and advocate on behalf of others. I think we will have to watch as terrible things happen in Afghanistan, as they happen in other places, and we will be able to handle that in the same way that we handle when we are seeing those things happen in other countries now.
Alistair Brett, thank you for talking to us this morning. A former Conservative MP, of course, who served as Minister for the Middle East and Afghanistan.
And the word weariness was used by Ben Wallace earlier, and there's the question that we don't have an appetite anymore to intervene. And you might think that's a good or bad thing, but you look at places, he was saying there's lots of places around the world, not just Afghanistan, where authoritarian governments are acting appallingly. You look at Myanmar, Hong Kong, China with the Uyghurs, and the lesson seems to be that we do just sit and watch now. And is that the right thing to do? And this goes, as I said earlier, there's a political view taken about the appetite of British people to get involved in other parts of the world with different viewpoints to ours. Is that the right thing? Do you feel that weariness this morning? Or do you think, is the lesson from Afghanistan we should never have gone in? Or is the lesson from Afghanistan that we should have stayed and stay active and stay defending a certain way of thinking? 87222, cite a message to the word Times, or tweet us at Times Radio this morning. Let's have a look at what's happening in the papers and online. And the front pages are indeed dominated by the Taliban's victory in Afghanistan and the subsequent fleeing of the president, civilians and Western personnel. The Mail asks, what the hell did they all die for? With a picture of soldiers carrying the coffin of Sergeant Michael Lockett, who was killed in Helmand province.
The fall of Kabul is the biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez, writes Tom Tugendhat, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Times today. He says the event reveals the UK's inability to hold a separate foreign policy to the US and poses serious questions for the future of Britain's foreign policy.
In other news, Canada's PM Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has called a snap summer general election 2 years ahead of schedule. Current polls indicate his minority Liberal government looks within reach of forming a majority.
And here is possibly the weirdest story from the weekend. Strathclyde Partnership for Transport, or SPT, Chief Exec Gordon McLennan has been suspended after a Sunday Mail investigation revealed he had been driving an illegal cloned car on holiday. The chief executive had a VW Passat in his staff car park and another at his holiday home, both with the same registration. McLennan, who is the highest paid public transport boss in Scotland, will remain suspended while an investigation is carried out. It's legal, apparently, to have a cloned car.
It's illegal?
Strangely enough.
Yeah. Why would you have a... I'm not talking about him, but what's the purpose generally?
Don't know. Crime?
Being in two places at once? I don't know.
Yes.
Is that it?
Probably. I don't know.
I don't know. It's a very strange story. Sky News reports there's another strange story. The miraculous tale of an 83-year-old woman who was rescued from a 70-foot fall due to her cat. Piran the cat was meowing so loudly that it drew the attention of a passerby who then discovered the cat's owner to have fallen down an embankment into woods. Police and firefighters rescued the stranded woman, who is said to be stable in hospital. And if that were me, I know at least one of my cats, Boo, would have looked at me with disdain and wandered off to find some food.
Or just someone else. Basically. A new owner. He's useless. I'll leave him in the ditch. And the Queen of Pop, it's her birthday today. Andrew wanted to fade Borderline because it was at the end, but it's like, that's the one we both liked. We liked all of them, I think it's fair to say. Yeah. But that one, there's something so, I don't know. Why do we like that song? Anyway, Madonna turned 63 today. The superstar shared a glimpse of her celebrations on Instagram yesterday, showing fans her haul of birthday gifts, including a personalised leather bag and a Louis Vuitton sun hat. What is it about Borderline?
I think it's the little synthy sound. So it's very of its time, isn't it?
And I don't think it was it wasn't a number one or anything. I don't think it was quite early. Anyway,
we're heading into deep waters now, where my knowledge comes to limited. I remember I turned off Madonna due to her behaviour in lockdown, which we can't quite remember what it was.
It was something to do with a bath.
A bath and a video. She's staying on the list. Today's Time is on sale now with all the award-winning reporting you'd expect, plus features, reviews, and of course the puzzles. And if you want to save nearly 50% on the cover price, a print subscription costs just £9 a week and gets you all 7 papers from Monday to Sunday. To find out more, search Times Print Subscription. It is now 7:50. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar this afternoon from 4, powered by Range Rover. A pioneering daily journey of breaking news, forensic analysis and precision comment.
We'll hear from Labour, Tory MPs and people at the sharp end.
The undisputed leader in the field of quality political broadcasting.
We'll bring you that live.
Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar, because hard news needs powerful reporting. This afternoon from 4, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
Now, do you know for sure that what you're putting in the recycling definitely can be recycled?
No.
And do you just put it in anyway?
No, I mean, I err on the side of caution, but no, I don't just chuck everything in.
I would like to say that. I suspect I do. Research from the Centre for Social Innovations found that committed recyclers are actually the worst offenders for putting rubbish in the wrong bin. Dr. Anna Scott, Director of Services at the Centre for Social Innovation, is with us now. Good morning, Anna.
Hi, nice to talk to you.
So, is this true then? The people who are the smug recyclers aren't very good at it?
Well, we know from national evidence that around 4 in 5 people are actually putting things into their curbside recycling collection that can't be recycled. And around 2 in 5 people are putting what we call serious contaminants in. So these are items that cause significant problems in the sorting and the processing of recycling.
Yeah, and so is it actually worse then to recycle badly than not to recycle at all?
It can be, depending on the items that someone puts into their recycling. So particularly items that cause significant problems would be food waste, textiles, nappies, things that really shouldn't be going into mixed recycling.
So I have forgive me to be specific, we had pizza at the weekend, and you get a kind of dirty pizza box and you still put it in the recycling. I put that in the recycling. Is that wrong?
It generally, now speaking, into your mixed recycling, you should be putting clean, empty items, free from food residue. So in most cases, actually, if there's a small amount of grease, perhaps that's okay. But generally speaking, you would like clean items in there.
And do some councils handle this better than others? Do some councils allow for the 4 in 5 making mistakes and actually sort it to make it work? And do some just say, well, that's ruined it? Is there a different level of checking in different parts of the country?
Yeah, so in the research that we undertook at Keep It and Tide, we really wanted to understand what was driving people to put the wrong things into their recycling collection, and really to also understand how we could support local authorities and make policy calls so that more people can recycle the correct things more of the time. Now, as everyone is aware, recycling is different in different parts of the country. What can be accepted is different. Where items go to be sorted can be different. And there's, of course, a degree of tolerance in local authority systems, which can allow for, the wrong things going in. The problem is when those items become too plentiful, and that can cause recycling loads to be rejected.
Is it not, though, unrealistic to expect people to wash everything before they recycle it? Because that's the heart of the problem here, isn't it? And I just think that a lot of people would say, surely there should be washing as part of recycling that's after it's taken away from me.
Yes, so of course, when items are actually go through the reprocessing process, there is an element of cleaning that goes on. If I can use the example, for example, you've had a tin of beans, you've had a can of baked beans for your lunch, and should you wash that out? So of course, when that can gets melted down into metal, it doesn't really matter that there was beans and bin juice residue on the can. But of course, if you have a mixed recycling collection, which a lot of people in the country do, where your cans and your bottles and your jars are mixed in with your paper and cardboard, then that food residue can get onto the other materials in your recycling, particularly the paper and card, and reduce the quality of them. And recycling is a process. What comes out at the end is informed by what goes in at the beginning. So that means the right things and clean and empty things.
Okay, Dr. Anna Scott, thank you for joining us this morning. Director of Services at the Centre for Social Innovation, introducing the phrase baked bean juice at 7:55, which did make my stomach lurch a little bit. I don't trust people, including myself, to clean things properly before recycling.
Well, do you have peanut butter in your house? A jar of peanut butter? Can you imagine?
We have Marmite.
Cleaning that all out and scraping
Marmite's the same. It's even worse. Really.
And you don't, do you? No, neither do I. But now I feel bad.
Yeah. If you want to do some confessions, your recycling confessions, let us know. Do you want to tell me if you seriously wash everything out? I
know people who put a lot of that stuff through the dishwasher.
That's good commitment.
It's clever, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You'd have to do it yourself.
Yeah, that's good.
Anyway.
Let us know, 87222, start your message to the word Times or tweet us at Times Radio.
Now, an American private equity firm is gearing up to trump a rival £6.7 billion offer for the British supermarket WM Morrison. The Times' deputy business editor Graham Ruddock has more on that and the morning's other business news. Morning, Graham.
Good morning.
So who is this American private equity firm?
It is Clayton, Dublier and Rice, who among their workforce includes Sir Terry Leahy, the former boss of Tesco, who's an operating partner and he's working on this proposed bid for them. It's a big week for Morrison's, who of course are our fourth largest supermarket chain. The deadline for CD&R to come back with a bid is August the 20th. There already is a takeover bid for Morrison's by a Fortress led by another US firm called Fortress. But this week we'll find out if that bid is going to go ahead or if this rival proposal from CD&R will gazump it.
And why are they interested in Morrison's?
There's a general view that the British supermarkets are undervalued and that they've been hit by the rise of online retailers, but that actually their underlying businesses are still doing pretty well. So people are still going to supermarkets, and also Morrison's owns a large number of its supermarkets. It owns its warehouses and food facilities. So even if it does struggle, it has the value of those assets underpinning its business anyway.
Now, the post office has signed a click and collect delivery deal with France's DPD.
This is interesting because the post office has until now exclusively dealt with the Royal Mail, so throughout its hundreds of year history. So this is quite a big shift for the post office. And what it'll mean is that we'll be able to do click and collect orders from loads of online retailers through the post office. So DPD handle packages for all sorts of different retailers, and the post office hopes that this deal will get more people through its doors.
What advantages, though, will that bring for... I mean, we understand about customers, but why would this be better than using Royal Mail?
More broader. So at the moment they had an exclusive deal with Royal Mail Post Office, so it was only the Royal Mail they could deal with, and by sort of ending their exclusive arrangement they're able to offer a much broader range of services. And I think the Post Office imagines that this is a way that they can make themselves much more relevant for the 21st century and get a new generation of customers using its services.
OK, Graham, really interesting. That's the deputy business editor of The Times, Graham Ruddock.
We've had a dishwasher recycler. Well and Rosie, I put my jars through the dishwasher, had council refuse lady come to the WI to tell us what's what. And Julie said, I'm genuinely shocked. I thought everyone washed up their recycling. Who wants dirty cans hanging around outside for up to a fortnight?
I agree with you, but that's because at one point, it depends where you get your information from. At one point, I remember reading it and breathing a sigh of relief, thinking, oh, great, I don't have to. So I remember it was advice that was given that said you don't have to. Yeah. It doesn't matter if there's a few scraps. I mean, obviously, you're not going to put something that's,
full of tin of bean juice. Full of bean
exactly.
Juice.
Stop saying bean juice. This feels like a euphemism.
Oh, my God, Asma.
Didn't mean that.
No, I don't know what it put. My mind is running, fleeing in another direction. Kevin makes a point which I think is more realistic as well. I live in a block of flats with communal bins. The recycling bins are often used as overflow bins by residents when the normal bins are full despite repeated warnings. And I kind of feel now a bit of inspiration to wash more stuff before I get it recycled.
Well, no, they've got some clarity.
Yeah,
although it might change again, and next year they will say, no, you don't have to.
I don't want Julie to be shocked at me anymore. I mean, I do a bit, but also we need to get it done. Quick things on other comments that are coming in. G says we didn't go into Afghanistan to manage the country. We went there to stop Al Qaeda, which seems to have been achieved. But you're about to hear a discussion with H.R. McMaster, who suggests that the Taliban and Al Qaeda remain connected. So has it really done anything? What the hell were we there for? Is the front page of the Mail, and it's a question we'll be answering.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock. This is Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
The headlines this morning: the Taliban have declared victory in Afghanistan as people try to flee the capital Kabul, and police will be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licenses.
Ahead, Donald Trump's former national security advisor on America's role in the collapse of Afghan forces. And we begin a new series looking at what you could fix with £1 billion. Today, it's the NHS backlog.
It's Monday, the 16th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First, the news with Alex Dibble.
Asma, thank you. Good morning. People have been climbing structures at Kabul airport, desperate to board planes and flee Afghanistan following the Taliban's takeover. All commercial flights have been suspended after the Taliban seized control of the capital and declared victory over the government. The UK's Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, says there is hope that British nationals and many Afghans can be helped to escape.
The military side of the airport is secure. The military flights are coming in and out. They've just brought in more UK soldiers. Border forces joining us to make sure that we accelerate the process to get more Afghans out. The next group of Afghans to come out will be 782, and we will make sure we get them in the next 24 to 36 hours.
Pakistan, Turkey and Uzbekistan are among the countries to which people are fleeing. This woman made it to India.
I can't believe the world abandoned Afghanistan. Our friends are going to get killed. They're going to kill us. Our women are not going to have any more rights.
An emergency meeting of the UN Security Council has been called for 3 p.m. UK time. The political fallout has included Donald Trump calling for President Biden to resign, claiming he's allowed the situation in Afghanistan to unfold by withdrawing troops. In an interview with Times Radio, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, says he's right.
The psychological blows that we delivered by saying we're not going to support you, we're leaving, you're on your own, and by the way, release all these heinous Taliban terrorists who went right back to the battlefield and right back to terrorist activities. I think that made it very difficult for the Afghans to sustain the will themselves, and that should come as no surprise.
You can hear the full interview with General McMaster on Times Radio in a couple of minutes' time. Police are to be required to check the social media profiles of people who apply for firearms licences following the mass shooting in Plymouth on Thursday. Jake Davison killed 5 people in Keyham, including his mother and a 3-year-old girl, after having his licence returned. The Times crime and security editor, Fiona Hamilton, says the government is updating guidance amid concerns it's not rigorous enough.
I'm told that some police forces already do conduct social media checks for applicants, but it's done on an ad hoc basis at the moment. So some police forces will have a look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc., but others won't.
A woman in Nottingham suffered life-changing injuries after being attacked by her American bulldog. She was repeatedly bitten on the face, arms and stomach. The animal's believed to have turned on a child before it was stabbed by another resident. People in England who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for the coronavirus. It's the same for anyone aged under 18, regardless of whether they've been vaccinated or not. But Chief Executive of UK Hospitality, Kate Nichols, has told us with 60% of their sector under the age of 30, it will be a while before they feel the benefit.
Unless we have further changes in the self-isolation policy that allow for daily contact testing for hospitality workers or those who are not fully vaccinated to remain in work, then we won't be through the pandemic until we get to sort of mid-September, and that point at which the over 18s will have been offered their first jab. So we've got many weeks to go for hospitality.
Japan's preparing to extend a state of emergency in Tokyo until the middle of September because of high numbers of coronavirus cases. The current state of emergency is due to expire on the 31st of August. Tokyo is hosting the Paralympics, which get underway a week tomorrow. And the government plans to review green electricity tariffs as it's concerned some energy companies could be exaggerating their environmental benefits. Energy Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan says 9 million households are on tariffs branded 100% renewable or green. A few showers in the east at first, then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells, rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Tottenham head coach Nuno Espirito Santo has claimed Harry Kane's absence from their opening weekend victory over Manchester City was due to his lack of preparation time. Some have taken it as a sign his proposed transfer to City is imminent. And the second test between England and India is finally poised heading into the final day at Lord's. India will resume on 181 for 6, a lead of 154. We'll have a full sports roundup in half an hour.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Good morning. The war is over. The Taliban bided their time, 20 years, and now they're back in power in Afghanistan. Many Afghans have been trying to flee the country, wheeling suitcases onto the tarmac at the airport. The UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting this afternoon. Parliament has been recalled on Wednesday. No government spokesperson this morning, sadly, but we will hear from Donald Trump's former national security advisor and from the historian William Dalrymple, who has literally written the book on Afghanistan.
Here, ironically, it's Freedom Day, the end of the so-called pingdemic. If you've been double vaccinated, you're under 18 and come into close contact with a COVID case, you won't have to isolate, but can take a PCR test instead.
We'll also look at the cost of green boilers, and many of you are still reacting to the news that those of us who thought we were good at recycling are not. And in the first in a series, we give a theoretical £1 billion to someone to fix something. We're doing this all week. Today, how would they sort the huge NHS backlog?
You can text us on that. You're continuing to text about recycling. We were saying that most people aren't very good at it, whether your confessions, whether you clean your recycling or not. And the country does seem to be split between those who do and are proud of it and those who don't and feel a bit shameful, which is probably me. Let us know your thoughts on that. And of course, on this big debate today, Afghanistan, what can we now do? Parliament's being recalled on Wednesday. Does it matter enough to us? We heard from Alistair Burt earlier, the former Minister for Afghanistan, saying there is this weariness in the country when the word Afghanistan is mentioned. And is that good enough? Can we afford to be weary when we've got there in the first place? And do politicians effectively know that the public don't care much either way? Let us know your thoughts this morning, 87222, starting with the word Times. Tweet us at Times Radio or email our producer Emily on studio@times.radio. It is now 8:07, and as we've been saying all morning, Afghanistan has fallen to the Taliban after the militant group took control of the capital, Kabul. Donald Trump has issued a new call for President Biden to resign in disgrace for what he has allowed to happen to Afghanistan. The Biden administration has hit back, saying the US Taliban exit deal was negotiated under the Trump presidency. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the fall of the country has happened more quickly than we anticipated. So what went wrong? Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster was President Trump's national security advisor and served in Afghanistan. I asked how he felt this morning.
It's heartbreaking, it's disappointing. I think whenever you see a tragedy, what makes it more traumatic is if you feel helpless, like you can't do anything about it. And so I think for all of us who saw so many people make sacrifices and take risks, to build a better future for Afghanistan, but also to prioritize our interest, to protect all humanity from jihadist terrorists who want to commit mass murder as a principal tactic against all civilization. We're angry and upset because this was so unnecessary, Stig. I mean, this was a situation in Afghanistan that was not pretty, right? Afghanistan had not become Denmark, but withdrawing our forces the way that we did, empowering the Taliban on the way out, delivering a psychological blow to the Afghans and bolstering the Taliban's confidence, I think it's really inexcusable. And it's obviously a tragedy that is going to grow worse in the coming days and weeks. And we're all going to pay a price for this, Stig. I mean, what happens in Afghanistan doesn't stay in Afghanistan, as we know from 9/11 and 7/7 and the many terrorist attacks that have emanated from this terrorist ecosystem between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
There seems to be sort of three failings we have to try and grapple with, and the US and the UK to a certain extent have to grapple with. There's a failure of intelligence to understand that this was going to happen so quickly. There's that technical failure. We were preparing Afghan troops, the Afghan government, to stop this happening, and they didn't do it. And then there's this moral question. Is there a moral stain that's resultant from all of this? Can we start with intelligence, if we may, General?
Yes.
Why did people not know?
Stig, they knew. This is self-delusion, right? This is willful ignorance. I mean, it was clear that this kind of collapse was going to happen, because look at what we did, right? We signed a capitulation agreement essentially with the Taliban in 2019. And then we took all these steps from that point on to actually strengthen the Taliban and weaken the Afghan government and security forces and their resolve in particular. We forced the Afghan government to release 5,000 of some of the most heinous people on earth who immediately rejoined the Taliban and began intensifying their terrorist attacks against the Afghan people. We watched, Stig, passively as they attacked maternity hospitals and they gunned down expectant mothers and infants. We watched as they bombed girls' schools and then set up secondary explosive devices outside so as the girls were running out of the initial site of the mass murder that they could kill even more of them. We watched them engage in a systematic campaign of assassination against anyone who was striving to make Afghanistan better and to hang on to the tremendous gains the Afghan people had made since 2001 and the end of the horrible Taliban regime. We stood idly by and we turned a blind eye. This was utterly predictable, Stig.
So, but was it being predicted? Were people going into the White House, going into to the National Security Advisor's office and saying, the Taliban have this level of, they're doing this, we will not be able to hold them. The Afghan people will not be able to hold them. This is going to be a disaster. Because all the stuff coming out of the White House, really up until about a day ago, even now actually, has been, this is a situation that's under control.
Well, sadly, some leaders are determined to get the advice that they want and to get the intelligence they want to fit their preconceived notions and ideas. This is what I call in the book Battlegrounds, strategic narcissism, the tendency to define the world only in relation to us, and then to assume that what we do or decide not to do is decisive toward achieving a favorable outcome. And the problem with that is that it's self-referential, and it doesn't acknowledge the agency, the influence, the authorship over the future that others have. In this case, the Taliban, their al-Qaeda allies, and the Pakistan's inter-service intelligence, all of whom have been working together to put together this offensive since 2019. The weapons caches, the concentration of people around these cities, the campaign to take over the northern provinces so that there would be no fallback position for Afghans to organize a further resistance against the Taliban. All of this was extended in planning and it was extended in execution. And it had to be a determined effort in self-delusion not to see it happening.
Is this on the Trump administration or is this on the Biden administration? Because Trump has come out overnight very critical of Biden, as you might expect. But this was set in train, arguably, under him. Who is this on, in your view? Is this something that Biden has to own?
Well, I think there's a lot of blame to go around, Stig, and I think, you often hear, well, Americans were tired of, of 20 years of war, right? We had needed to end the endless wars. Well, it should come as no surprise, right? If you have 3 American presidents in a row who are saying it's not worth it, who are saying there's no military solution there, right? That that the Afghans will never get it. That this was, this is just going to be another episode in the graveyard of empires. All of that was utterly ahistorical and really not connected at all to the realities in Afghanistan. A country, of course, that had a corrupt government, people within the government, and there was a huge corruption problem. The security forces had not developed the strength and depth that they should have in that time. But, Afghanistan didn't need to be perfect. It just needed to be Afghanistan and to be on a gradual path towards sustainable security and stability. And, the effort wasn't that great, Stig, at the end. I mean, if you go back just a couple of years ago, 8,500 U.S. troops, a matching number of coalition forces there, spending about $22 billion a year. I call that a pretty cheap insurance policy against the humanitarian catastrophe that we're seeing today, and a catastrophe, as I mentioned, that won't stay in Afghanistan. It is likely to destabilize Pakistan even further. We know these migrants, they're not going to stop in Central Asia and South Asia. They're going to come to Europe. And we could have prevented this for really pennies on the dollar or the pound, for what we're going to pay for this in the future.
But people will be listening going, well, hang a second. You've spent 20 years in this country. You've been spending this money, billions and billions and billions of dollars, allegedly getting to a point where the government can stand on its own 2 feet. And more importantly, the Afghan army can stand on its own 2 feet. Why has it not been able to? This is not a vast force. This is what Biden says. This is not a huge force behind the Taliban. This is a relatively small force that is just rolling over an army that the British and the US army have been supposedly preparing for this for years.
There are no short-term solutions to long-term problems. And paradoxically, the short-term approach that we took to Afghanistan actually complicated and lengthened that war and made it more costly. It was always going to be difficult. But if you think back about it, really going back to 2001, 2002, we said, okay, we're leaving. And then we kept saying, okay, now we're really, really leaving. And then we entered into a negotiation with the Taliban state and said, hey, we're leaving and here's our timeline for departure and we'd like to negotiate with you. How the hell does that work, Stig? Yeah. So we made it as hard on ourselves as we could have. And in the final stages of this, and this is where the Biden administration must bear the blame and has the moral responsibility, is they delivered very strong psychological blows to the Afghan people and the Afghan and the Afghan armed forces. You know, Napoleon said, you know, the moral is to the physical as of 10-1. And I think the psychological blows that we delivered by saying we're not going to support you, we're leaving, you're on the way out, you're on your own, and by the way, release all these heinous Taliban, you know, terrorists who went right back to the battlefield and right back to terrorist activities. I think that made it very difficult for the Afghans to sustain the will themselves, and that should come as no surprise. Yeah. We actually bolstered the will of our enemies, and diminished the will of those who are on the side, our side, and on the side of humanity. Yeah. And I think it's abhorrent. It's a really strange reversal of morality, Stig. I think, you know, the way that some people began to regard the Taliban, to talk to these jackasses in Doha and sit across the table from them, it's a really strange reversal of morality. And I think the only explanation is the psychological phenomenon in which an abuser begins to identify, a victim begins to identify with the abuser. I mean, it's astounding that we didn't recognize that the Taliban would behave in this way. Yeah. How could we not have, given their track record, right? And so this is why I call it an exercise in self-delusion or strategic narcissism. There's really no other explanation.
That was H.R. McMaster, President Trump's national security advisor for a time, served in Afghanistan as well, was in fact in heavily involved in liaising with local people there. And you can really get a sense of his anger this morning, of how he feels about how this has been handled. You know, he makes the point that it didn't cost America an awful lot of money to stay in Afghanistan and hold on to the status quo. And the amount of cost in human terms, and potentially in diplomatic and in financial terms, that's going to result from the Taliban just wandering in, as we heard from earlier, and taking over control again, is an extraordinary situation, and felt extraordinary to someone who'd actually served there as well.
Let's look at the diplomatic side of this now. What can all the countries who have some kind of stake, some kind of connection do? More than 60 countries, including the UK, have issued a joint statement saying the Afghan people deserve to live in safety, security and dignity. How far that statement is going to have an impact remains to be seen, of course. They also called on the Taliban to allow anyone who wishes to depart to do so and to keep roads, airports and border crossings open. The Taliban spokesman was quite categorical about that yesterday, though. He said, no, people should not be leaving Afghanistan. The UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting on the situation this afternoon. Catherine Philp is a Times' diplomatic correspondent. Good morning to you, Catherine.
Good morning.
What can Western countries do apart from issue joint statements?
Well, indeed, that's a very good question. It would be reasonable to argue that our moment of leverage has passed and that we willingly surrendered it. As to that statement that they've made about allowing people to leave the country if they wish to, I'm afraid I find this deeply ironic and rather heartbreaking, because, in fact, the people who are stopping Afghans from leaving the country right now, they may become the Taliban, or it may be the Taliban that stopped them leaving. At the moment, it's NATO. They are the ones who have suspended commercial flights out of Kabul, which is the only exit point of the country that is not now in Taliban hands. The reason they've done that is to prioritize their own military evacuation, which is now using military transport aircraft to get out American, British diplomats, and Afghans who are trying to leave the country by commercial means have been stopped. I spoke to someone last night who sat on the runway for 5 hours before he was disembarked, and no one got to leave. So we're not in a position of strength here on any whether it's about diplomatic leverage, we've given up our military control, and we're on pretty shaky moral grounds too.
What about the UN Security Council? We know they're going to meet later. What hope is there that that's going to help do anything?
I'm sorry to sound so gloomy again, but very, very little. We have this, I've heard lots of commentators talk over the last few days about, how the Taliban crave international recognition and that's our leverage over them now and they need money. And now this presupposes that we are still the only game in town as the West. If the Taliban wish to do their separate deals with China and Russia, they will do them. Don't forget the entire Taliban leadership were recently in China for talks with them. So, and also the Security Council has been in a state of complete paralysis for some years now, but has got worse and worse with handling over, some of the most egregious situations in the world today, including the situation in Xinjiang, which has been called a genocide, but which the UN Security Council have been absolutely powerless to act on because China is blocking it. China has a very strong policy of non-interference in other countries' affairs. It's not unreasonable to think that they will see this as an internal Afghan affair and seek to build their own relationships with the people who are now in charge, and that's the Taliban.
You talked there about the various deals that the Taliban might do with different countries. They've it's very notable that this looks and sounds slightly different. I mean, it may just be smoke and mirrors to the previous so-called incarnation of the Taliban, the one we saw in the 90s. This incarnation, they've adopted a new PR strategy. They've hired an English-speaking spokesman, Suhail Shaheen, who called the BBC yesterday and gave a 32-minute interview, and who tried to reassure everyone that everything was going to be okay. Is this a sign that they are attempting to enter the diplomatic world, do you think? Or what does it mean?
Yeah, I think it's... I think it's far too early to say, and the Taliban have broken almost every promise they've given to us recently. They effectively used the cover of peace talks in Doha to execute this strategy of a complete takeover. So I would be extremely wary at taking their word for anything. They absolutely have evolved from 2001 into far more effective diplomatic players with the outside world, and very skillfully. But that doesn't mean that there is not a level of deception in how they are approaching their relations with the outside world, that they are just much, much slicker and better at it.
Catherine, thank you very much. That's Catherine Philp, who is the Times' diplomatic correspondent. It's 8:23.
Let's have a look at other news happening this morning in the papers and online. I mean, this is another amazingly sad story that would have had bigger play, I think, had Afghanistan not been happening. Officials in Haiti have confirmed at least 1,297 people have died after a powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit the Caribbean nation on Saturday. Homes, churches and schools were among buildings flattened in the quake. There are an unknown number of people still missing.
Gun owners face having their licences reviewed in the wake of the Plymouth mass shooting, reports The Telegraph. Police will check with GPs whether a prospective owner has mental health issues, and their social media will also be reviewed. The changes come after it emerged that police failed to trawl through Jake Davison's online activity before giving him back the gun he used to murder 5 people, including a toddler, in Plymouth on Thursday.
It seems a sensible idea, but how's that going to work in practice? GPs, are they going to give it? How quickly do you get information and reviewing social media? Well, how do you know? What's the difference between someone who's just a ranter and someone who does that? But if you look at his
at least there'll be a red flag. At least there'll be something.
Yeah, and his behaviour. The fact, I just can't believe he had it taken off him, had to have anger management lessons. I think once you get to that point, why would you possibly return the gun to someone after they've had anger management lessons? That is utterly baffling, I think. More businesses are offering incentives to customers who get their COVID jabs. Asda will offer £10 vouchers for its clothing brand George to those aged 18 to 30 who get vaccinated? Is George often worn by the 18 to 30-year-old demographic?
Good point. No. It's probably more often worn by people like me.
People like, really? Would I like George?
Nice pair of pyjamas.
Oh, lovely. Well, not for me, as we know. Whereas travel company lastminute.com will offer £30 gift cards towards foreign travel for over 18s who book vaccinations through their website.
Just eat a nice flapjack as well. Anyway, they were denied an ordinary Olympics, but Team GB athletes have been given an official homecoming and a chance to show off their medals with a star-studded concert at Wembley last night. That was Anne-Marie, who was among the many artists, including Youngblood and Rag and Bone Man, to perform at the event.
Bit boring, that song, so let's have a bit of a palate cleanser. Madonna turned 63 today. Here's our favourite song of hers. Come on, put it, here it comes.
A bit of time to get going.
We've started this probably slightly too early. Also, like you say, the sort of the tingly xylophone. It's very lo-fi, isn't it?
It is. It's so. When was this? 1983, maybe 3, 4.
Yeah. Here we go. Just there's a bit of vocals. It's going to become borderline. You all know it. It's lovely. It's Madonna's birthday today, 63. Oh God, Asma's singing along.
I'm not singing, I'm miming. If you haven't heard the song, go and listen to it. It's really, really good. It's borderline, and it's her favourite.
And is it her favourite?
No, it's our favourite.
It's our favourite, I can say, yeah.
I have no idea. I don't have a line into Madonna's mind. Not yet, anyway.
No. There's already too many lines into Madonna's mind, in my experience. That's, yes, another problem with social media. 8:26, if you fancy the idea of getting away for some Mediterranean sunshine. Oh, yes, Times Radio has a great competition for you. We've teamed up with the Malta Tourism Authority to give one listener the chance to win a 4-night getaway for 2 people to Malta, plus spending money. I love the fact that this is now a sell. As the most vaccinated country in Europe, Malta is an excellent place to visit. To get all the details and enter the competition, go to the competitions page of the Times Radio website. Good luck.
Right, let's have a look, shall we, in the Times. I mean, pages and pages and pages of coverage of the Taliban. And I saw this really bizarre, I thought it was slightly bizarre story about this ancient Quran, which is in the Times. It's a 16th century copy of the Quran. It was due to be auctioned at Christie's, and it's going to be returned to Turkey after the country's authorities said that it had been stolen in an armed robbery. Slightly bizarre. Expected to fetch between £120,000 and £180,000 at auction. It is signed by a celebrated calligrapher. Features an ornate cover believed to have been added in the mid-18th century. It had been due to go on sale in October 2017. But then this big, long, convoluted tale of it being withdrawn from auction, Turkish prosecutors said it had been taken in a gunpoint robbery. It was illegally smuggled out of the country. Absolutely bizarre. But anyway, a judge has now ruled that it must return to Turkey. It's absolutely fascinating. It's right at the bottom of the page. It's actually a really fascinating story.
It's an interesting story. Another story in the paper. Johnson goes teetotal until new arrival. Boris Johnson is giving up alcohol till his newest baby is born. I think quite a lot of people do this a bit, don't they? Because
until the baby's born.
Yeah, because particularly if your wife...
That's when the real drinking starts.
Yeah.
The baby's
when
born.
The baby. But also I know if your wife has to give up drinking, then sometimes it's seen as solidarity with her. Although my wife drinks so much more than me, so it's always the other way around in our household. But anyway, he's going teetotal until new arrival. He is apparently... Because Boris Johnson, it seems to me, one of the worst adverts for the benefits of jogging in the history of human movement. Because you always see him... The number of pictures you see of him jogging and the lack of weight loss seem to be in almost inverse correlation. But there we go. But it's part of his fitness drive, going booze-free and jogging a lot. That's Boris Johnson there. Now, one of the government's ideas to cut emissions and combat climate change is to replace the gas boiler in your home with a low-carbon alternative, like a heat pump. Later, Times Money mentor Georgie Frost will tell us about a planned £400 million boiler scrappage scheme, offering people 7,000 grants to encourage homeowners to change their boiler. But let's first speak to Chris Briley from the Active Building Centre, which advises on building greener homes. Morning to you, Chris.
Good morning.
We often talk about this now, green boilers, having a green boiler. I've got no idea what one is in my mind. Is there a clearly defined thing of what it is?
No, and I think that is the problem. There is no kind of silver bullet or magic bullet to kind of deal with climate change and in terms of replacing gas boilers. But we all accept, I think, now that something has to be done. There is lots on the market. And one of the things about the Active Building Centre is we're technology agnostic. So what we're doing on behalf of government and the construction industry is kind of testing different types of heating systems, whether that be, your heat source pumps, your geothermal, hydrogen, you name it. There's so much out there. But one of the challenges, I think, at the moment is myth busting. I think we've seen it recently in the last couple of months or so, quite a lot of negativity about the cost of heat source pumps and going green. And I think that's one of the challenges that us and the industry has to face.
And also the government needs to get its finger out, doesn't it? Because if I was thinking of getting a green boiler, surely I should wait until the government announces what it's going to do in terms of subsidies. And so you're almost delaying the problem because people might as well wait to see if the government offers any subsidy and to support them.
I think that's one of the issues at the moment, actually. If you look at it, we've got COP26 around the corner, and we've heard from Lord Denham, former, John Gummer, former Environment Secretary, saying that actually there's a bit of a void at the moment. And we've seen that. We've seen the fact that lots of negativity in the press about the cost and, the red wall areas and can they afford this? But you're absolutely right. There's concern out there, isn't there, about the cost of it? But I'd say look at the cost of flooding. We have to address this. We have to do something. And I think one of the challenges for the construction industry and for us as the Active Building Centre and government is to give the public more information and try and get rid of some of those myths out there. I mean, heat source pumps are a great system. They're a lot, the efficiency of them. Now, I'm going to bore you a little bit here. There's COP26. You'll hear a lot about that over the next couple of weeks, the Congress of the Parties. Another COP that you need to be aware of over the next coming years is the coefficient of performance. And that is about how much these systems give back. So take, for example, your average gas boiler. Efficiency, if it's an old one, 50%, so wasted heat there, wasted energy. Even the better newer ones, you're looking at around about 80% max, and we're burning fossil fuels, so it's not great. Heat source pumps, a bit of energy put in, can result in something like 350% more output. But you're right, the cost is a big issue, which is why I think we've seen in some of the weekend press with regards to grants and the government looking at that. I think that's really important to get the likes of you, to start saying, actually, it is the right thing to do. I will take the risk. And what we're trying to do is de-risk it. And what I think is helpful is we've got big projects with the likes of Nationwide and government in Wales to try and show people how actually it can be successful.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for joining us this morning. Chris Briley from the Active Building Centre. It's not a great, you don't have to convince me about it. I just think the government, if it's going to start giving money, needs to start giving money. Because otherwise, if you want a green boiler, you're going to wait till the government stumps up some cash, aren't you? You're not going to say, well, I'll pay for it now myself and then take it on the chin, I don't think. So it's going to cause even greater delay. Yeah. But that was the argument for building greener homes with gas boilers. We're carrying on with the discussion about Afghanistan, of course, over the course of the morning. And we're talking to the Shadow Defence Secretary after the news, but it's 8:33. Let's get the latest news and sport with Alex Dibble.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. The Defence Secretary says the UK plans to fly between 1,200 and 1,500 people out of Afghanistan every day as a humanitarian situation worsens following the Taliban's takeover. The militant group has taken the capital, Kabul, entered the abandoned presidential palace and declared victory. Pakistan's President Arif Alvi says his government will do all it can to help those running to the border.
Our countries and our people have big hearts. They ensure the fact that people in misery will be accommodated at a great cost to our economy. But we have shown the world, which is shrinking its borders, raising walls against refugees, we have shown to the world that morality is with us.
The UN Security Council is to meet at 3 p.m. UK time. Police are to be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences. It's among guidance being issued by the government following last week's shooting in Plymouth. The number of people known to have died after an earthquake in Haiti has increased to 1,297. It's feared the catastrophe could worsen, with Tropical Storm Grace expected to hit Haiti tonight. And Rail Minister Chris Heaton-Harris has predicted demand for trains will return to pre-pandemic levels, but he believes people will choose to travel at different times of day. The number of journeys being made is around 57% of what it was before the coronavirus crisis. Mostly dry with sunny spells, a few showers though for eastern and northwestern parts of the country. Breezy too and feeling relatively cool. Jake Robson has the sport.
The Tottenham manager Nuno Espirito Santo insists that Harry Kane was left out of their side's win over Manchester City yesterday because of a lack of preparation time, not because of the transfer speculation surrounding the England captain. He's been heavily linked with a move to the defending champions this summer, but after yesterday's 1-0 victory for Spurs, Nuno says Kane will be available for his side soon.
It's not the decision was made yesterday, the day that we prepared the match, and we had to make decisions. That's our work. Harry does, he worked today. He's getting ready to help the team.
England striker Tammy Abraham is expected to complete his £34 million move to Roma today. The Chelsea forward was in Italy yesterday for a medical ahead of linking back up with Jose Mourinho. England's cricketers will be pushing for victory on day 5 of the second test against India later. They trail the tourists by 154 runs, with Virat Kohli's side on 181 for 6 in their second innings. All-rounder Moeen Ali was recalled to the side for the match at Lord's after not featuring a great deal of late in the longer form. He says he's just glad to be involved.
That was my aim, really. It wasn't the runs or the wickets so much, although they help. It was more about just enjoying myself and trying to enjoy the challenge as much as I could. But I just wanted to be part of this series and do well.
Roger Federer has all but ruled himself out of this month's US Open tennis after revealing he faces many months out of the game as he prepares to undergo further knee surgery. The 40-year-old missed the Tokyo Olympics with a knee injury after losing in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. Finally, American Kevin Kisner won golf's Wyndham Championship after finishing in a 6-way tie at the top of the leaderboard, eventually coming out on top in a playoff. Justin Rose finished as the highest-placed British player on 13 under par, 2 shots off the pace setters. Remember, football returns to the TalkSport network tomorrow night as Championship leaders Fulham take on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
This is Times Radio.
It's 8:36. We are here till 10 o'clock. Coming up later on Times Radio at 1 o'clock today, Ruth Davison is sitting in for Mariella Frostrup. She will be speaking to, amongst others, the broadcaster Claire Balding on the Paralympic Games. That's around about 2 o'clock. And also later on tonight, we will be hearing from Callum MacDonald, normally on the early breakfast show. Of course, he's sitting in for Phil Williams from 7 o'clock tonight. And one of his guests is up-and-coming football pundit Harry Redknapp, who'll be rounding up the first weekend of the Premier League in extra time. So make sure you listen to that.
We have great hopes for him.
Yeah,
in
I think he'll be
football,
good. I think he'll have good turn of phrase.
Yeah, he's one to watch definitely. 8:37, Afghanistan is now under Taliban rule after the group declared victory and the president fled the country. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that 3 people have been killed by gunfire at Kabul airport. It cites witnesses saying they saw bloodied bodies lying on the ground. The report did not say where the gunfire came from. Other agencies actually reporting the number of bodies maybe as high as 5 or even higher. So it's clearly an ongoing difficult situation at Kabul airport. John Healey is the Shadow Defence Secretary. We can speak to him now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
We've been talking about Afghanistan, obviously, all morning. And it was a Labour government that sent the troops into Afghanistan as part of the coalition with the US in 2001. The front page of the Daily Mail does ask a legitimate question. What the hell did they all die for, the people who went in to fight in Afghanistan? Is that a question that can be answered this morning?
It can, to an extent. Our troops sacrificed so much. Our diplomats, our aid workers worked so hard. They didn't fail and they didn't die and do that in vain. We've had 20 years without Afghanistan being the base for international terrorism, which was the event, the Twin Towers 9/11 bombing that provoked the Afghanistan action. And for 20 years, Afghanistan people have had elections, they've educated girls, they've built businesses, they've appointed women judges, they played international sport. And the challenge now is how international efforts can be coordinated to protect those human rights and social gains with the new government.
But they won't be protected. I mean, they can't be protected by international pressure. The argument is we got that situation. It wasn't perfect by any means. Afghanistan was not a failed state. It was working to a certain extent. Why did we come out? Why did the US come out? It wasn't costing them a lot in terms of military expenditure. It wasn't costing them a lot in terms of deaths. It was a status quo position that felt like it could be maintained, and there was a political decision not to maintain it. Was that the wrong decision? And once that decision had been taken by the US, was our position just having to follow on inevitably?
We and they couldn't stay forever, but the way this withdrawal has been decided and done is a shocking failure. It's clear Western strategists badly underestimated the speed and scale of the Taliban advance, the strength of the Afghan government. What disappoints me is that it's 18 months since Trump struck that deal with the Taliban. And the questions for me are, what has our government done in the meantime as an international leading country through NATO, through the presidency of the G7, through the United Nations, to try and build and rally some sort of support in NATO to try and see that this was a graduated withdrawal that was able to reflect the circumstances and realities on the ground, and that hasn't happened, and it's been a shocking failure that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 days that's unfolded as a result, with some dreadful risks now to many of the Afghan people.
Do you think we need to expand our intake of refugees? Do we need to, because we've not managed to stand by the Afghan people in terms of the military position. Do we need now to stand by the people of Afghanistan in terms of getting those who have been colleagues, who have worked alongside the British and the Americans, and even more generally, people who are now under huge threat from the Taliban? Do we need to expand our intake for refugees from that country?
Yes, the first priority is that we've got to bring back safely all the British nationals and those Afghans who have helped them in the last 20 years. And that's the evacuation operation at the airport now. And Labour gives its full support to what the government is trying to do. There are some serious questions about how that is going and how it's being done. But in principle, we give them the full support. The second is that I think we've got to try and work internationally to protect the gains from the last 20 years, ensure that humanitarian aid can keep flowing. And yes, we should be willing to make a commitment on the refugees that we're willing to take. Canada has said they'll take 20,000. And, you know, when women civic leaders and academics and journalists fear for their very lives, then I think it is unthinkable and shameful that Britain wouldn't be prepared to look at giving them safety and security for the future too.
Is there a concern here about failure of institutions? I mean, leaving aside your view of the Conservative government, you mentioned the UN. We know the UN is going to do, as ever, nothing, because the Security Council is completely bound up with the power of veto of its members, which include China and Russia. China will definitely be building a relationship with the Taliban. So anyone who's opposed to that in the Security Council, everything they do in that area will automatically be blocked. We're living in an era of Myanmar, of Hong Kong, of Belarus, of the Uyghurs. We're living in an era, are we, where the big global institutions that are supposed to check bad behaviour, check the loss of human rights and human life, are no longer functioning?
They're weak, but they're what we've got. And, you know, in 2003, when NATO took over the Afghan operation, it did so because we built during that time support from those important players in that region: Russia, China, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. And one of the failures of preparation for withdrawal and of international leadership has been, I think, the fact that we haven't rebuilt that consensus. And if you look at it seriously, whatever our differences and our concerns about Russia or China, there is no interest in those countries to have a destabilized Taliban extremist government in Afghanistan. So that potential is possible to rebuild. It has to be done through the UN Security Council, but it's not clear to me that any of that necessary work has been done. It should be led by the British government. We have a special responsibility to Afghan people, and our troops and those that have given so much during the last 20 years would expect no less of our government.
Just finally, do you think Boris Johnson was saying in July there's no route for the Taliban to take over the whole country? Dominic Raab has gone off on holidays now, returned. Do you think we collectively underestimated the problem in Afghanistan at the government level?
Yes, we and the rest of the Western strategists and allies. But I tell you, if I was Foreign Secretary, I'd have been back from my holiday. This is not a situation you can deal with on a mobile phone from a beach. But what's more serious is that 18 months since the Trump-Taliban plan for withdrawal, there's no sign that the government has looked to rally support amongst NATO allies, put in place or try to influence a graduated and sensible withdrawal, or has the coordination ready in place and the rebuilt regional allies in order to deal with what could be a looming humanitarian crisis and a refugee crisis to boot. That's the action that's required urgently now, and it's the explanation that we'll be looking for from the government about the options they're considering when Parliament gets recalled on Wednesday.
John Healey, thank you for joining us this morning. That's John Healey, the Shadow Defence Secretary.
It's 8:45. You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
John Pienaar at Drive returns this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Join John Pienaar for the Drive Time show dedicated to the news that matters.
So many stories, so much to be won and lost.
And the views that need to be heard.
As an oncologist, a cancer specialist, I want to see things get back to normal in healthcare as well as in society.
Quality journalism, analysis and opinion that speaks for itself.
George Osborne, when he was Chancellor, got into a bit of grief because he'd never had a Greg's pasty. Do you remember that? Nobody can accuse us of just doing the big important stuff.
John Pienaar at Drive returns this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
Morning to you, it's 8:46. Other than the decision makers themselves, it is not easy to find people who agree with how Western forces left Afghanistan. Donald Trump has called on Joe Biden to resign, saying the US withdrawal would have been much different and much more successful were he still president. The Biden administration points out that it was Trump who signed a deal with the Taliban that began this process. Frank Lowenstein is a former US Special Envoy for the Middle East and Senior State Department Advisor to Obama. He went to Afghanistan with Joe Biden and his Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. I asked whether he thought there could have been a different outcome.
I think if there was a time where this mission could have been successful, it would have been to pour a huge amount of resources in to create an incredible government at the outset. Once we wavered in our commitment and started reallocating our resources, I think at that point the Taliban realized that it was only a matter of time that they could wait us out. And that's effectively what they did. So yeah, I think what is happening now was inevitable. The way in which it is happening was probably not inevitable, and I think probably could have been handled better. But don't lose sight of the fact that we're not losing a war today. I would argue we lost it a long time ago. But in any event, it was no longer winnable, and that was clear. And so we had no alternative other than to figure out a way to get out.
But it's the Afghan people who are losing.
Well, I think that's an interesting question. I've been there several times, not in a few years, but I don't think there's a whole lot of love for America in Afghanistan among the people there right now. I mean, the Taliban. Obviously, there's enormous hardships that come along with their rule and their leadership. But at a local level in the villages in Afghanistan, if you go and see these folks and the way they live their lives, I just don't think it makes a huge impact on them one way or the other. And that's why, by the way, all the dominoes flipped so quickly throughout the country when we went in 2001, and now when the Taliban came back in 2021, right? It's the same dynamic. The people don't really care one way or the other. They just want to be left alone to live their lives.
But do you think that the women care? Because some of them must be particularly worried because the Taliban, in terms of, implementing Sharia law, which they said yesterday in an interview with the BBC is exactly what they wanted to do. It's the women that must be worried, and presumably the women in the rural areas and the urban areas must be concerned.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's a very important point. I just wouldn't speak of all the Afghans necessarily, lamenting our departure. But yes, it's a horrible outcome for women. And honestly, of all the things about this mess, one of the ones that I think people feel the worst about is what's going to happen to the women who were and the girls who were going to schools in absolutely unprecedented levels. You get used to that sort of life and a little bit of that kind of freedom and opportunity, and to go backwards, it's brutal. It's horrible. There's really no good answer to that question. Other than I think we got to do the best we can to protect physically as many of those folks as we can who want to get out now. And again, I think that's going to be difficult but important.
So you say that this kind of decision was made, really, the groundwork for this was made a long time ago, and I'm sure people would accept that. However, was it still the right thing to withdraw completely this year?
So it's a really good question. I think the die was really cast when Trump agreed in Doha in February of 2020 that we were getting out, right? I mean, I think at that point it only became a matter of time. At that point, I think that the Taliban began cutting deals with local officials so that this whole thing was pre-cooked. So, yeah, I mean, it was inevitable that we were going to leave. It was inevitable that it was going to look bad when we did. But I do think that in retrospect, the Biden administration might wish they'd waited a little bit longer. I think there's a widely understood phenomenon of a fighting season there, and I think if you'd waited until the end of that, into the fall, sometime, I think we could have had a much slower sort of disintegration of the country there and departed in a more orderly way.
Now, you went to Afghanistan with Joe Biden and Antony Blinken. I think I'm right in saying that.
Yeah.
What's their understanding? How well do they understand what is going on in Afghanistan, how Afghanistan operates, and how do you think they are feeling right now?
So, yeah, I obviously can't speak to how they're feeling right now, but I can tell you how they were feeling at the time, which was that President Biden was very skeptical of our prospects for succeeding in a long-term nation-building exercise. He was quite public about that. He favored a counterterrorism strategy with a footprint of maybe 5,000 to 10,000 U.S. troops instead of the 130 some odd multinationals who were there doing basically trying to control territory, right? So they're skeptical about it. I think Biden and Trump disagree on just about everything, but I think they both agreed on the bottom line there, which was that there was no purpose being served by our continuing presence in Afghanistan. So I think that they probably are questioning some of the assumptions that they made in terms of the time frame for departure. I don't think they knew that this was an end of August kind of. There was like an immediate collapse like this. So I think they're probably feeling like they did the right thing, like they had to rip the Band-Aid off here, that they knew this was not ever going to work, 10 years ago, but they probably wish that the end game here had been choreographed a little differently.
Just finally, in terms of your own security, America's security, what are people feeling now about how the Taliban might respond to America?
That's a really, really interesting question in the sense that it speaks to how far we've come in the last 20 years. I think, around 9/11 for probably 5 or 10 years after that, everybody in the United States and probably largely around the world would have been very aware of that as a present threat, right? I think right now the threat of terrorism has receded in people's minds. Afghanistan is not a political issue here. In the United States, it's one of the few issues that really isn't a subject of great debate among. So I don't think Americans are going to wake up. I think they're going to look at pictures of this and say, this looks like Saigon in 1975. And it's like, we shouldn't have lost this way. We shouldn't have left this way. So I think there will be regret about what it did. It's a black eye, I think, for the United States. As I said, I think it's inevitable that this was going to end badly kind of one way or the other, but people aren't going to feel good. But I don't think a threat from the Taliban. And I think in 6 months to a year, if we start hearing Al Qaeda's back there, but I don't think people are feeling any less safe tonight. I think they're a little. They may be lamenting that this is not a great moment for the United States. But yeah, I wouldn't expect a lot of concern over security. It was certainly not in the short term.
That's Frank Lowenstein. He's a former US Special Envoy for the Middle East and Senior State Department Advisor to President Obama.
Astonishing. I mean, he was reflecting, I think, honestly, what the thinking in America. One line he said there about Biden going there, he was hoping for a slower disintegration. Like, could you not set your sights a little higher than that? How about not disintegrating at all? And not leaving until the disintegration wasn't likely.
Also, at the end of the interview, it didn't survive the cut. But I just said to him, "So, was it worth it?" And there was a really long gap. It was about maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and then he said, "Initially, it was worth it to stop the Taliban, but for the last 10 years." No, it has not been worth it, which is not quite what I meant. No. He answered his own question, but it was still, the gap was excruciating.
Yeah, because in America, they just say, we don't want our boys there. And, and girls there, and maybe that's right. But the point is, it's not a consequence-free decision, as we are going to learn, and as we're seeing for the people who live in Afghanistan today. At 8:54 almost, the coronavirus pandemic has created and exacerbated many problems in our society. So throughout this week, we're going to give people an imaginary £1 billion or so to find out what they do with it. We begin with a huge backlog in the NHS. The waiting list in England stood at 5.3 million as of May 2021, a record total for the second month in a row. You'll be very familiar with Chris Hobson, Chief Executive of NHS Providers, which represents trusts in England, and we can speak to him now. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Stig.
Now, for someone like you, £1 billion is pocket change, isn't it? Can a billion? If I were to give an extra £1 billion to the NHS to deal with a backlog, would it actually make any difference?
Well, it would make some difference, Stig, but just to give you a bit of a sense about how much difference, the government in the last spending review gave us £1 billion to try and start getting through the backlog this year. We've already used that up in the first 6 months of the year. So it would be obviously welcome, but I think the reality is, and we're doing the work at the moment, is it's probably something like £2 to £3 billion a year for each of the next 3 years. So £1 billion compared to, say, 6 to 9, helpful, but nowhere near enough.
So maybe is there a distinction between, can you do what you want with it at the moment, Chris? I mean, this extra money the government's giving you, does it come without any requirements attached to it, that you actually are free to spend it creatively for the best interest of the patient, or inevitably, when you get extra money, are there some things you have to do?
Well, I think the best way to think about it, Stig, is that there are two ways of approaching this, and I suspect we'll probably need a bit of both. One is the traditional way that we've approached these things in the NHS, which effectively is that we try to run faster and faster using the existing model. So you'd spend the money on extra temporary capacity. For example, you'd crane in temporary operating theatres, you'd pay overtime, you'd buy independent sector kind of capacity. So that's, and then also what you'd go after is you'd go after the pinch point. So in other words, we know that at the moment, one of the problems is we simply don't have enough MRI and CT scanners. And to be frank, we probably need those scanners based more in neighbourhoods. In other words, you don't have to trek into the hospital to kind of get those diagnostics done. So those are kind of conventional areas where effectively you would spend the money. But the other way of doing it, which, as I said, which seems to me to be really quite important as well, is I don't think we're going to get there by running faster and faster in the existing model. We're going to have to use new technology much more effectively. And wherever you look, and you need to break this down a little bit, but give you an example, which is there's some really interesting stuff going on at hospitals like Moorfields, where they're using very advanced technology to get through cataract operations much, much more quickly. So what I think you'd want to do is also at the same time is spend money in areas where, particularly, as I said, new technology, but in areas where you knew that adoption of that new technology would enable you to speed up. So in a sense, it's a bit of running faster in the existing model, but also taking advantage of new treatments and new technology.
What about chucking all the money at recruitment and getting an increased workforce? You'd have to, an ongoing cost. I accept that. It wouldn't just be your. We're giving you more than just $1 billion sunk cost here, Chris. But at some point, if they said, let's get an extra, I don't know what would make a difference, 20,000, 50,000 people into the NHS trained over the next 5 years, so we don't have shortages, so we have better staffed system. Would that make any difference?
Well, I think we want to do that anyway. And I think we've absolutely pointed out the need for a properly funded forward workforce plan, because at the moment, what we're trying to do is we haven't got enough capacity in the NHS, and we're trying to cover the gap between the demand and the capacity by working our staff harder and harder. And that's simply not sustainable. So yes, over the longer term, that makes sense. But I thought you absolutely hit the nail on the head. It takes 3 years to train a nurse. It takes 7 years to train a doctor. So if you want to get through those care backlogs in the next 3 years, then spending vast amounts of money on workforce to develop them at the moment isn't going to work. So we're going to need to think more carefully and more innovatively about how we can enable, for example, our staff to, use the skills. I mean, there's a phrase called work at the top of your license. In other words, there are plenty of ways, I think, in which we can enable our staff to kind of give more by giving them more responsibility. But in terms of, that's one of the constraints we face in the NHS, which is that given the long training time that it takes to train registered nurses and doctors doctors, the only way that you can actually get more in the short term is to go overseas. And I think we are finding that more and more difficult. But you're also right. The other point I think that Stig, you've made that's really important is it's not just a question of the sort of physical diagnostic and operating theatre capacity. It's also the workforce capacity that's really a big constraining factor here. So you're right to focus on that as being an issue.
Chris, great to speak to you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Chris Hobson, Chief Executive of NHS Providers, really pointing out that we offered £1 billion.
Sounds like a lot.
It probably won't make that much difference to the NHS.
That's a bit depressing. Now, listen, earlier on we were talking about recycling and how, well, it ended up as a debate really about whether you should clean your recycling, the jars and stuff before you put them in. And we were told, yes, you should. Some of you put your recycling jars and whatever through the dishwasher. Alex is one of many who said it's easy to clean a Marmite jar, Stig.
Yes.
Half fill with boiling water, add lid and shake, put fluid in cup and repeat. Make the mug up with boiling water and drink instead of tea or coffee at breakfast. I wash all my recycling. If you're not going to, don't bother recycling.
I admire the wartime spirit of Alex making a cup of tea out of an old jar of Marmite. But there you go. Don't say you don't get any proper tips on this programme.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. This is Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
The headlines this morning: there's chaos at Kabul's airport as people try to flee Taliban rule, and police will be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences.
Ahead, we'll delve into Afghanistan's history to find out what the latest Taliban takeover means for the country. And Afia Adam and Trevor Kavanagh discuss the companies offering incentives to people to get vaccinated, Stroud's Black Boy statue, and what they've cut out of their diets.
Asma and I both had flapjacks for breakfast, so we're not going to be judgmental, I promise.
That's just the starter. There's lemon cake to come.
Oh my God, it's Monday the 16th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First with the news, Alex Dibble.
Asma, thank you. Good morning. Thousands of Afghans are fleeing their country in fear of the Taliban after the militant group took the capital, Kabul, and declared victory. There have been chaotic scenes at Kabul airport where hundreds of people have tried to forcibly board planes. It's believed at least 5 people have died. Commercial flights have been suspended, but the UK's Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, says the military runway is open and is being used to help people escape.
Our target is at least about 1,200 to 1,500 exit a day in the capacity of our aeroplanes, and we'll keep that flowing. And we've secured a place within the airport that we can process people securely and then marshal them onto the planes.
The first flight carrying British nationals and embassy staff from Kabul has arrived at RAF Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire. The Taliban met little resistance when it entered Kabul, as Afghanistan's President Ashraf Ghani had fled. For Afghans who've stayed, there is uncertainty. Charlie Faulkner is a journalist based in Kabul.
No one really knows what's going on, and that's creating fear in and of itself. I think there was also an expectation that if the fighters came into the city, that we would see conflict, and obviously that hasn't happened. And so it's almost just as bad, because people are now sort of sitting in their houses just waiting to see what this means.
Ahead of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, Boris Johnson has said it's vital Afghanistan doesn't become a breeding ground for terror. Well, as the humanitarian situation worsens, criticism of US President Joe Biden is increasing. Afghanistan's president had blamed the United States' withdrawal of troops and the manner of it for the Taliban's rapid advancement. Former US National Security Advisor Lieutenant General McMaster served in Afghanistan and in an interview with Times Radio suggested the decision was inexcusable.
The way that some people began to regard the Taliban, to talk to these jackasses and sit across the table from them, it's a really strange reversal of morality. And I think the only explanation is the psychological phenomenon in which the victim begins to identify with the abuser. It's astounding that we didn't recognize that the Taliban would behave in this way.
Elsewhere this morning, police forces are being asked to review the way they process applications for firearms in the wake of the Plymouth shootings. Questions remain over why Jake Davison, who killed 5 people last week, had a gun licence. A woman in Nottingham has suffered life-changing injuries after being attacked by her American bulldog. She was repeatedly bitten on the face, arms and stomach. The animal is believed to have turned on a child before it was stabbed by another resident. The The government is set to review electricity tariffs that claim to be green over concerns some energy companies could be exaggerating their environmental benefits. 9 million households are on tariffs branded 100% renewable or green, but there's a warning the claims may be misleading. Energy commentator Nick Butler says it's about time this was looked into.
People have been just bending the rules a bit, and I think it's quite right that those rules are tightened up so that it should mean that the energy comes from green sources rather than just being traded as instruments on the market.
And people in England who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. Meanwhile, more of the country's best-known businesses are to offer rewards to customers who are vaccinated. Asda, lastminute.com and National Express are among those providing incentives to encourage younger people in particular to get their jabs. Uber, Bolt and Deliveroo have already said they will offer discounted rides and meals. A few showers in the east at first, then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Tottenham head coach Nuno Espirito Santo has claimed Harry Kane's absence from their opening weekend victory over Manchester City was due to his lack of preparation time. Some have taken it as a sign his proposed transfer to City is imminent. And the second test between England and India is finally poised heading into the final day at Lord's. India will resume this morning on 181 for 6, a lead of 154. We'll have a full sports roundup in half an hour.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on the app. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Good morning. The takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban is complete and Western governments are scrambling to get their citizens out of the country. Where does this moment stand in Afghanistan's long and troubled history? We'll ask renowned chronicler of the region, William Dalrymple, in a moment.
Then Afia Adam and the Sun's Trevor Kavanagh wonder what more could have been done, and we'll ask them whether they've ever cut something out of their diet. You can tell us what you've done away with or whatever else you're thinking of this morning by texting 87222, starting your message with the word Times. You can email studio@times.radio or tweet @timesradio.
At 9:30 we'll go around the world as we normally do, including a stop in Zambia where the opposition leader Hakainde Hichilema has just won a landslide victory in the presidential election.
And Times Money mentor Georgie Frost will explain how you can make your house greener and what money might be on offer from the government to help.
It is 6 minutes past 9. Afghanistan is now effectively controlled by the Taliban, 20 years after Western forces led by the United States drove the Islamist group out of power. There were chaotic scenes at Kabul's airport where there are reports people have been shot as they attempt to flee the country, though it is not clear where the gunfire came from.
The foundations of the withdrawal were laid by Presidents Obama and Trump, but the decision to leave in this way was taken by President Biden. Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster was Donald Trump's national security advisor. I asked him why the Biden administration didn't seem to predict this outcome.
Sadly, some leaders are determined to get the advice that they want and to get the intelligence they want to fit their preconceived notions and ideas. This is what I call in the book Battlegrounds, strategic narcissism, the tendency to define the world only in relation to us, and then to assume that what we do or decide not to do is decisive toward achieving a favorable outcome. And the problem with that is that it's self-referential, and it doesn't acknowledge the agency, the influence, the authorship over the future that others have. In this case, the Taliban, their al-Qaeda allies, and the Pakistan's inter-service intelligence, all of whom have been working together to put together this offensive since 2019. The weapons caches, the concentration of people around these cities, the campaign to take over the northern provinces so that there would be no fallback position for Afghans to organize a further resistance against the Taliban. All of this was extended in planning and it was extended in execution. And it had to be a determined effort and self-delusion not to see it happening.
In an interview with LBC this morning, the UK's Defence Secretary Ben Wallace appeared to get emotional when talking about the ongoing operation to get people out of the country.
And I think, to be clear to your listeners, we are only now in Afghanistan and have been for the last 2 weeks to process those people. We're not in it for, we're not doing other diplomatic functions. We are simply there to process all those British passport holders and all those people we have an obligation to. And, our men and women of our armed forces are risking their lives in doing that, but that is the right thing to do. They've risked their lives the last 20 years At the very least, our obligation has to be as many of these people through the pipeline as possible. But I think I also said, and it's a really deep part of regret for me, that some people won't get back.
That was the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace speaking on LBC this morning. Now, Afghanistan has for centuries been the downfall of empires, from the East India Company in the 1830s to the Soviet Union as recently as 1979. The celebrated historian William Dalrymple has written extensively on the history of the country. His 2012 work, Return of a King, on the First Anglo-Afghan War, was read by President Barack Obama and Afghan President Hamid Karzai, among many others. And William Dalrymple joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
This is such a basic question, but it's kind of the obvious one when you look at the history of Afghanistan. Why have people, have countries, has the world fought over Afghanistan for centuries?
Well, it's obviously a very strategic position. It's in between India and China, in between Iran and China, and it occupies the top story of Asia. If you control Afghanistan, you control the region. It hasn't always been a graveyard for empires. It's been the center of many empires. The Mughals, Emperor Babur ran his campaign against India from Kabul. Earlier empires, the Kushans, for example, ran their empire out of Afghanistan. But it's certainly true that in the last 150 years, every Western power that has tried to occupy it has been kicked out, and every single occupation has been a disaster.
Mm. In terms of the tribal allegiances, it's quite a complicated picture, as it often is in that part of the world. There are lots of different groups of people who've migrated there, who originated there. The tribal allegiances that you wrote about in your history of the First Anglo-Afghan War nearly 200 years ago, how many of those tribal allegiances still exist, and where does the Taliban figure in all of this?
Well, it's extraordinary how similar the two wars are in many, many ways. But when we look on this war, we tend to look at it as a kind of a westernized democratic elite fighting barbarians from the boonies. But beneath that is a very simple tribal division. Hamid Karzai is the direct descendant of a man called Shah Shuja-ul-Mulk, who was exactly the guy the Brits put in 1839, and he's from the elite Barakzai tribe, with the Popalzai sub-tribe, and they are the landlords and, if you like, the toffs of Afghanistan, while the people who massacred the British as they evacuated in 1842, with the famous one man getting out to Jalalabad, they are the Ghilzai tribe, who are the nomads and the manual laborers and the rural poor, and they now make up the foot soldiers of the Taliban. So it's exactly the same very simple tribal alliances beneath in new clothing.
Mm. And I wonder whether you can kind of extrapolate that. How much support, actually, because maybe we are looking at that, and I don't include you necessarily in this, but people like me and Stig, perhaps we are looking at this with very Western eyes, that everyone, that all Afghans do not want the Taliban in power, when actually maybe some of them do, just because, again, of these tribal allegiances. What do you think the situation is?
It isn't just tribal allegiances, it's also, in a sense, a bit like the Iranian Revolution, in that you've got a lot of people who've been excluded from progress, who are the have-nots, just getting angry at the haves. And in the same way that in Iran, the rural hinterlands, conservative, Islamic, and anti-corruption, rose up against people they thought were filling their pockets and their bank accounts, who were acting immorally, were corrupt, and brought no justice. So there's certainly an element in which the conservative rural poor do absolutely back the Taliban. It isn't just that they're backed by Pakistan, which is also true. The Taliban do have a lot of support, and the government is regarded as extremely corrupt. What's very important, though, to note is that when Karzai was in power, Karzai was a man of enormous charm. He was diplomatically very dexterous. He was enormously respectful of tribal elders, and he created a great deal of goodwill among a lot of the tribal leaders across the country and brought everybody together in a big tent. Ashraf Ghani, who stands accused of probably rigging the election that brought him to power, very much the America's man, ex-World Bank, a technocrat, was rude to people. And a group of tribesmen would come from the other end of the country and he'd say, "You've got 10 minutes." Or he'd take his shoes off and point his feet at them. All things that no sort of, conservative Afghan would like at all. And while a lot of the blame has lately been on Biden, I think Ashraf Ghani, who personally is very kind to me, a friend of mine, and helped me with my book, nonetheless, he was a disaster as a president. He alienated great swathes of the country. He was rude to people. He failed to create a big tent. And in the end, he fled. And I think he must bear a lot of responsibility. A different man, such as Karzai, could have just about held the whole thing together, even with the rug being pulled from under Afghan feet in the way that Biden did.
At this point, we're just guessing about what this version, if it is a different version at all of the Taliban, how they're going to operate, and what's going to happen to kind of ordinary people and the way they live their lives. There's been quite a lot of focus, quite rightly, on the position of women, the education of girls, but also from the country's cultural heritage point of view. You'll remember, of course, the last time they were in power, the Taliban, they destroyed the Buddhas of Bamiyan. What concerns do you have about the country's cultural heritage under Taliban rule?
Well, obviously, the National Museum treasures were hidden the last time the Taliban came into town, and though a lot was destroyed, particularly the larger objects that the staff couldn't move. There is a great deal of stuff sitting in the National Museum now, which is the history of Afghanistan, which could be destroyed. There is the museum has certainly put out a Facebook post this morning that I've just seen, which says that they're begging for protection and security against looters. That's their main worry this morning. But it's a very, very worrying moment. We just don't know what form the Taliban is going to take. The surprise so far is how coordinated they've been and how disciplined they've been. Most people who've commented on the Taliban regard them as a fractured group with no one strong leadership. But the campaign over the last 2 weeks has obviously been a spectacular military success. It isn't just that the government has collapsed. The Taliban have played their cards with huge skill. And so there are mixed signs. For example, in Herat, we know that a lot of the women were not allowed back into the universities. The people who worked at banks, for example, were told to go home. But the noises coming out from the leadership in Doha has been very clear that women can work, that they're encouraging women properly dressed, as they put it, to continue their careers. And so what remains to be seen is whether we've got just some backwoods local commanders misbehaving, or whether the high command is going to take exactly the same attitude as last time or not. And it's certainly a possibility that they won't. I've heard this morning that Hamid Karzai, my friend who is sitting there, that they've been in contact with him, that they're begging him to keep the peace. They've reached out to another friend of mine who runs the local television stations and radio stations to keep the peace. I mean, they're acting relatively responsibly. And the mess at the airport, in a sense, is not their fault. They were not ready to take Kabul. They were not expecting to go in yesterday. And it was the flight of Ashraf Ghani that produced this panic. So there is some hope that there is responsible commanders in the Taliban who may not be quite as barbarous as last time. Well, but it remains only a hope. It's not clear. And there are certainly some signs from the ground of revenge. There are some signs of keeping women out. Yesterday, Ismail Khan, the Lion of Herat, who was the Mujahideen leader in Herat, was allowed to leave the country and go to Iran. Now, that again is a sign of a group which are not seeking revenge. I mean, they had him in their hands, they captured him, they could have killed him or even tortured him, but they let him go. So there are some optimistic signs, but it's far too early to say for sure.
Thank you for talking to us this morning. That's William Dalrymple, who's written extensively on the history of Afghanistan, and the book we were talking about, it was published in 2012, Return of a King.
9:18. Let's talk about all of that and other stories with writer and presenter Afia Adam. Morning to you, Afia.
Morning.
And a political columnist for The Sun, Trevor Kavanagh. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning.
So yes, the Taliban have declared victory in Afghanistan. The front page of the Daily Mail this morning. What the hell did they all die for? Trevor, you've been writing about the beginnings of the war, I'm sure, and what's gone on since then. And there was quite a lot of support for going in to Afghanistan after 9/11. Does today make that all seem entirely futile?
Well, I think that this is an incredibly complicated situation. But in short, I think that we had very little choice but to go into Afghanistan after 9/11, because that's where Al-Qaeda was hiding in the caves and using it as a base for terrorism. In a sense, I think we had no choice. It's a different situation to, say, Iraq, where we went in, I think, for different and more complicated and perhaps less believable reasons. However, once we went in, what happened over the last week was more or less inevitable from the beginning. And 20 years is a short, tiny blink of an eye in Afghan history. And as the saying goes, we have the watches and they have the time. And the other saying is that if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. And that's exactly what we're doing here in Afghanistan today.
But so presumably, would you advocate for, there's been a gradual reduction in the West's influence in Afghanistan in terms of its military capacity. Could there not have been a middle ground here? Did we have to? Trump wanted a quick out and then Biden has done it. Was there not a middle ground to sort of keep a little bit there until they really could be sure that this collapse wouldn't happen?
Well, I think in a sense, a collapse was inevitable, no matter how we handled it. But I do think we could have handled it much better. I think we could have prepared for this. We could have made sure that people weren't at risk of being slaughtered in the streets. That hasn't happened yet. And William Dalrymple was at least somewhat optimistic about prospects being better than we feared at first. But whatever happens now, we have a situation where the country has been handed over to a totally different brand of leaders who will have very little interest in Western interests. And I think that China and Russia will move into the vacuum now left behind in what William Dalrymple described as an absolutely pivotal strategic position.
Yeah. Afia, how much do you feel, do you wake up this morning and how much do you feel anger or disappointment at Biden? Do you think he seems to be very, very politically doing this? He wants everyone out by the anniversary of 9/11. He really is interested in domestic votes, bringing the boys back home. That's the motivation here rather than the geopolitical position. Do you feel a degree of blame towards him?
I feel anger, disappointment at President Trump and President Biden. I mean, this was President Trump's initiative in the first place. He actually wanted the troops out by spring, which would have been earlier than now. But I'm disappointed in Biden also because he stuck to this arbitrary date of 9/11 without really thinking about the consequences of doing that. And yes, we had 300,000 Afghan troops compared to 75,000 Taliban troops. And yes, those 300,000 Afghan troops, billions of dollars was spent on training them up with, the latest technology and the latest weapons. But then the Americans just left and took all their training and took all their weapons, left them with rusty guns and said, go about your business. And we also completely underestimated the Taliban. That while the Taliban were supposedly at peace talks in Qatar and we freed all their prisoners, they were coming back stronger and they were training their fighters and they were preparing for this moment so that when the US finally just decided to withdraw so quickly and rip the spine out of the country, they were to just take up those places. We've been hoodwinked by them 100%. They've played a blinder. So yes, disappointment in President Trump, disappointment in President Biden. It just seems like the past 20 years were pointless. And now we're going to have the repealing of women's rights within days. You've got actual whitewashing of women's pictures on walls, on adverts, in beauty salons, in Kabul as we speak. The literal whitewashing of women. The Taliban saying yesterday that women will be all right in Kabul if they wear a hijab, if they wear a burqa. Burqa's going up 10 times in price because people are panic buying them. What was the point?
That's a really good question, Afia. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to both of you. We're back in a moment. We'll go through a few more of the day's stories. It's 9:23. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times.
One agenda-setting story told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search The Stories of Our Times.
Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Times Radio Breakfast.
And we're going through the stories of the day with writer and presenter Afia Adam and political columnist for The Sun, Trevor Kavanagh. Let's move on and talk about these incentives that we've been talking about for ages to get young people to get the vaccine. Asda, National Express, lastminute.com among companies that will offer incentives to customers who get vaccinated against coronavirus. Asda, for example, will offer £10 vouchers for its clothing brand George to those aged 18 to 30 who get vaccinated at pop-up clinics, and Better Leisure Centres will offer the over 16s a £10 voucher to use on its memberships. Afia, you are much nearer this age group than any of us, so I'm going to come to you first.
Allegedly, yeah.
Do you think this will work? I mean, are these brands that young people use?
I mean, perhaps Asda for a big shop and some beer on a Saturday night, I don't know. But I just think, with this kind of persuasive methods that we seem to be seeing, there was talks of free Uber rides and free food deliveries for people if they got vaccinated and things like that. And I think we've discussed this before. What we really need to do is drill down on why younger people are reluctant to be vaccinated. Rather than bribing them, let's talk to them about it, right? Let's unpack those reasons. I think that is more important. And I think it's slightly patronising to this younger age group that we think that they're just going to fall for like £10 off George clothing to be vaccinated. Come on now, let's give them a bit more credit. Let's not be hoodwinking people and bribing people, and let's drill down on why people are reluctant to be vaccinated. I personally think that's much more important, and I don't think this will really be an incentive.
Trevor, do you think it'll make much of a difference?
Well, I think it is patronising and all the rest of it, but I think actually it might work. People are much more susceptible to the nudge of cash incentives than we like to believe, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is a spurt in the number of people who are in that age group who start to take up vaccines. And we need them to do that. It's important that we do. So, frankly, any attempt to persuade them to see what I believe to be common sense and in their own interests, then that's a valuable move forward.
I mean, it's a funny thing to have to explain to people, but you have to give someone a bribe to get something that stops them becoming ill. I just think it's an extraordinary situation we may have got ourselves into, but maybe that's the world we live in. Here's the stories in the paper today. Time could be up for a statue of a black boy that strikes the hour in a Cotswold town 240-year-old clock. The black boy figure in Stroud has been described as an offensive racist relic, and anti-racism campaigners want it removed. However, Siobhan Bailey, the town's Conservative MP, has criticised the campaign, claiming that a certain minority of people with loud voices have an unquenchable desire to be constantly finding things to be outraged at. She said they believe the best way to understand history is to leave everything in place and commission others to reflect the country's journey towards equality. Adding factual information to the clock would be a compromise. So here is a clock with a little plaque underneath it. Afia.
First of all, I'm baffled as to why there would be a statue of a black boy who is a slave as a clock in the first place. That's what's baffling me in the first place. Why this was ever erected, why anybody thought this was a good idea, why anybody thought it was beautiful or art in any way, shape or form. So that's my first problem. My second problem is that it's this kind of... People don't seem to want to understand or believe that this would be so fundamentally offensive that they will just sort of sign it off as a culture war. I've looked at this clock and I'm like, this is disgusting. I don't want to see it. I am offended by it, not because I want to be involved in a culture war, but because as a black person, I think it's disgraceful. So if black people are saying, or people are saying that they find it offensive, maybe actually listen to them saying they find it offensive rather than this Conservative MP just saying that people just want to be offended and it's a culture war. No, it's actually just offensive.
Trevor, this sort of very naff, as Afia is saying, sort of awful clock, is that a hill to die on a principle? Do you not think, in 2021 it was commissioned in the 18th century when there were still slaves? You can understand why it might be out of date and should be removed, or do you think there's a sort of freedom issue here?
Well, I think that I'm automatically, I feel in a sense, automatically disqualified from having a view on the question of slavery and racism and the depiction of black people in forms of sculpture like this. But I think that the Member of Parliament has a point in the sense that we can learn from this as well, and that arbitrarily trying to erase history and the artifacts of history, which are, to the very least, disobliging for some people to have to contemplate, is not necessarily the right way forward. I think we can learn from these things, and simply erasing them isn't necessarily the answer. We can surely point to this and say, that's what people back in that time did. Look at that. It's wrong, but it's an illustration of the time. It's an illustration of history and the passage of time.
That argument is made often, Afia, and Trevor's made it very well there. Do you accept that at all? That there's better to know what went on than to remove it?
Oh, I do think, it is much better to know, definitely. And I'm all about making sure that we know our history, however ugly that may be. Absolutely. I just think it might be better placed in a museum with more information about it, with more context, so people can understand what it's about. When I definitely do not agree with erasing things completely and getting rid of things, because if we don't learn our history, we don't learn the lessons, and then we'll make the same mistakes going forward. So definitely, I'm not saying that it should be destroyed. Let's put it in a museum. Let's have some context around it, and let's learn about it, why it was there in the first place, and also why it was removed, because that's another part of its story as well.
Afia, thank you very much. And Trevor, Afia Adam is a writer and presenter. She is everywhere. She's on every day, giving her opinions, and very good they are too. And Trevor Kavanagh, political columnist for The Sun. Thank you to both of you. You can keep your comments coming, of course. 87222 is the text number. Start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us at Times Radio. If you have a bit of time on your hands, you can always email us, studio@times.radio. It's 9:30 now. Let's get the news and sport with Alex Dibble.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. People at Kabul airport have reported seeing dead bodies as hundreds of Afghan nationals desperately try to board planes and flee their country. Taliban militants have seized the capital, entered the presidential palace and declared victory. Dr. Ramiz Alakborov is the UN Secretary-General's Deputy Special Representative in Kabul. He's issued an appeal to fighters.
Complete cessation of military hostilities on the entire territory of the country and provision of an immediate and unimpeded access to all of the locations, to our humanitarian teams. However, humanitarian response is not a solution to the problem.
The UN Security Council is meeting later. Police are to be required to carry out social media checks on people applying for firearms licences. It's among guidance being issued by the government following last week's shooting in Plymouth. Gordon Brown's challenged world leaders to tackle what he's called the scandal of the vaccine rollout. Mr. Brown says while fewer than 2% of people across Africa have received a vaccine, the continent is supplying doses to Europe. He's called on Boris Johnson and US President Joe Biden to take action ahead of the United Nations General Assembly next month. And the Competition and Markets Authority is calling for stricter rules for ticket resale websites to avoid customers being overcharged. They include a ban on resellers selling more tickets for an event that they can legally buy from the primary market. Mostly dry with sunny spells, a few showers though for eastern and northwestern parts of the country. Breezy too and feeling relatively cool. Jake Robson has the sport.
The Tottenham manager Nuno Espirito Santo insists that Harry Kane was left out of their side's win over Manchester City yesterday because of a lack of preparation time, not because of the transfer speculation surrounding the England captain. He's been heavily linked with a move to the defending champions this summer, but after yesterday's 1-0 victory for Spurs, Nuno says Kane will be available for his side soon.
It's not the decision was made yesterday, the day that we prepared the match, and we had to make decisions. That is our work. Every visit does. You work today. He's getting ready to help the team.
England striker Tammy Abraham is expected to complete his £34 million move to Roma today. The Chelsea forward was in Italy yesterday for a medical ahead of linking back up with Jose Mourinho. England's cricketers will be pushing for victory on day 5 of the second test against India later. They trail the tourists by 154 runs, with Virat Kohli's side on 181 for 6 in their second innings. All-rounder Moeen Ali was recalled to the side for the match at Lord's after not featuring a great deal of late in the longer form. He says he's just glad to be involved.
That was my aim, really. It wasn't the runs of the wickets so much, although they help. It was more about just enjoying myself and trying to enjoy the challenge as much as I could. But I just wanted to be part of this series and do well.
Roger Federer has all but ruled himself out of this month's US Open tennis after revealing he faces many months out of the game as he prepares to undergo further knee surgery. The 40-year-old missed the Tokyo Olympics with a knee injury after losing in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. Finally, American Kevin Kisner won golf's Wyndham Championship after finishing in a 6-way tie at the top of the leaderboard, eventually coming out on top in a playoff. Justin Rose finished as the highest-placed British player on 13 under par, 2 shots off the pace setters. Remember, football returns to the TalkSport network tomorrow night as Championship leaders Fulham take on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. It is nearly 9:35. Quick look ahead to what's coming up. Ruth Davidson, the former leader of the Scottish Tories, is sitting in for Mariella Frostrup all week today, starting from 1 o'clock. You don't want to miss this. She'll be fascinating on Afghanistan and the politics around it, but also doing all the other things that you get in Mariella Frostrup's show. She'll be talking to broadcaster Claire Balding about the Paralympic Games and to the writer and journalist Leela Slimani. If you've not read her novels, they are wonderful things, and she has a new one out called The Country of Others. And Ruth Davidson will be talking to that. And then right at the end of the day, Carol Walker has a show at 10 o'clock till 1 every Monday to Thursday on Times Radio. Then Kate Borsay does the same at the weekend. And there's really good shows. They're very newsy. You get updates of what's coming out in all the papers as they are published. And very good on American politics. And American politics today, tonight and tomorrow will be absolutely fascinating. And Carol Walker will be here from 10 o'clock to discuss them on Times Radio. It is now 9:35. At this time each morning we take you around the world to find out what's happening beyond the UK. The events in Afghanistan have dominated the programme today, and Times Radio will continue to bring you the latest on the situation there, get reaction to that Taliban takeover. But let's take a moment to look at what else is happening elsewhere. In Haiti, more than 1,200 people have died after a powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit the Caribbean nation on Saturday. Rescuers are currently picking through rubble in search of any survivors.
At least 28 people have been killed and dozens more severely burnt after a fuel tank exploded in Lebanon's northern region of Akkar yesterday. The blast occurred after soldiers tried to distribute 60,000 litres of petrol, which had been hidden by black marketeers. Crowds had gathered to obtain the fuel as the country grapples with acute shortages. Now, it is still unclear what the exact cause of the blast was, although local media report eyewitnesses say an individual igniting a lighter was the cause.
Oh, God. In Canada, a prominent statue of the country's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, in Hamilton, Ontario, was toppled by protesters yesterday. The discovery of more than 1,000 unmarked graves at former residential schools where Indigenous children were sent to be forcibly assimilated has brought Canada's colonial past to the fore. Macdonald has become the focus of anger from campaigners as his government set up that residential school system at which Indigenous children were sexually and physically abused and thousands died.
Russia's space agency has claimed that a US astronaut sabotaged a capsule at the International Space Station to try to force an early return to Earth. The unsubstantiated claim published by TASS, the Russian government news agency, accused Serena Aunion Chancellor of drilling a hole after an acute psychological crisis in 2018. It's an amazing story, this. The apparent smear campaign has raised questions over Russia as a space partner and put a controversial angle on the unexplained origin of the 2-millimetre hole found in the Soyuz MS-09 in 2018 after an air leak was detected.
An extraordinary story, that is. The Japanese government will allow civil servants to take up to 10 days paid leave a year to receive fertility treatment in an attempt to boost the country's birth rate. The scheme comes as the population slipped below 126 million and Japan dropped out of the top 10 most populous countries for the first time since 1950.
And Zambia has a new president. Hakainde Hichilema defeated his main rival, the outgoing president Edgar Lungu, by more than 1 million votes. Joining us now is Jonathan Clayton, who has written about the election for today's Times. How much of a surprise or not, Jonathan, was Mr. Hichilema's victory?
Well, good morning. I think most people expected him to narrowly win, but he's actually won with a landslide, so it's a stunning victory.
And is this about what he says he can do or about what President Lungu could not do?
I think it's really about what President Lungu has not been able to do. He's run the country into the ground. It's got huge debts, massive unemployment, very high inflation, and a very, very young population. And most of them are unemployed. And at the same time, Lungu and his ministers have clearly been living very high on the hog. There's been an enormous amount of corruption, and the people have just had enough.
And in defeat, he's not been particularly graceful. He has said, previously he's alleged that the elections were not free and fair. Has that been investigated in any way?
Well, most people are dismissing that. One of the great achievements of the opposition has been to be able to win against an incumbent president. And an incumbent president in Africa is virtually impossible to overthrow. So for Lungu to complain that the polls have been rigged against him when he's actually the president and has misused state power to try to rig the elections is just one step too far. It's certainly too far for the observers who have rejected it, and it is being treated with derision by most Zambians.
And what can you tell us about Hakainde Hichilema? What kind of man is he? What are his policies? Who are his kind of target group?
Well, he's an accountant with he was a CEO of a top accounting firm. He's pro-Western. He's certainly free enterprise. He's definitely wants to get the economy going again. He's very well connected, and he's well considered regionally. He's tried 6 times to be president, and 3 times he's come up against Lungu. He's an insider, and he has a massive task in front of him, and really whether he'll be able to turn it around is very questionable.
Well, we shall be being kept updated by your pieces in the Times, Jonathan. Thank you very much. That is Jonathan Clayton reporting on the news. Zambia has a new president, Hakainde Hichilema, who defeated the outgoing President Edgar Lungu by more than 1 million votes.
And if you're the outgoing president, I'm not sure you can complain about how free the elections are, because that freedom is really down to you. Yeah. It is now 9:41. This is Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy. All the help and tools you need to grow your business online.
Next week, Matt Chorley is off having a much-needed spa break. So you've got me, Luke Jones, sitting in. Join me for all the politics, pandemic, Olympics news without the boring bits.
Get to the real stories behind the headlines with a different kind of political talk show. Weekday mornings from 10 on Times Radio with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder and web hosting partner of Team GB.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Good morning to you, 9:42. Every Monday on Times Radio Breakfast, we bring you the latest money news and advice with Times Money mentor Georgie Frost. Homeowners are to be offered £7,000 grants to help replace their gas boilers in a new £400 million scrappage scheme. It's all part of the government's commitment to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050, a target that could cost £1.4 trillion. Creating greener homes is a top priority. Times Money mentor's Georgie Frost is here. Morning, Georgie.
A very good morning to you.
So are we going to get to a situation where every single person in the country with an old non-green boiler is going to get some money from the government to help them transfer to a green boiler?
Well, that is some big question. The answer is probably not at all. This is a scrappage scheme. So this is a revamped clean heat grant scheme. It's being relaunched next April. And it's similar to, remember the scrappage schemes with diesel cars, where you get rid of it for a bit of money so you can get a cleaner one. It's the same sort of thing. So £400 million is being offered, £7,000 grants to encourage us to buy these low carbon alternatives. Now, the idea is to install 60,000 of these heat pumps, bring it in line with the cost of a new gas boiler. Still a ways off. So a new gas boiler is about £1,000. These heat pumps are about £10,000 each, sometimes more than that as well. They a lot of space as well. So 60,000, that's not exactly close to where the government proposed that they want to be. Boris Johnson said he wanted 600,000 of these to be installed by 2028, and compared with 35,000 a year at present. So we are way off. This is, as I said, it's just a plan. It's a revamped plan. The Times were reporting it over the weekend. It was initially thought it would be about a quarter of the size of that, 100 million, but now it's 400 million. But the idea is so much of our energy that's being lost in terms of gas emissions comes from our home. They reckon it's about 15 to 20%. So the government are very keen, because of, as you said there, this net zero carbon emissions target by 2050 to get that down. And we will have more of these measures, no doubt, in the run-up to the COP26 climate change conference that's going on in Glasgow between October the 31st and November the 12th. So we will probably get a few more measures like this. There are concerns, though, in the Treasury that this scheme just won't be ready in time. We're going to have a repeat of the Green Homes Grant. Don't know if you remember that. Blink and you missed it, because it lasted about 6 minutes now, about 6 months, but it was £1.5 billion programme. It was all supposed to decarbonise our homes, and it was scrapped, as I said, after 6 months in March, because, well, a low take-up, but it wasn't because the people didn't want it. There was really high demand. In fact, there was too much high demand, and then you had issues with organisational problems and overinflated prices, etc. So this is just a way in which we can try and make our homes greener. But in answer to your question, look, there are 23 million homes with gas boilers at the moment. 85% of the total. 23 million homes.
So 60,000 doesn't touch the sides, really, does it?
Yeah, I'm not great at maths, I'll be honest with you, Stig, but I'm convinced that doesn't come close, yeah. But look, it's a start, it's what they want to do, and the intentions are...
But they need to do more. I mean, the thing is, I feel that we're having this conversation in a circular fashion when we talk about this to government, because 60,000 homes is neither... if Britain in the global scale is not making that much of a dent in emissions, we're only 1% of the emissions in this country. 60,000 homes out of 23 million is not going to make much of a difference at all. And presumably there's a slight problem with this type of incentive. We're going to see it a bit with vaccinations, maybe even, that once you start offering things, people will just wait for a better offer, won't they? If you're going to get given a couple of £100 to help you, then maybe if you wait a couple more years, they'll give you £1,000 to help you. That's the feeling that people may have. So you might actually delay the process rather than encouraging it.
Yes, I don't think this is going to be one measure that's implemented. I mean, you could also say they might wait for better technology. There's still question marks around this technology. And by the time we're talking about plans, the government wanted to, get rid of these gas boilers totally by 2035. They had to downgrade that to an ambition rather than a target. But there's going to be a suite of measures. And I imagine this is going to be pressure on all areas. So, for example, we got lots more green mortgages just in the past 4 months alone. This is mortgages that incentivise you for having good EPC ratings, energy ratings. When you buy a new fridge or a washing machine or something has an energy rating, well, so does your house as well. And the good ones will be offered incentives by these green mortgages. Things like you'll be lent more money based on your income, perhaps cutting fees, giving better interest rates. So actually the pressure may be coming from elsewhere for you to do up your homes. Great if you've got money. That's, no problems. I was speaking to someone the other day who lives in a rural area, and for them to go just from a D to a C rating, which is what the government want all of us to be, C ratings, it will cost them £18,000. Now, that's fine if you can afford that, but it's not so fine for everybody else. And we do need some schemes in which to get people on board with this. And it's not just these gas boilers, but, you take a look at the EPC ratings and they give you recommendations of what you can do to make your home greener. Things like solar panels, right? It costs £6,200 on average to have solar panels for a three-bed house. You're going to save money every year, £120 a year, they reckon, on average. That's going to take you 50 years to get your money back. I mean, there are other schemes, things like solid floor insulation, a cost of £5,000. You're going to take 71 years to get your money back on that one. Look, I know it's not all about money, but if you are being faced with the question of whether to pay thousands of pounds to green up your home, as it were, you're going to want to make some savings on this and make it worth it. Otherwise, we need more incentives. But I do think pressure is going to come from lots of different places. What am concerned about, especially with things like the green mortgages here, is it's worried that those in older homes will be unfairly penalised. Those who can't afford it will again be unfairly penalised.
And we're not really hearing ever, it's always silence from the Treasury really on the overall cost of all of this. The grand plan that you're talking about involves multiple different things, and the cost of it is never quite being revealed to us. Georgie, before you go, do you wash all your stuff before you recycle it?
Yeah, do you know what I do?
Do you?
I do. Well, because it's a bit grim, isn't it, to leave it sort of outside.
Bean juice.
But then actually that's a really false argument, because it is right next to my bin, which is really grim.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're talking about things like food waste as opposed to anything else, like taking your clothes to the charity shop. I don't wash those. I mean, they're washed anyway, I'd like to think. I'm not dirty.
No.
But yeah, I do wash jars, yeah.
You wash jars? Like okay. Would you
rinse? I don't go mad, but little rinse, make it quite clean.
I think that's
quite clean.
Quite
okay.
clean. Yeah,
I don't go mad about it.
There's a multitude of sins concealed behind that, I think. Georgie, thank you for joining us. The washing, I am actually going to go home and wash a bit more stuff for recycling, I think.
Yeah, because you have so much free time, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
With your 3 kids.
I get my kids to do it.
Yeah.
Give them a job finally.
Well done. Right, Vicky Sainer runs Bethnal and Beck luxury rural retreats with husband Chris, and as far as they can, they want to go green, but the expenses too great sometimes, as we've been hearing. And we can speak to Vicky now. Hi, Vicky.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. Confused, conflicted. Let's talk about these heat pump thingy-majobs. Right, so they're £10,000. Would you get one of them if you were going to get a £7,000 grant?
Well, we would if we were allowed to. And I think that's something that is not discussed either. Our house was built, first part of our house was built in the 1650s and has been added to over the years. But this means that we fall under all sorts of different planning restrictions. So we absolutely would love to be more sustainable. It's one of our priorities for our business. We want to be net zero, but we are hugely, we just can't do it. We tried when we did our first build. We tried to go for heat pumps. We tried for solar panels. We tried for more environmental and sustainable ways of build. Planners just said no every time. And it was a huge fight, and it was also a huge cost to even just do basic things because our house is old.
What is there anything that you can do to go green, given the circumstances?
We are hugely into recycling, and composting is my new thing. So we're trying to offset what we can, and it doesn't come close to what we'd like to do. We'd love to have solar panels. Ironically, the farm, not even half a mile away from us, has solar panels on its roof. We've had huge arguments with the planners as to why we are not allowed to do that. No answer to it. It's just not part of the regulations, and they're not prepared to look at it. The heat source pump would be the same thing for us. We looked at it originally. We would obviously have to dig up a large part of our field. We're very lucky and fortunate that we have that space. But we had to do archaeological digs to the cost of £5,000 when we just wanted to reconstruct our stables. There's no evidence of anything archaeological in the village that we live in, but we were expected to, and we had to pay that huge amount of money for somebody to stand there for 2 days to look at what we were digging up. In fact, they weren't even there for the whole 2 days.
Yeah, I think what we're going to find, I mean, presumably, you know, as this becomes more important, more politically important to get to net zero, that maybe, who knows, those kind of restrictions will be eased. Let's see what happens. Vicky, thank you very much for talking to us. That's Vicky Sainer, runs Bethnal and Beck Luxury Rural Retreats with her husband Chris. And thank you, of course, to Times Money mentor Georgie Frost. She'll be back at the same time next week with more money news and advice, and she does clean our recycling, kind of.
Enough, better than me.
I think we need to inspect.
I think that's exactly right. We can't really take her word on it. Just keep you up to date with breaking news that's coming out of Afghanistan. It's Reuters who's reporting that 5 people have been killed at Kabul airport. Bodies of 5 people being taken away as seen by a witness. Another witness said it wasn't clear whether the victims were killed by gunshots or a stampede. And some latest news has come out that people may have fallen from the air bridge. And if you'd seen footage of that, that wouldn't be necessarily very surprising, would it? Because it's just countless people all trying to see if they can get out of Kabul. Another example of the really rushed, sort of incompetent manner in which this has been handled, as if, you know, Biden was saying just a few weeks ago it would take at least 120 days or 90 days for Taliban to reach Kabul, and actually they wandered in was the phrase that was used today to us. They wandered in and there was no one there to stop them, and you can see the chaos. You'll see footage all over the place, I would imagine, of the chaos in Kabul airport. It is now 9:54. A digital subscription to the Times and Sunday Times gives you full access to all the articles on our website and app, plus other benefits such as email newsletters and exclusive offers. And right now we're offering the first month of a digital subscription for free. To take advantage of this and sign up, just head to thetimes.co.uk and follow the links to subscribe.
Now let's stick with being eco-minded, because research from the Centre for Social Innovation has found that committed recyclers are actually the worst offenders when it comes to putting rubbish in the wrong bin. Dr. Anna Scott is Director of Services at the Centre for Social Innovation, which is part of the Keep Britain Tidy campaign.
We know from national evidence that around 4 in 5 people are actually putting things into their curbside recycling collection that can't be recycled. And around 2 in 5 people are putting what we call serious contaminants in. So these are items that cause significant problems in the sorting and the processing of recycling.
Yeah, and so is it actually worse then to recycle badly than not to recycle at all?
It can be, depending on the items that someone puts into their recycling. So particularly items that cause significant problems would be food waste, textiles, nappies, things that really shouldn't be going into mixed recycling.
So I have forgive me to be specific, we had pizza at the weekend, and you get a kind of dirty pizza box and you still put it in the recycling. I put that in the recycling. Is that wrong?
It generally, now speaking, into your mixed recycling, you should be putting clean, empty items, free from food residue. So in most cases, actually, if there's a small amount of grease, perhaps that's okay. But generally speaking, you would like clean items in there.
And do some councils handle this better than others? Do some councils allow for the 4 in 5 making mistakes and actually sort it to make it work? And do some just say, well, that's ruined it? Is there a different level of checking in different parts of the country?
Yeah, so in the research that we undertook at Keep Britain Tidy, we really wanted to understand what was driving people to put the wrong things into their recycling collection, and really to also understand how we could support local authorities and make policy calls so that more people can recycle the correct things more of the time. Now, as everyone is aware, recycling is different in different parts of the country. What can be accepted is different. Where items go to be sorted can be different. And there's, of course, a degree of tolerance in local authority systems, which can allow for, the wrong things going in. The problem is when those items become too plentiful, and that can cause recycling loads to be rejected.
Is it not, though, unrealistic to expect people to wash everything before they recycle it? Because that's the heart of the problem here, isn't it? And I just think that a lot of people would say, surely there should be washing as part of recycling that's after it's taken away from me.
Yes. So, of course, when items are actually go through the reprocessing process, there is an element of cleaning that goes on. If I can use the example, for example, you've had a tin of beans, you've had a can of baked beans for your lunch, and should you wash that out? So, of course, when that can gets melted down into metal, it doesn't really matter that there was beans and bin juice residue on the can. But of course, if you have a mixed recycling collection, which a lot of people in the country do, where your cans and your bottles and your jars are mixed in with your paper and cardboard, then that food residue can get onto the other materials in your recycling, particularly the paper and card, and reduce the quality of them. And recycling is a process. What comes out at the end is informed by what goes in at the beginning. So that means the right things and clean and empty things.
That's Dr. Anna Scott, who is Director of Services at the Centre for Social Innovation. Luke Jones will be here in a couple of minutes, sitting in for Matt Chorley. Do you wash your recycling before you put it in the recycling bin?
I had this exact argument yesterday.
So that doesn't have to be an argument.
No, it was an
Sounds
argument.
like an argument.
Because I don't, and didn't Logo Stratton tell us not to because it was bad for the environment?
That was a dishwasher, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was. You shouldn't give your dishes
Same
a rinse.
principle?
It's not.
Is it not?
Well,
who made you the expert?
No, I'm clearly not the expert. I don't do it either. But the point is, apparently, it can ruin the recycling process if you leave loads of bean juice. Bean juice is the illustrative example. How many times have we said bean juice this morning?
Not enough.
Not enough. No, I'm going to keep saying it.
No, everything goes in there like covered in sauces and everything.
Okay, that's a bit naughty, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit naughty. I think we need to do better. Better, Luke.
I was about to say who's got the time, but then it's like of all people,
No,
probably
you're
me.
right. I know. I'm glad that you have that self-awareness.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done.
What are you going to do today, Luke?
Loads of stuff. We're obviously going to continue talking about the massive foreign policy failure that is Afghanistan. Also, can you imagine being in the same job for 45 years? We're going to be talking to the mother and father of the House of Commons, brought together at last, Harriet Harman and Sir Peter Bottomley. 85 years of parliamentary experience between the two of them. So we'll find out.
Do they still enjoy it?
Well, that's what we'll find out.
The thing is, you'd still be a relatively young man if you did this job for 45 years. Luke, really.
You'd be at least 32.
Yeah, exactly. He's still in before retirement age. The very youthful Luke Jones. Disgusting habits with recycling, but we'll work on that. I'm no saint myself.
He's only young.
He's only young.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 10 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Luke Jones, in for Matt Chorley. We will get to Afghanistan and the mother and father of the House of Commons after the latest news with Alex Dibble.
Luke, thank you. Good morning. There are reports that at least 5 people have died at Kabul airport, where people have been climbing structures, desperate to board planes and flee Afghanistan following the Taliban's takeover. All commercial flights have been suspended after the Taliban seized control of the capital and declared victory over the government. The UK's Defence Secretary Ben Wallace says there is hope that British nationals and many Afghans can be helped to escape.
The military side of the airport is secure. The military flights are coming in and out. They've just brought in more UK soldiers. Border forces joining us to make sure that we accelerate the process to get more Afghans out. The next group of Afghans to come out will be 782, and we will make sure we get them in the next 24 to 36 hours.
Pakistan, Turkey and India are among the countries to be responding to refugees reaching their border. The Taliban's rapid advancement had been predicted by many with experience of Afghanistan and the military operation there. Former UN Deputy Special Representative for Afghanistan, Peter Galbraith, is damning of how the situation has been handled by the United States.
It is a colossal failure. And it is a humiliation. I mean, it's a complete failure of a military political strategy of 20 years duration. But that doesn't mean that it's going to affect, in a significant way, America's standing in the world. You know, the same predictions were made about South Vietnam.
Elsewhere, police forces are being asked to review the way they process applications for firearms in the wake of the Plymouth shootings. Questions remain over why Jake Davison, who killed 5 people last week, had a gun licence. A minute's silence is due to be observed in Plymouth at 11 o'clock to remember those who died. People in England who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for the coronavirus. It's the same for anyone aged under 18, regardless of whether they've been vaccinated or not. But Chief Executive of UK Hospitality, Kate Nichols, has told us with 60% of their sector under the age of 30, it will be a while before they feel the benefit.
Unless we have further changes in the self-isolation policy that allow for daily contact testing for hospitality workers or those who are not fully vaccinated to remain in work, then we won't be through the pandemic until we get to sort of mid-September, and that point at which the over 18s will have been offered their first jab. So we've got many weeks to go for hospitality.
Japan is preparing to extend a state of emergency in Tokyo until the middle of September because of high numbers of coronavirus cases. Tokyo is hosting the Paralympics, which get underway a week tomorrow. An American private equity firm is gearing up to trump a rival £6.7 billion offer for the British supermarket W.M. Morrison. Clayton, W. and Rice has until Friday's bid deadline to make a higher offer than that of a consortium led by the Fortress Investment Group. The Times deputy business editor, Graham Ruddick, says despite the rise of online grocery shopping, Morrison's is a good buy.
There's a general view that the British supermarkets are undervalued. Their underlying businesses are still doing pretty well, so people are still going to supermarkets. And also Morrison's owns a large number of its supermarkets. It owns its warehouses and food facilities. So even if it does struggle, it has the value of those assets underpinning its business anyway.
The government plans to review green electricity tariffs as it's concerned that some energy companies could be exaggerating their environmental benefits. Energy Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan says 9 million households are on tariffs branded 100% renewable or green. And 10% of properties put up for rent this year have gone to former homeowners who've sold up. According to estate agent Hamptons, many are choosing to rent rather than buying another home due to lack of choice and also to try different locations before they buy. A few showers in the east at first, then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Tottenham head coach Nuno Espirito Santo has claimed Harry Kane's absence from their opening weekend victory over Manchester City was due to his lack of preparation time. Some have taken it as a sign his proposed transfer to City is imminent. And the second test between England and India is finally poised heading into the final day at Lord's. India will resume on 181 for 6 in around an hour's time, leading by 154 runs with all 4 results still possible on the final day. We'll have a full sports roundup in half an hour.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder, and web hosting partner of Team GB.
10:05, good morning. This is Times Radio. I'm Luke Jones, not Matt Chorley. He'll be back next week. But in the Great August Presenter raffle, you have got me Monday through Friday this week. This morning, we'll get to all of our usual features on the show. The columnists Libby Purvis and Rachel Cunliffe will be here in half an hour. Ruth Davidson, sitting in for Mariella, will have a coffee break with us later on. Our hugely popular quiz, Can You Get to Number 10, is back. Andrew Jimson with his latest PM. Plus, Paul Chuckle will rule the world a little bit later on. Paul Chuckle, if you please. Also, our 11 o'clock big thing, the father and mother of the UK House of Commons, Harriet Harman and Sir Peter Bottomley, live to reflect of 85 years on the green benches. studio@times.radio is our email. 87222 is how to text us. Start your message with the word Times. But this morning, many people are watching what's unfolding in Afghanistan and scratching their heads and wiping their eyes and asking whether it was always going to be like this. And if you rewind only 6 weeks ago, leaders on both sides of the Atlantic seemed bullishly optimistic.
Our diplomats are doing everything they can to support a lasting peace settlement within Afghanistan.
This is the Prime Minister in the House of Commons on the 8th of July.
She asks the most important question, which I think veterans of the Afghan conflict will want to know, which is whether we think that the threat from Afghanistan has now been reduced. And the answer is yes, we do think the threat from Al-Qaeda is very substantially lower than it was in 2001. There remain threats, of course, from the Islamic State to Khorasan, from the Haqqani network. Of course, there remain terrorist threats from Afghanistan. But the answer is to have a peaceful and a negotiated solution, and that is what our diplomats will continue to work for. And I would just say to the Taliban, they've made the commitment that I read out to the House in their negotiations with General Khalilzad. They must abide by those commitments. And they should, I'm sure that they will be aware that there is no military path. There is no military path to victory for the Taliban. There must be a peaceful and a negotiated settlement for the political crisis in Afghanistan. And the UK will continue to work to ensure that that takes place. And I believe that that can happen. I don't believe that the Taliban are guaranteed the kind of victory that you sometimes read about, Mr. Speaker. And the UK will continue to exert all its diplomatic and political efforts to ensure that there is a better future for the people of Afghanistan, for the women of Afghanistan, for young people growing up in Afghanistan, and that the legacy of those 150,000 British serving men and women who went through Afghanistan, and above all the 457 who laid down their lives, that their legacy is properly honoured, Mr. Speaker.
Boris Johnson 6 weeks ago. On that same day, the 8th of July, the US President, Joe Biden, was asked, was a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well-equipped as any army in the world, and an air force, against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Your own intelligence community has assessed that the Afghan government will likely collapse.
That is not true.
Can you please clarify what they have told you about whether that will happen or not?
That is not true. They did not reach that conclusion.
So what is the level of confidence that they have that it will not collapse?
The Afghan government and leadership has to come together. They clearly have the capacity to sustain the government in place.
And do you see any parallels between this withdrawal and what happened in Vietnam, with some people feeling...
None whatsoever. Zero. What you had entire brigades breaking through the gates of our embassy. 6, if I'm not mistaken. The Taliban is not the North Vietnamese army. They're not remotely comparable in terms of capability. There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of a embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It is not at all comparable. So the question now is, where do they go from here? That the jury is still out. But the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
Joe Biden early last month. 6 weeks later, the Taliban, of course, controls all of Afghanistan. Chinook and Black Hawk helicopters are clearing out diplomats. And Afghans are crowding the airport in Kabul, desperate to get out. Charlie Faulkner is there for The Times.
Certainly, the Taliban entering Kabul has come much quicker than what anybody anticipated. But I think there was also an expectation that if the fighters came into the city, that we would see conflict. And obviously that hasn't happened. And so it's almost just as bad, because people are now sort of sitting in their houses just waiting to see what this means and what's going to happen. And yes, people are on the streets. The streets are a lot quieter than normal. I have seen women walking around without having to wear, or at least they're not wearing burqas at the moment. But I've spoke to other friends. I mean, one lady, she doesn't have any, there are no men in her household. And she's too scared to even go out for bread.
That's Charlie Faulkner in Kabul. You can read more from her in The Times today. Speaking to LBC this morning, though, the UK Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, was almost in tears at the situation.
We are only now in Afghanistan, and have been for the last 2 weeks, to process those people. We're not in it for, we're not doing other diplomatic functions. We are simply there to process all those British passport holders and all those people we have an obligation to. And, our men and women of our armed forces are risking their lives in doing that, but that is the right thing to do. They've risked their lives for the last 20 years. At the very least, our obligation has to be as many of these people through the pipeline as possible. But I think I also said, and it's a really deep part of regret for me, that some people won't get back.
Speaking to Times Radio Breakfast this morning, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, who was, of course, Donald Trump's national security advisor, said that the West had underestimated the Taliban's strategic capabilities.
The Taliban, their al-Qaeda allies, and the Pakistan's inter-service intelligence, all of whom have been working together to put together this offensive since 2019. The weapons caches, the concentration of people around these cities, the campaign to take over the northern provinces so that there would be no fallback position for Afghans to organize a further resistance against the Taliban. All of this was extended in planning, and it was extended in execution. And it had to be a determined effort and self-delusion not to see it happening.
Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster speaking to Times Radio Breakfast this morning. So is this mission accomplished? Where does this leave global Britain? And also education's lives and livelihoods in Afghanistan. The chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee in the Commons will be live next. It's 13 minutes past 10.
The Leaders Panel on Times Radio. Every Tuesday morning on Times Radio Breakfast. Hear the latest insight and analysis from two leading experts in politics. Former leader of the Conservative Party and ex-Foreign Secretary William Hague.
I do share the fear of a kind of dystopian future where we're all under constant surveillance.
And former leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Kezia Dugdale.
What we should be trying to do is to bring some heat and light to the situation so that the public can trust their systems of government.
The Leaders Panel, tomorrow morning from 9 on Times Radio.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder and web hosting partner of Team GB.
40 minutes past 10, I'm Luke Jones in for Matt Chorley on Times Radio in association with GoDaddy, providing the help and tools you need to grow your business online. Live with us this morning, Tom Tugendhat, chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Morning.
Good morning.
Thanks very much for your time. You write in the Times today that what's happening in Afghanistan is the biggest foreign policy disaster since the operation to seize the Suez Canal in 1956. Why do you say that? Why is it that drastic in your eyes?
Because, like the Suez crisis, what it demonstrates quite conclusively, quite fundamentally, is that the UK's foreign policy is determined by another power. In 1956, the US pulled the plug on the Suez operation and effectively forced France, Israel and the United Kingdom to end their operation. The same is true here. The United States unilaterally withdrew from Afghanistan, and that unilateral withdrawal, even though it was only 2,500 troops, has left us where we are.
And what does that say about the UK's relationship with the US at the moment as well, that we weren't able to at all to convince them otherwise? There's interesting reporting in The Telegraph this morning saying that President Biden and our Prime Minister Boris Johnson have only had 2 telephone calls in the first 7 months of 2021 compared to 7 phone calls that Boris Johnson had with Donald Trump. Is this part of a cooling of the special relationship?
Well, I think the United States has always made it extremely clear that they view the relationship with many countries is important, and that although they refer to the special relationship, they also call France the oldest alliance. They call the Irish the closest partners. You know, everybody has a pet name, if you like. So I wouldn't be too wedded to what ours is. All I'd say is that the single most important relationship with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has to be making sure that the President of the United States and he can at least work together and at least understand each other. And sadly, we've had a little bit of a gap there for various reasons.
A few moments ago, we heard some lengthy statements from the 8th of July, both our Prime Minister and President Biden as well. President Biden, even then, 6 weeks ago, saying the jury was still out about what might happen next as troops left Afghanistan. And our own Prime Minister called on the Taliban to abide by the commitments that they signed up to in the negotiations about the troop withdrawal. What do you think about the Prime Minister relying on the word of the Taliban?
That is an extremely bold thing to do. I mean, frankly, the Taliban have demonstrated how reliable their word is consistently over 20, 30 years. They've consistently behaved in exactly the way they feel is appropriate to their Islamist death cult and not to the normal behavior of any civilized society, whether religious or not, whether Eastern or Western, North or South. They are truly exceptional.
But you say it's a bold thing to do. Is it not foolish? Is it not naive?
Well, you can interpret the word bold as you choose, but it's not something I would do.
So what do you think about the situation we're in at the moment then, where Boris Johnson, when he was speaking to broadcasters last night, was saying that we need to tell the Taliban to abide by human rights and the rest of it, that the West and the international community must collectively come together and tell the Taliban this or that. That's what we're left with.
Sure, and what makes you think they're listening? They've won. When the other side wins, your ability to influence their action ceases.
And so what does relationships between Afghanistan and the UK look like now then? Because it almost seems like we're treating them as if they're just another government.
Well, we've got to deal with them a bit because they're currently holding, or rather have the capacity to hold, several hundred British people hostage. So we must make absolutely certain that we get those people out as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in the biggest hostage crisis since Singapore in 1940.
And you genuinely feel that that's something that could happen? Even despite, again, all those assurances from the Taliban that diplomats and the rest and aid workers can leave if they wish unharmed?
Sure, well, that's what they said in Lashkar and Kandahar, and yet they've been murdering people in the night and leaving their bodies in the street.
Yes. And so on that current situation which is playing out, you'll have seen the clip or heard the audio this morning of the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, moved to tears about the fact that, as he put it, some people won't get back despite the government's best efforts. What do you make of that as a situation that, even despite all the troops that have been going over, despite the fact that many people have been calling this inevitable for weeks, if not months, there are still people, maybe not British citizens, but definitely sort of Afghans who worked with the UK government or were involved in some way, to use the Defence Secretary's words, won't get back?
Well, look, I think it's a tragedy. I mean, a lot of us have been warning that the bureaucracy around the interpreters' relocation programme has been too difficult, too hard to get through. And we've been warning very clearly that we need to speed up the process. And so I have to say it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, I've been on the phone last night through the night to friends in Kabul who have heard shots fired, and they don't know whether it's Taliban death squads or criminality. I've spoken to friends, people I worked with for years in Lashkar, whose phones no longer answer. We know what's happening. It's not a surprise. It was foretold, it was predicted. We knew it, and here it is.
And yet again, to come back to how this government works with the Taliban, or at least deals with them, Mr. Wallace on the broadcast round this morning saying that he's received assurances from the Taliban military leadership that the airport would be allowed to function.
Well, I hope that works. I hope he's right.
But the fact that they're relying on that, I wonder what you make of that again.
Well, let's just hope that those words mean something.
OK, so we've got the Prime Minister relying on the word of the Taliban previously, the Defence Secretary doing so now as part of the effort to get UK officials and forces and other people to leave the country. What do you make about the Foreign Secretary's conduct throughout all of this? Yesterday, he returned from holiday.
Well, look, I have no comments on his conduct because I haven't seen any of it. The diplomats in Pakistan and Kabul have been working through the night, 24/7 for the last 3 weeks. So I'm delighted that the Foreign Secretary has now come back off holiday to help them.
And also, we learned over the weekend as well, didn't speak to our ambassadors in 7 neighbouring countries until the day Kabul fell.
Well, I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I mean, it's,
But do you think he's fit for office?
I'm pretty astonished, frankly.
No, but I just wonder how far your astonishment goes. If it is, as you say, as well, I can hear the shock in your voice. If it's as serious as I think we all think it is, should he still be in post?
Well, that's going to be a decision for the Prime Minister. But frankly, if the Prime Minister is looking for staff to watch his back, then maybe he'll choose somebody who isn't on holiday.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. I appreciate it. Tom Tugendhat, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, of course, Conservative MP as well. We started the conversation talking about the Suez Canal and how all what's happening in Afghanistan at the moment relates to that. You can that's what Tom's piece is about in the paper today. He calls it the biggest foreign policy disaster since what happened in the Suez Canal. You can read that in the paper this morning on the smartphone app and on the Times website as well. Your views, of course, always welcome on this. 87222 if you want to text us. Start your message with the word Times. You can email us, studio@times.radio, and you can tweet us as well at Times Radio. It's 22 minutes past 10. People in England who have had 2 COVID jabs will no longer have to self-isolate if they're in contact with somebody who's tested positive. Instead of having to quarantine for 10 days, they're now advised to take a PCR test, to wear a mask and to avoid people. But some experts believe this is coming too soon, including Dr. Deepti Gurdasani, who is a GP and clinical epidemiologist at Queen Mary University of London and is live with us. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you very much for your time. So in terms of the rule change today, what exactly is it that makes you most nervous?
I think there are 2 things. So, contacts of cases who are doubly vaccinated don't have to isolate anymore. And also those under 18 years, 6 months as contacts no longer need to isolate if they're not symptomatic and not cases themselves. And I think both of those things are not actually based on evidence, because what the evidence tells us that is that vaccination, even double vaccination, does protect to an extent against infection. So about 50% protection, but it's not sufficient for those people to be exempt as contacts, because not only can they get infected, they can also transmit. And if they do get infected, the risk of transmission is equivalent to somebody who's unvaccinated. And of course, we know that under 18s right now have a very high rate of infection. So among secondary school age children, while schools are closed and cases have declined in that age group, are still 1 in 29. Which really tells us about the risk when, they get back to school. And the idea that, for example, if my child gets infected, I don't have to isolate and I can go to work. Or if I get infected, my daughter can go to school and mix with 30 other children is frankly quite worrying at a point in time where we're having 30,000 cases a day and rising.
But do you understand the Prime Minister's argument, I guess, throughout all of these relaxations, which is a case of, if not now, when? Cases are relatively low, don't seem to be rising even after we've had restrictions eased. Surely we should start rolling back these intense restrictions on people's lives, because we've got to at some point.
So the if not now, when argument is a completely false one, because only 60% of our population is fully vaccinated. So that means 40% of people are not fully protected at this point in time. And that's very concerning. And unlike what you said, cases are not low. 30,000 cases a day is not low by any means. And the infection rates in young people is above 3%. That's essentially 1 in 30 young people infected at this point in time. I can't think of when infection rates have been higher in that age group, actually. This is the highest point they've ever been in the pandemic in those age groups. So I don't think infection rates are low. They are rising. They are rising relatively slowly. But of course, steps like this will accelerate that. And let's remember, this is while schools have been closed. So what happens when schools open, which we know are a major route of transmission? In fact, cases only started dropping when attendance in schools massively dropped.
But in terms of what's happening with that age group, though, I don't understand how today's rule change exactly exacerbates that situation, because the people being caught up in contact tracing and the pingdemic, as we keep referring to it as, are people of working age.
No. So one of the rule changes today is that those under 18 who are contacts of cases also don't have to isolate. So there are 2 groups that don't have to isolate anymore. Well, one are people who are doubly vaccinated, and the second one is those under 18 who currently have the highest infection rates. So none of those things make sense, and none of them are evidenced. And all countries that have so far made exemptions for people who are vaccinated post-Delta have had to go back on it, because Delta spreads among vaccinated people, and those exemptions led to pretty large outbreaks. The US has had to reinstate mask mandates among the vaccinated. Israel has had to do that as well. Southeast Asian countries that had exemptions for those quarantining at their borders who were doubly vaccinated have also had to go back on those policies. But we don't seem to be learning from the global evidence on this, and sort of blundering once again into another mistake at a point in time. Infection rates are very, very high in young people.
So what do you fear will happen then?
I think that we're going to see rapid growth of the pandemic once schools reopen in September. And I think this growth will continue before then. So by the time we enter September and schools reopen, we will already have very, very high rates of infection, which is a recipe of disaster because, that will be over winter when the NHS are already strained. And let's remember, the NHS is already seeing about 800 admissions per day. So, it's already pretty strained with COVID, and we're going into a winter with very high infection rates and no mitigations in schools. And now children who are exposed to infection also don't have to isolate. So, it's going to add fuel to the fire and possibly lead to a very bad surge over winter.
So it sounds like you're saying that in terms of restrictions that might have to return as we edge closer to winter and all those pressures that you mentioned, this could be one of them.
Yes, but I don't think that's going to be enough. I think we need to have a long-term strategy for pandemic control. We need to invest in ventilation in workplaces and schools. We need to vaccinate young people, including 12 to 15-year-olds. We need to fix our broken test trace and isolate systems. I mean, what the government doesn't understand is that vaccinating 60% of the population is not enough. I mean, other countries, Israel and Iceland, are, seeing huge outbreaks despite higher levels of vaccination than us and increases in hospitalizations and deaths. And we need to learn from that and try and preempt that rather than, thinking that we can let it rip at this stage just because 60% of our population is fully vaccinated.
Good to talk to you this morning. Thank you so much for your time. Dr. Deepti Gurdasani, a clinical epidemiologist at Queen Mary University of London, also a GP as well. There is absolutely loads in store on Times Radio today. There is no Mariella Frostrup live from 1 o'clock. She's still on holiday. So Ruth Davidson, former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, will be live, and she'll be hearing from the broadcaster, Claire Balding, on, of course, the Paralympic Games before they get underway. John Pienaar is back from the Malaga Bureau for Drive from 4 o'clock today. And as part of the continuing August reshuffle of presenters, Callum MacDonald is in for Phil Williams from 7 o'clock. Later on this programme, we're going to be hearing from the mother and father of the House of Commons, Harriet Harman and Sir Peter Bottomley. Between them, they have been in the House of Commons for 85 years, which got us wondering, what about your work? What is the longest and shortest that you've been in a job?
Work, 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 work. You see me happy, work, 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 work. You see me do me dirt, 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 dirt.
You never expect to go from Sir Peter Bottomley into Rihanna, but there we are. studio@times.radio is our email. You can text us 87222, start your message with the word Times. They've been in their job absolutely ages, between them 85 years. What is the longest that you have been in a job? But also, we love stories of people who have maybe turned up for one day and then been sacked or decided it's not for those. So your shortest jobs ever would be most welcome as well. You can get us on Twitter. We are at Times Radio, and our email studio@times.radio. And we'll hear from Harriet Harman and Peter Bottomley a little bit later on. There's Rihanna. And now at 10:30, here's Alex Dibble.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. Thousands of Afghans are fleeing their country in fear of the Taliban after the militant group took the capital, Kabul, and declared victory. There have been chaotic scenes at Kabul airport, where hundreds of people have tried to forcibly board planes. It's believed at least 5 people have died. Commercial flights have been suspended, but the UK's Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, says the military runway is open and is being used to help people escape.
Our target is at least about 1,200 to 1,500 exit a day in the capacity of our aeroplanes. And we'll keep that flowing. And we've secured a place within the airport that we can process people securely and then marshal them onto the planes.
The first flight carrying British nationals and embassy staff from Kabul has arrived at RAF Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire. UK Hospitality has said it will be another month before it begins to benefit from an easing of isolation requirements. As of this morning, anyone who's been fully vaccinated doesn't have to isolate if they get pinged by the COVID app. But UK Hospitality says 60% of workers in its sector are under the age of 30, so many haven't received their second dose. A minute's silence is to be held in Plymouth in memory of the 5 people shot dead on Thursday. Police forces, meanwhile, are to be required to check the social media profiles of people who apply for a firearms licence, as questions continue to be asked about how Jake Davison obtained one. And Nationwide Building Society has announced a switching incentive that will reward existing customers more than new ones. The Flex Instant Saver will offer 0.35% interest for the first year and see existing customers given £125 for switching to it. New customers will be given £100. Mostly dry with sunny spells. A few showers, though, for eastern and northwestern parts of the country. Breezy too and feeling relatively cool. Jake Robson has the sport.
Moeen Ali says the patience shown by England's cricketers yesterday could bear fruit when play resumes on day 5 of the second test at Lord's later. They trail the tourists by 154 runs, with Virat Kohli's side on 181 for 6 in their second innings. But the all-rounder says they'll need quick wickets when play resumes.
I think anything over 220, 230 is going to be quite difficult. It won't be easy. What we want to do is obviously keep them less than that. I think when it goes above a certain score, 230, 240, you kind of think it get harder and stuff.
Police in Australia say they're investigating the attempted murder of a former Australian Rugby World Cup winner. Tutai Kefu, who played 60 tests for the Wallabies and now coaches Tonga, is in a critical condition in hospital after being stabbed during an alleged robbery at his home in Brisbane. His wife and 2 children were also stabbed. Finally, Roger Federer says his decision to have further knee surgery gives him a glimmer of hope of returning to action. The 40-year-old has withdrawn from the US Open, which starts later this month, and says he'll be out for many months to recover from a third operation on his right knee.
I am realistic, don't get me wrong. I know how difficult it is at this age right now to do another surgery and try it, but I want to be healthy, and I'll go through the rehab process, I think also with a goal while I'm still active, which I think is going to help me.
Football returns to the TalkSport network tomorrow night as the Championship leaders Fulham take on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy, supporting the small business champions behind Team GB at the Tokyo Olympic Games.
10:33, I'm Luke Jones. I'm not Matt Choley. He's off on holiday this week. So in the August presenter bus replacement service, you've got me instead. Later in this programme, we're going to hear from Harriet Harman and Sir Peter Bottomley, mother and father of the House of Commons. We'll find out about the refugee situation, which will be unfolding in Afghanistan as all of this tragedy continues. Plus, Andrew Jimpson is back with another one of his prime ministers. First, though, it's just after 10:30, which means it's time to speak to 2 tip-top Times columnists. This morning we've got Lily Purvis and Rachel Cunliffe from the New Statesman. Welcome both.
Good morning.
Hello. Thank you very much for your time. First of all, on the topic of Harriet Harman and Peter Bottomley, they've both been in the Commons for 85 years. I'd like to hear from you. Either the job you were in for an absolutely amazing long amount of time, or, which I think is more entertaining, a job where you were in position for a sort of comedy short period amount of time. Libby, did you ever sort of get sacked after 2 days?
Not after 2 days, no. I mean, I resigned after 6 months attempting to edit the Tatler.
Really?
And my longest job, I think, was, I suppose it was the BBC midweek programme, 34 years. So 34 years or 6 months, that's my division.
Rachel, what about you?
I worked making sandwiches in a high street cafe that I really enjoyed, but I only lasted a week because the person who had been leaving, who I was replacing, actually decided not to go. So I was then on my trial shift and the job no longer existed. I did learn how to make coffee properly using a espresso machine that I was very proud of. I don't think I could do it now.
You trained as a barista?
I did.
Wonderful. Well, studio@times.radio, if you're listening, have been in a job for maybe even less than that, if you can beat Rachel's 1 week. I want to start with both of you about your reaction to what we're seeing in Afghanistan. Not just political fury, like we heard from Tom Tugendhat a few minutes ago at the conduct of some ministers in terms of foreign policy, but also some of the scenes of people desperately clambering up airplane gangways, trying to get out of the city. Libby, what does your mind turn to when you see some of the dreadful pictures that we've been seeing on the television?
Oh, it's just heartbreaking, and I think especially for women, for everyone, but for women who felt all the new freedoms and education and just see it melting away in no time. But I think it's it's a grim moment when we have to accept two things. One is that in global terms, we are now a pretty junior partner. And if an American president shrugs off responsibility for 20 years of intervention, there's not a lot we can do other than look after our own interpreters and the people who helped us and urge America to take their share of refugees too. I think the interesting question, which is coming up a lot now, is should we ever have interfered in the first place? There was a startlingly rough column by Rod Liddell yesterday saying, no, it shouldn't have ever been there. He said, because, it was always going to go this way. And it's all very well Biden saying, oh, there's only 7,500 Taliban against a great big army that we trained. But the Taliban clearly has not been short of macho volunteers in all the lesser towns and country places they've taken. Give the lads some guns, tell them to sort out these foreigners and these uppity women. The question is, could it ever have succeeded? And that's a terrible question to have when you think about the suffering at the moment of the people in Kabul and the other towns, which had changed. It's just heartbreaking, the whole thing, and I think makes me think less of Biden, and that doesn't make me very happy either.
Rachel, do you agree?
To some extent, I think that...
we've lost the line. Oh, Rachel, you just dipped out then. Start again.
Hello. I think that the fighting was, in fact, the first stage and the easy stage, and that intervention in a country like Afghanistan takes patience and takes something that is measured in decades rather than years and in battles. And I think that there should have been a lot more understanding going in that if you are going to go in, you need a plan for the next 50 years of how you're going to stabilise the country and withdraw slowly in stages and support the administration that you have managed to put in place there. I think that what has really thrown this into disarray is the anniversary of September the 11th and the symbolic nature of that 20 years. The idea of both the Trump administration and the Biden administration that a symbolic withdrawal was a signal to the rest of the world, and the kind of focus on that as a symbol rather than the reality has driven an incredible example of misjudgment that has left us where we are now. Now, a withdrawal, you could say it was inevitable that some of the ground would have been lost, but had it been a bit slower, had it been a bit more measured, and had perhaps it been done in stages so that you could see a reduction of certain troops, here's what the Taliban do, what happens next, that would probably have been a much more measured and mature approach to it, but you wouldn't have hit that September the 11th deadline, which I think is an absolute tragedy.
But to quote Libby, Tom Tugendhat in his comment piece in the paper today, he says that there is some use to British intervention in the world. He says we can highlight the strategic patience we've displayed in Cyprus and Estonia, the resolve we displayed in Sierra Leone and Kosovo. We can point to the strength of our alliances with the Five Eyes and others. We have a proud record.
Absolutely. No, I'm with Tugendhat on all that. But Afghanistan is vast. I don't know if you've ever flown east over it and looked down and seen how many wild mountainous regions there are, how many places to hide, how enormously ungovernable it is. I mean, the Russians failed and pulled out. It's in a way, it's very hard to say whether any of us should have been there in the first place. And certainly, I think, Britain is a very junior partner. We've just got to keep hammering at this. We are not this great, amazing, imperial, greatest country in the world, haven't been for decades and decades. And we have to accept, that we're in the hands, if we join in with the Americans, we're in the hands of their possible capricious pulling out for political reasons, as Rachel has just said.
But also, Rachel, there's a question about why we would ever get involved in places like that and why the US would get involved in places like this. But there was a clip doing the rounds yesterday of Joe Biden speaking to CBS a few weeks ago now on the topic of pulling out of Afghanistan, and it was put to him that women would lose rights which had been earned over the past 20 years, would maybe be pushed out of education, there'd be human rights abuses and the rest. And Joe Biden's argument was, there were lots of places around the world where women don't have rights, where human rights abuses take place, and we're not sending the military into those countries. We go where to places which are risking our own security. Is that right? Are you comfortable with that?
I think it's realistic, and to a certain extent, the countries that the US chooses to intervene in are ones of strategic importance. And we're not just talking about women losing rights, we're talking about young girls, 12, 13-year-old girls who would have been in school now facing being married off to Taliban fighters. So it is incredibly grim. Yes, there are other places in the world where that happens. I think this is just a change in mindset from America as the world's policeman, which is what it has been essentially since the end of the Cold War, and a change in attitude there. And I have to say that while I find that incredibly distressing from my perspective, I think it is quite likely that a significant number of American voters probably do feel that way, and probably feel that for decades America has focused too much on what's happening overseas and sending money and resources, and in fact risking American lives for places that average American voters don't particularly know or care about. So it's about a moral duty to the world versus a moral duty to your own citizens. And I think it's just quite stark to have a democratic president put it in those very realpolitik terms.
Just finally on this, from both of you, I'm interested in what you make of the state of our leadership. I take the point about so much of this is down to the US, but we had Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, in tears on LBC this morning, bemoaning the fact that some people won't get back. And we have the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, who only yesterday returned from his holiday in Cyprus. Libby, what do you think when you hear that?
I think that foreign secretaries should always be prepared to mess up their family holidays when something enormous happens in the world. I think he should have been. I think it's taken too long, and it's kind of embarrassing.
Rachel?
I would agree with that, and while it's true that we can't stay there without the American support, we could certainly be doing more and doing more faster to process visas and make sure that we grant asylum to those Afghans who have worked with the British forces, whether they were directly employed with the British Army or not. I think we have a moral duty to protect them, and I don't see that happening at the speed that is necessary.
Libby, move us on to the subject of your column this morning in the paper. Also a very tricky, depressing subject area, but an important one. And this is all around what happened in Plymouth, the shooting. And the headline that is in the column says the sexualised culture breeds angry young men. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm careful about verbally summarising it, because what I am saying is no defence of the killer Davison. What I am just saying is, look, read carefully what he said and wrote about his absolute despair and depression and misery and confusion about women and sex, and then look at the cultural messages which are rained constantly on young men, you know, from sort of Love Island to every drama to every catwalk, about the all-importance of being a stud and getting a woman. And I think you have to look. I mean, the incel thing is all disgusting, the hate-filled stuff which comes out of these American sites. He wasn't 100% on with that. There's an extraordinarily sad little moment where he says, you know, but suppose I did meet, you know, he thinks that all sex happens in your teens and you've got to get going at 14, 15 or you're a loser. You know, he said, I've missed the boat completely. He said, if I meet a woman now, I mean, she'll have had so many millions of affairs, you know, at my age, you know, and she'll be broken and unable to love anyone as she could when she was 16. He's 22, for heaven's sake. You know, some extraordinary thing has been fed to him that it's just all happening in the teens. And it just isn't. But I think you have to look at the whole culture and at the misery. You know, there are angry bits in his blogs and so on, which are obviously reprehensible and terrible, misogynistic. But there's also an immense pathos. And I thought, well, let's actually point that out. And oddly enough, under the line, I have not been shot to pieces as yet. Probably will be later in the day. Yeah, I mean, this is what you sometimes expect. I thought there'd be a lot of people saying, well, he's just a murderer, he's just a murderer, he's just a nutter, he's just a murderer. But actually, I think people kind of get that. You know, there is something slightly worrying about our hypersexualised, very shallow public pop culture.
And Rachel, something worrying and potentially widespread, at least more so than we maybe realise.
So I actually agreed with more than I thought I would in Libby's column. I think it's a very interesting and insightful column, and it certainly made me think. I would say that part of our problem is not the sexualized, pornified culture that we have. I think that is often a term that people use when they're basically suggesting that we go back to a time before we talked about sex, and particularly women's sexuality, as openly as we do. What I'd like to see is more comprehensive and engaging sex ed, talking to young people about how what they see in porn or what they see in sexualized media doesn't necessarily bear a strong resemblance to real life and real life sex, having a conversation with young boys about porn, having a conversation with both genders about healthy sexual relationships. And we don't talk about that. We have all this media, Libby's right, a very sexualized, pornified culture, but then we just leave teenagers there to engage with it on as they encounter it. We're very squeamish about actually talking to them about what they're seeing and what conclusions they can draw from that. So I would say keep the sexualized culture, but help young people engage with it in a more healthy way.
Libby?
No, I agree with that, and also there ought to be some sort of cultural acceptance that actually everything does not end when you're 22. That actually happy sex lives and new sex lives and new hookups can happen at just about any age. That life goes on, that it's about relationships. It's not just about this sort of conquest. Sex is about comfort and connection as much as it's about conquest, and the conquest thing has been very, very heavily hammered home in the culture.
Well, what do you think needs to be done then, Libby, necessarily? And do you think actually if some kind of educational rollout were actually put into practice, as sort of Rachel was hinting at, that would actually solve issues like this?
You can't say there's one solution. Of course, education is a large part of it. I think another part of it, to be honest, is ridicule of the sort of sexualized culture. I think we need more people sort of saying, actually, this is nonsense, and more influential people, and pop culture people sort of saying, well, I was looking forward to sort of pop singers, pop idols kind of popping up. Well, I was a virgin until I was 26. I never met anyone I really liked enough, and I only want to have sex with someone I really, really like. If that ever even happened, I think that would have quite an influence. I think we need a change of thought, and that may happen sort of automatically. People may get sick of all this stuff. People might look back at Love Island in even 5 or 8 years' time and think, heck, that was disgusting. What was that all about?
Well, I think it's a bit of what we think about that now.
It can happen. Well, yes, some do, yes, because of a frightfully civilised chat. But no, it's things do go in great sort of sweeping changes. Sometimes I think it's just useful to point things out that are happening rather than saying, "And this is my solution."
Yes.
Though of course Rachel's quite right. A lot of it has to do with education and with talking very frankly to teenagers, and not just saying how to do it right, how to use a condom, but how maybe not to bother doing it yet.
But also, Rachel, maybe even going further than that, this obviously has ended with the murder of numerous people, some very, very young. Should we not be even looking at something that looks a bit more like Prevent in terms of the radicalisation that happens with Islamist terrorists, but on this kind of front, in terms of what's happening with, incels and the like online?
That's really interesting, and the question of whether this counts as terrorism and should be treated as such is an important one. We've actually got a piece running in the New Statesman later this week by the Institute of Strategic Dialogue that works on exactly this topic. And one of the things that they pointed out when I spoke to them was that it's not necessarily helpful to group things under a terrorist banner, and we seem to treat terrorism more seriously than cold-hearted mass murder, which is what this was. But that there are ways of talking about online radicalization, online cultures, the way that you can get into an internet spiral where your prejudices are just confirmed by other people who you see as being like you, and you can become more isolated. That's not necessarily terrorism in the sense of joining a political movement and blowing people up, but it is a cultural phenomenon that we should pay more attention to and not treat it as a poor young man who just, quote, snapped. That there are cultural forces here, and if we can engage with those, maybe we can help stop it before it gets to this point.
Just finally, from both of you, there's yet another easing of restrictions, COVID-wise, in England today. The double jab don't have to isolate now if they've come into contact with somebody who's tested positive. So the pingdemic, as we've all been calling it for absolutely ages, might soon be over. Libby, where are you with all the freedoms being afforded to us all at the moment? Are you on board with it? Are you hoovering them up, or are you, nervously sitting inside wondering what on earth's happening?
I'm generally going to the theatre as soon as every single one that I can get into, and I've been in packed houses, and I've been, I've enjoyed it all enormously. I'm a kind of reasonably cautious. I try to be civil. I try to wear a mask if everybody else seems to be wanting to wear a mask. But no, I'm horribly relaxed, really.
Horribly relaxed. Rachel, what about yourself? Horribly relaxed?
I'm cautiously enjoying it. I'm naturally very, very anxious, but I've finally booked an overseas holiday for in September, because I think maybe just maybe it might all work out. No, I'm with Libby. I'm wearing a mask when I'm out. I am trying to be in outdoor spaces when possible, but I am really enjoying just the being able to see people and do things without having to panic, and without it being a very complex hang on. Am I 6 people? Am I 5 people and a dog?
Yes.
Is it the second Tuesday of a month with an R in it? It's certainly relaxing. Obviously, slight panic that things will change, but I think that this summer there have been a lot of scaremongering warnings about the July the 19th date, and now about this. And actually, so far, fingers crossed, it seems to be going sort of okay. So yes, I'm enjoying it while it lasts.
I still keep catching myself looking aghast when I see a table of, sort of 12 people or something inside in a restaurant or a pub. There is a voice still in my head which kind of goes, how is this happening? And you think, no, it's okay now.
We're all psychologically drunk the Kool-Aid, haven't you?
I know, but you just think there's just this reflex in your mind thinking that's not allowed, and you think no, it is allowed. Chill out. Thank you both so much for your time. I appreciate it. Good to hear from you both, Libby Purvis and Rachel Cunliffe. That column of Libby's, which we were talking about, you can read in the Times today, or if you are a digital subscriber to the Times, and if you're not, I would ask why. You can go to thetimes.co.uk. You can subscribe now. You get your first month free, and it means that you can get not just Libby's column, but all the other fantastic columns reporting about what's happening in Afghanistan, and also the great email newsletters as well, particularly from the Times Red Box team and from the business team every morning. All of that is available to you. thetimes.co.uk. I'm Luke Jones, in for Matt Chorley on Times Radio, in association with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder and web hosting partner of Team GB.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West. Explore the events and ideas that shape our times with topical discussion and original perspectives from the world of politics, culture, literature, entertainment and the arts. Monday to Thursday afternoons from 1 on Times Radio with Nat West. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search Nat West Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
This is Times Radio.
6 minutes to 11. I'm Luke Jones, in for Matt Chorley. It's time to talk money, and today we've got Karen Ward, Chief Market Strategist for Europe, Middle East and Africa at JP Morgan Asset Management. Karen, welcome.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you so much for your time. You've also been writing in the paper today in the business section. Looking at if the Bank of England raise interest rates next year, we still won't be entering a period where it's good to be a saver. Why is that?
Certainly good to be a cash saver who likes to hold their money in things like cash or ISAs, so things that are very dependent on that short-term interest rate. So as you say, the Bank of England looked like they gave us some good news. What they said when they met earlier in the month was that actually they're quite optimistic about the outlook, and maybe it's time to start withdrawing stimulus and thinking about raising interest rates. So on the face of it, that seemed like good news, and I think savers would be cheering. Unfortunately, there was, as is always the case, the devil was slightly in the detail. And it's partly technical and it's partly political, of why I just wanted to temper those expectations. So on a technical front, what the Bank of England have done is effectively had quite a big strategic rethink about their policy, because it's not just interest rates that they have to play around with these days. They have their balance sheet, because of course what they've been doing is quantitative easing, asset purchases, buying government bonds and corporate bonds from the market in order to push longer term interest rates down. And basically what they've decided is they're going to change their emphasis away from increasing bank rate, that short-term interest rate that they've always traditionally used, towards reducing the balance sheet. And therefore, that's how they are going to focus their efforts on tightening. So beyond getting interest rates to just 50 basis points, then they're going to focus on reducing the balance sheet. And that's quite different from what they told us last time around. Last time they said they'd get to interest rates of 1.5% before they even thought about reducing their balance sheet. So that's one of the reasons. And the other reason is slightly political, which is that when the Bank of England raises interest rates, all interest rates go up. Our mortgage rates go up, our corporate loans go up. But the government's interest cash flows also deteriorate. And of course, the government now has an awful lot of debt. And so I was really just pointing out the sensitivity to the Chancellor's cash flows of the Bank of England raising interest rates, and how that's just going to make it a little bit more uncomfortable for them. So the key point is just, it's going to be very difficult for them actually to get much away from 0.1 where we are today.
And how much of that can you pick up in the in the minutes of the Monetary Policy Committee who are debating all of this? How much can you actually sense whether the sands are shifting with them in terms of what to do with interest rates?
Well, I think they're doing a very good job of trying to be really clear. So they released their monetary policy report alongside their meeting, and this provides all the detail of what they're thinking. And there was a box A for anyone who's really interested and wants to go and check that I've done my homework. And they are very detailed about explicitly what they're going to do, the timing, the conditions they want to see for when they'll be doing this. So you'll really see how they have this medium term, this longer term plan. They're one of the first central banks to do so. I think some of the other central banks, particularly in the US, the Federal Reserve, which is so important for global markets, everybody's looking to them to see what their exit strategy is. They're much more nervous, understandably, about providing such a clean plan. But the bank really have been quite detailed here.
And so if you are the average saver, rather, Freudian slip, what are you to do amidst all of this? It seemed like you said if you just pull everything out into cash ISAs, you'd seem to be fine.
No, the opposite, I'm afraid. So anything that's sort of cash-like, and unfortunately those easy savings vehicles, that low-risk, low-volatility things like your cash ISAs, your premium bonds, all of that really simple stuff that protects your capital. You always know you're not going to lose money, but you're really not going to be earning on it. And the other point I make in the column is that what's really important is thinking about the rate of interest you're receiving against the rate of inflation, because your savings are supposed to grow with inflation. Otherwise, you can't buy as much. Your purchasing power is eroded. And I think the other bad news in the Bank of England's report is they're now expecting inflation of 4% this year. So of an interest rate of 0.1 against an inflation rate of 4%, that really shows how that's eating away at your purchasing power. So I think it's really for savers, what I would say, and certainly my day job is this is what I'm doing with our clients here at JP Morgan Asset Management, is thinking about what are the options. Of course, understanding risk tolerances, but I think certainly whilst those easy options are going to be difficult for quite some time.
Good to talk to you this morning. Thank you so much for your time. That's Karen Ward, Chief Market Strategist for Europe, the Middle East and Africa at JP Morgan Asset Management. Still to come, we will have more news and analysis about what is happening in Afghanistan. We'll get to that in our midday update. And ruling the world later on this programme, of all people, Paul Chuckle will tell us what he would do if he was in charge of everything.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm Luke Jones, in for Matt Chorley on Times Radio. We will hear from the mother and father of the House of Commons, Harriet Harman and Sir Peter Bottomley, on 85 years on the green benches in a moment after the latest news with Alex Dibble.
Luke, thank you. Good morning. As the Taliban consolidates its near total control of Afghanistan, the chair of Parliament's Defence Select Committee has issued the following warning.
Really sadly, I predict another major hit on the West, on the likes of 9/11. Because the terrorist groups will want to bookend our time in Afghanistan to show how futile the last 2 decades have been.
Tobias Ellwood's comments come as thousands of Afghans try to flee their country. 5 people are believed to have died at Kabul airport as people scrambled to board planes. All commercial flights have been suspended. Defence Secretary Ben Wallace says Western nations, including the UK, must be prepared for Afghans applying for asylum.
I suspect we will see significant migrant flows around the world. My Turkish counterpart is dealing with significant inflows. I know that the Iranians historically usually take huge amounts of refugees, Pakistan, India as well.
The first flight carrying British nationals back from Afghanistan has arrived at RAF Brize Norton in Oxfordshire. Mr Wallace says he hopes that between 1,200 and 1,500 can be safely brought home every day. The Taliban met little resistance when it entered Kabul as Afghanistan's president Ashraf Ghani had fled. For Afghans who've stayed, there's uncertainty. Charlie Faulkner is a journalist based in Kabul.
No one really knows what's going on, and that's creating fear in and of itself. I think there was also an expectation that if the fighters came into the city, that we would see conflict, and obviously that hasn't happened. And so it's almost just as bad because people are now sort of sitting in their houses just waiting to see what this means.
Ahead of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, Boris Johnson has said it's vital Afghanistan doesn't become a breeding ground for terror. A minute's silence has been held in Plymouth to remember the 5 victims of a shooting in the city on Thursday. Maxine Davison, Stephen Washington, Kate Shepherd, Lee Martin and his 3-year-old daughter Sophie Martin were killed. Jean Lake, who lives in the area, attended a special church service in their honour.
I needed some spiritual comfort. These unfortunate things or very tragic things happen, and I think you've got to move on, and you've got to get on with your life as much as the tragedy affects us.
The perpetrator of Thursday's attack, Jake Davison, held a gun licence, which has prompted the government to ask police forces to review their processes. Updated guidance will require them to check the social media profiles of anyone who applies for a licence. At least 1,297 people in Haiti are known to have died following Saturday's 7.2 magnitude earthquake. 5,700 are injured and hospitals in the country are struggling to cope. Peter Finley is a spokesperson for the Red Cross in Port-au-Prince. He says it's hard to get to those who need help, particularly in the southern peninsula.
The main roads are blocked by landslides. The damage is extended over a quite large area. That peninsula is, the population is spread out. 16% of the Haitian population live in that peninsula.
People who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. The change was applied to all under-18s in England and Northern Ireland this morning, having already been made in Wales and Scotland. Businesses hope it will ease staff pressures caused by the pingdemic. But many experts, such as clinical epidemiologist Dr. Deepti Gurdasani, fear it's too soon to relax the rules.
1 in 29 children of secondary school age currently have infection, despite rates declining from the peak from when schools were open. And we also know that those people who are vaccinated, while have a level of protection from infection, can still transmit if they get infected.
More of the country's best-known businesses are to offer rewards to customers who are vaccinated. Asda, lastminute.com and National Express are among those providing incentives to encourage young people in particular to get their jabs. Uber, Bolt and Deliveroo have already said they'll offer discounted rides and meals. A few showers in the east and then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western
radio on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder and web hosting partner of Team GB.
5 minutes past 12 afternoon. This is Times Radio. I'm not Matt Chorley. If you're thinking, oh, Matt Chorley's voice has got younger and better, I'm Luke Jones, sitting in all this week. Ahead on the programme, we'll hear from a former Foreign Secretary, Sir Malcolm Rifkind, on what is happening in Afghanistan. And also, Paul Chuckle takes part in our If I Ruled the World feature. So if you've been lying away at night thinking, what would Paul Chuckle do if he were Prime Minister? We'll find out shortly. It's just after midday, which means that The Times has published their midday edition. It'll be on the website, on the smartphone app as well. So we go round many of the journalists who are updating that, starting with news editor today, Toby Green. Afternoon, Toby.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you. What's new?
So, we're still leading the site on what is going on in Afghanistan, especially these images that are coming out of the Kabul airport, just incredibly dramatic. Video, pictures of these poor, desperate people trying to leave.
And in terms of new things about what has happened throughout the day, of course, we had, well, first of all, lots of people seem to be talking about what happened with Ben Wallace earlier when he was lamenting what was happening.
Yeah, so Ben Wallace appeared to be in tears in one interview he was given this morning about, he says inability, they won't be able to get every Afghan person who worked for the Brits out. We've also had, 5 apparently people killed at Kabul airport as well. There's footage that's emerged of Afghans running alongside an American military jet, trying to get on the plane, trying to cling on the plane. Just very dramatic stuff and horrible stuff coming out.
And in terms of COVID, I've just seen the updated edition, warnings of new infections when schools go back, and concerned about what might happen then. Yeah,
Neil Ferguson, who's obviously been giving us insights all the way through the pandemic, and he's now gone on a rather more pessimistic interview, I think you could say, saying, look, we could face a large wave of infection when the schools come back next month. We could see hospital admissions go above 1,000 a day. So that's both thanks to schools, who sites, but also people going back to the offices. Obviously, today is a day that you no longer need to isolate if you're pinged. So it's kind of a moment for many of us as well. So a bit of a word of caution from him.
Toby, thanks for updating us. That's Toby Green, news editor at The Times. As Toby was saying, the situation in Afghanistan, incredibly difficult. Thousands fleeing the country. In terms of what's happening back here in the UK, as we were hearing from Harriet Harman and Sir Peter Bottomley a little bit earlier on, there's going to be a debate in Parliament in the Commons and in the Lords on Wednesday to discuss the situation. Here's Times chief political correspondent Henry Zeffman on what he's expecting from that.
I think most people will understand why Boris Johnson took the decision as the Taliban seized Kabul on Sunday, that the House of Commons had to be brought back from its summer break. It would have simply been weird for MPs to wait until mid-September to comment on the brutal and disastrous end of the UK's 2 decades of war in Afghanistan. However, what Wednesday's recall will also exemplify is Britain's utter failure, but above all, inability to do anything about it. The last time the House of Commons was recalled to discuss an issue of foreign policy was in 2014. And on that occasion, David Cameron didn't just ask the House of Commons to discuss the rise of ISIS in Iraq, he also asked MPs to approve airstrikes. So there was a substantive question that was being put to the House of Commons on that occasion. What is happening this time is quite different. Boris Johnson, unless his plans change between now and Wednesday, will effectively just ask the House of Commons to lament what has happened in Afghanistan, something which MPs on all sides will be happy to do. So if you want a symbol of Britain's impotence in the face of the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan, Wednesday's debate in the House of Commons will be that. I expect several Labour MPs, probably even Keir Starmer, will raise the absence up to last night of Dominic Raab, who was on holiday abroad in the days that the Taliban began to take over Afghanistan. Most people will accept that whether Dominic Raab had been in the UK or not, the progress of events in Afghanistan would have been exactly the same. However, there is a sense in which Dominic Raab being out of the country comes to symbolise how complete the failure of military intelligence was here. You know, the UK, like America, like other Western allies, did not believe that Afghanistan would fall to the Taliban as quickly as it did. So while I think the memory of Dominic Raab's whereabouts will rightly fade into insignificance pretty rapidly, the questions about how after 2 decades in Afghanistan the UK still did not really understand how fragile the situation was there.
That was Henry Zeffman, chief political correspondent at The Times. Mentioning there what was happening with Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary. Earlier on the programme, we had Tom Tugendhat, the Conservative MP, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And on Dominic Raab's whereabouts, the fact that he only came back from holiday on Sunday, the fact that it was reported in the Telegraph that he hadn't spoken to our ambassadors in 7 of the neighbouring countries to Afghanistan up until the day that Kabul fell. I asked Mr Tugendhat what he thought of the Foreign Secretary's conduct.
Well, look, I have no comments on his conduct because I haven't seen any of it. The diplomats in Pakistan and Kabul have been working through the night, 24/7 for the last 3 weeks. So I'm delighted that the Foreign Secretary has now come back off holiday to help them.
And also, we learned over the weekend as well, didn't speak to our ambassadors in 7 neighbouring countries until the day Kabul fell.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I mean, it's, you know...
But do you think he's fit for office?
I'm pretty astonished, frankly.
But I just wonder how far your astonishment goes. If it is, as you say, as well, I can hear the shock in your voice. If it's as serious as I think we all think it is, should he still be in post?
Well, that's going to be a decision for the Prime Minister. But frankly, if the Prime Minister is looking for staff to watch his back, then maybe he'll choose somebody who isn't on holiday.
Tom Tugendhat, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Also, earlier this morning, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has been out and about speaking about Afghanistan during a visit to Wolverhampton.
The situation in Afghanistan is shocking and it's tragic. We're seeing before our very eyes the unravelling of 20 years of progress and of huge sacrifice. And I appreciate that the decision to withdraw was not the government's decision alone. But I want the Prime Minister to step up to the plate, show some leadership and some urgency. We've got a United Nations Security Council meeting this afternoon. It's absolutely clear what the priorities have to be. That's the evacuation of UK nationals and eligible Afghans. It's ensuring a process for the safety of all of those that are remaining there and an assertion of the human rights of everybody in Afghanistan, including women and girls, particularly women and girls, and an agreement about safe and legal routes for refugees because it is inevitable there's going to be a refugee crisis coming out of this. So what I say to the government is step up to the plate, show that urgency and take these priorities into the meeting this afternoon.
Talking of urgency, do you think the Foreign Secretary should have cut their holiday short sooner than coming back home yesterday?
Of course he should. I think everybody appreciates just how important a moment this is. And you can sense across all political parties, including Conservative MPs, who are deeply unhappy at what appears to be the slow pace of response from the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary.
That was Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, speaking a few moments ago in Wolverhampton. Live on Times Radio now, Colonel Richard Kemp, former British Army commander in Afghanistan and a former chairman of Cobra. Colonel Kemp, welcome to the programme. First of all, in terms of the rollout that is happening at the moment, Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, on the radio this morning, admitting that people will be left behind. And now, this afternoon, we've got pictures coming out of Kabul International Airport showing people chasing US Air Force planes as they try and take off, some people clinging onto them and falling from them as they head off into the skies. What do you think, seeing all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I know that the British ambassador in Kabul, Sir Laurie Bristow, is doing all he can, assisted by other embassy staff and, of course, now elements of the parachute regiment in Kabul, assisting as many Afghans who have helped British forces working in Afghanistan. assisting them to leave. And I think, I expect that quite a few will come out, not all, of course, because some are trapped in other parts of the country, can't get to Kabul. But I think there's going to be very many people who probably should leave the country and come to our countries by plane who simply won't. There won't be room, there won't be time.
What about some of the options in terms of flying people out to neighbouring, safer Middle East countries and processing them there? Are there possible logistics which could have all this done in a timely manner?
Well, I think there are options of that sort, and I've no doubt they're being considered by the Foreign Office and the Royal Air Force. But I honestly, I don't know what the answer to that is. It's a possibility. But I think, almost certainly there's going to come a time when stumps have to be pulled on this situation in Kabul. It's obviously not going to be long before we start seeing frictions with the Taliban there, and that needs to be avoided, I think.
And in terms of why all of this is happening, are you clear in your mind what the failure was in terms of intelligence or military strategy, or both?
Well, I think the failure was predominantly at the level of President of the United States, who made the decision to withdraw and then very quickly did it, not even giving the opportunity to the Afghan government to properly prepare and plan for a new situation. And that in turn, those two things really, led to a very significant collapse in morale of Afghan forces, which caused the domino effect in cities throughout Afghanistan. And it's quite obvious that intelligence services did not appreciate either the low morale that would follow from the Afghan forces, nor the speed at which those towns would fall, many of them without a shot being fired, or certainly not many shots. That's clear from the fact that only days ago, US intelligence was saying that it was going to be 3 months before there's a possibility of Kabul collapsing. And clearly that was extremely wrong. They obviously did not have a strong enough handle on the state of the Afghan National Security Forces.
But I take your point that we rely so much on what the US is doing. But in terms of the UK's own intelligence on this, much earlier in the programme, we were hearing a speech which the Prime Minister Boris Johnson made in the House of Commons on the 8th of July, so only 6 weeks ago, and he said, I'm sure the Taliban are aware there is no military path to victory. So he was under the same misapprehensions as well. So do you think there were failings in UK intelligence on all of this?
Yes, there were, and the UK intelligence footprint in Afghanistan at the moment is very small. It's drawn down, as have the armed forces out there, and it doesn't have the scope really to have an understanding. And a lot of the understanding of the British government in terms of assessment of capabilities and things came in the past from a pretty significant British military presence in different parts of the country. That again is all gone, hasn't been there for a long time. So I think a failure of our intelligence services and other NATO intelligence services.
Colonel Richard Kemp, thank you very much for your time. That's Colonel Richard Kemp, former British Army commander in Afghanistan, and former chairman of Cobra. Of course, there's lots of head-scratching happening in the US, as Colonel Richard Kemp was referring to there about all of this. Donald Trump has issued a new call for President Biden to resign in disgrace for what he has allowed to happen to Afghanistan, end quote. The Biden administration has hit back, saying that the US-Taliban exit deal was negotiated under Trump's presidency. Well, early today on Times Radio Breakfast, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, who was Donald Trump's national security advisor, told Asma and Stig that the West as a total had underestimated the Taliban's strategic capabilities.
The Taliban, their al-Qaeda allies, and the Pakistan's inter-service intelligence, all of whom have been working together to put together this offensive since 2019. The weapons caches, the concentration of people around these cities, the campaign to take over the northern provinces so that there would be no fallback position for Afghans to organize a further resistance against the Taliban. All of this was extended in planning, and it was extended in execution. And it had to be a determined effort and self-delusion not to see it happening.
Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster on Times Radio Breakfast this morning. Well, live on Times Radio now, Alistair Dorber, Washington correspondent for The Times. Afternoon, Alistair.
Hi, Luke.
So, a fierce blame game underway now in Washington.
Yeah, and Joe Biden is coming in for a lot of criticism, not least because he's in Camp David and not as promised to address the nation at some point in the next few days, but we're not quite sure when that's going to be. I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, Joe Biden was slightly had his hands tied by the fact that Donald Trump had negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw by the 1st of May this year. In fact, had Trump won the election last year, then what we're seeing now in Kabul and elsewhere in Afghanistan could well have happened earlier in the year. It was delayed. The drawdown was then timed to be by September the 11th, which is obviously a date which has a lot of resonance. They've gone now, and you see the result: a total failure of foreign policy and intelligence gathering.
But is the understanding that actually this, for the international condemnation of what the US has done, and I'm sure within, as you were saying there, the Senate and House of Representatives as well, will voters actually care about this? Will this motivate anyone's vote when they're next at a ballot box?
Well, there was a poll done about 6 weeks ago, which suggested that 75%, just less than 75% of Americans back the speedy withdrawal. Now, obviously, that was before we've seen what we've seen over the last few hours in Kabul. But for American voters, this is arguably a good thing. I mean, Joe Biden's ending the war. He's managed to do it. His three immediate predecessors haven't managed to do it. The US has lost about 2,500 soldiers in Afghanistan. There'll be no more body bags coming back. It's spent the best part of $1 trillion. There'll be no more money spent in Afghanistan, or certainly not on the scale that it has been in the past. And when voters eventually get to the ballot box, I think not being involved in a war thousands and thousands of miles away could well be a political boon for the administration.
Alistair Dorber, live in Washington for us. Thanks very much for your time this afternoon. He's Washington correspondent for The Times. You can read more from him in the paper and on the smartphone app. In the last few minutes, it's just been announced that Boris Johnson is going to hold another Cobra emergency meeting on the situation in Afghanistan. So that's the third in 4 days. Number 10 telling journalists that the Prime Minister has put his holiday plans on hold. He had been away at the weekend but returned to Downing Street yesterday. They're saying that the priority is to evacuate citizens and visa holders from Kabul airport and then to work with allies to forge a united front on key questions such as whether to recognise the Taliban government and how to help refugees and the like as well. So another Cobra meeting underway, chaired by the Prime Minister in the next few minutes. In the next few minutes, in the midday update, we'll reflect on the minute's silence marking the lives lost in the Plymouth shooting. Plus, Red Box reporter Mario Aurora heads to a mining town and we'll have a sports roundup on the first weekend of the Premier League as well. It's 23 minutes past 12. I'm Luke Jones, in for Matt Chorley.
Ruth Davidson, in for Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. All this week, the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, brings you an incisive take on the latest news in politics, culture and the arts.
I'm Ruth Davidson. Join me on Times Radio. We'll delve into all the latest Westminster wrangles, plus we'll have fascinating interviews with leading lights from the worlds of entertainment, literature, sport and more.
Ruth Davidson, in for Mariella Frostrup, all this week from 1 on Times Radio.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy, supporting the small business champions behind Team GB at the Tokyo Olympic Games.
12:23, I'm Luke Jones on Times Radio in association with GoDaddy, providing the help and tools you need to grow your business online. The midday update continues. The Red Box reporter Mario Aurora has been to the former mining town of Easington to speak to the Labour MP Graham Morris and former miner Alan Cummings, not that one, about Boris Johnson's recent comments on how Margaret Thatcher's decision to close coal mines in the 1980s was a big early start in tackling climate change. Mario started off by speaking to the Labour MP Graham Morris about those comments.
Nice to meet you. Lovely to meet you. How are you?
My father was a coal miner. My grandfathers were coal miners. The nature of the industry was that people worked in the local pit, in the local mine. And so there's a very strong sense of community, even 20, 30 years after the last pits have closed.
So what was your initial reaction when you heard Boris Johnson's comments about closing the mines and how that was good for the planet?
I really thought that Boris Johnson was showing a complete lack of understanding and empathy, even of history.
You can't go on investing
in new investment, the latest, bestest, safest pitch, the best working conditions for the miners, without shutting down the old ones.
Margaret Thatcher, whatever else she was no eco-warrior. And when those pits closed, that was the lifeblood of areas like this. There was no regret expressed, there was no concerted effort to replace the jobs that had been lost.
So how do you feel about the green agenda, the idea of a green industrial revolution?
I think generally people are supportive of the idea of tackling climate change and of reducing CO2 emissions. But when that directly impacts upon them, if the energy prices are higher, for many people that's out of their price range in areas like this.
Now I'm off to meet Alan Cummings to find out what the mining community reaction has been to Boris Johnson's comments. Alan was a miner for 30 years and worked at Edington Colliery.
The colliery, when we get down here, you'll see that the coal owners were very philanthropical by building all the houses right next to the shaft. So didn't have far to go to work.
So when you heard about Boris Johnson's comments around closing the mines in the 80s and how it was good for the planet and good for global warming, what was your initial reaction?
I thought it was an absolutely disgusting statement. Today, I'm going to a coroner's inquest from a former miner, one of my colleagues, who died, and most probably died as a result of industrial disease. Now that's a legacy of that miner who worked underground. And a lot of miners carry that legacy now. And to pass off as a joke and laugh against some of the finest people that I've ever represented, I think it's an absolute disgrace.
You can see more of that from Mario Aurora of Redbox fame on the new Redbox YouTube channel. You can find that on YouTube by searching for it online. Of course, lots of details as well in the Redbox email as well. Now, 5 bells were rung out at the Guildhall to mark each of the lives lost in Keyham, and residents have also held a mid-minute silence after the shooting near Plymouth. Also, this morning, police are being told to review their procedures for issuing gun licences. Will Humphreys is the South West correspondent of The Times and is live with us. Will, hello.
Hi there, Luke.
First of all, in terms of the minute silence that was held, tell us who was there, what was said, what happened?
Well, there was an official event held at the Guildhall in the centre of Plymouth, where civic leaders and religious leaders led a minute silence. I was up in the Keyham area of the city where the shootings took place, and there a crowd had gathered on the playing fields where the 4 air ambulances landed on Thursday following the shooting, and people there gathered for 5 minutes of silence, and then applause sort of rang out as well at the end. Lots of families gathering together, and lots of parents talking about how young children are asking lots of questions about shootings and death, and the difficulty of the community trying to sort of explain to their children really what has taken place in the midst.
Good to talk to you this afternoon. Thanks very much for your time. That's Will Humphreys, South West correspondent for The Times. Let's turn to sport now. The Premier League, of course, started over the weekend. TalkSport 2's Kwaku Afari is live with us to brief us on what happened and what we can look forward to. Kwaku, welcome.
How you doing, Luke?
Good. Thank you very much for joining us. Spurs, of course, beating the defending champions Man City without Harry Kane.
Yeah, so Tottenham made light of the absence of their unsettled captain, Harry Kane, and made a winning start in the Premier League on the weekend. It was an impressive victory. Man City didn't look like themselves. Obviously, they had £100 million man Jack Grealish starting for them, who didn't really make much of an impression on the game. But it's a great start for Spurs, who a lot of people have written off this season, especially with Harry Kane looking likely to leave them. It was just interesting to not see Harry Kane included in the matchday squad for Spurs, indicating that a move to Man City is probably likely this summer.
So what does this do to Harry Kane's position then? Does this hurry all of that along?
Well, I think the price goes up if you're Daniel Levy and you see Man City look kind of rudderless in terms of they didn't look potent enough going forward. You know that their need for a striker is greater than ever. So if you want £150 million for Harry Kane, then that's what you're going to hold out for, because you know that Man City really, really need him.
Also, there's good news for Chelsea and Liverpool fans as well.
There was. So I'm a big Chelsea fan, so it was a great weekend for me. We won 3-0 over Crystal Palace at home. And I think the main takeaway or the main headline from that game was Trevor Chalobah, who made his Chelsea debut only 3 or 4 days prior in the Super Cup. He's 22 years old. He's been at Chelsea since he's 8 years old, and he scored on his Premier League debut, scored the third and final goal of the day. And Chelsea won 3-0. They are one of the favourites for the title, and with Romelu Lukaku coming in for Chelsea, it only looks like positive things for Thomas Tuchel's side. And like you said, Liverpool as well. They started the season off with a 3-0 victory over Norwich.
In terms of this coming weekend, looking far ahead, what are you particularly anxious about or looking forward to?
So there's a couple of belters this weekend. We've got Liverpool versus Burnley, which you can catch live on TalkSport from 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. And the big game of the weekend will be Arsenal versus Chelsea on Sunday, a game that I'm actually going to at 4:30. And that's a clash between two of the so-called Big Six. Obviously, Arsenal struggled this weekend against Brentford on Friday, but that's always a clash that people are intrigued to watch. A London derby between two of the most established teams in the Premier League.
Kwaku, thanks for briefing us all of that. Good to talk to you. Kwaku Afari from TalkSport 2. Now, if you want to more on any of those stories which we've been talking about in the Midday Update, you can, of course, get that on the updated edition of The Times at midday, the Midday Update. You can get that on the smartphone app and on the website as well, thetimes.co.uk. You can only enjoy all of that in full, though, of course, if you're a Top Times subscriber. And if you're not already, if you sign up now, you get your first month absolutely free. Ahead on this programme, we will answer the question, what would happen if Paul Chuckle was in charge of everything? That's after the news at 12:31 with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Luke. Good afternoon. The Chair of Parliament's Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood, has predicted a terror attack against the West on the scale of 9/11 after the Taliban took near total control of Afghanistan. His takeover of the capital, Kabul, has led to chaotic scenes at the city's airport as people try to flee the country. It's believed 5 people have died. Defence Secretary Ben Wallace has acknowledged that an international effort will be required to protect global security.
Conflict prevention and post-conflict work is as important as war fighting because the threat to our stability from migrant flows, organised crime, smuggling, terrorism is very, very important. We have to be out around the world to deliver that stability.
And the Prime Minister is holding a Cobra meeting starting around now to address the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. A minute's silence has been held in Plymouth for the 5 victims of last week's mass shooting there. A separate candlelit vigil is also due to take place later. A woman's in hospital with life-changing injuries after being attacked by her American bulldog. She was bitten on the face, arms and stomach at a house in Nottingham yesterday, while the animal's also thought to have turned on a child. Asda and National Express are among firms saying they'll reward young people who have had their COVID jabs. They've joined Uber and Deliveroo in offering incentives in an attempt to boost vaccine uptake. Warm sunshine in the east and northeast this afternoon. Bright spells in the southwest, often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. Bowler Ollie Robinson has taken 2 wickets as England edge closer to dismissing India on the final day of the second test at Lord's. A short time ago, the tourists were 251 for 8. With the rest of the sport, here's Jake Robson.
Roger Federer says his decision to have further knee surgery gives him a glimmer of hope of returning to action. The 40-year-old has withdrawn from the US Open, which starts later this month, and says he'll be out for many months to recover from a third operation on his right knee.
I am realistic, don't get me wrong. I know how difficult it is at this age right now to do another surgery and try it, but I want to be healthy and I'll go through the rehab process, I think also with a goal while I'm still active, which I think is going to help me.
Police in Australia say they're investigating the attempted murder of a former Australian Rugby World Cup winner. Tutai Kefu, who played 60 tests for the Wallabies and now coaches Tonga, is in a critical condition in hospital after being stabbed during an alleged robbery at his home in Brisbane. His wife and 2 children were also stabbed. And Mark Cavendish is the first cyclist to be confirmed on the lineup for this year's Tour of Britain. He'll lead Belgian team De Koninck Quickstep. The race, which gets underway on September the 5th, starts in Cornwall and ends in Aberdeen. Football returns to the TalkSport network tomorrow night as the Championship leaders Fulham take on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy, providing all the help and tools you need to grow your business online.
Everybody
Every week on the show on Times Radio, we ask somebody from outside politics what they would do if they were in charge. Today, ruling the world, Paul Elliott, of course, better known by his name, Paul Chuckle. Paul, welcome.
Hi, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
Very well. Thank you so much for making time for us. How do you feel about this prospect of being in charge of everything? How does that sit with you?
Well, I've never ever actually thought about it, but I think if I was, the first thing I'd do, if I was in charge of everything in the whole world, the first thing I would do is get rid of the leader of the world.
Get rid of yourself? Exactly.
I have no idea on politics. So I would just... yes, I think that's what I'd do. As everybody would do, they'd like to stop any starvation, they'd like to stop any wars and killings and things like that, but I think that's an impossible thing to do anyway, whoever was in charge.
Indulge us for a moment then, but first of all, in how your short-lived administration would work. What kind of leader would you be, first of all? Would you be some kind of king, prince, emperor, prime minister, president? How would it work for you, Paul?
I think I'd be a chuckle brother. I'd put Joe Lycett in vice position, because he'd be very good at telling me what I should do and what I shouldn't do. He's very good like that, is Joe.
And who else would you have around you? You said Joe, but are there any other people?
Well, obviously I'd have Barry back. That'd be certain. That'd be the first thing, definitely.
And where would his talents best be suited in government?
Barry, listen to whatever I tell him, he does. He always does whatever I tell him. So, it would work well. Joe could advise me and I'd pass it on to Barry to do it. That's how it would work, definitely.
And then it would go back to him and then to you.
Pardon?
Then it would go back to him and then to you and then back to you again.
No, not to me, to you.
No, to you. Not to me. No, to you.
No. No.
And you said ending starvation and things like that would be really good, but practically, Barry, what would you, in terms of actual policy, what sort of easy wins will you just unilaterally do? I'm in charge, I am banning that, or bringing back this, or mandating that.
Right, the first mandate would be that Chucklevision has to be shown in every language throughout the world.
Yeah.
And that everybody should do jobs the way we do them. And don't think about it, just get in and do it. It's simple enough.
Was Chuckle Brothers translated and done around the world?
what Chucklevision? Well, it certainly would.
No,
yes.
but was Chucklevision? I can imagine that would be an easy thing to translate and show to, I don't know, kids in Japan.
Exactly. And Chuckle Hounds already went, which was the free runner to Chucklevision was the Chuckle Hounds, and that went to 53 countries around the world. But of course, we didn't speak, so that was quite easy.
Oh, I see.
But I can imagine it in German and in Italian.
Yeah, certainly. Italian Chucklevision would be fantastic.
Mario and Luigi all over again.
And in terms of what would finish you off in the end, Paul, all political careers end in failure. What would bring you down?
What would bring me down? Boredom, I suppose. I do like to enjoy my life. I like to get out and do things. And if I was leader of the world, I wouldn't be allowed to sort of go to the pub with the lads, have a drink, go to the races, a little bet in the bookies. None of that be allowed to do, would I, being the leader? Although Boris does things, I suppose.
Yeah, so, there's scope for betting and drinking.
I didn't get that one.
I said there's enough scope for doing betting and drinking, considering the way that some politicians carry on at the moment. Paul, you're also involved with, the reason you're here talking to us, with Marie Curie's Blooming Great Summer. You've worked with them for a few years, Marie Curie, is that right?
We have, yeah. Barry and myself were both ambassadors for Marie Curie for many years before he died even. They do such wonderful stuff for people, of course, we had first hand of it when Barry was ill at the end. He didn't want to go in hospital, he hated hospitals, and the Marie Curie nurses came out every day, a couple of 3 times, to look after him, and they've always got a smile on their face. They're good for everybody around the person who's passing away and dying, even after. And Sue's dad, a year after Barry died, we lost my father-in-law.
Oh, God.
And Sue was round the house. I was working And they sent a Marie Curie nurse to sit with Sue right through the night till 7 o'clock in the morning, because she didn't want to be on her own in case he passed away during the night. As it was, he passed away about 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was back home and around with her then at the time. But they're just wonderful. They're really wonderful. It's something that we cannot do without in this country. And the more people can get together with this blooming great summer, it's the idea is to get your friends round for anything. Bake off, you can do your own tea, have tea together and coffee, or a barbecue, and just get everybody around. And if people just can donate to mariecurie.org.uk/summer, they'll tell you all about it. And, you don't charge your friends to come around and have a good day and have games in the garden or whatever. But whatever anybody can afford to just donate to Marie Curie. They had a terrible year last year, as everything did last year. But people are still grieving and dying, and they still need Marie Curie to be there for them, And if they run out of funds totally, then, they're not going to be there, So whatever you can afford, if you can donate, have this fun with it, As I said, get people round and baking. I don't know, anything, just something to get you all together and have fun. Because it's a blooming great summer. We're at last allowed to go out and stuff together.
Yeah.
It's time to get together and think about things like people grieving, and what have you. Anyway, I'm rambling on here.
No, you're not. It was very good to hear from you. Thank you so much for your time, Paul. I appreciate it. Best of luck with it.
Cheers, mate. You look after yourself.
You too. Cheers. That's Paul Elliott there, of course, a.k.a. Paul Chuckle, on what he would do if he would rule the world, but also talking about Marie Curie and the help that he and his family have had from them as well. In a moment, we'll return to the situation in Afghanistan, the intelligence failures, what is going to happen with all of those people, refugees now desperately trying to get out of the country. We'll hear from a former Foreign Secretary on that. It is 12:42. I'm Luke Jones on Times Radio in association with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder and web hosting partner of Team GB.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
I'll be looking ahead to tomorrow's big stories, as well as discussing all the latest news tonight.
Join Carol Walker alongside a world-class lineup of guests, experts and contributors.
Find out what's trending on social media, and from 11 o'clock we'll go across the Atlantic to hear what's happening not just in Washington, but right across the United States.
Unrivaled opinion, debate and insight.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
There is chaos in Afghanistan at the moment. 5 people have already been killed in panic at the airport at Kabul International as the Islamists who now rule the country, the Taliban, demand absolute power. And of course, back home and in the US, questions persist about how this has happened and how to manage it now it does. The former Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkin, is live with us. Welcome.
Good morning.
First of all, in terms of the collapse and the failures that have led us to this point, we've been trying all morning, in fact many people have been trying for days trying to get to the bottom of this. I wonder, in your own mind, in terms of the failures, be that in terms of the UK intelligence or UK military strategy, what do you think went wrong, aside from the US?
I think what is clear is that the Afghan government ultimately neither had the will nor the power to actually change events. And once America had decided that sometime it was going to withdraw, it was inevitable that something of this kind would happen. And the reason I say that, and I wouldn't necessarily put it this way a few days ago, is the Taliban haven't just won this victory. They've won it without having to fight for it. In terms of the events of the last week or so, they entered Kabul with no resistance. They took over most of the cities of Afghanistan with hardly a shot being fired. So what you've had was a complete collapse of the morale of the Afghan military, a complete lack of leadership by the former president. And in these circumstances, we have to ask ourselves, would it ever have been different, regardless of how long the Americans had stayed? I think the way the Americans handled the negotiations leading to their withdrawal was disgraceful. I can expand on that if you want me to. I think they made very major mistakes, which have certainly made things worse rather than better. But what is clear is unless the American government, and it really was the Americans who were the only ones who counted in terms of external support, unless they'd been prepared to stay there for year after year, for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, as soon as they withdrew, something like this would have happened.
Well, if you identify mistakes in how the US negotiated with the Taliban in the first instance, conditions which are obviously now not being met, especially on the Taliban side, what do you make of our current Defence Secretary and our current Prime Minister trusting assurances from the Taliban that people, diplomatic staff and British nationals leaving for the airport won't be harmed? That they are trusting the Taliban's assurances on that, we were told this morning.
Well, I'm not sure if they've said explicitly that they are trusting, but actually I'm not
Ben
sure
Wallace this morning, apologies, Ben Wallace this morning, the Defence Secretary said...
I'm not going to make an issue out of that. What I was about to say was whether they've said it explicitly or not. I think that is what will happen, that diplomats will and British personnel will not be harassed or prevented from leaving, because there's nothing in the interests of the Taliban to encourage them to do otherwise. One of the first priorities of this new Taliban government will be to seek international recognition, to have other countries around the world recognizing that they are now the government, the de facto government of Afghanistan. And why do they want that? Not just because it sounds good, they couldn't really care less what other people think of them, but they will desperately need financial support to actually maintain any semblance of economic stability in the country. And without international support, that will not happen, and the international support won't be forthcoming if the Taliban, having taken power, was simply to behave in a vengeful way, not just against their own people, but against international citizens who are now seeking to leave the country.
So how should the UK government engage with that, as they call them, new government in Afghanistan now?
Well, the British government's immediate objectives are pretty limited. It's the question of British diplomatic... There's thought to be up to a maximum of about 3,000 or 4,000 British citizens in Afghanistan. Of course, many of them are working for international organizations, for the United Nations, for various voluntary groups and in various other capacities. Now, insofar as they will all wish, and one assumes that the vast majority of them will want to leave the country, those who've already reached the airport are likely to have not much difficulty in leaving. The question will be whether they can keep contact. The British diplomatic personnel who are trying to do this at the moment, they're now based at the airport, they're not based at the embassy in Kabul, and people of a British background will be trying to contact them to see how this can best be managed. I don't actually believe that will be impossible or even necessarily delayed for any length of time. I think it's just practical problems when a country's in chaos. It obviously takes time for these matters to be sorted out.
As a former Foreign Secretary yourself, I wonder what you make of the conduct of our current Foreign Secretary. On holiday up until yesterday, the Times reporting that this was against advice he was given, and also the fact that he only telephoned round our ambassadors in 7 neighbouring countries to Afghanistan the day that Kabul fell.
Well, one has to look at this in 2 respects. In terms of would it have made any difference if he had been in London, I'm frankly sceptical as to whether it would have done. In purely political terms, it doesn't look that great. Clearly events were fast moving in Afghanistan, even if no one was expecting Kabul to fall so quickly. It was clear that any semblance of ongoing government in Afghanistan was rapidly becoming incredible. And therefore it would have been, in the political sense, much wiser for him to have returned earlier. There's now going to be, as I understand it, a debate in the House of Commons on Wednesday of this week. That's just in 2 days' time. I suspect he'll be under a lot of pressure, not just from the opposition, but from some of his own side, as to whether it was necessary for him to return home perhaps quite so late.
Early on in the programme, we were hearing from Tom Tugendhat, the Conservative MP who chairs the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and he said if the Prime Minister was looking for staff to watch their back, he might want to choose somebody who's not on holiday. Do you think that there is now maybe...
Let's draw many conclusions from this. The question of whether a foreign secretary returns on one day rather than another day may be a source of criticism, maybe even legitimate criticism. It's not exactly a hanging offence.
What do you think about the situation in terms of Afghanistan now and its capacity to export terror, not just to the UK, but other countries in the West? How quickly is that going to become an issue again?
Well, I can't pretend that I know any more than anybody else, but let me offer a view. I think there's two things that have happened, which, although the overall events are dreadful, give some source of reassurance or comfort. The first is the very fact that the Afghan government turned out to be so hopeless and their army collapsed means that we do not have, as we speak, a situation where the country is falling apart. If you think of Syria, for example, when the Syrian forces of Assad were victorious in recovering various cities in the country that they'd lost to the opposition, they had to fight building by building, and many civilians were killed, and the whole thing was a terrible humanitarian disaster. Now, it sounds paradoxical for me to say this, but the fact that the movement collapsed so quickly and without any resistance means that at the very least we have the benefit that Kabul is not a city that has been destroyed, and there are not hundreds of thousands of homeless people and thousands of people who have already been killed as a byproduct of a civil war. So that's perhaps small comfort, but it nevertheless is important in terms of what happens over the next few weeks. The second point I would make is that the Taliban, whatever we think of them, and I'm no admirers of them, as you can imagine, but they're not stupid. They are clever people, and they know how they lost power last time. They lost power last time for two reasons. First of all, because they gave sanctuary to Al-Qaeda, the international terrorist organization. And do remember that the Taliban actually couldn't care less what happens outside Afghanistan. They're not a global terrorist organization. They might be pretty capable of implementing terror within the country, but they have no interest in expanding their role elsewhere, either in the Middle East or in the West.
Yes.
The second point is worth bearing in mind, is that they have realized that Afghanistan is not the same city as it was 20 years ago, the same country, I should say. Kabul, for example, had only a population of about 500,000 people 20 years ago. It's now got a population of 3 million and hugely transformed into a modern, vibrant city. So the kind of medieval measures they implemented 20 years ago, they might try and do it again. I'm not saying that they can't or won't. I'm just saying they are intelligent enough to realize that the role of women, for example, although it will be pretty horrid compared to what it's been in the last few years, will not necessarily be going back to what was implemented by enforced measures the first time they had power.
Well, we look forward to seeing how all this plays out. Thanks very much for giving us your time this afternoon. That's Malcolm Rifkin, former Foreign Secretary, of course. Now, it is creeping up to 1 o'clock. Before we welcome back Ruth Davidson, it's time to play this. Yes, it is time for Matt's hugely popular, it says here, quiz. Can you get to number 10? We've gone from Paul Chuckle to Sir Malcolm Rifkin to a quiz. You don't get that elsewhere, do you? There are 10 questions loosely related to 10 cabinet jobs, and the idea is it's the more questions you get right, the better the job you get. Let's quickly whip through the cabinet table at the moment. Ruth Davidson is in the lowly position of Minister without portfolio, out on the second question. Laura and Jane, who got married on a train, are Culture Secretaries. Steve is Environment Secretary. Listener Paul is Transport Secretary. Dan is Education Secretary. Our Health Secretary is International Quizzer Dan Fisher in New York. The Home Secretary is the plumber Tom. The Foreign Secretary is Listener James. The Chancellor is Jane Griffiths. And Twix man Andy Strang is the PM. I take it that's the person who sent Matt all those Twixers. There we go. Who's today's backbencher?
Hello.
Hi, who is that?
My name is Nigel Hicks from Edinburgh.
Nigel, welcome along. Thank you so much for playing. Have you wanted to play for a while?
Not that well. I've been listening a long time, and I kind of plugged up the courage to volunteer.
Yes.
I'm beginning to regret that decision now, but, I'm fine at the moment.
Well, we'll see how you get on. What do you do, Nigel?
I'm a retired accountant.
Got you. And are you a regular quizzer?
No.
Okay.
Listener, but not participant.
So where are you aiming for? Are you hoping to beat Ruth Davidson?
Yes. That is a very low bar. I mean, she used to be my constituency MP, but I think if I can get one question right, then that's pretty good.
So you're hoping to beat your former constituency MP. Okay, here we go. Nigel, are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go. This is question 1. This is for Minister Without Portfolio. Complete this well-known phrase. Caught between the devil and the deep blue.
Sea.
Correct. It's question 2 for Digital, Culture, Media and Sports Secretary. How many I've come unstuck with piano questions before, so I hold my hands up over this. How many keys does a classic piano have? Is it 88 or 66?
88.
Correct. Question 3 for Environment Secretary. What are the 2 flavours in fruit salad sweets? I don't think I'd have got this one.
In what, sorry?
What are the 2 flavours in the fruit salad sweets? You know, the little square ones, rectangle ones.
Yeah, strawberry and peach. Here comes Maggie Thatcher.
Incorrect.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nigel. I'm going to hand over to your former constituency MP who thinks she knows. Ruth, what do you think
MSP.
it is?
It's pineapple.
MSP, rather.
Is the yellow half is pineapple, isn't it?
Correct, it is pineapple, and the other bit is...
He said strawberry.
Close.
Raspberry, isn't it?
Raspberry. It's raspberry and pineapple. Sorry, Nigel.
That's no problem.
Well, while we've got your former MSP on, is there anything you want to put to her?
Oh, dear.
No, that would be far too rude. No, she's fine.
Well, we'll leave you to it. Thank you so much, Nigel. Thanks for playing.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Hopefully we won't put him off playing again. God, does your heart sink whenever you sort of think, oh, there's a former constituent, you think, oh no, what are they going to sort of say that I did, or oh no.
Well, I don't
felt
think so.
for you then.
To be fair, I was blessed with some fantastic office staff, so worked incredibly hard, and particularly because the period that we had included COVID, we helped loads and loads of people, and I'm so eminently proud of the team that we had in the office. They worked their little socks off.
And Nigel said you were fine.
Well, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I will take that.
Worse has been said of MSPs and MPs, haven't they? There we go. And he beat you in the quiz as well. If you think you can do better than Nigel, if you think you can do better than Ruth, studio@times.radio and go on the airwaves and have a play. We'll try and get you on at some point this week. As I mentioned, Ruth Davidson is in for Mariella Frostrup from 1.
So I'm just thinking about fruit salad sweeties now.
Well, I know, but what a difficult question. I wouldn't be able to get either of those.
Well, I think the thing is, they used to get the drumstick lollies and some fruit salads at Little Chefs, and we did a lot of road trips as a kid. So I think that's how it came about. But
also, it's
of a time, and I think I'm just of that time, and maybe
Yes.
Nigel and I aren't quite of the same time.
What are we going to be enjoying from 1, Ruth?
Well, as well as all of the things that we discussed the last time I was in here, big weekend this weekend of sport because the Premier League kicked off. So we're going to be discussing that. There was some, stop the count. Manchester United's top of the league. And Brentford, who just got in, gave Arsenal a doing. So there's plenty to talk about there, as well as some of the big moves. And also, on a Monday, as you know, Mariella loves talking to first-time novelists. We've got Miranda Cowley-Heller, who not just has written her first novel at the age of 59, she just went and, got to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. So we'll be chatting to her. She's got a really interesting life, and she's an American that's got some interesting, not always complimentary thing to say about marrying Brits.
Oh, there
Yes.
we are. And as I mentioned earlier, when we were talking earlier, Mariella does read, I think she told me it was 15,000 books a week. Are you up to that level? Because pandemic, my reading has fallen off a cliff.
Do you know, Actually, my degree's in Scottish and English literature, so I have in my past read lots, but I had a small child a couple of years ago, and my reading has completely tanked since I had Finn. So I do still read. However, I do not read 15,000 books a week, which is just yet another thing, Luke, that you're telling me that I'm not quite as good as Mariella at.
It's another lie, I think, that Mariella tells us all about her super glam lifestyle. But we keep being taught it's about making time in the day, isn't it? You should sort of block off in your this is the hour when I read.
Yeah, I have a 2-year-old.
Yeah, so the diary itself is just out the window.
Yeah, exactly.
We look forward to that. And also Claire Balding as well, talking about the Olympics and the Paralympics that are coming up as well.
Yes, this is the biggest ever coverage we've ever had in this country of the Paralympic Games. So there's over 1,000 hours of coverage. It's also the most accessible in terms of the way in which people can access it, and in terms of having signing for a lot of the events and things like that. So talking about how not just the coverage is important, but also how that's changed perception of disability in this country too.
Wonderful stuff. That's up after 1 o'clock. And that is it for me today. I'll be back in Matt's chair tomorrow from 10 a.m. In fact, tomorrow we're going to talk about how to take over a business. With all what's happening with Morrison's at the moment, we're going to find out about, it sounds boring, it's more interesting than it sounds, mergers and acquisitions we've known and loved. How to take over a business with some people who have actually done it. Studio at Times.radio if you want to play the quiz. I'll be back tomorrow. Next on Times Radio, Ruth Davidson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Ruth Davidson. This is Times Radio. Let's get the news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Ruth. Good afternoon. Defence Secretary Ben Wallace has admitted some people won't get back from Afghanistan. British troops are racing against the clock to get remaining UK nationals and their local allies out of the country. At least 5 people have been killed in the crush as crowds stormed the airport in Kabul. Mr Wallace has said the barrier to helping more people leave the country is how quickly they can be processed. The Prime Minister is holding a Cobra meeting right now to address the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Tom Tugendhat, chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, has told Times Radio Afghanistan is the biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez.
I've been on the phone last night through the night to friends in Kabul who have heard shots fired, and they don't know whether it's Taliban death squads or criminality. I've spoken to friends, people I worked with for years in Lashkar, whose phones no longer answer. We know what's happening. It's not a surprise. It was foretold, it was predicted. We knew it, and here it is.
The Labour leader is calling on the Prime Minister to step up and show some leadership as the situation in Afghanistan worsens. Sir Keir Starmer says a UN Security Council meeting this afternoon is vital.
It's absolutely clear what the priorities have to be. That's the evacuation of UK nationals and eligible Afghans. It's ensuring a process for the safety of all of those that are remaining there and an assertion of the human rights of everybody in Afghanistan, including women and girls, particularly women and girls, and an agreement about safe and legal routes for refugees because it is inevitable there's going to be a refugee crisis coming out of this.
A minute's silence has been held in Plymouth to remember the 5 victims of a shooting in the city on Thursday. Maxine Davison, Stephen Washington, Kate Shepherd, Lee Martin and his 3-year-old daughter Sophie were killed. Jean Lake, who lives in the area, attended a special church service yesterday.
I needed some spiritual comfort. These unfortunate things or very tragic things happen, and I think you've got to move on and you've got to get on with your life as much as the tragedy affects us.
The perpetrator of Thursday's attack, Jake Davison, held a gun licence, which has prompted the government to ask police forces to review their processes. Updated guidance will require them to check the social media profiles of anyone who applies for one. At least 1,297 people in Haiti are known to have died following Saturday's 7.2 magnitude earthquake. 5,700 are injured and hospitals are struggling to cope. Peter Finley is a spokesperson for the Red Cross in Port-au-Prince. He says it's hard to get to those who need help, particularly in the southern peninsula.
The main roads are blocked by landslides. The damage is extended over a quite large area. That peninsula is, the population is spread out. 16% of the Haitian population live in that peninsula.
People who are fully vaccinated no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. The change was applied to all under 18s in England and Northern Ireland this morning, having already been made in Wales and Scotland. Businesses hope it will ease staff pressures caused by isolation, but many experts like clinical epidemiologist Dr. Deepti Gurdasani fear it's too soon to relax the rules.
1 in 29 children of secondary school age currently have infection, despite rates declining from the peak from when schools were open. And we also know that those people who are vaccinated, while have a level of protection from infection, can still transmit if they get infected.
The Post Office has signed its first ever click and collect deal with an external courier firm. Up until now, you've only been able to get Royal Mail parcels, but from next week, you can pick up DPD ones too. Bosses are hoping to cash in on the growth in click and collect services during the pandemic. Warm sunshine in the east and northeast this afternoon, brighter spells in the southwest, often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. And our top sports story this hour: after losing 2 wickets early in the day, India's cricketers are frustrating England and building on their lead at Lords. A short time ago, the tourists were 283 for 8 on the final day of the second test. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West.
Hello, I'm Ruth Davidson and I'll be sitting in for Mariella all this week on Times Radio. Thank you for joining me. We've got lots to look forward to coming up on the show today as we continue to hear about the desperate situation in Afghanistan. All morning at Kabul airport, desperate Afghans have been attempting to chase down moving planes trying to board them. We'll be speaking to a woman who helps run a female-only Afghan TV company who's worried about the danger her colleagues are now in. We'll also be on the ground in Italy as extreme heat hit the country, with Sicily experiencing temperatures approaching 50 degrees Celsius. Before 2, we'll be remembering the life of the Sunday Times' first ever crime reporter, Cal McChrystal. And after 2, we'll hear my chat with sports broadcasting royalty in the shape of Claire Balding. She told me about the ways the Paralympics has changed perception around disability sports, and why she likes animals more than humans. We'll also have all the features that you'd expect on a Monday, including First Edition, where we'll speak to the debut author Miranda Cowley-Heller about her novel The Paper Palace, which became a New York Times #1 bestseller. And we'll have a roundup of all the day's entertainment news with Ellie Phillips. But first, Afghans living in Kabul have awoken to their first full day under Taliban rule. You may have seen the chaotic scenes at Kabul airport as Afghans attempted to flee. Commercial flights were halted last night as the Americans took charge of air traffic control, handing priority to military flights and effectively trapping thousands of Afghans with tickets to leave the country. Arwa Damon is a CNN senior international correspondent and is covering the situation in Afghanistan. Arwa, thank you so much for joining us. What looks like chaos at Kabul airport is being beamed to us here in the UK, and it looks like desperate people rushing to get on board US Air Force planes. Can you give us the latest?
Hi, Ruth. It is chaos. It is what happens when fear and desperation overtake people, that is causing them to just rush to the airport. And we really saw the beginning of these scenes as the Taliban began to first surround Kabul and then move into it very quickly. And since that happened on Sunday, these scenes at the airport have just become even more and more horrifying. You see people running towards aircraft, dragging their little children. You hear gunshots being fired in the air. You see people hanging off of the sides of military aircraft. I mean, people want to get out of that country. What we're hearing right now is that, according to a U.S. official, a U.S. defense official, the U.S. military has had to temporarily suspend its air operations at Kabul airport while U.S. troops try to clear the airfield of Afghans. One also needs to remember that as the U.S. has been evacuating its own, it has also taken over full control of air traffic control as well as the airspace. Right now, there are no commercial flights in or out of Afghanistan. What this means is that the only lifeline that exists for Afghans who are fortunate enough to have a passport and a visa elsewhere, where they have also been robbed of that as the U.S. hastily and in an extraordinarily unorganized manner withdraws from that country. It is absolutely heartbreaking and gutting to watch.
Well, there's also a question of how long can it hold, because the intelligence that particularly the US had received was that Kabul could hold out for much longer. Now, it seems the Taliban has met very little resistance. It holds the city, even if the US Air Force holds the airport. So it is kind of in the Taliban's hands for how long these evacuations can continue, surely.
It is to a certain degree. Now, what we understand is that the Taliban has come to something of an agreement with the U.S. And with others as well, that it will not impede their efforts to evacuate Afghanistan and to withdraw completely. So we're not necessarily anticipating anything coming from the Taliban side. But that being said, it's an extremely fluid situation that can change at any moment. And, you know, the Taliban, well, historically speaking, they have not necessarily always kept to their word.
And we have some indication of what people in the capital, in Kabul, can expect, because the Taliban has held other parts of the country for some time now. Have we seen reprisals for those who have worked with the West, have helped the West, who have adopted some form of Western values or working practices?
Not yet, not at this stage, and not in Kabul itself, at least nothing that we have been able to independently verify. But as we have repeatedly been hearing, the Taliban of today is not the Taliban of 20 years ago. Now, the Taliban themselves also say that. What does that actually mean? Well, the Taliban spokesperson has been on numerous networks, given numerous interviews, answered these sorts of questions, basically along the lines of, you know, women will not have to wear the niqab, they do have to wear the hijab. Women will not have to be escorted by a male family member, they will be able to go outside. Girls will be able to continue to go to school. Now, the Taliban is saying that they will be able to get a higher education, but what we're hearing from other parts of the country that have been under Taliban control for quite some time now is that girls' education is confined to religious education only. We're hearing that women will be allowed to hold jobs. Well, will there be any restrictions on those kinds of jobs? The Taliban is talking about wanting an inclusive government and that they will form an inclusive government, but how exactly will that government be formed? It's not like the Taliban are going to hold, you know, democratic elections across the country and have themselves being one of the political parties running in those. But at the same time, this Taliban today, many will argue, is much more pragmatic than the one that existed 20 years ago. The Taliban 20 years ago wasn't necessarily governing a country. They were holding space. The Taliban of today wants to, it would seem, govern Afghanistan. And it wants to create a sort of system that is going to have a certain degree of international recognition. It does not want to be, at least indications are, a complete and total pariah state. Now, will that translate into some of the gains that have been made over the last 20 years not being lost? Or is this some sort of easing the population into life under Taliban rule tactic? It's really too soon to tell. I mean, we're barely 24 hours into the Taliban ruling Afghanistan, some 20 years after the U.S. military ousted them from power.
Arwa Damon, thank you very much. Well, let's speak now to Faria Saidi. She works for an Afghan media organisation. Faria, you have grave concerns about some of your colleagues that are in the country.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, I have a concern about everyone living in Afghanistan right now. Unfortunately, it is a dark time repeating again in Afghanistan, and in fact, I would say it's for everyone, all our allies. What's happening in Afghanistan is a warning for women, especially from what I hear, the reports that I get. It's like a dead city where nobody dares to leave their homes. You see Taliban members with their guns around the city, and actually, I was just reading Twitter, and some reporters from inside Afghanistan reporting that Taliban have already gone to a few doors. They go door to door to check for journalists, for media workers, for government workers, officials, and all. And one of the media girls were able to escape, but the other one, no one knows where she is at. They haven't been able to hear back from her. So that's what's happening to people in the media. But I think just generally right now there is no control in Afghanistan. It's a chaos everywhere, not just at the airport, but everywhere that people go. No functioning government offices, nothing at all.
Now, your organisation gave women a platform, it gave them a voice, it gave them an audience. What are the worries that you have for some of the advances that women have had in the last 20 years being undone, given the change of rule?
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, everything is at risk, and I think we've been saying this for quite a while now, especially since for the past 2 years. Everyone, all the Afghans that I know, and a lot of other women who worked in Afghanistan, everyone was warning the world and telling them that everything is at risk. These women in Afghanistan worked really difficult, despite some difficult situations with families and outside and everything. They worked really hard. And looking at the achievements that they have had, it wasn't easy. Afghanistan was in war. It's still in war. It's been in war for the past 40-something years. So it's not easy for these women when you live in a country that's war-torn you can achieve and have media or work. So for them, everything is at risk right now, and nothing is functioning at this very moment. And I think we're only 24 hours into it, and I don't know how it's going to look like. But from what we have seen, there's really not much hope.
And Faria, what's the attitude towards the US, the UK, the West at the moment? Is there a real anger about the way in which this withdrawal's been handled?
Absolutely. I think it's an anger, and that's why I said in the beginning that it's a shame and it's a dark day for everyone, for all our allies, especially the United States, and how they dealt with this. They were in Afghanistan for 20-something years. So many of them worked in Afghanistan. Sure, we respect that they had to withdraw, but what the problem was the way that they withdraw in Afghanistan. So what was the point of working in Afghanistan for 20 years? What was the point of working for UK and other countries, all the NATO countries? What was the point of working there? What did you guys exactly gain? Nothing. You left because you went there because of a Taliban and because of one specific reason, and then you guys came back, and this reason still exists. The issue here is that I don't know what they did in the past 20 years, but what it is that they didn't really do what they had to do, which was tackling the core issue, which was tackling terrorism, which was not supporting and sponsoring our countries, neighbor countries in Afghanistan, like Pakistan, that supports Taliban and since Taliban in Afghanistan. But the issue is that all our Western countries, our countries with the power, like United States, they never mentioned this. They don't even accept it. And Biden still says it's a civil war. It's very interesting. I mean, I think some people should show him the pictures from the airport today. This is no civil war. No, Afghans don't want Taliban. They want a peace and a stability and a peaceful government. That's not something that Taliban are able to provide.
Thank you to Faria Saidi there, and you can read expert analysis on the situation in Afghanistan on the Times website. This is Ruth Davidson on Times Radio in association with NatWest, and after this, our politics panel with journalists Alex Massey and Helen Lewis.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times.
One agenda-setting story told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search The Stories of Our Times.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search NatWest Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Time now to convene our politics panel as we break down some of the stories of the day. Alex Massey is a columnist for The Times and Sunday Times, and Helen Lewis writes for The Atlantic and is the author of Difficult Women, A History of Feminism in a Live and Fight. Now, this morning, the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, almost broke down in tears, admitting that some Afghans who have assisted British forces will not make it out of the country.
We are simply there to process all those British passport holders and all those people we have an obligation to. And, you know, our men and women of our armed forces are risking their lives in doing that, but that is the right thing to do. They've risked their lives for the last 20 years. At the very least, our obligation has to be as many of these people through the pipeline as possible. But I think I also said, and it's a really deep part of regret for me, that some people won't get back.
Alex Massey, what did you think when you heard that this morning? I mean, it seems like an admission that, yes, there has been a failure here, but the failures are going to keep continuing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think one feels for Ben Wallace. I mean, he's a veteran himself, but he's also part of a government or a succession of British governments, of American administrations, other European governments as well, whose mission in Afghanistan has been a failure. has been a colossal failure and now ends in humiliating, shameful fashion. And when he's talking about the obligations this country has to Afghan civilians who have worked with British soldiers, British agencies in Afghanistan over the last 20 years, and now quite rightly fear the consequences of that history of work as the Taliban return to power. Well, we have failed these people. And it didn't take a lot of foresight to see that the Taliban's ever-strengthening position in the field in Afghanistan was likely to make these people's lives almost impossible and to put them in significant danger. And something could have been done about this long ago. But you only have to read the testimony of journalists, aid workers, soldiers who've served in Afghanistan, naming individuals whose applications to come to the United Kingdom have been either delayed or refused by the Home Office. And the Home Office, when it comes to this sort of situation, is an institutionally disgusting operation. And we see that very clearly, I think, this week, perhaps more clearly than ever, because there is a moral duty here. And, Ben Wallace obviously is aware of that and is also presumably therefore aware of the British government's failure to live up to its moral obligations.
And it's not just in terms of getting interpreters and other people out, Helen, is it? Because, we said to a country that we wanted to see them change. We invited policymakers to change, to make sure that there was space for the education of women. We encouraged women to be educated, to go on, to take jobs, to have a voice, to have a platform. And now we've cut and run.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you, as Alex says, if you make promises to a country, you have an obligation to fulfil those promises. And that's not just for moral reasons, although the moral reasons are clear enough, but also for our future strategic reasons. Why would any country that we work with in future trust us if we don't honour our promises? And I think, from the perspective of being a woman, Ruth, neither you or I could have the lives that we have under the Taliban rule. That is just simple and morally unambiguous to say. You've been watching footage of people whitewashing pictures of women who aren't veiled off off advertising hoardings. I was reading a story this morning about women hiding their diplomas. They're halfway through a degree, and suddenly that's become a liability, not a source of pride. And I think that's a source of deep shame as well. And I feel that things are over for women. If you look at all the terrible footage this morning of people at the airport, those were men. I think the women of Afghanistan have already gone into hiding, essentially.
And we opened with the clip from Ben Wallace. We know that his argument has been that there was nothing that could be done once America said it was leaving. He specifically talked to some other countries to see if they could fill the void, but actually it couldn't be done. And strategically, we couldn't do it alone, not only in terms of military capability, but in terms of just being an occupying force rather than a multilateral stabilising force. I mean, do you buy that?
I do buy that in the sense that we had one province in Helmand that was with air support from the Americans. That was already a struggle for British forces to keep control over that. We've had this surge in the last couple of years, all of this resources thrown at it. And what's become very apparent is that what we've essentially done, the US and coalition forces, is gifted the Taliban a huge amount of quite up-to-date military hardware as they've moved through places. So that, I think, has been an extraordinary failure as well. But I think I find it quite tasteless today when people are kind of litigating the rights and wrongs of the original invasion. I think we need to kind of put that aside and deal with where we are now. And where we are now, the only thing that we can do now is assure a route out for people whose lives have specifically been put in danger because they helped out British soldiers. That is that is at least the start of our moral responsibility, without going into long debates about the rights and wrongs of the invasion in the first place.
Well, Alex, I know in a previous life for a previous title, you were a Washington correspondent. In terms of the view from the other side of the Atlantic, at the election, you had both Trump and Biden hailing bringing the troops home from Afghanistan. Now they're both trying to say it's the other one's fault, and this has the echoes of the last helicopter out of Saigon is the sort of narrative that's happening over there. So many people said when the Biden administration came in that the adults were back in charge. But I mean, this is a foreign policy catastrophe, in the first few months of office.
Absolutely, but it's important to remember it's something Joe Biden has wanted to do for a long, long time. When he was vice president to Barack Obama, Biden was deeply skeptical about maintaining America's commitment to Afghanistan, let alone increasing that commitment. A decade ago, according to Richard Holbrooke, who's now dead, but according to Richard Holbrooke, who was the Obama's special representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan, a decade ago, Biden told Holbrooke that the United States essentially had to get out of Afghanistan come what may. The terms and conditions of its departure didn't really matter. The United States could no longer succeed in its Afghan mission. And when Holbrooke noted in his diary that this would leave women in Afghanistan, but frankly everybody in Afghanistan in a terrible position, Biden told Holbrooke that well, if we look at Vietnam, we don't have to worry about that. We did it in Vietnam. Nixon and Kissinger got away with it. So in this instance, there really isn't very much difference between Joe Biden's instincts on Afghanistan and those of Donald Trump. Now, the deal Trump made with the Taliban hastened the moment of America's departure quite clearly. But it's something that might well have happened regardless of whether Trump had won a second term or not, because Biden and Trump are essentially aligned on Afghanistan. And that is something that is a very sobering thing to contemplate this week in particular. And the Americans sort of saying, well, we did what we could, and it's time to get out. We've spent enough in terms of blood and treasure. Well, it's a desperately cold-blooded way of looking at a situation which began 20 years ago with a war waged against the Taliban because the Taliban refused to hand over Osama bin Laden after 9/11, and now ends 20 years later with the Taliban back in power. It is difficult to think of a greater humiliation for the United States and a failure of American statecraft and nation building in our lifetimes.
And that's the point, Helen, isn't it? Yeah, just because the Republicans might not go for the current administration on this as in the way that a traditional opposition would, that doesn't mean that it doesn't have political consequences both at home and in other international arenas for a new president who's trying to push through an agenda. To have a failure this size, this early, does slightly hobble you in all that you try to do.
I'm not sure I entirely buy that, because I think the interesting thing to me is that how little popular dissent there will be at home. We have moved into an era of a real lack of appetite for intervention abroad. And so I think while the kind of foreign policy community is absolutely aghast here, I would be very interested to see whether or not there is any impact really on Joe Biden's approval ratings or poll ratings, outside of a general feeling of this is a bit of a cock-up that reflects very poorly on America's planning ability, which is, I think, one of the most horrifying things about foreign interventions is that the idea is that as long as you're implicated in it, everything that happens is your fault. But as soon as you wash your hands, then it's nothing to do with you. And that's a pattern, you can see about our non-intervention in Syria, where terrible, terrible things have happened, a huge refugee crisis. And that's not being laid at the doors of Western leaders in the same way as Afghanistan or Iraq. So my slightly miserable response to this is that it won't have the impact that I feel it really actually should do into domestic terms.
Well, we're going to come back to Afghanistan later in the programme, if that's all right. But there is a story from home that I want to talk about with both of you, and that's to do with what's been happening in Plymouth. And we've heard that a 1 minute silence has been held to remember those killed in last week's mass shooting. We also know that Jake Davidson, the gunman, used a legal shotgun to murder 5 people, and that he was given the firearm despite online ramblings in which he described himself as an incel, and there's echoes of the United States and the incel movement there as well. We saw a column today from Libby Purvis in today's Times arguing about that sexualised culture breeding angry young men. And I don't think we've had that discussion about the incel movement in the UK that we've already had in the US. Helen, if I can come to you first, do you think that's fair?
Yeah, well, I mean, apologies for turning this into the sort of misogyny hour, but there is a uniting thread through both of these stories, which is about a feeling of some men's feelings of inadequacies and loss of control, and that translating into a hatred of women. I think that's a common thread in lots of things that are happening today. It's been quite frustrating to me, actually, because I wrote a couple of years ago about the links between the anti-feminist movement and the far right, and these things are all woven in together. And actually, one of the ways that they connect is the idea that Western women have become too educated, too liberated. They don't do what they're told, and so people get drawn into websites that start off saying, "Hey, you're a young man. Girls are doing better than you at school. You're not getting the respect that you feel you should deserve." And that becomes a kind of grooming process that then takes you on to actually, it's not just masculinity that's under threat; it's the West that's under threat. And those two ideologies are really quite intertwined, and both of them do prey on these feelings of loss that I think some young men do feel. If you watch those videos on YouTube, what that guy's talking about is a feeling that he should have had something better than he's been given. There's something that he's been deprived of a birthright. And those are very powerful feelings in politics, I think, particularly at the moment.
Well, Alex, I mean, this strays into territory which becomes quite uncomfortable, which is because of some of the things that Jake Davidson had said online without having acted in an illegal way. Where does that get you to kind of reviewing that hate speech, red flag, looking at potential criminality, aggression, attack, and how do the police things like this?
I'm not sure it's possible that can be done, to be honest, not least because you are talking, well, it's not possible to do it without, if you like, an all-powerful, all-seeing, centralised state apparatus of policing and so on. I think that, angry young men have always been with us, but there is perhaps the opportunity for angry young men to gather, find allies more easily than would previously have been the case, thanks in large part to social media and the internet. But the feelings that drive incidents like this awful thing in Plymouth are not necessarily new. I mean, if you look at the rise of almost any totalitarian political party, it begins, at least in part, with profoundly dissatisfied and unhappy and young men who consider themselves cheated of the success that they think ought to be their birthright. And so, in this era, as Helen rightly says, it seems to be that there is a culture amongst some parts of masculinity that sees anything that is good for women must ipso facto be bad for men, that sees life in this sort of zero-sum game. And when you're part of a group that has traditionally had, if you like, greater advantages, greater opportunities, and you suddenly see these opportunities being shared more widely, it's very easy for people to think, well, those other people are getting these opportunities at my expense or our group's expense. And so there's a corollary there with what you see in the United States about some of the backlash over Black Lives Matter. That if Black Lives Matter, does that mean that white lives matter less than black lives, or even just less than white lives used to matter? And so there is that sense of loss, which, whether it's reasonable or not, is a different matter. The significant thing about it is that it is deeply felt, and amongst a few people, it then helps provoke the kind of actions that we've seen perhaps in Plymouth this week.
Alex Massey and Helen Lewis, thank you very much. Well, coming up in the next half hour, we're on the ground in Italy, where temperatures last week topped out in Sicily at more than 48 degrees. And we're remembering the life of the Sunday Times' first ever dedicated crime reporter, Cal McChrystal. But first, let's get a check on the latest headlines.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel Jewell. As the Taliban consolidates its near total control of Afghanistan, the chair of Parliament's Defence Select Committee has issued the following warning.
Really sadly, I predict another major hit on the West, on the likes of 9/11, because the terrorist groups will want to bookend our time in Afghanistan to show how futile the last 2 decades have been.
Tobias Elwood's comments come as thousands of Afghans try to flee their country. 5 people are believed to have died at Kabul airport as people scrambled to board planes. Boris Johnson has been chairing a third Cobra meeting in 4 days over the worsening situation in Afghanistan as Number 10 pledges to continue to evacuate people from the country for as long as it's safe to do so. Plymouth has fallen silent today to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's mass shooting. Hundreds gathered at the city's Guildhall to remember the victims, which included a 3-year-old girl, her father and the gunman Jake Davidson's mother. Fully vaccinated people in England and Northern Ireland no longer have to self-isolate if they're in contact with someone who tests positive for COVID-19. Along with under 18s, those affected are being encouraged to have a PCR test instead. The Post Office has signed its first agreement in its 360-year history with an external courier firm. The deal with DPD also allows customers to collect parcels from its branches. Warm sunshine in the east and northeast this afternoon, brighter spells in the southwest, often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. India lead by 259 runs at lunch on the final day of the second test against England at Lord's. The tourists recovered from losing 2 early wickets and are now 286 for 8. With the rest of the sports now, here's Jake Robson.
Roger Federer says his decision to have further knee surgery gives him a glimmer of hope of returning to action. The 40-year-old has withdrawn from the US Open, which starts later this month, and says he'll be out for many months to recover from a third operation on his right knee.
I am realistic, don't get me wrong. I know how difficult it is at this age right now to do another surgery and try it, but I want to be healthy and I'll go through the rehab process, I think also with a goal while I'm still active, which I think is going to help me.
Police in Australia say they're investigating the attempted murder of a former Australian Rugby World Cup winner. Tutai Kefu, who played 60 tests for the Wallabies and now coaches Tonga, is in a critical condition in hospital after being stabbed during an alleged robbery at his home in Brisbane. His wife and 2 children were also stabbed. And Mark Cavendish is the first cyclist to be confirmed on the lineup for this year's Tour of Britain. He'll lead Belgian team De Koninck Quickstep. The race, which gets underway on September the 5th, starts in Cornwall and ends in Aberdeen. Football returns to the TalkSport network tomorrow night as the Championship leaders Fulham take on Millwall. That's with our colleagues on TalkSport 2.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you remortgage so you can start planning your dream home tomorrow. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Now, this is the part of the show where Mariella likes to take a closer look at what's happening on the ground in a particular part of the world. And I thought, well, why not? So today we're in Italy with Philip Willan, who's a journalist based in the capital of Rome. Welcome to you, Philip.
Hello.
Well, the first story we have today is quite an extraordinary one. It's one of a 6-year-old Israeli boy who was the sole survivor of a cable car disaster back in May. But he's now at the beginning of and in the centre of a bitter custody battle. So can you bring us up to speed with where we are?
Yes, there was a fairly extraordinary development last week with relatives of this boy, particularly a maternal aunt who lives in Israel, calling a press conference to denounce the other side of the family, a paternal aunt who live in the north of Italy and have been looking after the boy since he was released from hospital, saying that his parents would never have wanted him to be brought up in Italy. They were very keen that he should be brought up with a Jewish education in Israel, and that they were being cut out of contact with the child. And that they were going to launch a custody battle to try and have the right to bring him back to Israel. The Italian side of the family haven't really responded or have responded in a very limited and controlled way via their lawyers. But it does seem extraordinary that this battle over his fate should have broken out in such a public way.
Well, it seems a particular cruelty given the trauma that he's had to go through. I mean, when the cable car went down, he lost his mother, his father, who broke his fall and saved his life. He lost a brother as well. And now he's, in a country that he doesn't know without, the people that he holds dearest to him.
Yes, although his family had been living for a while in the north of Italy, and so he did have some familiarity with the country and the culture, and the aunt who is looking after him has two children of about the same age. So I think it's debatable really as to where he would be better off, but certainly I think he would be better off without a public battle over his fate as broke out last week.
Well, quite. And that's not the biggest story that's been doing the rounds in Italy. It's the wildfires and the temperatures that we've seen on the island of Sicily. Now, am I right in saying there was a European record that's been hit of nearly 49 degrees Celsius?
Yes, that's right. That happened last week in a small town in eastern Sicily called Floridia, and the record temperature, which would be a record for the whole of Europe if it's confirmed, was reported by a local meteorological organization. So as far as I know, it hasn't been officially recognized as a record, but clearly there have been very high temperatures, and it's likely that that will be confirmed. And the high temperatures have continued and have obviously contributed to these terrible wildfires that took place in Sicily itself, but in southern Italy, particularly Calabria, and the ball started rolling in Sardinia, which had very bad fires in the center of the island. So between floods in the north and extreme temperatures in the south and fires, Italy seems to have been a sort of concentration of the problems posed by global warming and the extreme weather phenomena that come as a result of it.
And it might not be confined to these islands either, because my understanding is that the heat wave that has sort of topped the mercury here and has helped contribute to those wildfires is now heading towards the Iberian Peninsula. So I don't know, has there been, warnings given to Portugal, to Spain?
Yes, I think they're all on the lookout, because when the temperatures get this high and the land dries out and the vegetation dries out, and on top of that, if you have winds, any spark can be enough to set off really terrifying conflagrations. And of course, certainly in Italy, but I think probably in other Mediterranean countries, there are a variety of motives of the arsonists who maybe want to expand the possibility of grazing their livestock in neighboring areas which otherwise were occupied by brush and trees, and other times people who want to gain permission to build on that land that is otherwise protected national park land. So there are all sorts of criminal motives, and the fact that these fires are so devastating and dangerous, obviously, to people as well as animals, doesn't seem to deter people from starting them.
Now, Philip, let's stay on Sicily at the moment, because there's a very bizarre story about a local social media influencer, and I think I've got her name right, it's Silvagia Lucarelli, and she went on a beautiful holiday to the picturesque little town of Noto, but then started posting pictures of rubbish in the streets, and the mayor wasn't having it and he's hit back. Is that right?
Yes, they've had quite a public spat about her disappointing holiday, and what could have been an extraordinary opportunity for the town to advertise itself as a picturesque and attractive destination for tourists via this woman who's a well-known journalist and social media influencer, ended up suffering a communications disaster because she had a very bad time in her rented villa because the electricity was constantly cutting out, which meant she had no air conditioning during these record high temperatures. When the electricity cut out, the water didn't work for the house either. And she also had great difficulty in disposing of rubbish in a correct and legal fashion because the local council didn't seem to be set up to take away the rubbish from this particular house that she was in. So she was very upset about her experience, and she posted photographs of piles of rubbish left waiting to be collected, but also a video of her driving along a country road. And for hundreds and hundreds of meters, the side of the road is just occupied with rubbish that people have dumped with no concern at all for the decorum of the area where they live, and which is particularly tragic when Sicily is such a beautiful island and with a potential for tourism that is really extraordinary. But clearly a lot of people living there are still very much set in the mindset of the previous century, and she exposed this and exposed the general cultural backwardness that can obviously prove very irritating if you come into contact with it. So this opportunity to promote themselves has turned into a complete disaster.
Well, it brings a whole new meaning to my holiday is rubbish. Thank you very much, Philip Willem in Rome. This is Ruth Davidson on Times Radio in association with NatWest.
Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar this afternoon from 4, powered by Range Rover. A pioneering daily journey of breaking news, forensic analysis and precision comment.
We'll hear from Labour, Tory MPs and people at the sharp end.
The undisputed leader in the field of quality political broadcasting.
We'll bring you that live.
Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar, because hard news needs powerful reporting. This afternoon from 4, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
This is Times Radio.
Well, we have lots to look forward to coming up your way on Times Radio later. John Pienaar is back on the drive from 4 o'clock right through till 7. He'll have all the latest news from the ground in Afghanistan, and we'll be chatting to Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy. Callum MacDonald is sitting in for Phil Williams from 7. Tonight, his big interview at 8:30 is with the Olympic marathon gold medalist Eliud Kipchoge, who'll be talking about his new documentary and his attempts to break the 2-hour marathon barrier. And Carol Walker is back in the hot seat at 10. She'll take a first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages with Chief Executive of Demos, Polly Mackenzie, and the former Special Advisor to Tony Blair, John McTernan. Now, in Life and Times, we're remembering Cal McChrystal, the legendary journalist and writer who started his career in his native Northern Ireland before being recruited by the Sunday Times and becoming the paper's first dedicated crime reporter. It's a role in which he gained the trust of some of London's most ruthless, you'd think with my name I'd be able to say that, most ruthless and notorious gangland figures, and he famously interviewed the Cray twins in their own mother's house. Joining me now to discuss the life of Cal McChrystal are his son Cal Jr., a renowned actor and theatre director, and Ian Jack, writer and columnist for The Guardian, who wrote his obituary for The Times. Cal, we know what a fantastic writer and reporter that your dad was, but did he always want to go into journalism?
I think it wasn't his original plan, because my dad was a language scholar and could speak ancient Greek and Latin, and I think he planned to go to Queen's University reading those subjects, but he got a holiday job on a local paper in a seaside resort in Northern Ireland called Bangor, and this paper was called the Bangor Herald. And he enjoyed working there so much that he decided not to go to uni, much to his parents' chagrin, but he decided not to go and to stay on at the Bangor Herald. And from there, then he got a job on the Belfast Telegraph, and that then became his full-time career.
Well, Ian, you've traced the way he got poached from Bangor into the Belfast Telegraph and then again from the Times. And in a weird way, it was because he was always something other. So the Belfast Telegraph was trying to hire some people from the Roman Catholic community for their largely Protestant newsroom. And
Yeah.
then when he came to the Times, it was because they wanted people from outside of London who weren't chummy with all of these bent coppers to actually do the crime beat. So they wanted an outsider. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he was perfectly placed to disarm the people that they were asking him to investigate, because he was soft-spoken with a regional accent in those days, and he was able to kind of wheedle his way into. Certainly, where the Cray brothers were concerned, he told them he was investigating their business interests, particularly their mining interests in South Africa, but all the time he was gathering information about their criminal enterprises.
Well, Ian Jack, you know what it's like as a reporter working for a newspaper. You can speak to people that are in these positions, but they don't always speak back to you. They don't always talk. So he must have had something about him to be able to get these gangland figures to open up to him.
Yes. There's different kinds of journalists, as you know, Ruth. And he was a very quiet, well-spoken, well-mannered man. Attentive to what people said, quite curious about what they'd said, and for those reasons, rather than any kind of Irish charm, which you might associate with somebody from Belfast, but rather than the idea of kind of blagging his way into their confidence, he, I think, won their confidence just by being quiet, attentive, and polite. And I think the other thing that's helped him enormously. He and a colleague called Lou Chester did a lot of investigation at that time into the Crays and the Richardson gang, was that they worked for a newspaper, the Sunday Times, which then employed, first of all, it was a broadsheet, serious newspaper, and secondly, it employed, as a photographer, Lord Snowdon, who was married to Princess Margaret. And the Crays were nothing if not snobs in their own strange way. And they adored the idea of being, first of all, being interviewed by somebody from a newspaper that had Times in the masthead, Sunday Times. And secondly, the idea that I think Cal once took them to be interviewed in what was called Lord Snowdon's room at the Sunday Times in the Gray's Inn Road. This was just a kind of knockout blow, really. They were terribly impressed by that. And Cal won their trust. Or their liking anyway, if not their trust, they won their liking rather. And he was invited, I think, to their mum's home in Bethnal Green, which very few people were, because like a lot of psychopaths, which certainly one Cray was certainly a psychopath, if not both, they had a kind of great love and sentimental attachment to their mother and their mother's house. So I think it was really a combination of Cal's own natural talents as a reporter, and his curiosity and his ability to ask direct questions suddenly and out of nowhere, which a lot of quite shy people can do quite successfully, and the fact he worked for a paper called the Sunday Times, which employed Lord Snowdon. I think those two things were the reason they kind of gave way to him and talked to him.
Now, Cal, for kids growing up, they often see their parents not as entities in their own right. They don't see them through the jobs that they do. They see them through the relationship to themselves. I mean, were you aware that your dad was going off to interview the Crays today? Or did any of that sort of gangland glamour as well as danger sort of find its way to your own front door, or did he keep it very separate?
Yes, we were aware because I think when this was going on, I was at primary school in North London. And I think occasionally a black sedan would drive past, which worried everybody. I mean, I think they were definitely keeping an eye on us, the Cray gang. And we were told not to talk to anyone about it. I mean, even when I was well into my teens and early 20s, we were told not to mention Dad's association with the Crays. Later on, my dad, in fact, was working, I think where it all eased up, my dad was working for The Independent on Sunday, and I think it was the 20-year anniversary or something since the Crays had been put away, and he went to visit one of them in Broadmoor. I can't remember which one, Ronnie or Reggie, but the Independent sent him down there to do this interview, and he agreed. And he went into this room where Ronnie or Reggie was sitting, and they said to him, "Long time no see." So, because he'd been kind of instrumental, it seems, in helping to gather the evidence which put them away.
Well, Ian, I mean, we're talking about this period as the crime report, and obviously because this is Times Radio and because it was with the Times that we did that. But the legendary Times editor Harry Evans didn't want to keep him on the crime beat forever. He sent him abroad. And I mean, we're talking some of the really big figures of history that he interviewed. You know, Baby Doc Duvalier,
Yes.
Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Jerry Adams. You know, these are big epoch-making names, and you know, he had that time, that access with them.
Yes, he did. I mean, you might speculate that Harry Evans sent him to New York partly to get him out of any harm's way in London. I don't know if that's true or not. People often say that. Well, he did interview a lot of people. He did cover Robert Kennedy's assassination and Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. So he was there. He was in America at exactly the right time to do these things, and he did them very well because he was serious about what he did. But I have to say also about Cal, which was another thing which I think made him very likeable, and he was a likeable man, was that although he took journalism seriously, he also didn't take it seriously. I think there was a bit of him, as I think there's a bit of any journalist, which eventually decides that journalism is, of course, a serious enterprise, but also has so many comic moments. It's never too good an idea to take yourself too seriously, in at least, and to see the kind of comedy in journalism, and he was good at doing that, and he made you laugh by the way he, by his imitation of memos from the editor and things like that. He was a very good pasticher of people's styles, and you would get these things on your desk claiming to be from the editor, which clearly weren't. And he loved words. I mean, Cal loved words, and that's a great fan of word play. He loved poetry. He liked writing poetry. Some of his poetry is pretty good. So it was a combination, I think, really, of his kind of the quietness of his manner and his gift and his interest in words that made him the reporter he was.
So, Cal, I mean, some people grow up and live their entire lives in their hometown, but your dad went from, Bangor to Belfast to Broadmoor to the Bronx with his work. I mean, did he enjoy the time he spent abroad? Was he desperate to get back home?
I think, yes. I mean, home was definitely a magnet for him. And in later years, we had to kind of get a crowbar to prize him onto a plane. I mean, if he was coming to... He'd always very happily traveled to see any shows I was doing in New York or around the place. But holidays he wasn't so keen on at the end because he just said, I've just done so much traveling in my life. But I think... there was a lot of travel. I mean, I think those 3 years for our family in America were fantastic. We made great friends there, and as Ian said, it was a very stimulating time to be in the US. There was a lot going on politically, but he was extensively traveled. But I think by the time he got to retirement, I think he got a bit sick of it. I think it was the Observer asked him to go to South America and try to find Ronnie Biggs and interview him, and he said, I'm not doing that. Can't be bothered to do that. Well, to me, it sounded like quite a fun assignment, but I think he'd had enough.
Presumably Ronnie Biggs didn't want to be found. That was one of the reasons he was in South America.
Exactly. So they needed a proper investigative journalist to go, but my dad wasn't interested at that point.
Well, Ian,
actually, Ronnie Biggs was pretty keen to talk to anybody by that point.
Was he? I'll take my lessons. I'll take my lessons, Ian. But you did say there was lots of different types of journalists out there, and different types of journalism. So for somebody that's in the trade, tell me what sort of influence Cal McChrystal had, and what other people saw in his writing.
Well, he was where to begin, really? He was an expressive writer. He could write. He had rhythm in his sentences. He found things out. He was curious. He didn't advance his own personality in the story as much as would be the case now. I mean, Cal came from the time when people didn't have bylines, for instance. I mean, I'm sure he didn't. He may have had a byline on the Telegraph. In fact, I know he had a byline on the Belfast Telegraph because they asked him. They asked him to change his name. Yeah,
he's Cahill, isn't he? Which is a very Catholic-sounding name for Northern Ireland at that time.
It was an Irish-sounding, and therefore, in the views of the Presbyterian community, Loyalist community, a very Catholic name. And and the Belfast Telegraph was anxious not to frighten the horses in terms of frightening their readers.
And was he
So they
happy
asked him
to change? Because that's quite a big thing to ask somebody to
well,
change your name.
they wanted him to change to Charles, and Charles was his father's name, and he said no, he couldn't do that because his father was called Charles McChrystal. So he offered a compromise of Cal, but he said that, as he wrote later, he wrote that if he'd asked him to change his name Caligula, he would have agreed. To Caligula, he would have agreed because he was so anxious to have the job. So, sorry, just going back to what I was saying, though, I think there was a time when journalism was, I'm not saying a more modest activity, but it was certainly an activity in which the large byline and the byline picture were much less frequent than they are now. And I think Cal came from that tradition of not putting himself into his stories too much. That's completely changed, of course, and who's to say that's wrong or right, but he certainly came from an age when it was much less frequent.
And Cal Jr., you obviously like the name change enough to adopt it yourself, very briefly.
Yes, I mean, I've lived away from Ireland most of my life, but I do feel very Irish because, we're an Irish family. And I did toy for a long time with using the old C-A-H-A-L spelling as my name. But no, Cal, C-A-L, because it's on my birth certificate, I think my dad and I both, every time we went to the doctor or dentist, they'd be calling out K-Hal or Cahal or Cornwall. Yeah. So Cal just is the phonetic pronunciation, and that's the most convenient.
Well, thank you both for talking about Cal McChrystal, who died on August the 5th, aged 85. In the next hour, my chat with legendary sports broadcaster Claire Balding.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 2:00. Let's get the latest news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Ruth. Good afternoon. At least 5 people have been killed and many others have been injured in chaos at Kabul International Airport as people try to flee Afghanistan in panic. The Taliban seized the Afghan capital yesterday. Arwa Damon is a CNN senior international correspondent and is covering the situation in Afghanistan. She's told us the scenes are horrifying.
You see people running towards aircraft, dragging their little children. You hear gunshots being fired in the air. You see people hanging off of the sides of military aircraft.
Boris Johnson has been chairing a third Cobra meeting in 4 days over the worsening situation there. Number 10 has pledged to continue to evacuate people from the country for as long as it is safe to do so. The decision to leave Afghanistan to its fate after 20 years of Western intervention has prompted scathing criticism. Tom Tugendhat is chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee and has told Times Radio Afghanistan is the biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez.
In 1956, the US pulled the plug on the Suez operation and effectively forced France, Israel and the United Kingdom to end their operation. The same is true here. The United States unilaterally
across the
withdrew
UK
from Afghanistan, and that unilateral withdrawal, even though it was only 2,500 troops, has left us where we are.
Plymouth has fallen silent today to honour the 5 lives lost in Thursday's mass shooting. Hundreds gathered at the city's Guildhall to remember the victims, which included a 3-year-old girl, her father and the gunman Jake Davison's mother. Civil leaders, religious figures, emergency service workers, the military and the public joined together to mourn and reflect on the devastating events in Keyham. Community leader Kevin Sproston gave a speech to residents.
To the people of Plymouth, you have shown your support, and in some of Keyham's darkest days you have reminded us that we are not alone. It really is Plymouth together. This solidarity as a city is what makes us great, And although it is just two simple words, the meaning means so much to us right now.
The number of people known to have died after an earthquake in Haiti has increased to 1,297. Officials say more than 5,700 are injured. Forecasters are warning the situation could get worse, with Tropical Storm Grace expected to hit Haiti tonight. People in England who've had both coronavirus jabs won't have to self-isolate if they're pinged by the NHS app. The guidance also applies to under 18s. Instead, they're being encouraged to take a PCR test. It's after record numbers of pings caused uncertainty for businesses, with many facing staff shortages. Nick Sherry is a pub manager in London.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword because you don't really know how many people, like if they have been double jabbed, you can still get coronavirus. So are they going out and are they still spreading it? Or are they actually, being safe and responsible and then staying home and isolating as well?
Australian Rugby World Cup winner and current Tonga coach Tute Kefu is in hospital after being stabbed during an intrusion at his home in Brisbane. 3 of his family members also have suffered significant injuries, with police saying an axe, a knife and a machete are believed to have been used. Detective Superintendent Tony Fleming has provided an update on Kefu's condition.
The adult male is, as I was last advised, was in surgery for very serious wounds to his abdomen. I understand that he has been stabbed. His initial condition was described as critical but expected to survive.
An American private equity firm is gearing up to trump a rival £6.7 billion offer for the British supermarket WM Morrison. Clayton, W and Rice has until Friday's bid deadline to make a higher offer than that of a consortium led by the Fortress Investment Group. The Times deputy business editor Graham Ruddock says despite the rise of online grocery shopping, Morrison's is a good buy.
There's a general view that the British supermarkets are undervalued. Their underlying businesses are still doing pretty well, so people are still going to supermarkets, and also Morrison's owns a large number of its supermarkets. It owns its warehouses and food facilities, so even if it does struggle, it has the value of those assets underpinning its business anyway.
Warm sunshine in the east and northeast this afternoon. Bright spells in the southwest, often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. And our top sports stories this hour. India have continued to extend their lead after lunch on the final day of the second cricket test against England at Lord's. A short time ago, they were 298 for 8. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
John Pienaar at Drive, this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
The scramble to quit Afghanistan is abandon a better word. Seems shaming whichever way you look at it. And is there a better way to look at it? I'll have the latest on the ground. The plight of those so many believe should be given a safe home here, but who'll be left behind to take their chances with the Taliban. Political reaction and analysis with British players, including Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy. And as always, discussion of all the big and a few not so big stories of the day.
John Pienaar at Drive, this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest.
A live sporting event wouldn't quite feel right without our next guest. She's been a fixture on UK TV screens since she started presenting major sporting events 23 years ago. From the Olympics, the Paralympics, the Grand National, Wimbledon, to the boat races and more, Claire has been by our side through it all. Aside from her BAFTA award-winning presenting, she's also an ardent champion of women's sport and a best-selling author. Having wrapped up the BBC's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics, she's right back to it, presenting the live sports finals for Channel 4's Paralympic Games coverage from next week. Welcome, Claire.
Thank you, Ruth. I'm very honoured to be on your show, and as I understand it, your very first interviewee.
Very good to have you with us. Be gentle with me on my first day. You're just come off a big run of the Tokyo Olympics, which, can I just say, was the best feel-good ever. Waking up every morning to hear of great British success. It must have been a lovely job to do.
I think actually from a position of quite low expectation across the nation in terms of whether anyone would care enough and get involved and watch enough and understand the breadth of achievements. we ended up in a place where everyone was talking about it. And I just loved that. And I love that we won medals in more different sports than any other nation. And that when you look at our, achievements, the first country ever to do the double in modern pentathlon. I mean, it's random, but I love it. Most successful time in the pool ever for a British swimming team. And that, for me, Adam Peaty is very much the Andy Murray of British swimming, and he setting the standards he set and the achievements that he has managed has given everybody not just a sense of belief, and he talked a bit about belief, but also I think has given them a marker of what it is to be a professional swimmer. And everybody now following a programme that is that much more effective because Adam Peaty does it, and therefore we will all aim for that. I love the mixed medley relay win, which was great, and the mixed triathlon
I love
relay.
That Adam Peaty, like you say, he sets the standard. He's been unbeaten for 2 years in every single race. He's built like a beast. I mean, that boy's back is unbelievable. But I also like the fact that, and I'm going to give a shout out for my compatriot Duncan Scott, who looks like a skinny wee lad from Glasgow that was training in the Tollcross pool, which is exactly what he was. But he's set standards of excellence, and it's just lovely that we're able to feel invested in modern pentathlon and the dressage, or horse dancing as people call it, or BMXing and skateboarding and these urban sports that we've never seen before.
Yeah, and I think that takes sport to areas and to kids particularly that may not have had the opportunity or might not have thought that a life in sport was something that was open to them. They might have thought, well, this is a fun pastime. It's skateboarding, actually. It was interesting in Japan. The attitude there towards skateboarders was that they were kids creating a nuisance, and that really this was something that was a bit of a pain. Suddenly skateboarding comes into the Olympics. They see what it's like at that level, and that changes attitudes across Japan. And that will be, the same thing will happen with breakdancing when it comes into Paris. And lots of people, traditionalists, go, why is breakdancing? Somebody accosted me yesterday and said, could you please, this is an absolute outrage, could you get breakdancing taken out and squash put in? It's outrageous that squash is not in the Olympics. Now, I agree, I'd love squash to be in the Olympics, but I did point out I don't have that power.
Leaving what you've got power over aside, Claire, because nobody believes that you're not in charge of these things. But talking about that challenging of attitudes, I think, particularly in some games like Athens, particularly, having the world broadcast the Paralympics in the way that it does now, I think has made a huge stride forward for not just disability sport, but actually the way we look at disability within the country.
Yeah, and actually the broadcasting of the Paralympic Games has changed so much. I remember very clearly Helen Rollason, the brilliant late Helen Rollason, and it's because of her that I got involved in the Paralympics, and she in Atlanta in 1996 did something that was pretty rare for broadcasters then. She did a piece to camera where she basically said, this can never happen again. This has been an absolute disgrace. These Paralympics were not thought through. They have not been staged properly. The conditions for the athletes have been, just so poor. This is not acceptable. It can never happen again. She did that to camera. And I talked to Helen a lot about the Paralympic Games and the coverage, and She got ill not long after that and died very soon, and very, very fast. And I still think of her when in the lead up to Paralympic Games, I think, God, I wish Helen could see it now. I wish she was part of this now. And the way it's changed. And I think that Britain has led the way. First the BBC and now Channel 4. We've always given more coverage to the Paralympic Games than any other nation. I've stood there in Sydney, in Athens, and in Beijing, and looked at empty posts around me where the world's media could have been and weren't. Come to London, and suddenly we're the hosts, and we achieve something that I don't think had been achieved before then, which was genuinely make the Paralympics parallel to the Olympics, which is what it means. But for the first time, planned it in, the whole team involved in London 2012. It was always a joint promotion, a joint bid, and the village was designed and delivered for Paralympic athletes as well as Olympic athletes. And obviously every single sport, every event was sold out. The buzz in that park, I just loved it. Every day I got so much joy and energy from coming through the park. And Adi Adepitan and I were presenting for Channel 4, and I suggested that we do this thing where we go out into the park and we get a load of spectators and quite a lot of kids, because there were a lot of families there, but they get to ask Adi anything. So Ask Adi was the little section, and not once did they ask him about his disability. Not once. And that's because kids don't see disability. They just see ability, and they see masses of sport, and they see different people, and they want to know who's the fastest, who at this, who's the best at that, who's the strongest. You know, those are the questions they were asking. Sometimes you need to see it through the eyes of a child to go, right, this is the impact this can have. And I do think London 2012 was a massive game changer, because also those media that were here from America, from China, which are the other big Paralympic nations in terms of performance, but also any of the African countries that had sent broadcasters here, they saw what we were doing. And like, oh, we don't do that. We don't do 12 hours of continuous live coverage and a highlight show. In America, they were doing a 2-hour highlight show 2 weeks later. They weren't showing any live coverage.
And that's why the broadcast part of it is important. Because like you say, yeah, it is of course important that the staging is done right, that the athletes are thought of, and that they're treated like the elite athletes that they are. But if nobody sees the actual competition, then it's like that old philosophical question of a tree falling in a wood, can you hear it, does it actually fall? So is it important to you that this is the most accessible broadcast that you've done in terms of signing, in terms of other people being able to access the Paralympic coverage?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's 1,300 hours available on Channel 4 across digital and obviously network coverage. And I think that combination of having the big come together moments, the big audience moments, but also the entertainment side of it. You know, what Channel 4 did was bring a bit of healthy irreverence and comedy and showbiz to it. And you look at The Last Leg, it's now one of the most successful programmes on Channel 4. That was born out of the London Games. The other thing, and this is a really, I think, interesting broadcasting point. When we used to cover swimming on the BBC, we joined the race with the swimmers already in the pool if they were starting in the water, or as the gun went for the beginning of the race, and we finished it when the race finished. On Channel 4, and I remember this so clearly, the first time we covered the games, we saw the swimmers coming out. We saw them remove prosthetics if they had prosthetics. We saw them get into the water. We saw all of that, and we saw them get out of the water in the end. And that, I think, is really powerful, because it's the whole story. It's not just the race. The Paralympics over the years has had a huge effect on me. It makes me think differently. Every time I see a set of steps, I think, why?
Well, I like the way
that building got steps up to it? It doesn't need steps up to it.
I like what Channel 4 does about the way it brands it, the idea that these are superhumans. And it's almost like you say, it's that irreverence, but also with reverence, which is, yeah, so these guys running fast, that's great. But how hard is it to run without legs?
And I think also that they've adapted. So the new trailer, which says you have to have something wrong with you to be a Paralympian, you have to have something wrong with you, and the concept of the whole thing is you have to be really obsessed, you have to be really committed, you have to enjoy pain, you have to all the things that we know is true of elite sports people. Yeah. You have to be hugely selfish, but the one barrier in it is a wheelchair user coming to a curb and not being able to get into a shop, and the curb is barely 2-3 inches high. And those are the obstacles. They're only small, but those are obstacles thrown in front of people in everyday life. Not everyone can be a Paralympian. Not everyone can. Not all of us are going to be superhuman. So the superhuman is what we watch in performance, but the human is, I think, where the power lies that is outside the field of play.
Now, I know you absolutely prep your socks off before a big event like this. So tell me, who are we looking out for? Who's the next Ellie Simmonds? Who's the next Johnny Peacock? Who are we watching from Team GB?
Funnily enough, Johnny Peacock and Ellie Simmonds are the next Johnny Peacocks and Ellie Simmonds.
No, but I want more names.
But they are exactly. So they're the headliners in terms of people's awareness. Johnny's going for his third consecutive gold medal in 100 metres. And Ellie, I think everyone she knows it is probably her last Paralympic Games. And when you think about her story, she started in Beijing when she was 13. She won 2 gold medals there. She was the poster girl of London. She won 2 gold medals there. She went to Rio, she thought as the sort of old girl of the team, not really expecting to do much, won a gold medal there. And now will compete in Tokyo at her 4th Paralympic Games. And she is extraordinary. She's just fantastic. And she has inspired other swimmers already. So Ellie Robinson, who won gold in Rio, you might remember Ellie because she came out with headphones on And we did this kind of, in the last leg, did this really cool little montage of her listening to her music, almost headbanging. And she comes out and she would put her arms out to the side to acknowledge the crowd as her name went up above her. She was still a schoolgirl. She was at Northampton High. You know, she was 16 in Rio. She'd be 21 now, wouldn't she? So Ellie Robinson is there. Maisie Summers-Newton as well. And they will be competing against Ellie Simmons in the 50 free, and then Ellie will do the 200 individual medley.
So we could have a GB sort of clean sweep if we're lucky, if we get through all the rounds.
Well, do you know what, Ruth? What's happened is the other countries have really, really upped their game. So I know it's so annoying, isn't it?
Do you know, when the Dutch started getting good at cycling, I was really upset in the other Olympics.
Well, the Dutch have a very, very strong history at the Paralympic Games, particularly in wheelchair tennis. Actually, that's where they've set the bar in that. But they've got some good swimmers as well. They've got some good athletes. They're very good, the Dutch generally. Wheelchair basketball is going to be an interesting one, because I think, again, and this is true of basketball in terms of being an urban sport, you're reaching kids and adults that might not have access to outdoor pitches. So you're getting them to indoor courts. You can play all year round. It's really good. It's a really good sport. And basically the men are very highly seeded. They're number one. The women are seeded number two. There's a really good mix of talent in the teams. The equestrian team I was chatting to the other day, they've got a mixture of really established stars like Sir Lee Pearson, who's got 11 Paralympic gold medals, 14 medals in total, and Natasha Baker, who's, you know, gold medal queen. They've been to many Paralympics between them. They've also got youngsters in that team who've never been, and for whom Tokyo is going to feel like a really big leap. You know, they might not have done a lot of competition abroad at all, and for flying the horses out there, they've got to deal with that journey and the change obviously in temperature and everything like that. Sarah Story, I've got to mention her because she's bidding to become Britain's most successful Paralympic athlete ever, and I think will achieve it. She started as a swimmer and then switched to cycling, and it's cycling where she's been utterly dominant. She's just terrific. So she would win one of the very first gold medals on day one. Wheelchair rugby, that's a mixed team. Men and women play wheelchair, and that's the one where they bash into each other.
That's murder ball, isn't it?
It is murder ball, correct. Yeah. And Kadina Cox will be the other one that I think is phenomenal. She won gold medals in cycling and athletics in Rio, and that's a pretty unusual thing to do, and she's going to try and do the same again in Tokyo. But I think for a lot of them, the delay has really been a bump in the road that they've had to negotiate. And for some, it will have worked out in their favour. And for others, it's made it a very, very long cycle. Emma Wiggs. Have you come across Emma Wiggs at all?
No, I haven't. Tell me a bit about Emma Wiggs.
Canoe. She's absolutely brilliant. God, she's a great talker as well. And the other thing, that I think is really important is, as we know, and you will know from your background in media and politics, if you can come home from these games having achieved something and then promote a message that is talked about for years afterwards, that is a really important way of changing the way the world works.
There's a huge platform. Look at somebody like Tom Daley, who's used that to talk about LGBT issues, and in other countries where, you know, they're in a very different political situation from us. And like you say, there's an enormous platform here. And you see people who have gone on to do that. Tanni Gray-Thompson sits in the House of Lords and speaks on disability issues all the time. But there's an enormous appetite in the public for people who have that recognition to be able to use it in a way. And there's space. There's space for more discussion of this, and we should have more discussion of it.
Yeah, and I think the Paralympic athletes I would put really high up the list, and that's why I say Emma Wiggs is such a good speaker. She talks about LGBT issues, but also she talks about how she's had to adapt her life and what have been the big barriers. So for her, she got a wrist injury, and that put her out of the World Championships. That was far more, upsetting to her training regime than anything else. And she said, that's the only time in my life I've ever felt disabled, because I couldn't use limbs that I've always counted on. I had to think differently. I really hope that will happen in the coming months and years, that companies and schools and anywhere where speakers are a regular requirement will look at the list of Paralympic athletes and think, that's somebody actually I'd love to hear from.
This is Ruth Davidson on Times Radio in association with NatWest, and my interviewee today is Claire Balding. So Claire, let's talk about you, because you've been shot in a studio in Salford, looking at the same feed coming out of Tokyo as everybody else. You're now about to be shot in a studio in Leeds. But your real love is getting out and about. Just tell me, you've just been up in Scotland for a bit.
I have, yeah. I was walking, crammed a lot into 5 days and felt like I'd been away for 2 weeks, but walked in the Pentland Hills just outside Edinburgh, then up to Fife near Auchtermuchty, which I like saying, then travelled...
I'm a good Fife girl. It's Auchtermuchty. That's how you say it.
Okay. With a deer farm. You probably know.
I did. In fact, I took my son there with his grandparents 2 weeks ago, and they've got wolves and they've got bears.
Oh my
The Scottish Deer Centre, yeah.
Well, the guy I walked with, who's called John Fletcher, is a vet, but and he breeds white deer. And so these white stags, honestly, it was like being in Narnia. These white stags came galloping towards us. But really, he wanted to talk about kidney donation because he was the first Scotsman to donate a kidney altruistically. So didn't know where it was going, but just felt this was something he could do. And they've set up a walking group, and we talked about that. So that was fascinating. And then we travelled west, where it poured with rain on the car journey and then brightened up when we got over to the Auchterarder Peninsula. And I walked on Sana Bay with a brilliant professor of theatre from Glasgow University who set up a walking library. And then caught the ferry at lunchtime over to Mull, walked on Mull, really challenging, supposedly coastal path. There was no path. There was a lot of scrambling over rocks, including hanging onto a rope at one stage for a 6-foot drop. That was really great. And saw European otters in the water.
Were they holding hands?
Nearly.
I love that when they sleep and they're lying on their back and they hold hands so they don't drift away.
I like to think they were.
Nice.
I think they were hunting, actually, but... That was amazing.
We'd
seen white deer and a red squirrel in Fife, and then the European otters on Mull, and then over to Iona the next day, went walking there, and then the final day, the island of Seal. You know where the as in SEIL, where the bridge over the Atlantic is, that humpback stone bridge.
Yeah.
We saw a seal, an actual seal, swim under that bridge, ran the other side like poo sticks. It came flying out the other side. Then it turned around just in case we'd missed it and swam back again. And the water was so clear. I've never watched a seal swim from above.
That's Barney. We put him there just for the tourists.
But Barney was... Honestly, it was great. And the fact that it was windy and a bit rainy meant no midges. So it was really fantastic.
Well, I mean, I think it's obvious from listening to you, one, how important the outdoors activity sport is for you, but also your love of animals. Do you love animals more than people?
I love...
speechless.
Well, here's what happens, Ruth. When I'm out and about walking and someone comes towards me with a dog, I will talk to the dog. I'm actually in Salford, where I was based for the Tokyo Olympics. The apartment block that I was staying in, there were loads of dogs. And I made friends with Henry, who was a poodle cross. And then the owner, whose name I never caught, she was really nice. She got this little puppy called Edward. So I talked to him quite a lot. But yeah, I will gravitate towards the animals, and then people tend to come with animals, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk to them as well. I do like people.
Right, okay. Just checking. Because there's times when you've talked particularly about horses, and that's your background. And obviously your father was a horse trainer, is a horse trainer.
He was. My brother now is.
As a horse trainer. And the Queen's horses?
Yes.
And you've talked about a very strong uncle that's in your background and how actually one of the reasons you're so pro women's sport is that you feel like you were a bit of a disappointment popping out as a girl.
To my grandmother, actually.
Right.
Yeah. My father, and he would quite happily, admit this and probably still thinks it, just generally didn't think women could achieve the same as men. And his life experience and the experience of those around him probably backed that theory up. But I was pretty determined to...
So that's why you just went to Cambridge and then knocked it out of the park in racing and then broadcasting, is it?
It was part of the drive to want to succeed, I guess. But also, here's the thing, and you will know this. When you find something you really enjoy that makes you feel alive, that makes you feel like you're plugged in, then why wouldn't you want to do more of it? The theory I have, right, and you'll have noticed because you were saying about the photos I put up on Twitter, I'm not in a single one of those photos. I don't want, and it's not to say I wouldn't ever put a picture up of myself, I might, but I think we've become such a selfie-obsessed generation or you cross the generations, that we...
I was about to say, God love us, we might not be in that generation anymore, Claire.
Okay, selfie-obsessed society, that we're constantly in the foreground of the view. And I think the view's important, and I think the event is important. I think the athletes are important. I don't ever go and do something thinking it's about me, because it's not. So for the whole of the Olympics, I didn't look at mentions on Twitter. I might still look at the feed, because you see on the feed any news stuff. I mean, frankly, I'm so involved in the sport that I might miss quite big news stories if I didn't look. So I might look at the feed, but I don't look at mentions. And that, you know, and I say that with a slight apology for not having replied to anybody, but I don't need to see what everybody, you know, they don't like what I'm wearing, or they didn't like my hair, or they didn't like this, or they did like it. It doesn't matter one way or t'other. It's not actually relevant, because what's relevant is the sport. And I want it to be all about the sport and the quality of the programme as well. But
I think as well, when you talk about social media in that way, it's also about curating a life that is different to what the actual life is, because you sanitise all of the bits that's bad. And I think what's lovely about some of the sports coverage is that, yes, you see those moments of absolute glory, of triumph and disaster, but you also have people talking about the 5 years that led them up to that.
And you have someone like Simone Biles making mental health the conversation about this Olympics. And
Osaka and others.
Absolutely. And I think it is absolutely vital for everybody to realise that we are, as human beings, we are as vulnerable as we are strong. And that is true of high achievers in the sports field, probably, you know, just as much as anybody else. And actually the para-equestrian athletes, when I was talking to them the other night, I said that, almost it doesn't matter what the question is. You decide what you want your message to be, because you have the power to tell that story and say what you want to say. And I think sports people have got the confidence now to really use the platform that they may only have for 10 years of their life, some for longer. But when you've got that moment, use it. What do you want to say? I asked Katie Archibald a question after they won. She and Laura Kenny won the women's Madison. I said to her, what do you want this gold medal to mean? So not what does it mean, what do you want it to mean? And that then got a really different answer. And that's my point. What do I...
Lassie had probably hardly got her breath back, and you're asking her philosophical questions.
No. It was good. It was a good 10 hours later. And she's great, Katie. You can have her. I wouldn't do it to everybody, but you could have a really in-depth conversation with her. And I knew she'd have thought about it as well. I enjoy the moments that you get to try and find something that others will connect to. And that might be Tom Daley knitting, or it might be somebody who's Adam Peaty's nan. She was terrific. God, she was funny about his moustache. I didn't like it on him, and I never liked it on my husband as well when he was alive. So, okay, thanks, Nan.
Yeah, that's it. Damning with faint praise. He's only got the however many gold medals. Now, you'll hate this next question, given what you've said about not being in the centre of your own Twitter feed. But it is important, and you've talked about the importance of people seeing other people. Mm. So do you recognise that it is important that people have seen you as both a female sports presenter but also an openly gay sports presenter? You made it easier for people like me to come up behind, because you being a national treasure meant that gay women were non-threatening when they came up in other fields like politics.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. And actually, you know, Alice and I have been together now for sort of 19 years, and we just recently did the latest series of Celebrity Gogglebox.
Yeah.
And so we really thought about that, because that is not like us at all. We are not a celebrity couple at all. But A, we love Gogglebox, love it. And B, I know, obviously I know Alice is really bright and really funny, so I thought she'll be terrific. I'd rather do it with her than them pair me with a celebrity pal. Do you know what I mean? Which one, that might be. So my condition was I'll do it as long as I can do it with Alice. And we felt that it's still not that common to see two women in their 50s who've been together forever at home, watching telly, sat on the sofa. You just don't get that hugely often.
So me and my wife watch You and Your Wife on Gogglebox, and the one thing about Gogglebox is you pass remark at home in the same way as the people that are on it pass remark on the television. You know, that's the whole point of kind of community viewing. Did you see any of your rushes back from the early episodes before the later ones? Because you have a sense of humour that's a little bit kind of disregarding or cutting that any relationship has after 19 years. And you seem to soften as the show went on.
Did I? I did, or we did?
You collectively did.
Oh, okay. I think maybe early on we were over projecting. I think we were louder and, probably sharper than because the cameras were there. So I think it's just getting used to the setup. I don't know that we changed an awful lot. I just kept getting caught on camera trying to get popcorn out of my teeth. So every time they came to us in Vision, and they doing this with my tongue on their teeth and trying to get popcorn out of it and looking like, a hamster munching on my peanuts. Yeah, no, and we learnt not to talk over each other as well.
Right.
So that's, after 19 years together, we learnt how to not talk over each other. Gone back to old habits now. So I don't know. I don't know that we necessarily softened. I think we just got more relaxed and used to it. That's probably what happened.
You've spoken in the past about the importance of being seen, of you and Alice being seen. And I think one of the more interesting ways in which you've talked about it was when you were diagnosed for thyroid cancer in 2009, and the idea that you were able to put next of kin on the form. How far do you think we've kind of come on that journey, and how hard is it now that you're seeing some of the arguments that we've had moving into the trans debate, and some of that was being thrown up at the Olympics as well, because it is very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think what makes a real difference, and this is again where attitude changing and that's what I think the Paralympic Games does, then leads to a change in legal requirements. And that for us, as it would have been for you, the change in the law to allow your marriage to be respected in law as equal to my brother and sister-in-law's marriage is massive. That's huge. And it's up to us how we decide to celebrate that. And the great thing about same-sex weddings is you don't have to follow any rules, so they're really fun. But it really matters that things change in law. And that is obviously where politicians come in to activate that change. And that's where I think the Paralympic Games, if it has that wider impact, it will lead to, and already has in this country, but would lead to it in other countries, of a change to the law in building regulations, in transport systems, in schools. Every building I go into, I do notice and think, okay, what's access like here?
Well, Alice says that living with you is like living with Tigger. So I know you've got the Paralympics right now, but what's next? Good question. Do you know that this, I've been so... I really enjoyed last year, actually, having a sort of an enforced sabbatical. And then I've just been all geared up for this run. And I was hoping what was next was going to be the Rugby League World Cup, and I'm president of the RFL. But that's obviously now been delayed for a year. So that's my autumn sort of schedule out the window. So I'll write a book. That's what I'll do in the autumn and the winter. And then... Lord knows you don't want to sit with your feet up, Claire.
No, not much, no.
Well, that was me in conversation with the wonderful Claire Balding, who'll be presenting the live sports finals of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games on Channel 4 from the 24th of August until the 5th of September. Now, in the next half hour, we'll go to Haiti as the clear-up starts following a devastating earthquake. And best-selling author Laila Slimani joins us to discuss part one of her new epic trilogy, The Country of Others. This is Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrop on Times Radio. First, the news headlines.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel Jewell. The Taliban claims around 90% of state buildings in Afghanistan are under its control as the insurgents declare the war in the country is over. Boris Johnson has been chairing a third Cobra meeting over the worsening situation there as the government pledges to continue evacuating people. Ash Alexander Cooper is a former British Army colonel and advisor to the Afghan Ministry of Interior Affairs.
It's just devastating to be constantly receiving texts and voicemails and taking calls from colleagues with whom we've worked for 20 years who are feeling very, very terrified and just trying to think of how they can look to the future in a way that will protect their families from retribution.
Those killed in last Thursday's mass shooting in Plymouth have been remembered today at a 1-minute silence. A bell was also rung 5 times to mark each life taken by 22-year-old Jake Davison in Keam. If people in England are pinged by the NHS app but have had both coronavirus jabs, they no longer have to self-isolate. Fully vaccinated people in Northern Ireland also don't have to quarantine if they're in contact with someone who tests positive for COVID-19. Warm sunshine in the east and northeast this afternoon. Brighter spells in the southwest. Often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. England cricketers need 272 runs to win the second test against India after their opponents declared. There are 60 overs of play left in the day at Lord's. With the rest of the sport now, here's Toby Gillis.
Tottenham Hotspur have included their want-away star striker Harry Kane in their squad for their first match in the inaugural Europa Conference League this Thursday. They face Portugal's Paços de Ferreira. Kane missed yesterday's Premier League opening win over Manchester City, the club he wants to join, with manager Nuno Espirito Santo insisting he's still working his way back to fitness. Many don't believe the excuse, though, and the Times chief football writer Henry Winter says Kane needs to show his current club more respect.
I'm disappointed with Kane because you look at the European Championship finalists, the England starting 11, and you look at the players who played at the weekend, who were presumably tired. Maguire started, Shaw started, Rice started, Mount and Sterling all started, and Kane didn't. I think as the England captain, Harry Kane has a slight duty to behave in a certain way. I think he needs to show a little bit more respect to Nuno and to the Tottenham fans.
One of Spain's top two clubs has revealed it's in well over 1.2 billion euros of debt. Barcelona's president, Joan Laporta, says it's down to what he calls the lies of his predecessor. TalkSport's European football expert Andy Brassel says the current level of debt is a huge disaster for the club, who were forced to let Lionel Messi go on a free last week.
1.365 billion. Like maybe towards half as much again as like the previous projection. They've lost 200 million more than they thought they were going to lose for this financial year in January. They still need to shave another 200 million off the wage bill.
Australian former Rugby Union World Cup winner Tutai Kefu is in hospital after being stabbed at his home in Brisbane. 3 of the now Tonga coach's family members also suffered what's described as significant injuries, with local police saying an axe, a knife and a machete were used in the incident. A 15-year-old has been charged with attempted murder. And organisers of the Paralympic Games in Tokyo have revealed some school children will be allowed to attend events, despite the city's fight with a major COVID-19 spike. The Games will largely be held without spectators, but local authorities will be able to request tickets for kids as long as there are appropriate safety measures in place.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you remortgage so you can start planning your dream home tomorrow. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
An earthquake in Haiti on Saturday has left the country reeling. At least 1,200 people have died, and authorities have been racing to bring doctors to the worst-hit areas before a major storm hits. Gary Pierre is the founder and publisher of the Haitian Times, and he joins me now. Gary, we're using the figure of 1,297 dead, but we are expecting that number to rise, aren't we?
Yes, we have. And this is just the beginning because the rescue operation hasn't fully gotten underway. And it's been quite a couple of days now since the earthquake. And, Haiti had to manage to so much in the last month. And it is definitely affecting the rescue mission right now.
And when you say so much, you're talking about the assassination of the president, the changeover of government. I mean, the systems that are in place, the government systems to try and help, have been affected too.
Yes, absolutely, because the government is very weak. It's relatively new and insecure. And you have the other problem too, Ruth, is the gang situation, because the gangs have essentially been running Haiti. And so the government had to negotiate with the gangs to allow safe passage to the hardest hit areas. And on top of that, we have bridges that have been closed down and broken because of the earthquake. And so it has rendered certain places out of reach to rescuers. And so the collapse of the bridges have also hampered the rescue operation. So it's a very dire situation there, because we started with 29 at first, and now we're on 1,200. And of course, as you mentioned, by the time it's all said and done, who knows? God help us.
Well, in terms of the situation on the ground, we've got people that are trying to check collapsed buildings to see if there's anyone underneath them. We've got hospitals that sound like they're struggling to cope. How are they managing the rescue mission? Is there any organisation? Is there any direction?
Well, it's very unclear right now. We know that the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, is the lead agency tasked by President Joe Biden to lead the rescue operation in Haiti. The director of the agency has said that help is on the way. They have all of the expertise necessary. But, they were still in Washington as of yesterday. And so we're waiting for them to get on the ground. We have a good measure that they will be able to do the job, but the point is they have to get there as soon as possible. They have the skills necessary, but absolutely they need to be on the ground and trying to pull, hopefully, alive bodies from the rubbles.
And in terms of the rest of the international response, I know that the Dominican Republic and Mexico have also tried to get people into the country to help.
Well, Chile has also. They sent a plane yesterday with experts to help in the rescue mission. And so the UN is not there anymore, as you know, Ruth. They left a couple of years ago. And so that expertise is lacking on the ground instantly, as opposed to in 2010, when we had a 7.0 earthquake. There were experts that were able to help on the ground. But also, I am counting on the Haitian people themselves with the resiliency that they have and to lend a hand and in whatever ways possible to mitigate the number of dead.
Well, Gary, you mentioned the 2010 earthquake, which was enormous, but the entire history of Haiti is pockmarked with natural disasters, be it earthquakes or hurricanes or tropical storms. And there's another storm coming, Storm Grace. I mean, what do people feel the urgency that they've got to act now before that storm hits?
Well, they do understand it, but if you don't have the skills, the tools to do the job, you just basically do your best. And hope that you can rescue as many people as you can. One thing I want to say, Ruth, is about Haiti. There's an old blues song that says, if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all. And I think that's Haiti. It seems like the only luck we have is bad luck. And I don't know of any one country that can sustain so much hardship at the same time. But I suppose we have, and we will.
And what would you say to Times listeners, to people that are policymakers in this country and other countries around the world in terms of what you need right now?
Well, I think right now we just need expertise. The Israelis are very good at this job. They were in Haiti during the last earthquake, and I'm hoping that they can come back as soon as possible. I mean, the other thing that we haven't mentioned, Ruth, is that we have a world pandemic going on. And so that has really blunted the response. Had this been normal time, I am absolutely sure that the help that is necessary would have been on the ground already. But now, people have to think twice. There's a lot of measures, protocols that you have to follow before you get on the ground. And so that's what other dilemma that we're dealing with now, because COVID-19 has really cramped the response this time.
Gary Pierre from the Haitian Times, thank you so much for joining me today. This is Ruth Davidson on Times Radio in association with NatWest. And coming up, we speak with award-winning author Leila Slimani.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy. All the help and tools you need to grow your business online.
All this week, Matt Chorley is off having a much-needed spa break. So you've got me, Luke Jones, instead, I'm afraid, and I'll have all the politics, pandemic, Olympics news without the boring bits.
Get to the real stories behind the headlines with a different kind of political talk show. Tomorrow morning from 10 on Times Radio with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder, and web hosting partner of Team GB.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search NatWest Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
In the midst of the 19th century, tensions between the Moroccan and French colonists were at boiling point as Morocco desperately tried to gain its independence from France. Best-selling author Leila Slimani dips into her own family history as she explores the difficulties during this period of colonialism and the ways in which women in particular found themselves othered, politically, culturally and historically, in this first volume of her new trilogy, The Country of Others. And she joins me Now, first of all, Leila, let's talk about this book and the premise of it and the young couple that are at the centre of it.
Hello. The couple is inspired by the couple of my own grandparents, because my grandmother, she came from Alsace, and my grandfather was a colonial soldier. And they met in Alsace at the end of the war and fell deeply in love. And then my grandmother decided to come to Morocco and to take care of the farm that my grandfather inherited.
And you could have started this book with that story, that love story, that falling in love, this, handsome Moroccan soldier that was billeted in the Alsace town and all of that. But you didn't. You start in quite a stark way with a vomit-stained dress arriving at this scrubland that was this dream of a farm that is actually a really tough, hard-scrabble life. Why did you choose to start it at that point?
Because I think that for many women, the story begins at the end of the fairy tale. Not when you say once upon a time, but when you say, and then they got married and had a lot of children and lived happily ever after. And I think that as a little girl and then as a reader, I've always been curious to know, but what's happening next after the marriage of the prince and the princess? Is she happy? How are they living? How is their house and their children? So I think that I was always very curious about that.
And in terms of the sort of hardships that couples like the protagonists of this novel would have been experiencing in that immediate post-war period, in sort of 1944 to 56, when Morocco gained its independence from France, I mean, how realistic is the book in terms of that?
Oh, I think it's quite realistic, because this period of time was very confused and at the same time very important for the destiny of the Moroccan society. Because at the end of the war, the vision that the elite, the Moroccan bourgeoisie has of France had completely changed. They have the feeling that maybe France is a weak country that lost against the Nazi and that decided also to collaborate. So they think at the end of the war that maybe they are strong enough to fight against France and maybe to end the domination of France. And it's also a moment where the nationalists in Morocco are going to fight for more modernity, for the emancipation of women, for a different society, and to get out of feudalism that used to define the politics in Morocco.
And as a Moroccan woman yourself, who's married to a Frenchman, who has dual nationality children, how do you see the intertwining of the history between the two countries?
That's exactly why I want to write this trilogy, because I want to explore and try to understand this very particular relationship between France and Morocco. Because now we can do whatever we want, but our destiny is linked. There is something very strong between France and Morocco. And there's a big difference also if you compare to Algeria, for instance. In Algeria, there is a lot of anger and a lot of resentment against France. In Morocco, it's not the case, and it's quite funny, because you could think that because of colonization, Moroccan people could have, some bitterness against France, but that's not the case. There is a real friendship, and I am half Moroccan, half French, so I am in a certain way the metaphor or the product of this relationship. So that's exactly what I want to understand and to explore in my trilogy.
Well, I think it's interesting that you describe yourself as the metaphor in all of this, the product of it, because, there's some quite challenging themes in this book, particularly around women, why they stay with partners who are aggressive, at times abusive, and what their role is. I mean, do you understand why some of the commentary around this book has been, from a feminist perspective, has been quite tough?
I think my book is very feminist, and I think that the fact also that I give the main hero are all women, and they have a point of view on war, on colonialism, and I really wanted to deal with political themes with the point of view of women. But I think it's also very important to say that at that time, violence was very common in the houses, and for many women, having to be slapped, or for many children to be slapped, was something quite banal. And when you write a novel, you try not to denounce in a way that is Manichaean. You want to be more subtle and be more nuanced, and you have to give to the reader the freedom to understand the situation. So yes, of course, she's abused, as is Selma or Aisha, but as the reader will see in the next part of my trilogy, they are also going to fight, and it's very difficult for those women. I'm not judging them.
Well, I think you talk about some of the other protagonists in there, and there is a daughter, a young woman in there whose, brother is appalled at the way that she acts out, and she's like, well, I'm going to get beaten anyway, so I might as well enjoy myself before I get the beating. And it's that kind of foot stamp which I think resonates with a lot of women, even as they understand that the times themselves were very oppressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Selma, she tries to be free, whatever the cost is, and she thinks that anyway she's going to be judged. She's going, if she wants really to be free, to be marginalized or maybe to be a pariah, but she wants to love, and she wants to travel. She wants to have the same life as the character of the novels she reads or the characters in the movies, and it's very difficult for her. And at the end of the book, she is punished for wanting to be free. And I think it was unfortunately the case for many women, the idea that if you are free, you're going to be a pariah and to be totally marginalized. So it was a very difficult time, but I think that even today a lot of women can identify themselves to this kind of situation.
Well, Leila, you've already stated that this book is the first of a trilogy. It's massively ambitious to launch a new book onto the market and say, oh yeah, and there's 2 more coming, by the way. Have you already sort of mapped out the story arc for all of the characters through all 3 of the books, or in terms of the way that you write, does it come to you as you're writing?
No, I already have a vision of what's going to happen to every character. Also because a lot of them are inspired by real characters of my family, so it's easier for me to know what is going to happen to them. But at the same time, I try also to keep a certain freedom, a certain place to my own imagination, and I'm always surprised by what I write. I've just finished the second part, and it's not exactly what I expected at the beginning, and it's good.
No, I'm interested about how much of it is your artistic license and how much of it is your family history. Has there been anything that you've written and a member of your family, like an auntie or your mother or somebody, has gone, no, you can't write that, that's not us, people will think that that's us, and it's not?
There are certain things that I would never write, of course, because I think that it's going to hurt my mother or someone who is still alive. And even if I think that there is nothing more important than literature, I think that my mother is more important than literature, and I would never do something that could hurt her. So yes, of course, there are things that I will never say, but I can't tell you what is the percentage of fiction and of reality, because I don't really believe in reality. I think that everything is fiction, and the majority of what we tell, even in real life, is fiction.
Now, one of your previous books, Lullaby, won you the most prestigious literary prize. It's quite fashionable for artists to say that prizes don't matter, but it must have had an impact on your career.
Yes, of course. I think it changed my life completely. It had an impact on my career, but I hope that it didn't have an impact on myself, on my personality, on my life, on the way I act with people, and on the way I write also. And, I think that when you close the door of your office, you're alone in front of your computer. The fact that you won a prize or not doesn't really matter. It changed nothing. I can say to my computer, I won the Goncourt Prize, so now you have to write. No, it doesn't work like that. You're still alone and afraid and anxious, and you have to work and work and work if you want to succeed, if you want to continue to do what you like.
You're the first Moroccan woman to have won the Prix Goncourt. That must have been quite an accolade. You must have been very proud that you're being recognised in that space and in that way.
Yeah, of course, I was proud, but at the same time, I know that it's always unfair. I think that success is as unfair as failure. when you write a book and you don't know why this book works, and you write another book that is as good, you think, and it doesn't work at all. And so it's always very unfair. So you're proud, but at the same time you have to know what it means, and you have to know that it's also other things, luck, circumstances, all of that. So I tried to enjoy my prize, but not give it too much importance in my life.
Well, in terms of some of the importance that came out of it, is it right that President Macron asked you to be the culture minister and you turned him down and now do just a cultural ambassadorial role?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you tell the president, no, I don't want a job, thanks very much?
Exactly as you said, no, I don't want that job.
But to take on the ambassadorial role, I mean, you're coming on this, a British radio station, to talk about this. Presumably you do want to advance the internationalism of French and Moroccan culture.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm very happy to do this interview in English, because what I defend is not the idea that French should win over English or the idea that there is a war between languages, but exactly the opposite, that the more language you speak, the more human you are. And that I want to promote the idea that learning the language of other people is something, it's an extraordinary adventure, it's an extraordinary journey. And I'm so honored and happy, for instance, to be translated, because it gives me the opportunity to meet other people, other culture. And I think that's something wonderful with the French language, is that we speak French all over the world, in Africa, in Asia, in America. And it gives us, for us French people, the opportunity to learn other things than French culture. So that's exactly what I try to defend.
Leila Slimani, thank you very much. The Country of Others is published by Faber and is out now. And the good news is, if you like it, there's 2 more parts that are coming. Now, we're getting some feedback from you in the interview with Claire Balding earlier today. Mike in Berkhamsted has this to say. He says, Claire is an amazing person. Had breakfast one morning with her at the hotel we were both staying in at the London Olympics. She was modest, she was chatty and interesting, but most of all, normal. There was no pretence. She does wonderful coverage of events and involves viewers in the excitement and thrill of the competition, whatever it is. Couldn't agree more, Mike. If you want to get in touch, you can text Times to 87222, or you can email at studio@times.radio. Now, in the next hour, we get the latest sporting news, we delve deeper into the papers, and we introduce you to a debut author that you need on your radar. And in terms of the sports news that's coming up, I can't wait to talk to our reporter about the EPL. I was watching the kick-off of the football at the weekend, and I think it's fair to say that Manchester City needed Harry Kane an awful lot more than Spurs did. That's all coming up in the next hour.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Ruth Davidson. This is Times Radio. Let's get the news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Ruth. Good afternoon. Downing Street says the UK will work with international partners on preventing any sort of humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. The Prime Minister's official spokesman says Boris Johnson has been speaking to world leaders and will continue to do so. At Kabul airport, there have been chaotic scenes, with people surrounding aircraft leaving the country, with one video showing desperate men hanging onto a US military plane as it left. At the perimeter, there are queues of cars and lorries and people climbing over walls. At times, gunshots can be heard and 5 people have been killed. These people fled Afghanistan to India just days before the Taliban took back control of the country.
My problem is my wife is stuck over there in Afghanistan and I can't do anything to get her out of there. I have no information about her.
There's nothing else to say now. We've surrendered and so has our country. We'll pray that something good happens to Afghanistan and doesn't get worse.
The decision to leave Afghanistan to its fate after 20 years of Western intervention has prompted scathing criticism. Tom Tugendhat, chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, has told Times Radio Afghanistan is the biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez, and what's happening is heartbreaking.
I've been on the phone last night through the night to friends in Kabul who have heard shots fired, and they don't know whether it's Taliban death squads or criminality. I've spoken to friends, people I worked with for years in Lashkar, whose phones no longer answer. We know what's happening. It's not a surprise. It was foretold, it was predicted. We knew it, and here it is.
A minute's silence has been held in Plymouth to remember the innocent lives lost in Britain's first mass shooting in more than 10 years. The bell was also rung 5 times at the city's Guildhall, marking each life lost in Kyiv on Thursday, including a 3-year-old girl and her father. Hundreds turned up to pay their respects, including civil leaders, emergency service workers and the military. Community leader Kevin Sproston delivered this message.
While speaking about heroic people, I want to personally thank the young adults, teenagers and youth of Kyiv that have kept our vigil clean and who unprompted came to the park early to help the neighbourhood watch set up the vigil for the community. Also the 2 young boys whose brave actions on the day of the shooting saved lives. Your actions and bravery have been a constant source of inspiration to myself and others, and I thank you so much.
Meanwhile, police forces in England and Wales are being asked to review their current firearm application processes. There are still questions over why Kyiv gunman Jake Davison had a shotgun licence. The Home Office is preparing new guidance to ensure higher standards of decision-making around applications, including carrying out social media checks. A doctors' union is warning coronavirus remains very precarious and the public should stay cautious in the wake of self-isolation rules being eased. From today, adults who are fully vaccinated and under 18s don't have to quarantine if they come into contact with someone who's infected. The British Medical Association is urging people to take sensible precautions and advises those who come into contact with a positive case to take a PCR test, but they're not required to by law. Dr. Deepti Gurdasani, an epidemiologist and senior lecturer at Queen Mary University, has been telling Times Radio why she has several concerns.
We know that under 18s right now have a very high rate of infection. So among secondary school age children, while schools are closed and cases have declined in that age group, are still 1 in 29, which really tells us about the risk when, they get back to school.
Doctors and aid workers are scrambling to get flights or transport to quake-hit southwestern Haiti ahead of a tropical storm expected to hit today and tomorrow. Saturday, 7.2 magnitude quake killed at least 1,297 people and injured thousands more. Storm Grace could bring rain and wind speeds of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Warm sunshine in the east and northeast this afternoon. Bright spells in the southwest, often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. Our top sports story this hour. England's cricketers are struggling in their attempt to win or even draw the second test with India on the final day at Lord's. Set 272 to win. They lost both opening batsmen early on and were reduced to 1 for 2. But a short while ago, Joe Root had helped them to recover to 43 for 2. We'll have a full sports roundup at 1:30.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West.
This is Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrop on Times Radio. Coming up in the final hour of the programme, we get the latest sporting news from TalkSport's James Savundra. We go across the world of entertainment and introduce you to another debut author to impress your book club with. First, the UN Security Council is currently meeting to discuss the situation in Afghanistan after the Taliban seized the capital city of Kabul yesterday. At least 5 people have been killed in chaos at the city's airport as people try to flee the country. Here to explain the humanitarian situation in the country is Laura Paduan, External Relations Officer at the UN's refugee agency, the UNHCR. Laura, thank you for joining us on the show. What can you tell us about the humanitarian situation on the ground in Afghanistan right now?
Well, thank you for having me. Well, what we can say is that Afghanistan is on the brink of a major humanitarian and displacement crisis. What we're seeing are scenes of increasing violence, and that's led to the displacement of more than 550,000 people within Afghanistan alone this year, and that adds to the 3 million people who are already displaced within the country. 80% of the people who have been forced to flee are women and children. So it's an extremely concerning situation. My colleagues at UNHCR are still working within the country. They're prepared to stay and deliver the humanitarian assistance that people need. So that's emergency shelter, medical kits, supplies, non-food items to make sure that their basic needs are met. But what we're seeing is increasing numbers of people forced to flee their homes, and the needs are incredibly great.
Well, Laura, as I said in the introduction, the UN Security Council is in emergency session right now. I think we can go and hear from some of the people that are discussing what's going on right now.
The international community must be united and utilize all available instruments to ensure the following. First, we must speak with one voice to uphold human rights in Afghanistan. I call upon the Taliban and all parties to respect and protect international humanitarian law and the rights and freedoms of all persons. We are receiving chilling reports of severe restrictions on human rights throughout the country. And I am particularly concerned by accounts of mounting human rights violations against the women and girls of Afghanistan.
This is Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, speaking right now at the UN Security Council's emergency session.
The rights of Afghan women and girls are protected. They are looking to the international community for support. The same international community that assured them that opportunities would be expanded, education would be guaranteed, freedoms would be spread, and rights would be secured. Second, the international community must unite to make sure that Afghanistan is never again used as a platform or safe haven for terrorist organizations. I appeal to the Security Council and the international community as a whole to stand together, to work together and act together, and use all tools at its disposal to suppress the global terrorist threat in Afghanistan and to guarantee that basic human rights will be respected.
Well, that is the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. On the line, I have with me Laura Paduan from the UNHCR, that's the refugee agency. A lot of talk there, you will have heard, Laura, about what the international community has to do now and what the Taliban's responsibility is. But as we're seeing, the international community is removing itself from the country of Afghanistan, and that may create an issue regarding people trying to flee. Your agency must be gearing up for a large refugee situation.
Well, primarily we are responding to the needs on the ground, which is an internal displacement situation. As you could hear from the Secretary General there, he's called on all sides to reach a peaceful negotiated settlement and uphold rights. That's the number one priority. But then secondly, we need to provide humanitarian assistance to the people who have fled their homes. As I've said, that's primarily within Afghanistan. We're also urging neighbouring countries to keep their borders open. So if it is the case that people do begin to flee into neighbouring Iran and Pakistan, those countries have, over the last few decades, hosted a very large number of Afghan refugees. They've had very inclusive policies, and that can't be taken for granted. But if we start to see that inflow getting higher, the numbers of refugees crossing the border, if that does go up, then we will call on the international community to step up an immediate and sustained support to both Afghanistan and its neighbouring countries.
And have we heard from Iran, Pakistan, the former Soviet states that are the immediate border-sharing neighbours of Afghanistan, whether they are willing to take any displaced people?
Well, I mean, Pakistan and Iran have hosted some 90% of all Afghan refugees over the last 4 decades. So certainly there are many Afghans living in the country, but within the last few months, certainly since May this year, there have been 550,000 Afghans who have fled their homes who are still within Afghanistan. So we don't have the precise numbers. We're in touch with colleagues who are in border areas, but the numbers at the moment aren't huge, and people are remaining within Afghanistan.
And from your position in the UNHCR, what do you want individual nation states to be doing in order to support your work?
Well, primarily our call is to assist with the humanitarian response. So that is to respond to our appeal that we launched on Friday, which is for $62.8 million to respond to the needs of Afghans within the country and refugees who have fled its borders. So, the first point is to respond to the humanitarian crisis with financial assistance to the agencies who are on the ground, meeting people's needs. And that's the emergency response. We are calling on the international community to keep its borders open and to assist the countries that may be taking in Afghan refugees. And then finally to assist all the sides who are who are involved in the negotiated settlement and the transition of power to ensure that rights are upheld.
And are there any conversations within UNHCR about pooling your own international staff out?
At the moment, there aren't. We have a number of international staff members within the country. We have hundreds of national staff as well. They are prepared to stay and deliver humanitarian assistance and support to the Afghan people when it's safe to do so. But as I say, we aren't considering for the moment withdrawing our staff. What we do is respond in emergencies. That's what the UN Refugee Agency is primed to do. We will stay and deliver as long as it's safe to do so, and as long as that we can continue to have access to the populations in need.
Laura Paduan, External Relations Officer at the UNHCR, thank you. And you also heard there from Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, who was at the UN's Emergency Security Council meeting, warning that, and I quote, "The world is watching. We cannot and we must not abandon the people of Afghanistan." We'll bring you more on that story here on Times Radio. Now, police could soon be required to check the social media profiles of people applying for firearms licences following the Plymouth mass shooting. Officers will trawl the online posts of would-be gun owners to see if they could pose a threat after Jake Davison used a legal shotgun to murder 5 people, including a toddler, last week. But are the plans an effective or even practical way of preventing this kind of attack? Peter Fahey is the former Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police, and he joins me now. Peter, I can't imagine that many people graduating from police college think they're going to be spending their life going through people's Twitter accounts.
No, although, a lot of this work is actually done by non-police officers, by what I call police staff, who are clearly more expert in looking at this sort of material. But there are huge practical problems in this, and I do wonder if it's really been thought through. Clearly, we know people have huge amounts of material on social media. Quite a lot of those accounts are encrypted. I would have thought if there's anybody with a firearms license at the moment who's got dodgy stuff on their social media account, they'll have deleted it by now, hearing the news this morning, or moved it to an encrypted site. And I think the question the police will ask, well, that's okay looking at it when somebody makes an application, but are you going to continue to have to monitor somebody's social media usage throughout the life of that licence, which are obviously huge practical problems, legal problems, but also whether in a free society, we'd want that to be happening. You could argue, well, if we're going to look at somebody's social media account, why aren't we really carrying out a search of their home to see whether, what books they have or magazines or any other material which might cause concern?
Well, exactly, Peter. And let's walk this back a little bit. First of all, tell us, what are the current requirements to be allowed to hold a licence to have a deadly weapon in your home?
Well, essentially, you apply to your local police force. You have to have a good reason for wanting to use a firearm. It's normally either sporting work or leisure purposes. And I actually think it's in that area where it should be tightened. You have to show that you're of good character. You have to provide 2 referees. The police will carry out an interview of you, obviously look at intelligence reports, other background material. The rules are obviously far stricter if we're talking about things like rifles. They're looser if it's for a shotgun. And of course, after the Dunblane tragedy, there are a lot of weapons which are completely banned in this country, like handguns and pistols. So we do already have some of the strictest firearms legislation in the country. And that means, thankfully, awful events like the tragedy in Plymouth are incredibly rare. And it's over 10 years since we had the last, what you might call mass shooting, where awfully, tragically they occur in Manchester, in America almost, every week.
Well, let's talk about that specific incident in Plymouth and Jake Davison, because he had a shotgun licence. It was revoked because of an assault allegation, but it was returned because he went to an anger management course. And there'll be a lot of people listening to this that thinks, well, if this guy was a headbanger, why on earth was he given his licence back?
I think you've got to start from the beginning and as I say, look at what are the reasons that people have to give for wanting such a weapon. And that's an area I think the government could tighten up on in terms of the law and the guidance. In one way, the system worked in that clearly when there was concern, he was apparently involved in an altercation with local news. The system worked, he was identified as a firearms licence holder, and that was revoked. And clearly some action was taken that he went on the anger management course. It was really after that, clearly, you've got to question the decision there. And obviously one of the issues is when all that awful material on his social media post was actually put there. But I do think overall you've got to stand back and say, well, there are 500,000 people who've got firearms licences in this country. And overall, there are very few instances where they're used illegally. We have a very low level of gun crime overall, and they almost, hugely involve weapons that are being held illegally, obviously clearly by criminals and criminal gangs. So I think it's also an issue about the proportionality. As awful as this tragedy was, what are the practical steps you can take? Because, in my experience, violent people will find a weapon. And we've seen in some of the terrorist incidents recently that if people can't get hold of guns, they use knives or even motor vehicles. So it needs to be reviewed, but I do think there are quite a lot of practical and legal issues here.
Peter Fahey, former Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police, thank you very much for joining us. This is Ruth Davidson on Times Radio in association with NatWest.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
We'll continue to examine the fallout of the Taliban claiming victory in Afghanistan and what this development means for global politics.
The former Director General of the UK Border Force will continue our series by telling us how he'd use £1 billion to tackle the number of migrants dangerously crossing the Channel to Britain.
And former Culture Minister Ed Vaizey joins former Scottish Labour leader Kezia Dugdale to discuss the stories of the morning.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search NatWest Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Well, let's have a look at what's been going on in the world of sport, starting with football. And we had the opening weekend of the English Premiership. And joining me now is TalkSport reporter James Savundra. James, what a cracking start to getting into the EPL Brentford had on Friday night.
Good afternoon, Ruth. Yeah, it was quite incredible, and it was such a privilege to be there at the Brentford Community Stadium on Friday night because it was their first game in the Premier League, their first game in England's top division in 74 years. So you had that, and you also had the fact that it was the first time their new stadium could be full. So you had 17,000 supporters in there. It was a night they'll never, ever forget. I don't think I'll forget either because it was quite incredible for them to take on the big boys in Arsenal. They came in with a really good attitude, actually. They said, we're going to surprise a few people in the Premier League. But to beat Arsenal 2-0 and to be so convincing as well, it could have been 3 or 4 if we're being completely honest. So a brilliant start for them. And what you find is some teams come into the Premier League, they don't offer a huge amount and they go straight back down. But I think with Brentford, we've got a really special story here. And I think they're going to have a really successful season.
This year's Sheffield United. In terms of the stadium, you said it was 17,000. sound that came off it made it sound more like an Old Trafford that has 75,000. I mean, it was just a wall of noise when they started the Hey Jude chant.
It was amazing. And I said it was just so special to be part of that. And you do forget sometimes how important the fans are to football, because last season I was going to matches which are behind closed doors, or you had 1,000 or 2,000 supporters around December time before we went back into lockdown. But you appreciate what football means to people, and when you're there, I think maybe the fans are giving even more than they ever have, because they'd missed football for so long. It's quite incredible, really. 17 months it had been since we had full capacity stadiums. So this weekend we had every stadium full when it comes to the Premier League. The week before, when the EFL started, you had 320,000 people attending matches up and down the country. Then this weekend we'll have the other clubs that didn't have the home matches last weekend. They'll be at home. So Liverpool, that'll be a big game on TalkSport this weekend. They've got Burnley at home, and you feel for Liverpool fans because they won the title last season and they didn't have the opportunity to celebrate with their supporters, whereas now the supporters are finally back now, and I think a club like Liverpool have missed them massively, albeit saying that every club has missed their supporters.
Well, you've got that home advantage now. You had so many people last season, so many teams that had a great away record and a poor home record, and you didn't have that 12th man. Well, you certainly had it at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, that great new building that they've built. And on paper, Chelsea should have won that at a canter with the most expensive player ever bought in the shore, and they got a bit of a doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And heading into the game, there was something that was put up on the Tottenham Twitter account, and it said, "Whatever happens, happens." It was a mentality where you thought that, do they really believe anything's going to happen today? Do they really believe they can actually put on a show? Do they believe they can actually rival the Premier League champions and give them a good game? Well, actually, in the opening few minutes, you thought this could be a really long afternoon for them, but they held on. Jack Grealish made his Premier League debut for Man City. He looked really lively, but after they managed to, I guess, ride out the storm for the opening few minutes, they looked quite comfortable. And for Son to score that goal, and the stadium erupted. There were some great chants as well. The Spurs fans were chanting, "Are you watching Harry Kane?" Because, of course, Harry Kane wasn't part of the matchday squad. He only came back into Spurs training on Friday. All these reports suggesting he could be on his way to Manchester City. But from what we understand, it's still a long way off that deal happening. So whether or not Kane is reintegrated into the Spurs side, if he doesn't get his move, we wait and see. But for them to kick off the season with a new manager, to get that victory, I really think Spurs fans have had a really difficult time in recent months and in the last year or so as well. But for them to have a special day yesterday back at their new stadium, it's an unbelievable venue. And to win that opening game, I think that will give them a lot of positivity.
And if ever anything's said to the Man City board, it's great that we've got lots of wide forwards, but by Lord, we need an actual striker now Aguero's gone. It was that game because they had the service into the box. They just couldn't put the ball in the net.
That is the case, and that is sometimes the biggest criticism that Pep Guardiola and Manchester City get. They have incredible football, which they play from their own box, in their own half, in the opponent's half, but it's when you get inside the opponent's box, that is what matters. It's scoring the goals. So Sergio Aguero left in the summer. He only played 7 Premier League games last season, which sums up how amazing the achievement was last year. The fact they won the Premier League, they reached the Champions League final. But this season, I don't think they can do it without a striker. When you consider Liverpool will be stronger this season, their players are fit at the moment. Chelsea won the Champions League. They've just signed Lukaku for 97 million. So they'll be right in the mix. And Manchester United as well have strengthened. They won 5-1 on the opening day. So I think it's unlikely that Man City can get anywhere near the heights they reached last season if they aren't going to bring in a striker. And if they aren't going to bring in Harry Kane, then I'm not sure who they'll bring in, because they are running out of time. There's 2 weeks left of the transfer window. It's always a mental fortnight or so now, but it'll take a lot for them to get this deal over the line. There's still a lot to be done with it.
Well, there's been some talk about Harry Kane not training, not being in the matchday squad. But there was a really good point that was made in some of the coverage by Micah Richards, that he's not getting any of the sort of pelters about being unprofessional or being, upsetting the apple cart or being in a bad apple in the way that Paul Pogba did when his agent said he might want to move, even though he never said that himself. And there was a suggestion that there's a difference in the way that, English captains, the captain of the England team, might be being treated as players that come from overseas.
Absolutely, and I think Michael Richards has got a really fair point there, because I think we saw the Spurs fans yesterday, that they did vent their frustration, didn't they? But I think it's a fair point, because you have a figure like Paul Pogba, who is a divisive figure for right or wrong reasons, but he showed at the weekend what a player he is. 4 assists on Saturday. And Harry Kane maybe has got off a little bit lightly. He perhaps hasn't behaved in the right manner. What he said last week in the statement he put out is he got to Spurs training on the day he did it, and that was pre-planned. He hasn't liked the things that have been written about him. But one thing that should happen is Spurs fans want transparency. We all want transparency. What is actually going on behind closed doors at Spurs? It's not a great situation for them to be in. They got that victory yesterday, but that talk will just come again with this transfer talk, because it looks like Man City are going to push for this move this week. It's just whether or not the Spurs chairman, Daniel Levy, is willing to accept the money on offer. So we've heard various figures from £120 million to £160 million. What is it going to take for the owner, the chairman, Daniel Levy, to accept this offer? But I think it's a fair point. I don't think Harry Kane has covered himself in a huge amount of glory in recent weeks.
Very quickly, James, let's move away from football and go to tennis. Roger Federer could be out for many months, getting another knee operation. He's 40 now, but he's still a magnificent sportsman. I mean, is this the end of his career, or can he keep going?
We really hope it isn't the end. It's been a career which, it's been incredible how long it's gone on for, and the levels that he's reached. I mean, it must even be a decade ago that a lot of us thought that surely he's going to run out of steam. He's been playing for so long at the top level. 20 Grand Slams he's won. And you've got Djokovic and Nadal in the mix as well. And when you think about this period that these three athletes, and you can count Andy Murray in there as well, because what he's done has been incredible when you consider 3 greats of the game that he's come up against. When you consider it's virtually 60 Grand Slams between the 3 of them, it would be a real shame. Of course, he was knocked out in the quarterfinals at Wimbledon, Roger Federer. He missed the Olympics as well. And when you get to that stage, when you've won all he's won in the sport at the age of 40, he's got this knee surgery. You do wonder whether the penny will drop at some point over the course of these next few months. And he thinks, is it really worth it? Can I put my body through this again? Because what tennis players put themselves through is quite incredible. That's why we don't really see many players go into their late 30s. The fact he turned 40 a week ago, it speaks volumes of what he is as a professional. And we're speaking there about Harry Kane and his conduct. I don't think anyone has ever questioned Roger Federer's attitude. It would be great, wouldn't it, if we saw him one more time at Wimbledon next year, but that does feel a long way off, and I think it's going to be difficult for him to come back from this.
James Savindra from TalkSport, thanks so much for leading us through all of that. Now, just over half an hour until Drive with John Pienaar. He's here now. John, you are a veteran of covering world events. What are you making of what's going on in Afghanistan right now?
Well, you're right, Ruth. Over the 40 years of covering British politics, I've covered pretty close up British leadership when it came to international engagements, going back to from the Falklands War through all of the wars since the Grenada invasion, and so on and so on and so on. I can never recall anything to compare with this by way of a transparently obvious humiliation. And this is shaming, I think, the size of, you've seen those pictures of Afghans trying to clamber onto the sides, the wings, the wheels of US aircraft taking off from Kabul, and some of them plummeting to their death on the ground below. It's a symbol of the desperation of those people, the chaos surrounding it. And it's just, I think, highlighted the questions around the strategy or lack of strategy surrounding this massively hasty withdrawal from Afghanistan. President Biden's decision, I think, is going to be criticised for years to come, just on the evidence of what we've seen already. And you can argue that Britain's withdrawal followed naturally from America's, but didn't have to be this hasty, so condition-free. And what about refugees now? What about the response now? On the British side, the students in Afghanistan who have been told that their promised access to learning in this country has been suspended, and the claims of translators, and we could go on, and I will go on in the course of Drive from 4 o'clock onwards. I'm hearing from Lisa Nandy, the Labour Shadow Foreign Secretary. I'm talking to William Hague, who has a column in tomorrow's Times on all of this too, and to Tobias Ellwood, who is another one of the formerly serving British officers in the Conservative Party at Westminster now, who I believe is every bit as unhappy as those we've heard from. So it should be, I think, an interesting set of conversations on a pretty full programme.
It'll be a really, really meaty discussion that you're going to have there, John. John will be back with Drive at 4 o'clock. Now, let's get the latest headlines.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel Jewell. The Labour leader has described the situation in Afghanistan as shocking and tragic as the Prime Minister chairs another emergency Cobra meeting. The Taliban has seized the presidential palace in Kabul and claims around 90% of state buildings are under its control. 5 people have been killed in the chaos at the airport as huge crowds try to escape. Sir Keir Starmer says the gains made by troops must be safeguarded.
We're seeing before our very eyes the unravelling of 20 years of progress and of huge sacrifice. And I appreciate that the decision to withdraw was not the government's decision alone, but I want the Prime Minister to step up to the plate, show some leadership and some urgency.
The UK's medicines regulator says COVID-19 vaccines don't increase the risk of miscarriage. The MHRA also says it hasn't found any link between fertility issues and the ability to have children. Those killed in last Thursday's mass shooting in Plymouth have been remembered today at a 1-minute silence. A bell was also rung 5 times to mark each life taken by 22-year-old Jake Davison in Keam. The life of Big Brother star Nikki Graham is to be celebrated in a new documentary. She died earlier this year at the age of just 38 after suffering with anorexia for most of her life. Warm sunshine in the east and northeast, bright spells in the southwest, often cloudy with a few showers elsewhere. England's cricketers are struggling in their attempts to win or even draw the second test with India on the final day at Lord's, set 272 to win. They lost both opening batsmen early on and were reduced to 1 for 2. But a short while ago, Joe Root had helped them to recover to 59 for 3. With the rest of the sport now, here's Toby Gillis.
Tottenham Hotspur have included their want-away star striker Harry Kane in their squad for their first match in the inaugural Europa Conference League this Thursday. They face Portugal's Paços de Ferreira. Kane missed yesterday's Premier League opening win over Manchester City, the club he wants to join, with manager Nuno Espirito Santo insisting he's still working his way back to fitness. Many don't believe the excuse, though, and the Times chief football writer Henry Winter says Kane needs to show his current club more respect.
I'm disappointed with Kane because you look at the European Championship finalists, the England starting 11, and you look at the players who played at the weekend, who were presumably tired. Maguire started, Shaw started, Rice started, Mount and Sterling all started, and Kane didn't. I think as the England captain, Harry Kane has a slight duty to behave in a certain way. I think he needs to show a little bit more respect to Nuno and to the Tottenham fans.
One of Spain's top 2 clubs has revealed it's in well over 1.2 billion euros of debt. Barcelona's president, Joan Laporta, says it's down to what he calls the lies of his predecessor. TalkSport's European football expert Andy Brassel says the current level of debt is a huge disaster for the club, who were forced to let Lionel Messi go on a free last week.
1.365 billion. Like maybe towards half as much again as like the previous projection. They've lost 200 million more than they thought they were going to lose for this financial year in January. They still need to shave another 200 million off the wage bill.
Australian former Rugby Union World Cup winner Tutai Kefu is in hospital after being stabbed at his home in Brisbane. 3 of the now Tonga coach's family members also suffered what's described as significant injuries, with local police saying an axe, a knife and a machete were used in the incident. A 15-year-old has been charged with attempted murder. And organisers of the Paralympic Games in Tokyo have revealed some school children will be allowed to attend events, despite the city's fight with a major COVID-19 spike. The Games will largely be held without spectators, but local authorities will be able to request tickets for kids as long as there are appropriate safety measures in place.
Afternoons on Times Radio with NatWest. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you remortgage so you can start planning your dream home tomorrow. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Now, each week on the programme, we speak to debut authors in First Edition about their first ever novel, their personal journey, and what inspires them to put pen to paper. Today, we're joined by one author whose debut novel, The Paper Palace, shot to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. It's Miranda Cowley-Heller. Now, the story pivots on protagonist Elle Bishop's dilemma: to stay with the husband she loves or pursue the life she always imagined sharing with another man before tragedy sets in motion. Miranda, this book's a bit mucky, isn't it? How did you write the sex scenes?
With some ease, really. I
just channeled her instead of myself. And so I didn't have to feel embarrassed because it wasn't me. And so, yeah, and I think also because I wanted to write a character who was genuinely a woman in her 50s who was still sexual and attractive and desired, because I think that's so much more realistic in life than how women in their 50s and 60s are typically portrayed these days.
Well, exactly. I mean, we hear all of these American actresses saying, once they hit 35, there's no roles for them in movies after all. And yet, for me and for many people, women just get sexier with age and they own themselves and they carry themselves. And your protagonist does that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree that not that this book is particularly about women's sexuality, but I do believe that this is about a woman who's not a fading person. The road the paths are widening, actually, in this novel for her, the choices. And, and it's about those choices, but it's also about the verisimilitude of her life then and now. And this is a woman who is not an uncommon type, right? I think that sexuality gets deeper and stronger and more intimate as we get older. And at least I hope so.
Well, the structure of the book's really interesting too, because it's written over a 24-hour period in a kind of, I was going to say a holiday home, but it's more than that. It's like a holiday shack almost in New England. But there's also 50 years worth of flashbacks in it. So how do you keep on top of all of this and guide us through when we're not in your head?
Well, I think for starters, my intention is not that they are flashbacks, but that they are two stories of one woman's life. And Elle Bishop, who's the protagonist of The Paper Palace, when we meet her, she has woken up to this 24-hour day where she has to make an impossible decision between two men she loves. The night before, she has just slipped outside during a dinner party at the camp and had sex with her oldest friend, who she's always been in love with and thought she'd marry if life had gone a different direction for them. And she also has her wonderful husband, Peter, inside. And so the question was, why now, after 30 or 40 years of being secretly in love on some level with Jonas, why did they do it last night? And I wanted to examine that sort of moral choice as well, that we are so judgy about things like that. And fair enough, but that the 50 years tells her life story in a different way. And the reader understands exactly why she has been and how she has been led to this particular precipice in her life and this impossible choice.
You've talked there of the kind of the three main characters, Elle, the protagonist, her husband, Peter, her lover, Jonas. But there's a fourth character in this that looms pretty large, and that is New England itself and its landscape and how you feel when you're there. Now, that's in some ways written from your own personal experience, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that, yes, it's absolutely a character, and that was very important to me in the sort of construction of telling the story. It's also a piece of her character and her life. And I grew up spending summers on Cape Cod. My parents are both artists, and so we could pick the whole summers. And in this outer Cape area, which is very rough, not at all what one expects or thinks of, I think, typically about Cape Cod, sort of preppy, wide green lawns and sailboats. It's a passionate landscape the further out you go. And I grew up there, and it was my place. I grew up in a family like Elle of divorce, and the backwoods became my place and the place of freedom for me. And I was very interested in seeing the way that place can imprint on us and in us in a very particular way and kind of determine our lives. And I think that was what I wanted to examine with Elle and with the place.
And can I ask you quite a pertinent question here? What do you hate Brits for? What's all this about we can't mix a cocktail and that we cook scrambled eggs wrong?
I love Brits, but...
Oh, you're married to one, and so's the main character, but there's quite a lot of complaining about both.
Well, the egg thing is an absolute pet peeve, and I'm always left with the pot. So, for me, it's a low pan with a bit of butter. The slow cooking does drive me crazy. And, I always laugh about how much ice is put in a cocktail. Here, as you know, we are ice fanatics. Other than that, I think Peter is portrayed as a pretty amazing man, amazing father, and that's why Elle really loves both men equally, there's no good choice. There's no bad choice. What do you do when your life depends on that? And yet, there's absolutely no sense of which way to go in that moment. And that's, I think, where Elle is.
Now, I'm interested about you writing this novel and you writing it at this stage in your career, hugely successful career, worked for Cosmopolitan, you worked as a producer at HBO, your husband's a successful screenwriter, your sister-in-law is the novelist Zoe Heller, who's esteemed and had films made of her work. There's actually quite a lot of risk at the age of 59, stepping out of the box that you're known in. And what happened if this novel had flopped? Or did you feel that danger when you were writing it?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why I didn't start writing it until I was in my early 50s. I actually come from a literary family on the other side, which is where far more pressure existed and pushed at me. My grandfather was a literary critic and a prolific writer and editor. My father's an editor, fiction editor and writer. And they were both very pushy with me because they knew I wanted to be a writer when I was young. And my grandfather would say, you must get your name in print, you must get your name in print. And because I did not want to fail, I kept trying and failing. I couldn't get out of my own way. And so instead I kind of sidestepped into magazine editing and book editing and ultimately into television, which is quite similar, strangely, in terms of the editing process. And then, I had always been writing poetry and started writing poetry much, much more. And something broke open and I thought, well, I'm just going to do it. And if it's not good, no one will ever have to see it. And if I think the writing is good, then I'll put it out there and see what happens. And that's exactly, why I didn't do it sooner and also how I came to do it.
And was this story always in the back of your mind from that, that you took a sidestep from, or did this story only come at the time that the kind of barriers broke?
The very opening chapter I had written a long time ago and put away in a drawer. And because of a variety of circumstances, I ended up bringing it back out and thinking I'll just take another stab. And I had no idea what the story was going to be. I didn't make any outline. I just sort of wrote into the dark. And I followed her character, which was very interesting. I didn't direct her. I didn't know any of the events that were going to happen. I only knew the structure of telling one life in two different ways.
And did you enjoy the process, or did you find that difficult and quite draining and just enjoyed having written it? Or did you enjoy the actual sort of work of the writing?
Very much so. I'm not an ass in chair writer, as they say.
I'm going to adopt that. An ass in chair writer. Got it.
I'm very inconsistent, but when I write, it's because I want to and I'm feeling it that day or that month or that week. And I think that's why it took me quite a long time, because I was doing other things at the same time. But when I got into that space, it was intriguing to be in someone else's head, and I'd never really done that before. And once Elle became a person who I understood, I just sort of followed instinct, and I loved that. Actually, it's like digging. Instead of digging purposefully, it was kind of trying to unearth things from a dreamier place.
And that dreamier place was Cape Cod.
That dreamier place was Cape Cod, absolutely.
And for all the nerves, it was best-selling, it was critically acclaimed, and it's out now, published by Viking, The Paper Palace. Miranda Cowley-Heller, thank you so much for joining us. This is Ruth Davidson on Times Radio in association with NatWest.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
What next for Afghanistan and those left behind as the British and Americans scramble to get their personnel out of the country? The United Nations meets tonight. I'll be talking to its former Deputy Secretary General, Lord Malloch Brown. We'll take a first look at the front pages of tomorrow's papers and get the latest from the United States, where President Biden is facing a growing backlash over the chaotic and humiliating end to the 20-year mission.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio. This is Times Radio.
Now it's time for entertainment news with Ellie Phillips. And Ellie, there has been a long-running saga which has been, I think it's fair to say, the entertainment headline around the world. And it's all about freeing Britney Spears. Is she free? Her dad said he's stepping down from the conservatorship. What is going on?
She's not free yet, unfortunately. But yes, you're right. Last week, her father has finally agreed to step down as conservator of her estate. But the thing is, he's not actually stepped down. He said that he's willing to step down. So on Thursday, he filed a court document which basically agreed to it, but he wants to make sure that there's an orderly transition to a new conservator, that there needs to be a plan in place, and that Judge Brenda Penny, who's been overseeing all of this, that she officially asks him to step down. So he's not resigning immediately. He's waiting for those things to be in place. But he has said, he's going to do it. He just wants, I think he just is done with it now. But yeah, this has been going on for 13 years. He will no longer be able to pay himself $16,000 a month to oversee this. So that will go. But yeah, he's saying he wants to transition to a new conservator. So it's not that the conservatorship will end, it's that someone else will take over. The actual, whether the conservatorship will end or not is kind of a separate issue. So this is getting rid of him, and then it will be looking at the conservatorship as a whole.
Now, obviously, Britney's fans have been pretty instrumental in terms of mounting campaigns, getting this in the public consciousness, making sure that this trial that's been happening and all the rest of it, that the scrutiny was on it. Do you think that they've had a part to play in this decision by him to say that he's going to step down?
Absolutely. I think it actually is more that than anything. I mean, yes, possibly, well, obviously, Britney speaking so openly in court about, how she views her father and what he's done, and her, accusations of the things that he's done to her and not allowing her to do. Obviously put pressure on, but she only felt able to do that because of the support from her fans, from the Free Britney movement. And so, yeah, they are kind of intertwined in that respect. And in the court documents that he filed, her father, Jamie, he's actually said, his lawyers have said, it's an unjustified petition for his removal. There are no grounds for suspending or removing Mr. Spears. It's debatable whether a change of conservator is in Britney's best interest, but that he's willing to step down because of unremitting targets of unjustified attacks. And I think that that's a mix of what she said in open court, what Britney stated, and also the online pressure that's grown, with the help of the Free Britney movement and her fans pushing for this to go forward.
Well, Sarah Dissam wrote a really interesting piece in the Sunday Times off the back of the Britney story, talking about who would want to be a female celebrity and talking about some of the other pressures that were around her. And do you think that Britney case really has raised some questions and issues about what's the cost of fame?
Yeah, I think actually it's probably the documentaries that we see on TV around it, which have kind of gone into that exploration of it. Because I think you look at famous people, it's a really difficult one to discuss because you've got kind of two sides to it. A lot of people say about, would she be struggling with her mental health as much had she not been famous, which is kind of one side of it. But then there's a lot of famous people who don't struggle with their mental health and haven't, had breakdowns and things like that. So it's a really difficult issue to debate in that sense, because it's like, would she have struggled regardless, but it would have just been kind of triggered by something else in her life. And obviously the only reason we know about it is because she's famous. But yeah, there is a lot of pressure, especially on women, especially, if you're top of your game in media industry in terms of, an actress or a singer or someone that's extremely talented. And it's how you navigate that and whether you want to engage with the press and do interviews and tell everyone about your life, and then be photographed, because obviously you're encouraging people to know about you and want to know about you if you do interviews about yourself, or do you stay completely out of it and you like, my art speaks for itself, the end, which is also difficult to do, because if you're an actor and you're signed to do a film, part of that is that you will have to go on the circuit and do a lot of press interviews. So it's getting that balance right that's really a tricky one.
Now, away from Brittany, you've been a doughty reporter in the front line of the washing wars. And in, the stinky corner, we've got Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. And in the pristine corner, we've got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Explain to our listeners what on earth I am talking about.
Okay, so essentially, celebrities' personal hygiene habits have come into question after it emerged last week that Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis only bathe their children when they can visibly see dirt on them. So they don't wash them every day, not even every other day. It's literally when they've got mud on their knee type thing. So that sparked a debate like, oh my God, how can't you wash your children every day or at least every other day? And it's now... Matthew McConaughey's now been dragged into it, the actor, of course. He's reminded people that he doesn't wear deodorant, which is something we've known for a while. But he's actually said now that he hasn't worn deodorant for over 3 decades, which is a long time.
He was pretty sweaty in Magic Mike.
Yes, he was. I mean, I was okay with that personally, but, I didn't have to stand next to him during the filming, and actually deal with that. And basically, it was first discovered that he didn't wear deodorant when Kate Hudson was starring in Fool's Gold with him. And he's basically said that she begged him to wear deodorant and even bought him some, but he just simply refuses to wear deodorant or even cologne. And he basically said the reason he won't wear it is because the women in his life, like his mom, people like that, say that they like that smell, that he smells like a man. And then he's saying, well, I don't want to smell like someone else or something else. But, and as gross as it sounds to many people, he's actually said, but he does take his hygiene really seriously and he has multiple showers every day. So, it's one of those things. And then it resurged this week because they was actually chatting about Mila Kunis, and the debate about bathing on the radio. And his co-star in Tropic Thunder, Yvette Nicole Brown, she's insisted, she said, he actually doesn't smell, he doesn't have an odour. Like, I've sniffed him, I've been up close and personal. He smells like granola and good living. And I love that. I'm like, oh, she said he's not musty or anything, he just smells a bit like granola. It's quite a sweet scent. And another fun fact, it actually turns out that Cameron Diaz and Bradley Cooper don't use deodorant either.
When you say fun fact, can you explain what the fun element of that is for us here?
It's just unusual, I suppose. It's just unexpected maybe.
Well, I like that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson didn't just say that he showers 3 times a day. He gave us a temperature update on each of his 3 showers and at what point in his, his bodybuilding regime they occur.
But the thing is, I can understand it with him because have you seen the size of him? He must work out, 3 times a day and therefore need these intense showers and be really particular about it, because it must smell pretty funky after you've done all the weightlifting that he does.
Well, let's move away from washing wars and discuss Johnny Depp, who is another celebrity that is having a world tour to tell people about how he's been cancelled and nobody can speak to him. So explain what on earth is going on there.
Okay, so we all know, if you've seen any of the news, whether entertainment or non, that he lost a libel case last year against The Sun over their reporting of his split from Amber Heard. They labelled him a wife beater. He took them to court. He lost the case. And this has been swarming since 2016. That's when their split happened, because these allegations of domestic violence have just, followed him everywhere. And so he's spoken to the Sunday Times about how that's been a surreal 5 years, and also how, he's been dropped from loads of films, but actually stuff that he's already filmed is now not being released. So what's happened in particular is that amid these headlines that have gone on, MGM has suspended the release of his film, which is called Minamota. So in this film, he plays the role of photojournalist W. Eugene Smith, and it's all about his 1970s work in Japan, about the devastating effect of mercury poisoning in coastal communities. It's a real-life tragedy, and I'm certain that the film is a really powerful watch. Even from the stills, you can see how phenomenal it looks. But the film doesn't yet have a US release date. So it's ready, it's good to go, it's fully edited. They're just not releasing it yet. And the director of the film, Andrew Levitas, has actually accused MGM of burying the motion picture, which is something that's more often heard of in music, when an artist is signed up to do a certain number of albums and they're just shelved and that's it. The music's there, but they can't release it. And so Johnny's now said to the Sunday Times, some films touch people, and this affects those people in Minamota and people who experience similar things, and for Hollywood's boycott of one man, one actor in what he calls an unpleasant and messy situation. Like, is that enough for them to not let this really important piece of artwork, this film, be released? Like, what's more important here? Because I don't know that if this is necessarily, one of those money-maker blockbuster films. This is more of an independent type film, which MGM secured the rights to. So it's a really difficult one, because it is like, do we get to see it or not? And that's a real shame if we don't.
And should the production company be investing money in promotion of somebody that's just lost a libel case, calling him a wife beater, where some really unsavoury things came out about his character?
100%, yeah, really, really bad things. It's still ongoing, of course, because there's a US court case happening at the moment between him and Amber Heard. So this is still ongoing as well. So it's whether we say, because someone has been a very bad person and done these horrendous things, does that mean that the work of all these other people who were involved in this film goes to waste? Because yes, he's in this film, and yes, he's a major part in this film, but he didn't do the whole film on his own. Do you know what I mean? And that's people's real hard sweat work's gone into that, to do something that's meaningful for those people who lived through that experience.
Now, Ellie, you are, it says here, our resident Love Island expert, and I'm sorry, somebody's got to be. Next Monday is the final. This is the last week. If you're somebody like me who walks out the room every time my wife watches it religiously, what can you tell me to convert me to the cause?
Well, we'll have 1 week left. So the final of this series is set to take place on Monday, 23rd of August on ITV2. And I just think it will be really good, because the final's always got a live element in there. So we'll see a recap of what's been going on in the villa for the previous 24 hours. But the live episode, there's always some real gobsmacking moments where, people's true characters come out, people are accused of things. And then there's, of course, the winner who wins £50,000 prize. And they get to
open nightclubs in Sheffield.
They do. And also because there's no pandemic anymore, apparently. Everything's open, running again. So they can actually go and do this, because those who were in the last series came out and it was lockdown. So they didn't get to do that and make all that money. These are going to be, those who make it to the final tend to be the big reality stars of the next 12 months. So they will pop at all sorts of things. So it's just a really good, fun episode to watch. And it's the culmination of something if you've been invested in it. It's just really great to see how the characters have developed, and then also see kind of whether they win on who the best couple are, or whether they win on individually who the public just likes as people. Because even though it says Love Island, it's often not those who are the most in love who win the show. So it's an interesting one to watch, and I'm really excited that we've just got a week left now, because it's really geared up, and the people in there now, and all the kind of
you're doing a cracking job, Ellie, but I remain unconvinced. Thank you so much for joining us, Ellie Phillips. Now it's the end of my first programme on Times Radio, and time for John Pienaar to take over the reins for Drive until 7 p.m. John, you're going to be covering the situation in Afghanistan in detail, and we've seen that the UN Security Council have had an emergency meeting. What have we learned from that?
Well, I haven't seen the outcome of that meeting, but I guess we've got to assume it's against the background of something of a dilemma. The big player in this is the United States. They've got their seat at the permanent membership of the Security Council, of course. But otherwise, what are we going to get? Well, I guess we're going to look for various entreaties from those around the UN table, for those in Afghanistan now, the Taliban, on the point of, if not already there, in charge, to honour some of their earlier commitments, if you can call them commitments, and the hopes that are dwelling, in the international community, to the extent that the Taliban care about the international community. So that's one step of the diplomatic game that's playing out. But the real action is in Afghanistan and what is happening there. And we're going to be covering that in some depth in Drive over the next 3 hours.
Well, look, that sounds like you've got an awful lot to chew through there, John. Thank you so much. That's coming on between 4 and 7. Thanks for listening to us today. The producer today was Bessie Fgrave. The technical operator was Einar Orn. I'm back tomorrow if they let me. I'll be back at 1 with guests including Frank Luntz, the American pollster and political pundit, and we'll be delving into the best new music and discovering the secret love lives of Neanderthals, as well as all the latest news and views. Now, it's Drive Time with John.